just off the plate. Lots of kids here today. With
the ball called.
The Easter break going on in Baltimore schools. We've got a challenge on that last call, and the pitch is a strike, and the ball game is over. I believe that's the first time we've seen a game end on an ABS challenge, but in an 8-3 ball game, didn't make a real big difference.
You are correct, Mr. Hall of Famer Eric Nadel. Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Bowe. We got Pay running, the Odyssey app, FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. Winning streak over, betting streak over. Rangers still win the series in Baltimore, but yesterday was not close.
No, it wasn't, and that's part of the reason why, like Eric said, it didn't really matter at the end there with the ABS being the first ever game ending on a challenge, which I hate. That was terrible. I'm gonna hate that when it happens in the World Series. It's gonna happen.
I think I'm gonna have a challenge with you right here.
Okay.
What's your problem? We've been praising this throughout the whole week.
Nothing yesterday, not really. When it comes to a World Series, you rob it of the emotion of the strike, right? The call, the punch out, and then everybody's jubilation. It just delays it. Now you're waiting for a video thing. So
what's your solution?
There is no solution.
What do you want them to do in
there is no
playoff
solution.
games?
No, there is no solution.
Okay.
It's just gonna suck. It's they're gonna get the call right. But universally, everybody is saying it's going to suck when that happens. It's just going to be a little weird.
It's not going to suck if it's your team.
It's going to be weird. You're going to, because I think when Spores made that final pitch, and they called the strike, if we had to sit there and wait, it would change. It's just different. It was different compared to Feliz striking out A-Rod.
Yeah,
it's just going to feel different.
Yeah, and it's kind of taking it out of. Well, it's in the hands of one of the players, whoever calls for the right call. But, it's not going to be like the game deciding it or the actual action deciding. But it is. But it is also because it's a pitch that was actually a strike.
Right, yeah. It's going to be the right call.
You don't want a machine to end a championship.
Right. No, it's not even it's just the delay. It's not even much of a delay. It's just the bang bang. The bang bang is kind of cool. But you're going to get something. Sometimes you have to give something. And I'm willing to give.
8-3, Bobby, you lost on Underdog, along with myself and some of the other Tolos, as Nate Eovaldi allowed 6 runs and 8 hits in 4+.
Yeah, was this my fault? Did I jinx your run when I was like, let me get in on some of the winning action?
I don't believe in that stuff.
Was I trying to ride somebody else's heater and it ruined it? Because I lost everything yesterday.
Oh, no.
I didn't lose everything. I lost all the parlays I had made because I was way off on the getting out in 17.5 outs. He was just cruising.
Oh, yeah.
And missed on the NBA stuff that I put for because I was like, all right, I got $25 left in the account. Let's put that in. And then I walked in here this morning and saw Wemby put up 41 when I had said under 25.5. So got screwed up. That was not great. But the checks or the ending on the challenge with Evan Carter challenging it, I think you are going to start seeing that happen a lot, though. Because if you're looking at it, if it's anywhere close, because that's what Evan Carter was saying after the game, was apparently like he knew it was a strike, but it's like it's close enough that you might as well. He's like, the game's over if I don't check it here, so might as well just go ahead and check this. So I think that's the first one, but I think we're going to see that happen pretty frequently where hitters are just like, well, just might as well challenge it, see if we get it.
It did not matter because Basillo hit a 437-foot shot to dead center. Leody Taveras, remember that name? His first game against his former team, 2-run double. That was his second hit. Nate had already walked the bases to load him up. That double made it 4-0. The 8, 9, and 1 hitters drove in 2 runs apiece. Corey Seager continuing his nice start to the season, doing what he could. Josh Young's first hit is an RBI single, and then we get the ending. Yes.
See, the one thing I did tell you yesterday on Underdog was like Josh Young was due. So over 1.5 was not bad. He ended up with 2 hits yesterday.
Yes.
He did.
Any early worry about Nate Dogg? That was the best I felt about any of my bets throughout the week.
Yeah.
That Eovaldi would come off of his first start. Team is rolling. Got the great feeling. And he would go out yesterday and be absolute nails. He obviously was not.
No, he wasn't. I'm not terribly worried about him at all. Early on in the year, it doesn't seem like he has a lot of feel for some of his pitches. I'd be more worried if, I went back and looked because he got the 2-strike count on 10 hitters, and he got 9 of them out. And if it got the 2-strike on 10 hitters and like 6 of them reach base, then now you can have all right, he didn't have a put away pitch. It's not like he didn't have a put-away pitch. I mean, he still struck out a handful of guys. He had some walks. He was a little wild. He's not sharp yet. I don't think there's a problem with him. He's just not sharp right now.
Writing this off to a John Smoltz start?
Yeah, because Smoltz said, and for years he has told us, you're going to have 5 starts where you just can't be beat, and then 5 where you couldn't even beat yourself. And then how you do in the other 20 is how you make your season. And this was one of the other 20. He just kind of had to fight through it. Last year, he pitched better in the other 20. This year, so far, in this game at least, he just wasn't as good.
Yeah, he's not been as good to start the season as he's been the last couple of years. But I'm trying to look at right now, historically, what's been his MO. And so if you look over since 2023, last year he was really good in April. He was 2.11 ERA, but then he went into May and it was 0.68. In 2024, it was a 3 ERA in April, and then in May it was 2.16. And then in 2023, he was his ERA had gone from 3.93 in April to 0.96 in May. So he's historically been though he's pitched better in April than this, he's historically been a guy who ramps up and then gets to dominant when he hits May.
So you're saying bet it all next month.
Yeah, I would wait. I would wait until the calendar crosses May and then jump all over it. But yeah, and then I would stay away from looking at these numbers. June looks like June is a really bad month for him.
Oh no,
yeah, not good. It's pretty consistently his worst month.
Got a little early concern about still hitting lefties.
Well, that's one thing. Last year they were not great hitting lefties. This year. And it's not like their difference in lefties was awful last year. Against starters, it was actually kind of similar to their average against righty starters, but it was the bullpen that really got them. This year, again, so early. But their batting average is like 40 points lower against lefties. Now, they faced 2 really good ones, right? Sanchez and now Rogers. But the on-base is 60 points lower. The slugging's 50. The OPS 110. Again, 2 games, not even a sample, but that's a pretty big gap even after just 2 games.
Sanchez is now the favorite to win the National League Cy Young, by the way.
Oh, wow.
At 3-1 with Skeens at 4-1. So the Rangers fall 8-3. Let's peruse the rest of the standings. Just like in fantasy, when you're winning, it's fun to go look at the rest of the standings and see where you are. The Armpit leads the way, actually.
No.
In the American League West by a half a game at 5-2. Rangers
I don't know if I like that one.
are 4-2. Astros have won 5 in a row. Seattle's 3-4. The Angels are 3-4, and the Athletics are 1-5. Throughout the rest of the American League, the Yankees are in first at 5-1.
The Yankees have allowed 6 runs.
Wow,
it's pretty good. It's
pretty good.
Yeah, Aaron Judge run creation in the playoffs for his career.
Toronto 4-2. The Royals at 3-2 in the Central. The Guardians at 4-3. And then over to the National League, the Miami Marlins are leading the National League East at 5-1. The Braves looking to rebound from last year, 4-2. Brew Crew leading all of Major League Baseball, and it's not close to run differential. They're plus 28. At 5-1. What a hell of an organization there in Milwaukee. Dodgers in the West at 4-2. Then the Diamondbacks at 3-3. So that's the top of your standings throughout the entire sport.
The Diamondbacks are a
Red Sox are 1-5, by the way.
That was everybody's chic preseason World Series. Kind of, I don't say favorite from the American League, but
they were the big winners and got the most team hype from the WBC.
They did, yeah. Roman Anthony played tremendously. Obviously, they have they added Ranger Suarez in the offseason. They already had Garrett Crochet. They added Sonny Gray in the offseason. Everybody was picking the Red Sox to be a thorn in the side and really kind of make a move. The problem is that they have really laid into run prevention. They've leaned into it. They don't have a great offense. They got Roman Anthony, but the rest of their offense is not spectacular. and they're not hitting right now. So when you're not hitting, I mean, it's even going to get magnified.
Nasty drive coming in for everybody. Choppy,
Brutal.
You had a little scare?
Brutal. Yeah, in South Lake, there's one spot. I don't know why that city cannot figure out this one spot of the highway, but it's on the left side. I think it's right around Carroll, where it just pulls up. It just pulls up, and as soon as you drive through it,
That's the worst.
everyone's car just goes from 70 to 40 instantly. Well, I see some lights ahead. I'm like, no. And it's right around that area, and you drive by it, and there's a car turned around and two other cars that are all involved in this thing. So it was tough to see out there.
We used to get that at the old building. The exit at Fitzhugh would do that. It would pull up really bad there, and you could hit that thing, and if you don't see it in the dark, you would hydroplane quickly. But no, this is just, I still can't figure this out. I don't know what's going on. Ever since we moved, every morning I'll put the station in the GPS, just because it's like I find out there's an accident or something else. So I put it in the GPS every morning. And every morning it tells me that exiting 35 to get onto 635 is closed. So it's kind of become useless because the further I get down 35, the more it's saying like, you're going to have to turn around because 635 is closed. And so every single morning it tells me I'm going to be 5 minutes later than I am once I finally exit. So I don't know what the hell's wrong with that thing. But one morning 635 is going to be closed. I'm not going to know it, and I'm going to just run into a barricade, and I'm going to be 15 minutes late.
A crash shut down the northbound lanes of I-45, apparently near downtown Dallas.
Brutal one right out here on 635 West. I don't know if you ran into it. You probably didn't, but it's near 35.
So they had I saw there were cop cars out there, and that was backed up for miles.
Pepe, you good from the rock?
Rockwell was fine. It was drizzling a little bit, but as soon as I got on 635, man, just a downpour. Really bad. And you saw flashing lights ahead of me. I saw one or two wrecks on the side on, I think, the right shoulder, but everyone's trying to get to the left lane, trying to get out of their way, which is a smart thing, but then I got to slow down because you got all these 18-wheelers wanting to get over. So, I had to go slow for a little bit, but it was a downpour for most of my trip on 635.
Dallas Stars, as RJ would say, dealing with a little bit of a controversy from a December 21st game at the AAC against the Toronto Maple Leafs. And there's an 18-second video that has gone viral of a group of male Stars fans sitting in the upper deck. They're gesturing to the rhythm of Puck Off by Pantera. And Dallas Stars. Looks like they're making a negative sign.
Oh yeah, that's the old Nazi salute. Oh yeah, there's not a whole lot of nuance to that one.
Some people tried to make it nuance over the past year.
Well, yeah,
there's been a lot of attempts at nuance with that.
Yeah, that might be just that. That's top 3 dumbest things you can do in the world. I don't know what the other 2 are, but that's top 3.
I just
no.
I just want to know where's Rima. Like, why was he not on top of this story? Like, is he going to the AAC or is he just making that up? Why was he not there to report on this? Why are we finding out 3 months later?
Apparently, a fan behind them took the video and contacted the Stars, and they're right here, and the Stars, according to this fan account, did nothing about it. And they're like, we can't go ahead and locate them. And the fan was like, I gave you the exact seat numbers. Well, now that this has blown up, AAC officials have opened an internal investigation after the video. So
when did you say this came out? No.
I saw it yesterday.
No, I saw it yesterday too.
December 21st was the game.
And this is the first we heard about it?
That's what I'm saying. Where's Rima?
It's a lot. It's 3 months, man. It's a long time.
Yeah. So I would suspect that these guys are identified quickly, and by Wednesday of next week, we will hear that they are banned for life, as they should be.
I would assume so.
From the American Airlines Center. So that's where we stand to start off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. It's going to be very uncomfortable inside the Star. Not just because I may have to apologize. Y'all tell me, try to get me out of it. I don't want to apologize. I want to be like you two. So I want to go ahead and keep the stubbornness.
Okay, yeah.
I may have to apologize to an NFL insider and why Stephen A. Smith is dropping the race card on Jerry Jones. Next on Sean and RJ.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/thefan. It's
customers in your neighborhood. Get started at Amazon.com/hub delivery.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the Personal Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the star on 105.3 The Fan.
His friend of the show, Stephen A. Smith, completely overreacting, and do I need to be apologizing?
Apologize. Don't say that. Don't even think that.
Sean and RJ here on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Glad you're waking up with us as part of the 6 a.m. club on 105.3 The Fan as we try to get you to your Easter weekend as quickly as possible. So yesterday, I kind of went off on Mike Garafolo from the NFL Network because he said that Jerry Jones, and he did not suggest that he was joking, Jerry Jones said that George Pickens would save a lot of money if he got rid of his agent. Same thing, Micah Parsons not paying the commission fee, David Mulugheta. Bobby said that 3 different reporters on the scene there at the owners' meetings told him this was a clear and obvious joke. So obviously, I'm going to go with that and proceed to trash Mike Garafolo a little bit by being an irresponsible reporter. Then yesterday, I saw Stephen A. Smith going off with what he thinks is a racial issue towards Jerry Jones, and I'm like, where's this daddy comment coming from? Not Jane Slater's drop, but where's this daddy mommy stuff? We didn't play any of that. I thought I saw all the audio. I went through all the video, and there was no daddy mommy. I finally saw it yesterday, and judge for yourself.
There's no issue with me with talking to agents. I need to do a better job of not getting, well, Daddy said I could have it, and him going to Mama and Mama saying, Daddy said I could have it. We've got to get on the same page, and I have something to do with that as well. It always works out. If he worked without an agent, he'd save a lot of money.
Do you anticipate going into...
With me.
I watched it 3 times. I texted y'all. I said, I didn't see that typical Jerry smirk. I didn't see that chuckle. He had a serious face at the end of it. So right now, as it stands internally, I feel like I may have to apologize to Mike Garafolo and go after the 3 different people who told Bobby Jerry was joking. Because I challenge any of you to look at it, watch it, and tell me that he had his obvious, usual Jerry smirk and joke.
So I was talking with Archer yesterday a little bit.
The first one to go after Todd.
And no, because Todd isn't one who had. Todd had thought it got reported wrong or gotten wrong coverage. And when I was talking to Todd was like, I don't think he was joking. He's like, that wasn't my biggest problem with it. Todd said he thought the bigger issue was that when you listen to everything that he's talking about, he wasn't referencing even Pickens specifically by that point. Is that it was framed as if he was like jumping on Pickens when he was talking about historically how he does deals, is that this is how you can do it, and mom and dad say this and different things like that. And so Archer said his biggest thing was that, but he said he didn't think he was joking. He said it's just the same thing that he's always said.
Yeah. So that would make me wrong. That's a 0 for 1 for me. That doesn't make me feel better right now.
Well, that was not. Yeah, I'm just saying Archer was not what I had talked to already on that one.
Yeah. Well, the others apparently have bad judgment.
Yeah. Yeah, you are under no obligation to apologize. I'll give you a very simple reason why. You were told that 3 people who were there said differently. At the time of your statement, based on the information you had, you were in fact correct. So
and 3 sources, not
3 sources,
not even 2. I got 3.
You went above and beyond the standard AP style book requirement of source off. So I think you're in the clear.
Did any of the rest of you see it?
No.
Okay.
Where did you see it?
I went on First Take. And because I was like, Stephen A's reacting to this, so they must play the video. So go on First Take, and you can see the video. So trust me for a second.
I got you.
And assume that Jerry was being real.
Was being true. Okay,
was being serious.
Whatever. Yes,
and
It sounded like it there.
And going down, he was serious. So Mike Garafolo, for right now, my bad, man. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll delete my.
Blame them.
Why would we reopen this can again?
Who knows?
Why are we going down this road again? It doesn't feel like a positive thing that Jerry would even go there again.
I'll tell you why. They're not going to get an extension done, and they already know it. He knows, so he's just.
Why not?
I think they want to see it again, and so I think they're just at a point where they're like, no. I mean, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. They are on. Hey, we didn't even give him the exclusive tag. Y'all can come in here and give 2 first-round picks if you want for him, and nobody's coming around to talk about him.
Yep.
Like, okay, all right. Well, we're gonna let it be seen for another year, and so now the question is he going to play ball? Is he going to show up by week 8 so that he can
get a year
counted, or is he going to show up for off-season programs, or is he going to hold out all the way till week 1 and then you're just going to have to deal with that? I don't know how that's going to play out yet, but
Stephen A., who had Mulligetta went on First Take. I think Stephen A. also said yesterday he's not showing up without a long-term extension, so good luck with that. And that's the way I would expect them to play it.
Yeah, I would too.
I hope he shows up. I hope he plays game 1, but that's not Mulligetta's MO.
It's also typically not been his MO that when a player's entering the final year of his deal and he's traded somewhere, he allows his guy to play, and they did that last year. And so I think they've recognized, like, this is just my own. I'm not saying this is what David or George or whatever, that they've got this perspective. It's just more the way I look at that is that to me says that if they didn't make that big a fuss there, then they feel like, all right, we got to prove something to you, or at least they're gonna be like, we'll show you. At the very least, there's a defined suit of just like, well, we'll show you. We'll be able to do this. And so they were willing to prove it last year more than other guys that he's had in the past have before. They typically have held out, and last year they didn't do that.
Let me play you the beginning of the clip again, and then I'll play you why Stephen A. Smith has such a problem with it.
There's no issue with me with talking to agents. I need to do a better job of not getting, well, Daddy said I could have it, and him going to Mama and Mama saying, Daddy said I could have it. We've got to get on the same page, and I have something to do with that as well. It always works out. If he worked without an agent, he'd save a lot of money.
Do you anticipate going into
with me?
And I think he was serious. Stephen A. Smith.
That does sound, I'm just saying that does sound like a cut there. So again, I don't know if he's in the process of that. If he did, because again, what Todd was saying yesterday was that he was not talking about Pickens there when he said that, and so that wasn't totally accurate about it. But the first part of that on that, Daddy said this and Mom said, he has used that analogy a lot before.
It's interesting you say that, Bob.
My kids do it to me every day.
Because this was last year, Stephen A. Smith going to Frisco, the interview where Jerry blew up Micah Parsons and Stephen A. did a show, Texas Live, Michael Irvin, all that stuff. Stephen A., face-to-face with Jerry, heard the owner and GM of the Dallas Cowboys say this.
In the spirit of not doing the old mother-dad deal. How many times have you seen the little rascal so clever go in there and Mama told him, you're not going to get it. And goes in to Daddy, who only sees him after 5 in the afternoon, wants to love him, and says, you can have it, son. You can have that before dinner. And he goes back in and says, Mama, Daddy said I could have it. That's the old mom, Dad, been around since the beginning of time. I'm not going to go for that here. That's what's happening.
You're not going for it.
I'm not going for it.
To Stephen A.'s face, made the analogy, said the exact same thing right there in front of him in Frisco at the Star, Ford Center. And then Stephen A. Smith yesterday decided to react like this to Jerry's comment a couple days ago.
I'm very disturbed by what Jerry Jones said. I'm going to call him. I'm going to go see him if I can. If he will allow me to, because I'm not comfortable with what words I just heard come out of Jerry Jones' mouth. Look at the reporters behind him. Look at their faces when you brought up Daddy coming to, well, yo, man, come on now. I mean, that's a very, very uncomfortable thing. I love me some Jerry Jones. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that's my guy. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's incredibly uncomfortable to say. And I know what he meant in terms of a player talking to him and coming to him and saying, I want X, Y, and Z, and then going back to his agent, and then all of a sudden, you know what, it's a different ballgame. That's what he said about Micah Parsons. He had a conversation with Micah Parsons, and Micah Parsons said one thing to him, and then after going to his agent, David Mulugeta, he comes back with a different spin on it all, and Jerry Jones was really turned off about it. And to use his words, I don't play that bleep. That's what he said when he came on my radio show. Here's the issue. Daddy, mommy, Jerry Jones, watch your mouth. Come on, man, you better than that. Watch it. Because that comes across as very, very wrong. And when you're talking about black players, you know how that's going to be perceived. That comes across as very, very wrong, highly insensitive. You don't need to be using that verbiage. That's number one.
He made the I could maybe see if Stephen A. had never heard Jerry use that type of analogy and story before. He did it right in front of your face, and you said nothing. You were right there, and you kept your mouth shut. And now you want to sit there in Bristol, Connecticut, and pop off and throw out all these feelings and allegations towards Jerry when you heard the way he used it himself on Micah last year. Come on, man, get out of here.
You said yourself,
Jones, watch your mouth.
He said himself, I know what he meant. Well, if you know what he meant, then he didn't mean what you're insinuating that he meant by it. It's
trying to say the way it's going to come across, I guess, to other black people.
Okay, I mean,
is he saying that for the analogy in general or specifically Daddy? Because on both of those instances, the way it sounded to me is that in Jerry's analogy, he was saying Daddy was the agent. Like, definitely with Stephen A., it sounded that way, and the other one, you don't hear that. I don't know. So, what's his issue?
Analogy.
Is his issue the analogy in general?
It's the term. Like, Daddy's here. Daddy decides to pay you. Daddy is the owner. Right, Daddy's in control.
And so, if that's his complaint about it, I think in both instances in the analogy, Jerry has said Daddy is the agent.
Oh.
Where he's gone, Daddy said I could have this,
Daddy
and then you go, well, that's not what Mama said. Mama said he's calling himself Mama. Is what it is.
It's also an analogy that you don't take literally. He's just using this as an example. He goes, we've seen what this happens, and we see this every day. Every day somebody goes to mom or dad, and I mean, my kids do this to me all the time.
Yeah.
You know, can I get this bat or can I get this? Well, ask your mother. Well, she said ask you. Okay. You know, it's
now look, breaking news. None of us are African American, so we can't sit there. And Stephen A. would sit here if we were at the Super Bowl, and he would say, with all due respect, you guys can't have the actual full authentic opinion because you don't know how it feels. Mm-hmm. You haven't been through it, and you don't have those experiences. I hear that. I just can't. I can't side with Stephen A. still. Like it sounds like a really extreme overreaction.
Look, and if that's the case, and he were to say, "Hey, the analogy in general is a disrespectful and you can't make it," then be like, "All right, if that's how you feel, and there are other people who feel that way, that's fine." If again, specifically, he doesn't like the specific analogy of the gendered one, and that, well, then I think you've heard it wrong twice now. And the other thing is, you didn't have, like you said, you didn't have a snap reaction when he said it directly across from me. I was just looking here. I think Bayless has said this across from Stephen A. before. Has said that Jerry's too much a daddy Jerry to these players or whatever, and Stephen A. didn't react to that.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, feels like he's drumming up a little something that I don't think is there. Did everyone survive April Fools, and are you willing to get rid of your cell phone for free ice cream? Peyton has it in the Payload. Next on Sean and RJ. But Choppy had his little scare in Southlake this morning.
night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is Thursday at 6:40. It is time for the Payload. Every single Thursday at this time. And guys, we start off with this. Did you guys survive April Fool's Day yesterday? Did you pull off some pranks with yourself, with anyone else? You know, what would you do here?
Almost sent the last story in my prep was pranked. It was a bogus story. And so I almost got there, which was, it said that it was some news article that TSA had announced that starting in June, all carry-on bags were going to have to be see-through. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is good. But I was like, who's this outlet? I was like, let me go find it from somewhere else. And so I Googled it, and that was the only thing turned up. I was like, oh, okay, there we go. That's what that was.
My nephew, Tindy Hands, got duped. He texted me, are the Cowboys trading Pickens to the Titans? I was like, I would check on that. That's not an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, my buddy got fooled into thinking the Giants were trading for Roquan. There was a Mavs account who said Jason Kidd was fired, and I did go and double check other places, and then I was like, okay, April Fool's. But my wife got the most, as there's an old school restaurant here called Ojeda's.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the best, the Blue Swirl Margarita has been for about 10, 11 years, my number one margarita in town. My father-in-law is obsessed. They've been going there for generations. And she goes, oh my God, you know that side room, that back room where we would sit sometimes with the kids at Ojeda's? They're turning it into a cigar lounge. She goes, that is going to be fun. Because Javier's, I think, they're the only restaurant who got it grandfathered in that you can smoke inside. Wow. And badass cigar lounge there at Javier's. And I was like, yes! I'm going to be able to sit there, go in there, Blue Swirl Margarita, cigar, inside, lively place, fun. She goes, oh, it's April Fool's. That one hurt. That one stung.
That's such a specific, like who did that? Was that a Facebook person, or was that like a website decided let's just be really mean to a handful of Dallasites?
And there were some that I had to go double check. There were some like college basketball players that announced they were going somewhere else in the portal yesterday.
Oh,
now they're actually going, but I was like, guys, this is not the day to announce that you're going to transfer.
My son, I think, needs me to explain April Fool's to him a little bit better, because when I went to get my coffee yesterday morning, there was a snake on top of the coffee machine. So I didn't appreciate that.
Oh.
And I said, that's a prank.
That's a prank.
Now, I guess April Fool's can be pranks, but I was like, no, you didn't trick me. You tried to scare the hell out of me. Not cool.
Yeah.
Snake is in the trash.
So, I had to participate in this today. And I was like, who else should I go after here? I was thinking my friend group, the Los Hombres, like, nah, I'll leave them alone. So unfortunately, I went after Mackenzie. She was the victim here. Very bad joke on my
you're
part.
Breaking up.
So I got home and I was thinking, okay, what can I do here? And I text her. I said, the gate to the backyard's open. I can only find one dog right now. One dog is in the house, one dog's gone. And she immediately texts me and she's like, WTF? And she's like, well, do I need to call my mom I'm going to call my mom right now to get her to help you. And I was like, all right, maybe I took it too far. And then she FaceTimed me and she's about to bawl. She's about to cry. She's in the middle of work. And I felt so bad. I was like, I couldn't even get the, April Fool's joke out to her. I was thinking, okay, 1 or 2 texts, then I'll do it. And she was mad at me for the rest of the day.
That is especially effed up from him, who is Mr. Dog, and like dogs are better than people. And for you to come up with that is borderline evil. I feel
because the other thing was I've always said like, okay, our water heaters are over 10 years old, so sooner or later they're going to start dripping, they're going to start leaking. And I was like, well, let me make a leaking joke like that, and she wouldn't care. She'd say, oh, well, clean it up. It's your job, clean it up. So I was like, I got to do something where like she believes me, because she's smart. She'll figure it out. But I went too far on this one. And
did she laugh or get angry?
Oh, angry.
Good.
Oh, yeah. She didn't text me the rest of the day. She didn't talk to me until I got. Yeah, she was mad.
Oh, come on.
I tried to text her and be like, so how's your day going? Nothing, man. It was bad.
What kind of dog is it? What kind of dog would it have been that ran away?
This was a toy Australian Shepherd, small dog.
Does Mackenzie have the best?
What's it matter?
I see how replaceable it is.
I think expensive.
Does Mackenzie have the best odds of anybody on the show to beat their partner up of the ladies?
Sarah.
You think Sarah could beat up Chop?
Sarah's pretty jacked.
Kristen could put up a fight, I think.
Kristen,
if she got really mad.
Kristen
I
could.
think there was a punching. I couldn't tell whether she said, I lost her Instagram story, but it was like, I don't know what this is, but I want it. I couldn't tell whether it was a milkshake, but she also had a story of like a punching dartboard and just boom, boom.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
It made me think of that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one. Are we? Well, I'm. Bad question to say. Are we fighting back? But I'm like, which wife could do the most?
We're just trying to neutralize.
Neutralize. Sarah would win. Sarah would win a fight amongst the girls.
Right, but
let me say it like that. So Sarah would be the one who would probably be able to do the most damage. Then I'll probably say Kristen. Kristen does that thing. She crunches the water bottle with one hand. Ooh. I obviously can't do that, because of my handicap.
Yep.
But she takes this and she just shrivels it up. And I was like, I know it's not happening. I know it's not happening in the Belt household.
I think specifically though, just if we're talking about taking on their significant other, Mackenzie has the best chance to beat up Peyton.
Is that a because I'm weak joke?
No, I mean like y'all are like close in height, so you've already got like eye level basically, and then you're weak. So
I'll start working out with RJ or something. We'll have to hit the gym. But so text in 877-881-1053, the Frankel injury attorney fan text. If you had any pranks yesterday, or if you did some yourself. Sean, you mentioned milkshakes there. Great segue. Chick-fil-A. If you want some free ice cream, you're going to have to finally talk to your dinner partner. Chick-fil-A has a new reward for people who don't use their phones while eating in their restaurant. You simply ask an employee, you want to put your phone away, so they hand you a coop with chicken wire around it, and if you make it the whole meal without taking your phone out, they give you a free ice cream cone. How about that? Free ice cream if you just do the normal thing and talk to whoever you're eating dinner with.
Good, clever.
Or you don't have
chicken
to.
coop.
You don't have to. You just leave it in there. You don't talk to them, and I guess you get free ice cream afterwards.
In silence.
I got a new winner for this. I think Bobby wins this.
Okay.
Bobby, it has come to my attention over the past couple of months, can really just like forget his phone. Kevin Turner, KT got mad at him over it. Todd Archer lit him up the other day. He can go long periods of time, which are inexplicable because he's got 3 phones.
He has 3 phones, and
he's so neurotic, and he's making all this stupid crap on his phone to, make other people laugh. But no, he can go long period. I feel like during vacation, there's a good escape for you, a break to put it down while you're driving.
If I'm using this for like music or other things, that's going to be difficult to walk away from. But I won't reach for it and check to see did I miss a text. I can go several hours without picking it up and looking. If I've got music on play, then I'm fine. But I don't know. These are $1.70. It looks like these ice cream cones. I'll just pay the $1.70 for my ice cream cone.
I think it's the reward for making it through dinner without looking at your phone. Like it's
good messaging.
It's good messaging.
Well,
I like it.
I think the simple trick is do the Bobby method and have just Sunday 2 phones. Messaging. Have 2 phones. Bobby's got 2 phones there. You put one in there, and then you just have the other one out. I mean, so you went either way.
For a $1.70 loophole.
There's a life hack for everything, man. Life hacks. And this all started in Georgia, where an owner of 2 Chick-fil-A's saw a mother of 2 spend an entire meal on her cell phone. Now there are over 200 Chick-fil-A locations who have adopted this method here, so maybe we'll see some around here in the DFW area very soon.
So people talk about being on your phones at dinner. How many times have we seen, showing us 3 phones, have we seen a couple at dinner, they're both reading a book? When we were growing up, we would see that. I would see people like 2 of them, they're both reading. And I never understood, what do you sit at dinner for? You're each reading a book.
Hey, man.
And it's the same thing with the phones.
A lot of people can run out of things to talk about.
Yeah, you can.
I can talk my head off for an entire car ride, or a dinner or whatever. We can do that. It's just, I don't know that anybody wants me to be free to talk the whole time.
No.
All right, it is the Payload every single Thursday at this time. Now let's talk about cornhole. Some of us are good at cornhole, some of us are bad. Sean loved this story. An argument over drugs, guns, and a woman allegedly led to a quadruple amputee cornhole players.
Say it again.
Quadruple amputee.
Quadruple amputee.
Yeah. And that means no arms and no legs, or
Gone.
at least amputated hands and feet of some kind.
And this led to a fatal shooting of a passenger in his vehicle last week. This is Dayton.
I don't think you're appreciating the story enough.
I don't think he is either.
Number one, this guy's a cornhole player.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's number one. Number two, he somehow shot somebody.
Yeah, and loaded the gun.
And he did that while being unable to do what you just did, which is go 1-2.
Now, there are YouTube videos out there. He did prove that he can fire off a gun. He was able to do it somehow. I have no idea how he was able to pull the trigger, but you know what? I guess there's a way where he can squeeze it together and it goes off. But
I thought that was going to be much more.
I was really trying not to get the segment.
Yeah, don't be
canceled.
Wolchuk. don't be Zach yesterday.
I think that's the first time they've ever had to retire a G-Bag winner, where they're just like, yep, this winner is not appropriate, so it can't go on any further.
But this story is obviously gone viral.
Have you seen the video of him shooting the gun?
No.
I have. It's not the one in the car, but the example that the attorneys used of here he is firing a gun right here at the gun range. He loads the thing.
I thought it was AI. I thought it was AI at first.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I thought it was AI too.
I was like, there's no way. There's no way.
And I think the person he shot was also dating. They were dating the same girl.
They had dated the same girl, yep.
Yeah.
Add that into the mix.
Yeah, the girl was head and shoulders taller than him, though.
He has those at least.
They were having an argument in the car and going on in the back seat, and then I guess the guy that passed away, Brad and Dayton, apparently, they dated the same woman, and it led to things becoming a little deadly.
What would you be more embarrassed by? I said embarrassed. Losing to him in cornhole or getting shot by him? More embarrassing.
Man, you can fire off one shot. Losing a cornhole, that's methodically.
But how's he going to fire it off?
I've seen him do it. How does he methodically throw? Okay, I'll pull it up. I'll find it. But how do you methodically beat somebody in cornhole?
I don't know how good he was.
21.
I don't know how good he was in cornhole.
The 21, and then constantly going back to 11 every time he goes over.
The first time he puts the beanbag in the hole, I'm going, there's no way. There's no way, right? Like I'm just walking away there.
Basically, you're losing a fight or you're losing a cornhole.
Right. But what if you get beat up by the guy, too? I mean, losing cornhole.
Imagine people are at your funeral and they're coming in and finding out. How'd he die? Oh, my God, was it a heart attack? Was it cancer? No, he got shot by a quadruple amputee.
Man, I'm stumped here.
Dude.
Are you reacting to RJ's joke?
Yes. Here he is. So here he is, as you can see here, this is him, loading it and then stepping up to the range here.
What a terrible video. What an awful video for him to have previously recorded.
Right. And then watch. He's just he fires it off.
It's unbelievable.
Because otherwise, you're his defense attorney and you got to be like, he can't do this. There's no way. He's innocent. It's not possible. And now he's sitting there. He's got a previous video out. See, I told you the story was worth doing.
Yeah,
RJ's dying over here.
If you can look from that angle, I don't know how he's pulling the trigger.
Don't read the rest. Don't read the rest. It's the Payload every Thursday at this time here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. We got a Busch ticket giveaway in the commercial-free expressway. But let's get to the big story that dropped yesterday. And will it help the Cowboys win the NFC East? The Jalen Hurts problems for the entire world to hear about next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with Hurtado Barbecue. We are getting closer and closer to opening day. It's tomorrow in Arlington against Cincinnati. You can go to the Arlington home base location for the queue, the patio in the middle, and the Haters Bar with the pool table in the back. You can go to the Dallas location, Farmers Market with TVs on the patio, the best bourbon program in barbecue. You can go to Mansfield, Fort Worth, or maybe you have tickets for the opening home weekend. And Brandon Hurtado sent over what the menu is going to have on it. You got, of course, the brisket sando, the birria tacos, the Big Papa third pound of prime brisket stuffed into a baked potato with butter, shredded cheese, sour cream, and chives topped with bacon and barbecue sauce. My wife heard me talking about this yesterday. She had to have that for lunch. And, of course, you're going to get the brisket nachos. So 2 different spots inside the Globe with Brandon Hurtado and the Texicue that has taken over in North Texas. It is Hurtado. And for all your catering needs, and you want to order nationally on GoBelly,
an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about somebody else's drama in the NFC East, and that would be filthy. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on a rainy Thursday morning, trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We're live on the Odyssey app, FanCam,
Odyssey,
Twitch, and YouTube. We go commercial-free in the Expressway at 7:20 with a Busch ticket giveaway. The Jalen Hurts Philadelphia Eagle drama coming out from ESPN and Jeremy Fowler. What were your top takeaways, RJ Choppy?
Well, I'll tell you, I was thinking this might actually be the perfect sports, like, first take type topic. You could take any angle, any side of the Eagles and make a compelling argument that they're the reason for the drama. You could take Jalen Hurts' side, Nick Sirianni's side, Howie Roseman's side, take any of them and find out that they're the reason for the drama. But, my number one takeaway, is, there's so many personalities in that team, and Hurts we've heard the rumors of him being, diva-ish, pretty big diva. Nick Sirianni actually comes across as like the one that might be the adult between him and Hurts, and that's gonna be a problem for them because he's not an adult himself. He needs a bodyguard to keep himself on the track, and now it could be flipped. It could be that Hurts is the adult and then Sirianni's the child. He's actually the problem, but Jalen Hurts puts up, at least coming across on this one, as someone who does a whole lot without doing a whole lot.
Close observers point to a lack of creativity and synergy in the Eagles' offensive attack. The pass game wasn't always properly tied to the run, and there's a level of predictability that allows opposing defenses to get a beat on what's coming. Though there's plenty of blame to spread, Hurts has had a hand in the offense becoming calcified, according to several team sources who spoke to ESPN. They went and interviewed more than a dozen sources to pull back the curtain, and some of the bullet points: Jalen Hurts pushing back on changes that would diversify the scheme, wanted to avoid playing under center, reluctant to let it rip at times, particularly against zone coverage, poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice. He diverts from the game plan and changes play calls to an excessive degree. It started off with 4 verts. I think Dak Prescott said that was his favorite route. I don't know whether he was being serious or it's just the most fun one because everyone on Madden is running Hail Marys. But this was the final 2 plays against San Francisco.
2 plays.
Where they ran it on third, and then they're on the sideline talking with each other, and Jalen's like, 4 verts. And a source is like, oh, my God, this is not happening. We can't do this. Obviously, San Fran was prepared for it. They just saw it the play before, and that's the way this article gets going.
I'm going to draw an analogy to something I brought up to you guys a couple days ago. If you're the Philadelphia Eagles, tell LaDainian Tomlinson to take the damn sunglasses off. Like, when I mentioned that I was working at NFL Network one time and LaDainian's wearing sunglasses on set, and the producer's solution was, you got to find sunglasses for everybody else because LaDainian's just not going to take them off, and we need everybody to look uniform. Why are we just not telling Jalen, no, you're not doing that? Like, I don't understand. That's the biggest thing I couldn't figure out in this.
And that's also where he's had his most success. Players a lot of times go, I want hard coaching. I don't know how 100% true that is. Jalen Hurts needs hard coaching. It's better for him based upon his history and success, including Kellen Moore.
Yeah, this is watching or reading through this and just watching the Eagles the last few years. It's a little bit like I don't know why he's been like covered for so heavily, because there's definitely this feels like a breaking point, but we've heard rumblings about it, and you can definitely see evidence of it. There has been mass cover up in Philly not to let the rest of the league know that Jalen Hurts is a problem for them.
Oh, and
like not just as a player, like his limitations, but is a locker room problem.
I'm trying to figure out though how much of this is unique versus common. Like Dak Prescott had some problem. Every quarterback's going to have some problems with their quarterback scheme and issues. So I'm trying to convince myself that this is much worse than your typical internal team disagreement or drama.
I would say When Dak after week 5 says in 2023, we're not running the offense the right way. We need to change this up. He went with a backing of a lot of people. This sounds like Jalen Hurts is soloing so much of this, and that it's like A.J. Brown's not happy. Devontae Smith isn't happy. Offensive coordinator's not happy. So who's happy here that's allowing him to keep doing this? I cannot figure out why he's been allowed to, other than they're just golden handcuffs. They're locked in on him. They can't do anything.
I also think the other issue is like, it probably does go on in a lot of places. I think the temperature in that building is so much higher. Because like when Dak did that here, McCarthy wasn't Sirianni level just hothead. Sirianni could take things the wrong way, I think, and it could blow up.
It sounds like Nick's a doormat in this situation.
Yeah, this sounds
in this
more
situation,
to me.
But in the perception of Sirianni is that he's kind of a loose cannon.
Yeah, well, he's a loose cannon on the. It seems like he
brings all of his energy to the sideline.
Yes. He explodes on the sideline events because he doesn't do it with his own players in the locker room.
I'm seriously, what I
he bottles it up.
Like I read this and going like, I think he does. I'm more convinced than ever now he does that because that feels like the one area where he's in control and he's in charge. So like I can bark at this person. I can do this because I certainly can't do it here.
Yes,
it's the guy who needs to go blow off steam.
I'll give Hurts one. I don't want to say out. It's got to be tough to have 5 OCs in like 6 years.
Yeah.
Or it's got to be tough for those OCs.
Or it's got to be tough for those OCs. And some of that might be on him. Now, 2 of those guys he got hired, or they got hired elsewhere. But when you have 5 OCs in 6 years, that can't be easy on a quarterback.
It's got to be tough to be married 5 times in 6 years.
And that's been a big hang-up for him. He believes that big-time success comes from the continuity.
I agree with that.
I agree. Let's continue with the article. Enter new offensive coordinator Sean Mannion, who replaces Kevin Patullo and is implementing a system more in the Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan mold. A scheme that leans into motion and under center play action. 2 facets Hurts and the Eagles have not embraced under Sirianni, have not embraced motion, have not embraced under center play action because Jalen doesn't want to be under center. He hates turning his back to the defense. Hurts' steely resolve can be both a benefit and a hindrance as the face of the franchise. Force fields are good for keeping unnecessary distractions out for bad connectivity. Sirianni has compared Hurts' leadership to Michael Jordan, and his agent said he's got the obsessive work ethic of Kobe. That unrelenting, demanding mentality toward not just himself, but his teammates can be met with mixed reactions, especially in a star-studded locker room. And then one of the sources said, poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice. Eagles have failed to give him the level of consistency he said he yearns for, knowing it can breed excellence. When they did have it with Shane Steichen in 21 and 22, MVP caliber season, 14-1 on the way to an appearance in the Super Bowl. Mannion will be Hurts' 6th play caller since he entered the league in 2020. Patullo was fired at season's end after overseeing an offense that went from 8th in offensive yardage to 24th. And even though Patullo was well-liked and respected, there was a lot of noise that he was not doing a great job, and some people started to believe it. A lot of players lost faith in him. A source close to Hurts said the quarterback needs coaches who will check him, opining that Hurts had too many yes people around him this past season.
So, couple different things here. One, this was what you just said was the biggest reason why I was in favor of go throw it a consultant role at Kevin Patullo. Because if that dude was like the ascending offensive bright mind and then he runs into a Jalen Hurts buzzsaw where everybody's having difficulty with him, I don't know if that should be enough to just kill his reputation moving forward. It was bad in Philly, and he very well could be part of that. You have to put him tied to it. But that is something that I would look at. He ended up in Miami. I'm sure he'll be fine there.
Troy Aikman hire.
We all know I'm a big Kellen guy. I did come away from this feeling like, there you go. This is why I think Kellen's ultimately going to succeed. If he was able to manage offensive personalities well enough that this was able to happen, that tells me as a head coach he'll be able to do it.
Kellen had tried to implement new offensive concepts that Hurts did not always embrace. One of the sources believed the changes concerned motions and shifts, recalling that Hurts was not receptive to the idea. They did find a compromise, successfully implementing 279 plays with motion in the 2024 season. 279. Good for 11th most in the league. Kellen ran them much more often in New Orleans. 373 motion plays, 6th most in the league. The Eagles ran 237 motion plays. So 279 with Hurts and Kellen. Hurts on his own, 237. Kellen on his own, 373. The relationship was tense at times. A.J. Brown said he knew he had a chance to be prominently featured when facing a man-heavy team. But when defenders forced tight window throws with zone, a team source said A.J. disappears. The yards per reception, 14.1 down to 11.7. Yards per target, 9.1 down to 7.3 when facing zone. He only caught 2 of his 7 touchdowns against that coverage.
This entire article seems to...
So explain that real quick, though, Bobby, of why Jalen Hurts would be worse off in zone. Is he having problems seeing things and figuring things out?
He has to read the defense. In man, he has to read the matchup. So it's like, oh, he won.
And he doesn't want to turn his back because it's less time for him. That feels like his Achilles heel and his fear of figuring out where to go with the ball. That's why a lot of people are like, the Eagle offense is so safe. He's either going to throw deep or to the perimeter.
It feels very much like and see, that's what I was about to say is that I know you had said the last couple of years that when you watch Jalen Hurts, it feels like they're either throwing it 40 yards down the field or they're checking it down. That's the passing game. And that is sort of what this reads like. Yeah. That they're looking at 4th down. He's going 4 verts. Like, just go deep. Go deep. Like, if we're not just inching it along.
Or Saquon flat.
Yeah, that's it. Like everything is either behind the line of scrimmage or 40 yards down the field. And it is wild that they've been able to operate the way they have the last couple of years. If it's just been this bad. Now, I got to know, are you going to be able to get to the best note about this story?
We're going to do part 2 in the red zone.
Okay, because we'll need to talk about old Dom's role in this.
My boy?
Old Big Dom, your boy. Your buddy from Indianapolis.
Cuz bros, baby. Cuz bros.
Puka Nacua has been in rehab.
No.
According to his attorney, who's right here in the Metroplex, Levi McCathern. But this became the national story yesterday. He checked into a Malibu rehab. Of course, he's got the accusations from a female accusing him of biting her on New Year's Eve. And Levi McCathern, he threw the media under the bus, saying the combination of stories y'all have run is certainly a contributing factor. He was in there a substantial period of time before any of these allegations broke with the girl, and he's scheduled to be there for a while longer. So I brought this up. Wall of hot takes. Don't be shocked if there's not that Puka extension following JSN. What do you do if you're the Rams? Tabling it?
Yeah. This was year 2.
Yeah.
He just finished year 2, so he's got, and he wasn't a first, so he's got one more. Yeah, table it for now. Let's see how it goes this year, then offer him one.
And hoping that he cooperates with that as well.
No, it's actually this was year 23, year 3.
Year 3. Mm-hmm. So he's up.
So he's up.
Yeah.
The rehab center is one that vows to use special treatments to help patients who are battling issues, including drug and alcohol addiction, chronic pain, and mental health conditions.
Yeah, there was a lot of people saying, man, he's on that Antonio Brown track.
That live stream stuff was that he got into with Aiden Ross and them. That was a couple months ago. That was pretty eye-opening as to like, oh, he's maybe got to screw loose a little bit.
That was the one where I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
Pass.
No, I know, but he went for like 8 hours, and some people were like, he's weird. He talks about some weird stuff.
I compared him to Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of looks like him, too.
So,
the boxer, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Puka in rehab. What do you do if you're the Rams? Maybe you're holding on to Devontae Adams for now.
Maybe that's why they pushed so hard to make receiver trades. Maybe that was less about Devontae Adams.
The best draft fits for each team with the NFL selection process right around the corner. And Are the Cowboys taking this guy off the board with some of the news that has recently come out for a round one prospect? Commercial free in the expressway after this. And this is Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. I want you to score big in retirement by beating the shot clock.
round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Don't miss the G-Bag Nation today. They're going to be broadcasting in Arlington from Rally House. They got $100 gift cards to be given away to 4 lucky Tolos. That'll be the G-Bag Nation today at Rally House in Arlington.
The most dangerous store I go in.
You going to buy a lot?
I spend a lot there. Yep. Because they just have unique stuff like college team-wise that nobody else in the area has.
Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, that is Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We are commercial-free in the Expressway. We'll go more local than anyone else with the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. Also a Busch ticket giveaway coming up momentarily. Let's talk about some draft fits. The best ones that could line up with each of these teams.
Yeah, and this is something that came out the other day from Matt Bowen over at ESPN, who I like Matt Bowen a lot. I wish he had a higher profile than he does, because he's somebody who I think generally is just he's what Dan Orlovsky used to be, which is he's just going in here and he's watching the tape and he's doing good work and he hasn't gone clickbait yet. So I'm a fan of his. But he was talking about the best fits that exist. Like for him, when he looks at player to team, this is just a perfect match. And do you want me to go down the list or do you want me to jump right down to the Dallas Cowboys?
Let's go down the list because it won't take too long to get to 12.
So first one that he lists here.
You need more of my throat spray?
It feels like it, doesn't it? First one on here, Arvell Reese to the Jets. He thinks that this is something more. Pick number 2 is not completely settled yet. There have been some people who think that could be David Bailey from Texas Tech, that there could be different matches that they have there. But the odds-on favorite has been Arvell Reese. He says that if I'm drafting Reese at 2, I'd really want to maximize his pass rush upside. Reese had 6.5 sacks in 2025, using a variety of rush paths to disrupt the pocket. His short area burst helps on stunts and loops with the Jets. Reese should be viewed as a playmaker who could boost the second worst scoring defense from 2025. Next on this list, and not one that I've heard, I don't know that I've seen a mock draft where these two have been paired, but he says Sonny Styles to the Titans at pick 4. Not like he's projected that, but just him, man, if they were able to get that would be a great pick. And obviously, Robert Saleh has always gotten really strong linebacker play from every stop that he's been at.
And the linebacker at 4 is pretty wild.
It's pretty wild, but I mean, if it doesn't happen at 4, I think we've all talked about it could happen at 5.
Giants, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, like, it's not like we even know anybody there, so we can dog them, I guess.
I don't know, my Colts guy, I don't think so.
Right, so we wouldn't go after the Colts for that. But he said this would be a great first pick for Coach Robert Saleh, giving him a rare stack linebacker, an inside linebacker, or 4-3 outside linebacker with high-level testing numbers. He had the 43.5-inch vertical, just absolutely blew up the combine. He's a total freak. He's one of the most unique players, I think, in this draft in terms of his skill set and his athleticism to the position. And that's, oddly enough, I think that does, it most of the time does boost you up of like, man, what a freak, he did this. But there is always the question, I think, for teams sometimes of like, yeah, but nobody's like this. Yeah, that can be a good thing, but also nobody's like this. We don't know how these types of players function within the system with these sort of traits. It was one of those, anytime they get anything that's completely unique, I know teams always will slow down and just go, we're not concerned about it, but let's double check. Why has this never been seen? Why have we never seen something like this? And is it necessarily fit? Next up, Jeremiah Love to the Washington Commanders. That's the Notre Dame running back, the guy who frequently gets compared to Sean Sharif's crush, David Montgomery. Or Jahmyr Gibbs, not David Montgomery, I was thinking of the other
RJ loves David Montgomery.
Yeah, he does. But Jahmyr Gibbs is who he gets comped to pretty frequently now. That wouldn't be fun to have in Washington. For the Saints, Reuben Bain Jr. He said there's a need to add a pass rusher in New Orleans as Cameron Jordan is still a free agent. He thinks that Bain's ability to turn the corner, he can be schemed out of a couple different things that may cause him problems. Really a big fan of Reuben Bain. Biggest question for Bain is there's twofold. He's got the arm length thing that everybody's talked about. Again, when teams look and go, we've never seen anybody like this.
Gerald McCoy told whatever the Gilbert Arenas network is, that
the gambling one or the podcast?
I don't know, Bobby. I obviously didn't know, so then you asked me a follow-up on
that was a joke about the gambling table he used to have.
I don't know, he got away with that.
I know he did.
I think Chauncey Billups tweeted the other day. I was like, is that Chauncey? But Gerald McCoy said every single coach and every player that he's talked to said that this is going to be a problem. This is an issue for Bain.
And that's something that there's some teams, Dane Brugler's talked about this, there's some teams that have decided they will only play him at defensive tackle.
Wow.
Because of the arm length. They're just like, they don't trust him turning the corner with the arm length, that they'd rather see him play inside. And then the other aspect is I think there are character questions that exist off the field for him. And so teams will want to investigate that, feel better about that. So when you combo those two things up, that could potentially push him down to 12 where he would not normally be.
Right.
Next on this list, a guy who it felt like had become the most popular mock draft pairing for the Cowboys for a while was Mansour Delane, the cornerback from LSU. He says that the best fit there is the Chiefs. Talking about the Chiefs have obviously emptied out their corner room. This would be a nice, just stable player to put in the Steve Spagnuolo system. This one hurts. Caleb Downs to the Cincinnati Bengals says that Downs could go higher in the top 10, but this was the best fit in my eyes after the Bengals signed safety Brian Cook in free agency. He'd be able to do a lot of different things in Al Golden's system with interchangeable safeties. He's got Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, to the Rams as a strong fit. So he skips over the Dallas Cowboys. He goes all the way down the list, and then he skipped over the Cowboys.
If this falls the way it's got here, it's either McCoy or a trade. Or no, but you don't have a trade partner and you take offensive line?
No, stop with that. No offensive players.
You couldn't be talked into one tackle, maybe?
Man, how many different projects are we going to have around here?
That's not a project, though. He's a good
Tyler
player.
Guyton is a project now.
But I'm saying, like, Francis Mauigoa wouldn't be a project. That'd be a good player that you could.
Okay, well, I could say the same thing about Guyton.
All right,
if you drafted him in the first round, we're like, okay, it's a first round. He's turned into a project now.
Let me ask you this.
It's not an absolute sure thing.
Let's say we're here at 12 and all these guys are gone. It's the way it is. And
where would you play him? Did you say Ngagwe? Did you say?
Which one were we talking about? Oh, Mauigoa. He's been a right tackle. I would probably play him at right tackle.
All right, so then Steele, you're getting rid of Steele.
There would either be a move for Steele, or you could potentially look at Mauigoa going to the left side, or you could look at Tyler Smith going outside and then playing Mauigoa at guard.
All right. The board falls this way. You decide not to go the offensive lineman. You take the wide receiver from Ohio State. You trade George Pickens for a first and a third. And you get a first and third next year.
I could be talked into
that.
Yep.
Because I think that's a realistic possibility.
Going down the rest of the list here.
Yeah.
Guard Spencer Fano to the Ravens. A lot of people have had him as a tackle. Some just think he's not got the length to be able to play tackle consistently. Offensive tackle from Alabama, Caden Proctor to the Lions. They've talked about the Penei Sewell move. We mentioned that yesterday. He could potentially step in and be the right tackle. Eric Chiafalo's favorite player in the draft, Toledo safety Emmanuel McNeil-Warren as a match to the Vikings. Everybody's been putting Dylan Thienem in there from Oregon ever since Daniel Jeremiah jumped on that.
We're going to get 3 safeties going in the first round.
And then you've got, for the Dallas Cowboys, he did not have a perfect fit for them at 12 because, like I said, you may be stuck there. But the perfect fit for him at number 20 is a guy we've talked about before. He's a Tennessee cornerback. And he's one who's actually played football in the last calendar year, and that's Colton Hood. And this is the write-up on him. He said, cornerbacks with Hood's skill set in coverage tend to go higher than projected, and I like the fit under new coordinator Christian Parker, who will bring elements of Vic Fangio's defense from Philadelphia. Here, Hood can match up one-on-one outside, playing opposite free agent addition Kobe Durant with Deron Bland in the slot, because that Hood would be an outside corner. He's not going to he can flex to safety, and there's going to be a lot inside. He can do some potentially inside, but realistically, this is an outside corner. He said, plus, Hood is a dedicated run defender, probably the best run defending cornerback in the draft, if I had to say so, who knows how to cut off big gains on the perimeter. He is more of a ball disruptor than a true playmaker, posting 17 pass breakups over the past 2 seasons. Parker and the Cowboys can land their Quinyon Mitchell in Hood, and that has been the name that most stands out to me when I watch Colton Hood is Quinyon Mitchell.
Oh, that's good.
And that's something that if Parker needs that here.
But do you also agree he's the 3rd best corner or 4th?
Hood? Yeah. I like Colton Hood more than a lot of the other guys too. But to me, he's more of just a strict outside corner. He plays very physical.
This was Brian Schottenheimer.
He's not very big. He plays physical. He's not very big.
This was Shoddy at the owners' meetings talking about wanting to keep Deron Bland outside and that nickel position.
It's important in any defense. You know, you're closer to the ball. There's different ways you can build it. You have to, again, this is the first time I've heard it. I think Christian was the one that said it. You know, you have to be able to cover like a corner. You have to be able to blitz like a safety. And you have to be able to fit the run like a linebacker. I mean, those are three really difficult things to do at the highest level. And so I think that's why everyone's chasing it. I think that's why you saw a great player like Jay Lou go and command the money that he commanded last year. You know, really good football player. But it's just, again, the good news is you can pull. Kobe Durant's played that, right? I think that's a great addition for us. Excited about that. Kendricks has played it some. But at the end of the day, we'd love to have a guy that would allow us to keep Duran outside, you know, and we feel like Duran's got the ability to kind of shut off a side of the field, and we'd rather keep him outside than move him inside.
Rather keep him outside than move him inside.
And we obviously don't know where they're settling in at 12 yet. Because of just who could be available, who could slide, who couldn't. Sometimes we see Sonny Styles slide, sometimes Caleb down, sometimes nobody slides. So 12 has not felt good. I have comfortably felt like for the last month or so, pick 20, I've been penciling in as Colton Hood. So I think if you're wanting to go out there and do some amateur study, because they like him. They do like him in Dallas. And so if you're wanting to get a head start on a player and somebody who has a decent shot to end up here in Dallas, Colton Hood's not a bad place to start, to just turn on some Tennessee tape and watch him play. And he's a good player. He's somebody who I think absolutely would help the Cowboys. I would just then wonder, if you're taking another corner in the first round, you already acquired Durant, you've got Bland here. It does make me wonder how comfortable Christian Parker was in his pitch of, like, Revel can be a consistent contributor.
I like him. If that's what they get at 20, I'm in. I've said 12 and 20. I would love to have two corners. Now, how about needs? How about draft needs? So ESPN did the top 3 draft needs for each team. Tell me what you all think about this, and let's see if we can maybe steal a player. So the 3 top needs are linebacker, edge, and corner. That's what it says on ESPN.
For us.
For the Cowboys. Linebacker, edge, and corner. And the Cowboys did not end. The write-up is Cowboys didn't answer all their defensive questions in free agency. Even if they had a middle linebacker with a trade or a signing, they'll need depth. They get Gary, their other projected starter on the edge, as Raku, coming off hip surgery. He'll be limited during the offseason. Durant at corner. They have to be mindful of the health of Bland and Revel. The draft still has to be about helping the defense in every way. That was Archer's write-up on this. Now, Matt Miller's write-up was the prospect to fill a need in the outside in round 1 is Anthony Hill Jr. out of Texas. Looking for speed and playmaking ability in the middle of the defense, and that's Hill to a T. The 3-year starter had 17 sacks, 3 picks at Texas, capable enough as a pass rusher that some scouts think he can move there full-time in the future. What do you think of that?
You don't have a second-round pick. That's the biggest problem, is because Anthony Hill's probably not lasting to the 3rd round, and I would not want to take Anthony Hill in the 1st round at pick 20. So I know Brian's a big fan of his. Brian likes him a lot.
Now, here's what I looked at, and I did some digging. So linebacker, like I said, one of the top problems for this team. And if you do the same exercise with the teams that are slotted ahead of the Cowboys in the draft, so the top 11, and they're all using local beat guys to tell you the top 3 needs, right? So they would have a handle on it. Mm-hmm. Not a single team in front of the Cowboys has linebacker listed in their top 3 needs.
Not the Giants.
Not a single team. No, the Giants have.
Not the Titans.
The Giants have defensive tackle, guard, and corner. That's who they have listed for that. Who did you say? The Titans?
Yeah.
The Titans have edge, wide receiver, center.
Okay.
So not a single team lists linebacker. So it stands to reason that we might luck out here and get a linebacker to fall to us at 12. Maybe the linebacker.
Man, what a time we live in. Saying the statement, maybe we can be lucky enough to get a linebacker to fall to us at 12.
Yeah.
A linebacker and 3 safeties going in the 1st.
Now, you mentioned safety. I'm glad you did that. It's almost as if you read the email. The only team that lists safety in the top 3 that's ahead of us is Arizona. The problem is Arizona's picking 3rd.
Not Cincinnati.
No, not Cincinnati. Arizona's picking 3rd. Are they taking Downs at 3? Are they going to take Caleb Downs at 3?
Right.
Cincinnati.
Daniel Jeremiah thinks he could fall.
Cincinnati has defensive tackle, offensive tackle, and wide receiver.
Yeah.
As their top 3. So
here's the thing. If you're the Titans and the Giants, and you're this bad, taking a Sonny Styles is not like it doesn't add up with immediacy.
No.
You know what I mean? It's like I want to draft a higher impact position. Now Styles may end up being the higher impact player, but to me, you're taking a linebacker, you're more of a average to good team. You know, if I'm a Titans fan, I'm like, I'm drafting Sonny Styles. Okay, I need an impact receiver. I need a big dog at a premium position, and linebacker still is not that.
When you look at this draft and you were looking at these teams, and you have all these teams that are drafted the top 10.
Like Arizona, it's like, okay, Arizona's going to get Sonny Styles. Whoop-de-doo.
Who's their quarterback now?
Where?
Arizona?
Who is it now?
Exactly.
Great question.
Right? And that's like your draft, you have a top 3 pick, and you're an Arizona Cardinal fan.
Yep.
Or you have the second pick in the draft and you're a Jet fan. And you're like, what are we doing? Like you're going to take Arbo Reese. Great, cool. Arbo Reese is a good player. He's a good player. He's not going to add up to a single win this year. And that's fine because you don't want to, but you've been losing for so many years.
Yeah.
Cardinals lose all the time. Jets lose all the time.
I think it also matters how do you view some of these players. Like Sonny Styles went to Ohio State as a safety, and he's such a freak athlete. Does like a defense look at him and go like, I'm not getting just a linebacker. I'm getting a linebacker. I'm getting an edge rusher. I'm getting a safety. I can have him do a million things.
If he can do it, yeah.
Yeah, so there's that question. When we talk about the Titans, Saleh was one of these guys, like the 49ers were one of these teams that really started putting value back on linebacker when Saleh was there. And it was like, yeah.
But they also had their premium positions covered already.
Yeah. I mean, Fred Warner was a 5th-round pick. They didn't draft him in the 1st round, but they would end up paying him. And so getting elite linebacker play has been a critical thing for his Jets defense with Quincy Williams and then, with the 49ers getting what he got there. And so I think that he's absolutely going to want a top-tier linebacker. It's just, I also sometimes watch those guys and think the ego may step in also and be like, I can find somebody in the second. I've got an eye for talent. I can do that. And so it makes me think they might not be in play for somebody like that.
So a little RJ Choppy exercise, checking out the team leads from those beat reporters, those insiders, to see what could trickle down to us at 12 and 20.
And look, those teams could have completely different viewpoints than the beat writers, right? The teams could be doing misdirection, or they could just go best player available and take somebody they don't need.
Or someone could fall to them unexpected.
Right. So there's no telling what happens, but if you're just going based on needs and the teams ahead of you pick on need, which a lot of teams sometimes do, then it could fall into our lap.
Ranger Diamond Calves. After my wallet got hit a little bit yesterday, hit as hard as Nate Eovaldi. Coming up at 8 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on.
Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to the Busch at Toyota Music Factory on Tuesday, April 21st. One of the 5 winners this week will be randomly selected to get 2 general VIP packages, which includes 2 premium level tickets, access to exclusive VIP photo opportunity with Busch, exclusive VIP only merchandise, and 1 autographed Busch VIP poster. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Thank you, Peyton Phillip Russell. Diamond Calves at 8. Reminder, you can hang out with the G-Bag Nation today at Rally House in Arlington from 2 to 7 o'clock. Let's get local with the Neighborhood Watch.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
A man nicknamed the Clay Pigeon because he was thought of as target practice for criminals. 2% of Dallas City revenue coming from organized crime. And the famous Horseshoe Casino owner and the inventor of the World Series of Poker used to be the most feared man in Dallas. This is all the things that I learned when I was on my trip recently, and I want to talk about it here in Neighborhood Watch. And it is brought to you by D&M Leasing. Trust your next vehicle to a DFW company, dmautoleasing.com. Chop, you know who I started asking you guys about this 2 weeks ago. So I don't remember what got me started on this. But I was thinking back, I was reflecting on some of these, mafia pieces that have come out. And a lot of times they focus on Chicago and New York and, the Five Families and everything else like that. And I was like...
By the way, on Netflix, I can't get enough of them going through each city I think they're only up to 2 cities, and I'm waiting for even more to be rolled out of like the Mafia family history. They start off with Philly, and then they did New York. And
what's it called?
I don't know, something about the Mafia. What's the matter? You're not going to watch it anyway.
You don't have Netflix.
I do.
Oh,
no,
you have it now.
see, this is the problem, okay? I ordered it for that Cowboy game, and I don't know how to cancel things.
Mob War, I think it is. Mob War, Philadelphia versus the Mafia.
We're looking for stuff to watch.
Fear City, New York versus the Mafia. It's great.
So I had started thinking, like you just mentioned there, I knew Philadelphia had organized crime. New York, obviously, Chicago. Detroit had a decent amount. That's where the whole Teamster stuff came through. But I started thinking about it. I was like, why didn't, I guess Dallas just didn't have a history of it. And so a couple weeks ago, I was just Googling around and trying to figure out, was there any organized crime in Dallas?
Texas Mafia with JFK.
There was a lot of significant organized crime in DFW, to the point that when I started reading up on some of this, I was like, why has Taylor Sheridan not made this into a show yet? Or why hasn't this been established as something as compelling as some of this Corleone stuff that has, the different Godfather stuff, or the different depictions of the 5 families and things like that? So when we were on the trip, I downloaded an audiobook called I'll Do My Own Damn Killing. And it came out from Simon & Schuster about 20 years ago. It was a pretty big publisher. And I had started looking into this, and I'd asked you a couple weeks ago, Chop, because I don't know anything about Vegas or anything else. You're familiar with Benny Binion.
Absolutely.
Binion's Horseshoe Casino.
Binion's, absolutely.
So I didn't know who this was.
Fremont Street.
I didn't know that, it's on Fremont Street. I didn't know that Binion's was a very famous casino. His children, I guess, still run Binion's.
Really?
They still are in charge of the Horseshoe Casino. I later found out he was the guy who invented the World Series of Poker.
Oh.
Benny Binion. So
Benny Binion.
He had gotten to Las Vegas in the mid-1940s, but before that, he started his entire career here in Dallas as a guy running organized crime. And I mean big, violent, organized crime in DFW. And he was somebody who, when you look at, he had gotten his name, he had started out running something that they called the policy business. Which I was like, the hell's the policy business? So it was basically an illegal lottery that they would run in Dallas. And so cops, random people around the city would basically get you to fill out betting slips, and they'd bring them back to Benny Binion's organization.
Called running numbers. They would use flash paper.
Running numbers.
They would use flash paper. So if they got caught, you would light it, and it would just pop. It would just completely... My uncle did this. That's how I know about this.
Wow.
So that's where he fixed the lotto. I told you he fixed the lottery, the New York lottery. But yeah, they used flash paper.
And because it was illegal, because gambling was technically illegal and you weren't allowed to do it, the way that he ran this operation was like, all right, well, people need to know it's above board and fair. And, if you're not allowed to be gambling and you're taking part in this, you've got to have some level of fairness. So they can't think we're doctoring the numbers. So every day you would just pick a 3-digit number and you would put money down on that being the number of the day. So it's like, well, how do you get the number of the day? So they would get the number of the day by stuff like what was the balance of the Dallas Federal Reserve at the end of the day? What were the last 3 numbers in that? Or what was this or that? They would take something that was public information that you could see in a newspaper and you'd know if you won. And so they would pay out 600 to 1, except what they call cut numbers. Those would be 400 to 1 if it was like a really popular one. But he ran this racket. That was like his whole thing. And so what I was stunned to find out was he was such an aggressive individual, Benny Binion. Main Street in downtown Dallas, he gets upset that somebody is running into his numbers business. Because he's like, you can operate your illegal casinos, whatever. Back in that day, Dallas had a ton of them. It was 2% of Dallas's city revenue in the 30s came from fining illegal gamblers. They would send Dallas police into the casinos twice a week, do a head count, fine them $10 a person, and then you would just have to come in to keep your casino open by paying that. And Dallas was able to generate what would translate now to about $5 million a year in revenue during the Great Depression doing that. So Benny Binion did not like, though, when people would cut in and try to run their own policy business, their own lottery. He was like, nope, that's mine, don't do it. So there was a guy, Sam Murray, who did this, and he had gotten so fed up with him. In 1938, he got a tip called in that, hey, he's going to be by himself. he and his associate Ivy Miller walk down to this bank on it's like Main and Commerce in Dallas, and in broad daylight just shoot him dead and stand there and wait for the cops to show up.
Dang.
And then when the cops show up, he basically ends up, the guy who shot him was Ivy Miller, and Ivy Miller didn't end up even getting prosecuted. Benny Binion had been convicted or like, yeah, it was established he had done it, committed 2 other murders in Dallas that he owned up to that he never spent prison time for.
Wow.
And because he ran things like that. And so what was always thought was when he killed this guy, Sam Murray, in 1938, it was that his bodyguard had not been present that day. And he had called in and said, hey, he's going to be alone. Let me start running his business. If you clear him out of the way, I'll start doing it. So this was this guy named Herbert Noble. And
Herbert Noble was the driver.
Herbert Noble was the bodyguard. And he wanted more than that. He wanted to be in charge of things. So he ends up clearing the way, getting that. And this is where, when I started hearing this book from Gary Sleeper, I'll Do My Own Damn Killing, how salacious things were in Dallas back then. He that night takes over the business of his friend who he set up to let Benny Binion clear him out. And the only agreement was, you can run your illegal casino. You just got to pay me 25% for protection. That's all you got to do. Just pay that out and you're good. So he goes, okay, cool. Now that I've been installed, I am going to hire your best friend and the guy who refused to roll in, a guy named Ray Loudermilk. I'm going to call him to become my runner for my casino that you're using. So I'm going to steal your employee immediately. And he didn't like this. The guy that he hired, Ray Loudermilk, started shacking up with the wife of Sam Murray, who was killed in broad daylight in Dallas. And she started becoming like a black widow of Dallas crime people, where she would be married with somebody and they would end up getting killed. But it caused like a whole bunch of tension between Herbert Noble and Benny Binion to that point where they tried 12 different times to kill Herbert Noble over the next 5 years.
This guy with the fan text, I drive by Noble's house every day where they tried to bomb him. It's in Flower Mound by Grapevine Lake.
Yep.
And another 1,000%. He knew what happened over to JFK with Jack Ruby, because Ruby was in the organized.
So that's you've heard of Campese's, right?
Of course.
Like a lot of people don't know if they realize this. Like Campese's was organized crime.
Yeah.
Like Joe Campese was like the last of Dallas organized crime. But this whole, because he said where they tried to bomb him, I think it was attempt number 7 in 1949. Because Benny Binion had said, I think you're skimming off the top. I'm going to start charging you 40%.
Like 7 bomb attempts or 7
different
death
shootings, bombs. He would find it.
You guys are really married to having him end like with a bomb.
It became
something else.
It became like Herbert Noble's standard procedure to open his car hood and see if somebody had wired a bomb while he was parked. But he had to make a deal in Fort Worth to buy Hicks Airfield one morning in 1949. So he was like, you know what? I'm going to take the Cadillac. It's nicer. So he took that car that morning. His wife gets in his car, and it was one of those floor start engines. She stepped on it, and that car blew up. They had rigged it with a bomb that morning. So because he just took the wrong car, his wife got killed.
I think Hicks Airfield has like a great restaurant.
He had bought it. He had bought it that day, and he got a call in the U.S. Attorney's office of hey, your wife died. And he becomes just nuts, Herbert Noble does. Because by this point, Benny Binion's already left for Las Vegas. He sees Dallas police coming in and cracking down on things. So he goes and opens the Horseshoe Casino, but he's still got a grudge against him. So he's trying to remotely have him killed, basically. So Herbert Noble, who was like an aircraft engineer, starts rigging a plane to be able to hold C4 so that he could fly it into Vegas airspace and drop it on the Horseshoe Casino and kill him. And he ultimately never was able to do it. He got dissuaded from it by a Dallas police friend that he had. But they ultimately, on attempt 12, he went to his mailbox, and they were having such difficulty getting him with rigged bombs. They had somebody literally on a hill behind his house watching, sitting there all day waiting for him to open the mailbox so they could just detonate it and get him there. So, but he had been termed by the congressional reports, Herbert Noble, his nickname around Dallas was the Cat. Dallas Morning News called him the Cat because they're like, he has 9 lives. He keeps surviving this. The federal government called him the Clay Pigeon because they're like, they're going to kill him. He's out there for skeet shooting. That's his existence. He's going to die. And so there's a lot of interest out there. If you ever get the chance to read the book, I think it's really good. I found out later.
And what's the book again?
It's called I'll Do My Own Damn Killing by Gary Sleeper, and it's on Amazon. You can listen to it, audiobook. But I did find out Sylvester Stallone bought the rights to a separate book about Benny Binion that is in development now, and that is going to get made in the next year that talks about his time in Dallas. And it's Cole Hauser from Yellowstone is going to end up playing him.
I have a contribution to Neighborhood Watch, and it has a little something to do with this and you, RJ Choppy. My best friend and family is flying out with the kids for Easter today, and his younger boy has the JFK exhibit as a bucket list item. Younger kid, really interested in history, which I knew you would appreciate. How long, on average, y'all, how long do you think the exhibit takes? How long can you spend there? Not can you spend. What do you think is the average amount of time? These days, I went like 13 years ago.
Am I building in time to go down to the grassy knoll and walk around and
I mean, I think you should.
So when we did this a couple months ago, we did a bus tour that's like guided, and that was, I think it was an hour and a half.
Okay.
And then you can spend 30 minutes kind of walking around like, hey, here's all the stuff we just heard about.
Okay.
But it drives you around and takes you places. So I really liked that one that we did.
Okay. So they wanted to know that before possibly the Dallas Zoo with the rain. But that's Saturday. I'm coming to Fort Worth.
Oh, baby.
Whoa.
Alba limo, packing everyone in. They want to go see, some wildlife. They want to go see the stockyards. And I'm like, okay, what else should I do down there? You got to time it out at either like 11:30. I think it's going to be like the 4 o'clock stockyard. I need weather to cooperate again.
Right.
I'm not going to do barbecue because we're going to do barbecue on Sunday for Easter. But I think for the first time, and I know what everyone says about it, I think for the first time, I'm going to try to go to Joe T. Garcia's.
You've not been?
I have never been, and I don't know where else to take them. Amanda thinks we should take them inside Billy Bob's. I'm just trying to give them a little Fort Worth feel. Saturday, I'll be in Fort Worth throughout the whole afternoon.
Patio. If you're going to do Joe T. Garcia's, you have to do the patio.
Right, but it might rain.
So
it might rain.
Yeah, now that is the number one. I think it's fine. That is, when we did a segment a couple months ago on what's the biggest tourist trap in DFW, that was the most common answer.
Make sure you bring cash. It's cash only, Sean.
Is it?
Joe Cheese is cash only.
I think they have ATMs in there. I don't remember being cash only.
No, it's cash only.
I don't ever pay one.
No, it's 100%.
If they have ATMs in there. Because it's like I think the stockyard, the cattle drive is at like 11 and 4 or something like that. So there's 2 of them
exactly.
You just want Mule Alley. Restaurants, bars. I know you got kids there with you, but you can still pop into bars.
We're popping in.
Yeah, Mule Alley.
Neighborhood Watch every
Drover.
Every Thursday at this time right here on 105.3 The Fan. Your Rangers' confidence level is this high after the first 2 series of the season. Choppy with some Ranger Diamond Cavs after this. But let me talk about the greatness.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Breaking pitch here is hit deep into right field. McCutcheon to his left. It's off the track and off the wall. Alonso has scored. Beavers has scored. Cowser stops at third. It's a 2-run double for Leody Taveras. He has given Baltimore a 4-0 lead, and he is sticking it to his old mates.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you are not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about ending a game with the first ever ABS game-ending challenge? That's what happened yesterday. The Rangers do lose. They do lose the game 8-3, and they lose the game at the very end on a challenge that was giving the Orioles the victory with the correct call being made. What did you guys think about the ending with the challenge and all that?
It's fine. I don't love it, but I've seen games end on check swings before.
Is it going to be a difference like we have in the NFL where it's like, all right, we can do overtime like this, but when the playoffs happen, we're going to change it? That's what you want. That's what it seems like you want.
I would like to. Yeah, I don't know what you could do because I want them to get the call right.
Just turn the ABS off.
See, I don't like I really hate whenever they go like, all right, this means more, so we're just going to change the rules now.
Right.
That's true. You don't want I do like in the NFL where they change the rules.
I don't mind it in the NFL postseason when it's like this is not going to end in a tie.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can't have a tie. So, I agree with that. I do wish they would just play out an entire overtime quarter and just that would be. I know they'll never do it, but my preference would be just do another 15-minute period and run overtime until the period's over.
Yeah, I like that they changed it up in the NFL. I do not want 3-on-3 hockey in overtime in the playoffs, in shootouts.
Right.
So, and obviously I don't want the ghost runner in baseball in the postseason. And they don't do it, thankfully. They play it regularly.
The ghost runner I would just like to get rid of, period. I know nobody else wants to get rid of it at this point.
They don't do the ghost runner in the postseason?
No, it goes right to old school, play 18 innings, whatever.
Yeah, I like that it's different.
Yeah.
I don't know that anybody's on a better streak in the history of being a commissioner, though, than Rob Manfred.
Whoa.
In terms of presenting something that everybody was saying this is going to suck, and then him being right. He's done it with 5 straight moves. It's
pitch clock.
The pitch clock. They did start stealing more bases when they expanded the bases. The commitment to the World Baseball Classic has become more popular. He's been right about the challenge system when a bunch of people didn't want to do that. The ghost runner, I don't like it, but most people seem to.
Yeah.
So he's generally knocked these out.
Adam Silver needs to call him.
He sucks. I hate Adam.
Man, I'll tell you, it's because college basketball ratings were up. The World Baseball Classic baseball ratings are up. People like baseball and basketball. Baseball got bogged down by it was too slow and you needed a commissioner that the joke is that Rob hates baseball. Well, you know what baseball needed? They needed a commissioner who wasn't
in love with the current product.
In love with the history of it.
Yeah,
and,
draw me in.
Yeah, and bogged down by, we can't change this because this is how Mickey Mantle did it.
Isn't Bettman that way? Gary Bettman was a guy who I think I remember getting killed early on not
he used
a hockey
to be regarded
guy.
as the absolute worst commissioner.
And Manfred
He's
was
an
there
NBA
too.
guy. He was under David Stern.
I don't know. I mean that could be, like you say, talk to Manfred, Adam Silver. That may just be what the NBA needs next. Is just go hot. The next commissioner needs to be somebody who's not associated with the NBA at all.
Just doesn't care. But Rob was a labor lawyer. Somebody just doesn't care about the history of the sport. We'll see. I would say there was one really good thing about yesterday's game. That's got Josh Young going. Got Josh Young going a little bit. Other than that, they kind of struggled, but he had a pretty good game, drove the ball. Big spot, runners on, runners in scoring position. He didn't look like he was flailing at anything like he was in the first couple games. I loved that they put him right back out there. They gave him a day off, mental reset. Schumacher talked about that in the post. They gave him a mental reset, put him right back out there. Go get him. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, maybe we'll look at another mental reset. But
both teams off today. Rangers starting Mackenzie Gore for the home opener tomorrow against the Reds.
Man, and I'll tell you, this start of theirs got a lot. I didn't hear anybody asking me, can you help me out with opening day tickets? But in the last 24 to 48 hours, several requests. Several requests. I'm like, I got nothing for you. I don't have any hooks on that.
Josh Hamilton was right.
Baseball town.
That's the reality. It's Aikman's always had the line, and it's the most accurate one. Dallas is a winner's town. If you win, they show up.
Rangers opening day in Arlington, though, is my probably top FOMO of going to an event.
I would recommend.
I would try going if I didn't have all the friends coming in town, unless Spittle and Tim want to give me the suite, which I imagine could be occupied.
I would recommend anybody who is thinking about I'm kind of on the fence. I kind of want to go. I've never gone before. I would recommend you go. But opening day There's real. I feel like there is magic.
There's
in
a nostalgia.
Yeah, it's similar to Rudy's dad walking out onto the Notre Dame field for the first time. There's just an energy about it and an optimism when you start the season.
I like opening day. One thing I don't like is obviously the crowd. It's so crowded. It's the most crowded game of the year, other than a playoff game.
Yeah,
for the most part. And I always like, you know what? Let's get the first couple of games out of the way to work out the kinks of the traffic for this year.
Right.
Let people figure out, I forgot this is where you got to go. Because some of these games, you go to a regular Ranger game on a Wednesday, they're playing the Brewers, a random team, right? It's fine. You get the Dodgers, you get the Yankees, the Cubs. It's like amateur hour out there. Like nobody's been to a game. You got all these fans that don't know what they're doing, where they're parking. And let's go, baby. Let's go. I got time.
I don't
on a schedule.
I still like the old ballpark more. I've always been a bigger fan of that. The thing they get an A+ for is I have found that getting in and out of there for traffic is way easier at the new ballpark than the old one was. I think the parking setup at the new ballpark is much, much better.
It is Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan.
If I didn't have my daughter, I'm playing around with possibilities. If I didn't have my daughter tomorrow, I think both kids are out of school.
How many innings?
I can babysit.
Does she get
done?
If there's movement, will she be stimulated enough to sit still, or? Because some babies there's movement and stuff and crowds. They're just looking around.
No, Bobby's seen it.
She's great. I'm a big fan. She she very much is I'm gonna do what I want, and you can tell me, and I'll laugh at you, and then I'm gonna go do it.
Yeah.
It's just 2 games, but so far against the 2 lefties, and they're 2 good ones with Sanchez and Rogers. Their batting average is 40 points lower than it is against righties. Their on base is 60 points lower, slugging 50, OPS 110, all lower than they are against right-handed starters after 2 games. Very small sample, don't even worry about it. But just thought I'd throw that out there.
I'm looking on the Game Time app at the ticket prices. The cheapest I see is $95. $95, $99, and then just jumping around $135, $150, $163. This is all in the outfield.
And that those $95, that's not the Sean Sharif seats. That's the Fred Blake seats.
Hey, man. RJ Choppy got the best seats. 128, 139, 113, 143, 137, 108, 291. This is not behind home plate. Not behind. 252, 151, 194.
Whew. All right.
Yeah.
Not worried about Eovaldi. He was a little off, missed some spots on his pitch, a little wild, not terrible. If he was giving up a lot of walks or hits with 2 strikes, that would concern me more, but he wasn't. He had 10 batters that he got to 2 strikes on. He got 9 of them out. I think he was just a little bit off. He's not sharp yet. I don't think it's anything remotely to worry.
Not remotely. 11.42 ERA.
Not yet. Besides, look, the Phillies are a good team. Right, the Phillies are a good team.
Yeah.
Baltimore, they put a lot of money into this team last year. They got Alonso in the offseason, so a lot of people picked them to make the playoffs. So I'm not going to panic just yet. If we make it to May and he's still got an ERA above 7, 6, 5 even.
I feel like he's one who, we'll ask sometimes when somebody's going through a slump in any sport, we'll be like, are they hurt? Are they banged up? I feel like he is the easiest one to tell when he's hurt. And I don't think, for these first 2 games, he doesn't look hurt. I think he's just been getting hit. But, he's one who usually there's something wrong with him on the mound right now, and you can see it physically.
Want to talk to you about the ABS system, the ball strike system. Did you see this yesterday? This came out last night. Baseball quietly admitting to the umpires union that they have it wrong on where the ABS is picking up balls and strikes.
What?
So they have the ABS system picking up balls and strikes midway through the plate. So you got your plate as a half rectangle, half triangle, right? So it's picking up balls and strikes where the triangle begins. So the whole front of the plate is not being counted. So these curveballs that are dropping towards the front of the plate are being called low. Or these sliders, right? They're being called below the zone. And they are going to change this. They're going to keep everything the same. And that's kind of like it's a black eye, a little bit of a black eye. But it's like, all right, look, they did it for a week, and they're correcting it, which is good.
I don't know. Like, to me, if that's the way it's being counted,
I actually like it the way it's being counted.
I like it being counted that way because that was it. You remember there was the famous Joe Nathan strikeout of Ben Zobrist at the end of the Rays game where he threw that pitch, and it was this biting curveball that ended up in the dirt, and it was called a strike. And when you looked on pitch tracks, it technically did have some. It technically was a strike, but in all reality, you looked at it and go like, "There's no way that's a strike."
Yeah, that's never been a strike in the history of the sport. I agree. I would rather them count it further back because I don't want the thing to just to tip the very front corner of it on a curveball that goes down. That's not a hittable pitch.
Yeah, we're not in this just for the tip of it. We want the whole thing.
Absolutely. How about Will Clark?
Friend of KNC.
Friend of KNC. He was on I was on that segment during the Peace-a-thon with Derek Holland.
Was it a thrill?
It was a thrill. Now, Will does a podcast, the No Filter Network, with Eric Burns. Now, Will is an old school curmudgeon.
Yeah, he's got that Jim Palmer, had that Jim Palmer type reputation.
Yeah, that is a very old school.
But he's
curmudgeon.
been great on the radio with them. Amazing.
Yes, he is. So here's Will talking about.
He's got a face too that projects. What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
Yeah,
Will, you know what I mean. He's got his eye. Like I always felt like his eyes were two different levels.
He's got RBF. He's got a little bit of resting bee face.
Yeah. Or did.
Yeah,
I don't know now.
He has those crazy eyes that look just crazy.
Yep.
So here he is on the No Filter Network talking about the ABS, and he doesn't like it. I kind of disagree with him here.
You cannot take the human element out of the game. Can't do it. What are you going to do? You're going to put a robot up to hit next? You know?
No,
I'm going to be there with a joystick running the robot? Come on, man.
I don't want a robot to hit. I don't want a robot to pitch. I want a robot to call balls and strikes, though. Because...
You know what? That's you. That's you.
I just want to right.
That's you. Because you, wanted it right all the time. You wanted everybody to be absolutely perfect. And I'm telling you right now, when I played, if you didn't get along with the umpire behind home plate, you better swing, because that would be that far outside. Ooh, they'd ring you up, okay? So don't give me that. Don't give me that. I want it right all the time. You. Man up. Hey, guess what? If you didn't miss the fastball or the breaking ball 2 pitches earlier, you wouldn't have got to that point.
Oh,
hey, all of us can't run into Angel Hernandez in the hotel bar and buy him some beers to get calls the next day, man. Angel Hernandez wasn't going to take the beer I buy him. He took yours, though. Holy, you played the system better than everybody else.
Man, I disagree with Will. Like, now, I love the fact that he would buy beers for umps and get some calls.
Dan Hurley.
Like, that's game in the system, right? You got to game the system a little bit. Basically say it's your fault for not being friends with the umpires.
That's an old dinosaur.
It's not
take.
Realistic anymore.
If the only thing you have justification to complain about the system right now is if they're screwing up the call.
Yeah, it's too accurate.
It is. Just if it's not right.
Yeah.
Like, no one has complained about that so far. And as we told Brett Boone yesterday, you old fogies, it's adding some entertainment to your boring sport.
Drama,
it's adding some drama. Someone has finally mastered the tennis replay.
Yeah.
Someone has finally copied it. The oohs and ahs in the crowd, the intrigue. It's quick, too. It's lightning
Very
fast. The only thing to complain about is the machine and the technology is getting it wrong. Otherwise, shut up and enjoy it. Not you, Will. In case you come back on 105.3
I think it's fun.
Good
I think that thing is fun. They go there, and it's fun when it's like a team is 5 for 5, and the ump's having a bad day.
Yes.
And you know what?
CB Buckner's getting killed with this new system.
That poor man.
But I'll tell you this: when it's a quarter of an inch off, I don't see that as an umpire looking bad.
Totally agree.
It's a quarter of an inch off at 100 miles an hour.
The worst,
Totally agree.
the most inaccurate challenge reversal we've had so far, Matt Wallner had a 4.8-inch error in judgment.
That's
His was
bad.
The worst.
That's bad. A third of an inch? You can't get mad at the umpire for that.
We got some breaking news. Tom Brady has a new quarterback, and the audio that could end Peyton Russell's career for real. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to basepowercompany.com/the fan, switch on over to Base Power. Save.
Man segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We got some breaking news. Thanks to all the Tolos. T. Rainey in the building. Alec Medford, Kevin Walker, always getting it done. Fernando Mendoza has his mentor. It's not just Tommy Boy in Vegas. Kirk Cousins is a Raider.
You know what? This is smart.
Why?
We got Tom already there.
Okay.
And you got Kirk there.
Okay.
As long as they don't play Kirk.
All right. That's where I was waiting for you to walk into that.
No, this is about having people around you that know what they're doing.
This is about Kirk Cousins starting next year.
Yeah, he is supposed to start.
Mendoza's going to sit.
And look, if that's what they decide to do for next year, whatever, right? They don't need to get another hype to get like another top pick to get a quarterback.
Now, why would Mendoza sit?
I don't think he necessarily should. Like, I do think that he's a pretty strong pro-ready prospect. I think just for them, their philosophy and their approach with what they have there, who they've structured their organization. I mean, Brady was thrust in things, but Brady sat for a year basically. And I think that now, given what they've gotten with Kubiak, who has had direct experience with some of these revival quarterbacks, who it's like, hey, this is these guys, you put them out there too quick and they can ruin them, and they need these like boomerang back a little bit later. I think it's just a philosophy there. It's just, all right, let's sit you for a little bit.
Kirk Cousins to the Raiders. Other league headlines.
By the way, if the social media team does not churn out a bunch of Fernando Mendoza, Kirk Cousins stepbrothers photo shoots, they're idiots if they don't do that.
Now, as a fan text says, they just need to get Russell Wilson in there.
No,
because that's like the corny.
No.
But those two are genuine people.
Those two are genuine,
He's not.
right? But still, there's the level of corny there.
Oh, yeah. Adam Schefter says there's zero market for Anthony Richardson. If there was a market for him, the Colts would have traded him. Nothing.
This is what Will McClay said to us in Indy when Brian said, what gets a drafter in trouble? And he said traits. Because it's you will fall in love and just go, man, I can save him. I can fix it. And there were so many just red flags thrown up about Anthony Richardson when he was coming out that Indy just looked at and went, yeah, but that arm, it's pretty impressive. And he can run. Oh my gosh, let's do this. And he has never looked like a legitimate NFL quarterback.
Nominee for worst take tomorrow, 9:00 here on Sean and RJ, is the head coach of the New York Jets for talking about his new quarterback, Geno Smith, this way.
Something about a quarterback, and I'm going to say a quarterback with a chip on his shoulder. And listen, he's proven a lot in this league of what he's done, especially when you take those times when he was in Seattle. Listen, he fits exactly what we're trying to do. So obviously we've created an identity. The foundation of our offense is pretty good now. Like, I just feel like he's the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land. He's the guy that's going to touch the ball more than anybody else on offense. And listen, I know he had his struggles, and I think a lot of quarterbacks, they have their struggles. If you look at over the last 5 years, the guy that's thrown the most interception. I mean, the top guys are up there.
Matt, I could have said it better myself.
People are asking if this was right after the all-day coaches drinking event that Glazer put on.
Might have been. By the way, Aaron, that's a nice shirt he had on. And the shoulders look good. The shoulders are popping through that shirt.
What is this? Is this, hey, the top guys throw interceptions? Is that cover for his quarterback or is that cover for his defense? To be like, that shows you that we kept the best quarterbacks in check, that we didn't get interceptions for the Jets last year.
I think I feel the most sorry for the Jets fan base. I think they've moved up to my number one seed.
You shouldn't. They've hired one offensive coach since like Weeb Eubank.
But then you would feel bad for the fans. The Jets fan, that is one of the probably like 5 most, we feel like, cursed fan bases in sports.
Look, I know that the head coach has to say nice things, but Aaron Glenn says this to me with a level of I'm like, he might believe that.
He's Gerard Mayo.
And if he's saying it like that, stop insulting Mayo. He was a great
interview. I would not hire him to be my head coach.
Well, if there's any semblance, I'm like, I think you 30% believe this. I'm throwing my hands in the air already for this season if I'm a Jets fan. I mean, get him out of here and replace him.
He is the perfect quarterback.
You're going to end up being right on him, Bobby.
To lead you to the promised land. Because
Wrong on Ben Johnson.
If the promised land is the number one pick in the draft. And maybe he is, because he just led the Raiders to the number one pick in the draft.
Oh, you think that's what he really meant?
Maybe that's what he's talking. Maybe that's his out, right? That's I bet the number one pick. He get Arch Manning or whoever's going to be the guy.
If they're picking number one, he's fired though
next year. Probably. Yeah. You pick number 2. You get to be the head coach 2 years in a row, and you have the worst record in the NFL 2 years in a row because they had the worst record this year, tied with the Raiders, right? So it'd be like, okay, you get the number 2 and the number 1 pick. It's gonna be tough to hang on.
Worst take nominee for me, Aaron Glenn, tomorrow at 9:00. Okay, we have all heard the Deontay Wilder audio. Now, I almost don't even want to let Bobby have a vote here because I know what he'll vote for.
What?
But I gave Peyton the choice here to edit this to play.
Oh, boy.
Do we, and I have not heard the edited version.
Well, you said you gave me a choice. I'd voted not to edit at all. So,
and Spittle's already texted this morning, so I know he's listening. Do we trust that this was audio that could even be fixed enough to play on the radio? Number one. Number two, do we trust that Pepe did the necessary job not to get fired for playing the craziest sports audio of the year?
Is this word still in it?
I haven't listened.
If it is unedited,
it's not unedited.
I bleeped that word.
That's a hard word to say.
Which you bleeped which word? So that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna say that
nut,
because I asked him, that word. If he
like squirrels.
Yes, like what squirrels would put in their mouth to hide. Did he bleep that? Because that is not a bad word. Yeah. But in this situation, in the context,
I would vote no.
That we shouldn't play it.
Yeah,
you would vote no. Wow, that worries me.
It is 8:30. Kids are in school.
I'm not worried about the kids in school. I'm worried about everyone else in the FCC. How confident do you feel?
You do have a red button right next to you, Sean. If there's a word or a phrase that I left in there, you just tap it, and then we're safe.
All right, so it's the red button. I haven't used this yet.
So you don't know if it works.
Be careful with the red button, okay? We don't want to touch the red button, okay?
All right.
It's a very wonderful button. It's a beautiful button.
This is
way better than the blue button.
The Boxer. The problem with this is like with the 8-second thing, if there's another thing, then we're definitely screwed.
We're 16.
Yeah, it's 16.
Oh.
We're good. We got 16.
Deontay Wilder on how his baby mama became pregnant with their daughter on Piers Morgan. Buckle up.
I chose to keep her. Her mother didn't. Her mother tried to set me up to have the baby. You know, she ejected my in her and ran in the bathroom and locked the door. And that's how we had her.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
She don't even know I know this.
Wow.
But I'm telling it on to the world.
How do you know that?
I'm smart. You know, I used to her stomach. Hold my towel nicely by the bed because I would want to wipe it off of her stomach. This particular time, she chose that she wanted to have a baby by me because I was the best thing that ever came into her life. Most of her relationships only last for 2 months or whatever because she was a promiscuous woman. I didn't know it at the time. I only found out this thing by reading her journal. She didn't know that I read her journal either.
Damn.
I did what I do. I had a good and I know stomach. This time I went and got the towel and tried to wipe it off, but she hit my hand so hard, I thought she hit my hand like a home run, like a baseball player do a baseball bat. But she screamed, "No!" as if she was being She got up so quickly and ran into the bathroom and locked the door. 2 weeks later, she was pregnant with my daughter.
Well done.
It was good.
Peyton.
It was good.
I keep my job.
Peyton, good job, man. Good job.
I was worried about the last one. I was worried. I saw you, Shauna. You gave me the thumbs up. So
I would really want to know how G-Bag would play this. Not your edited version. I would want to know if they already have and how they edited it.
They would play it unedited and suggest more aggressive things that Deontay Wilder could have said instead.
My favorite part of this whole thing is the Piers Morgan.
Really?
Yeah. No, his Twitter account.
You don't say.
Like, when they repost like videos, they actually repost this. They do a quote. I had a good blank on her stomach, and they're writing at the copy. And this is like the same guy, the same social media person is posting stuff.
Trump addresses the nation about Iran.
Yes, Iran, and we got this going on here, Ukraine, and then he has to go with the Deontay Wilder quotes.
My favorite is that he immediately pivots from, look, Piers, I'm a smart man. Anyway, so I grabbed my rag and I'm trying to wipe her stomach, right? That's aggressive. I didn't know that I knew of them. I didn't know them personally. I knew somebody who had a baby without connection.
Like that she gathered it?
Nope. It was
Gather the swimmers.
Nope. It was some over the clothes that happened to go through.
Go through?
Mm-hmm.
And she got pregnant?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's possible.
Yes, it is. It is.
You messy.
I'm going to throw a challenge flag on that one.
Good job, Peyton.
It is, I'm telling you.
Well done, Peyton Phillip Russell. This is Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. What are you going to try to find like a Bill Nye experiment to see?
No, I'm just reading people's responses on Twitter.
Oh.
God. People say this is why the show shouldn't be called Uncensored. Just censor this thing. Man.
We did censor it.
No. Piers Morgan uncensored.
Oh. Could the Cowboys be making a deal with the devil? That's next on your home of America's team in Below.
The Belt.
Right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Would you make a deal with the devil? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. By the way, that's how I'm setting it up, because it's about the Kansas City Chiefs. Is there firm agreement?
The devil?
I was about to say, who is the NFL devil right now? I felt like people started getting fatigue of the Chiefs the way they did the Warriors.
Yeah, but I don't think there was hatred. I don't think there was hatred, and then the Chiefs over the past 2 years. Wait, were they in the Super Bowl 2 years ago?
Yeah, they lost to Philly.
They had that down year and still got there.
Yeah.
There's just been a boring ugliness to them to me, where they're off the radar of hatred. And I can never hate Mahomes.
It's hard to, Philly's
I can hate your success for Mahomes. I hate how successful he is. A little like Steph Curry, but yeah, there's nothing to dislike about Patrick Mahomes to me.
Philly's there.
Dallas is always up there.
Yeah.
San Fran's there.
It's probably the Cowboys by default, even though they're also the most loved.
Yeah, now I do think that there's still some residual, because it felt like it came up during the Seahawks stuff. I think there's still some residual hatred for the Patriots. Still. Like people just lingering of you guys are cheaters.
Yeah, and I also feel like there's also, it's not hatred. That's the wrong word. You get sick of teams that always are good but never get there.
Yeah,
I'm getting sick of Buffalo. Just either win or go away. Detroit, either win or go away. Just something you know what I mean?
That's reasonable. That's kind of how I've felt for a while about Baltimore, where it's we keep talking about them like they win.
Yeah,
and they don't win enough.
Win or go away.
All right, so there's been some, I don't know, if you look through the various draft content that's out there, and everybody's always trying to, during this season, they're trying to find, all right, where are potential trade partners? Where are potential slides? Who are guys that could go super early? So everybody's always creating different content of, basically it's just fantasy content. But when nationally you start seeing a couple things that everybody, like a couple different people are presenting similar ideas about things that seem unique enough, it always makes me just pause and go okay, is there something that's bubbling here that somebody's run into or that they've heard? And so I was looking through this article over at NFL.com from Eric Edholm, and he was talking about draft day win-win trades, trades that would be beneficial to both teams. They could have it. And he has a trade in here for the Dallas Cowboys. So we've talked about potentially you get stuck at 12 and you're not in love with any of your options, but 20 is pretty good, and it feels like 15 to 25 you're drafting a similar type of player. In general, it's pretty middle heavy. So his suggested trade for the Cowboys, though, is to trade 20, not 12. And his trade is to send the first round pick, number 20, to the Chiefs. You also send them your 5th round pick, number 152, and you send them your 7th round pick, 218. So it's okay, what am I getting in return? I'm going back in the first round. I'm picking at 29 now. I dropped 9 spots. I'm picking up a 3rd rounder, number 74 overall, and that would put me in the top 10 in the 3rd round. Then I get a 5th round pick, 148 overall, a few spots ahead of the 5th I just sent them, and then I get another extra 5th, 176. I'm all for this. If you could swing a deal like that, bring it home. That's worth it to me.
And you're taking what at 12?
I would target best defensive player left, whoever that would be that would fall. At 20, I've got a better idea of who would be there that I'd want to target. 12, I don't know who might be available because it depends on how things go ahead of you. But for instance, we talked about Colton Hood earlier, the cornerback from Tennessee. Colton Hood, I think, is going to be there at 20. And I don't have a big worry of there's a landmine you got to walk here.
Well, is he going to be available at 29? And have I already picked corner at 12? That's why I asked you about the first pick.
Right.
So, let's say I take a non-secondary player at 12.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm telling you Hood would be there at 20, but not 29. Would you still do it?
And I took a non-secondary player?
At 12. Let's say you got Bain at 12.
Yeah, I'll move down.
You still move down?
Yep.
You're going to give up your Colton Hood first-round corner.
Because I know that I've got now 2 third-round picks. I'm picking 4 times in the top 100.
Okay, it's not a first.
No, but it is something where they've addressed with enough veteran stuff that if I add a third-round corner, and I've also gotten Bane. No, I'm not saying that I love it, but I'm saying if I get Bane and an extra shot to throw in the third round and take Avion Terrell at 29 or somebody who can play inside out, I'm still happy with being able to get a third-round pick in order to get the next cornerback on the list.
What about you? I like the value on paper.
Yeah,
but I feel much better about it if I've drafted Downs or my corner at 12. Because I get another third. Like honestly, man,
I love trading down.
Yeah,
I do. But I was thinking that I would like to trade down at 12, not
Oh,
I'd rather trade down at 12 than at 20.
Oh, I would rather, man.
I just think because you get more value. You get more return.
Yeah, and I give up the better player theoretically.
I mean, theoretically, you give it the better player either way.
No, yeah, but I don't want to lose the 12th best player.
But I'm saying I'm not
much
saying
more fine with losing the 20th best player.
I'm not saying trade down to 25 from 12. I'm saying trade down from 12 to 14, 16. You're still getting a good player. You're getting a good player either way. Just because you get more value in return from dropping from 12 to 16. You're going to get more than you're going to get from dropping from 20 to 25.
So Jordan Reed from ESPN, he's one of their draft analysts. He's really worked his way up. I really think he does a good job. He had recently on a podcast floated the idea and has done it, I think, in a couple different areas of like when you're looking at potential trade areas, everybody's talked about Cleveland at 6. But he was looking at, and has suggested a couple times, what if Dallas looks at themselves at 12 and goes, we like Delane, we like Styles, we like Downs. Like we're worried about this situation where they all get snatched up right ahead of us. So you ensure you can go up and get one of them. Kansas City moves back a little bit. So if you were to say Dallas trades 12 and 20 to Kansas City for 9 and 29. So you're dropping 9 spots in the back half of the first. You're going up 3 spots in the first round. That, according to the trade value chart, is actually something that Dallas is benefiting on. So you might also, this is just my own suggestion on that, you might also have to trade that third round pick that you got from the 49ers and get Kansas City's top of the 4th one to make the points work a little bit better.
Okay.
But that's just a suggestion. For now, we're just going to focus on you swap the firsts.
And I'm doing it for Downs?
You're doing it for knowing that Downs, Styles, or Delane Bain, one of those guys is going to be there. You do not have to guess if you get one of the guys that you've really focused on.
12 and 20 for 9 and 29.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm okay with that.
I think the potential discrepancy between who's available to pick at 9 versus 12, I think that's a bigger discrepancy potentially than who's available to pick at 20 and you drop down to 29. So I would 100% be in favor of doing this.
If you didn't now, would Broadus do this? Because Broadus is okay taking McCoy.
Broadus, I think.
Like if I told you if McCoy's available at 12, I know you're out on him regardless, Bobby. But if you did not have this philosophy that you're not taking guys who didn't play last year off a red shirt, basically, or whatever, would you still make that deal? And you were totally comfortable.
Like if I was comfortable with McCoy
at 12, yeah.
If I just like Bailey, if Bailey was not Bailey, if McCoy was coming off a 2024 tape and that had just
and he had
happened,
never gotten hurt, yeah.
And like he's such a stud that if he's there at 12, I'm feeling good about that and picking. The only question to me would be, does David Bailey slide down to 9, the edge rusher from Texas Tech? Then I might do it and say, well, screw that. But I'm not going to be right now. I feel like I might get wiped out of the defensive players I like before I get to 12, and then it's just like, well, the defensive players available to me at 12 are the same ones I'd probably pick at 20. So was this worth it? That's why to me, if I can still have my 2 first-round picks and I'm just dropping position, 20 to 29 I don't think is going to be that huge a difference in terms of the type of player you're getting. Whereas I think 9 to 12 could be a massive difference.
Yeah.
So I think that the two spots that could make the most sense for Dallas, because we've talked about trading back and adding capital. They've wanted to do that. If you're talking about the two spots that make the most sense to go up, it would be Kansas City at 9, or it would be Cleveland at 6. And the problem with Cleveland at 6 is that's such a steep cost.
Yeah, no.
So 6 to 12 is a 400-point difference on the chart. Your pick 20 is worth 850. So you would probably have to take your first-round pick, your second one, and trade all the way back to 39 in the second round with Cleveland to be able to move up to 6. But if I tell you get a superstar pass rusher like David Bailey sitting there, would that potentially be worth it?
I mean, if you tell me he's a superstar.
Like, if I tell you Bailey's ceiling, a realistic ceiling for him is consistent double-digit sack guy.
Oh, gosh. Probably not.
Does Downs do it for you? If I tell you Downs would be there at 6, but not 9. So you get, like, the quarterback of your secondary.
No. Oh, does Downs do it? And give me his ceiling.
Like peak Minka.
Like, is Kyle Hamilton?
Sure, just a little bit different, like, body type, so that's the only reason why I hesitate there. But yeah, like one of the top 2 or 3 safeties in the NFL consistently.
Yes, because everyone says he's going to quarterback everything
and could play the box, could play nickel. He could, if they wanted if the Cowboys want to do this, if they got Caleb Downs, they could start him at nickel every single snap for the entire year, and he could play there and be a good player for you. He doesn't even have to play safety.
Yeah, I'd be more. I mean, I hate saying that. Do it for Downs over Bailey with how much you love Bailey.
But I mean, that like
safety versus a D end.
But again, like, I mean, Christian Parker had talked to us about this, and we've played audio of him saying it otherwise. That new safety nickel hybrid is becoming such a weapon that teams would use. All the good teams basically at the end of the year had guys like that. Like, the best teams in the NFL do have those kind of hybrid studs.
All right, all of your war room scenarios in Below, on the home of the Cowboys with our insider Roberto here on Sean and RJ. This is DFW Sports Station, the G-Bag Nation, broadcasting today from 2 to 7 at Rally House in Arlington. Are the Dallas Mavericks really in play for the Nico Harrison replacement? We'll bring you the latest reports. And is Jason Kidd sicking his Twitter bots on Choppy, myself, and Roberto? Final hour, Thursday edition, after this.
Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Are you clearing your throat with the mic on multiple times today?
No. That may have been the first time.
No, it was the second time.
I didn't do it before.
Turn your mic off. Just use the microphone.
I was fist pumping.
That's true. You can't do it with the...
well, it's a reach over.
That was a reach over.
It's a reach over. It's too hard. Too hard to do. By the way, learned this yesterday.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you know when you use nasal spray, you're supposed to go opposite hand to opposite nostril?
You're supposed to, like, spray into kind of a corner, like almost like aim for the corner of your eye.
So you go right hand, left nostril. That way you don't want to spray into the middle. I didn't know that.
Never knew it.
I didn't know that.
Huh. You got something coming on?
No. Sarah was asking because she's sick as a dog. She's got what you had, whatever, or something like that.
How do you think she got it?
I don't know.
Do you have your spray, by the way?
I was.
I have the spray.
Can I use it?
No.
I was like,
I've been clearing my throat a
knocked you
lot.
out for a good 7 minutes.
It did.
And then when I went to use it last night, I realized everyone's mouth at the station has been on it.
No.
Because you went and sprayed it in everyone else's mouth. And I had to wipe it down. And then when I just took the cap off, like water came out. And I'm like, oh, it's the water that I used to clean. And now it's probably getting moldy. And there's cooties.
No, I held it. I was 6 inches. All right, 6 inches to flatten the curve.
First time
we
ever,
had the
6
social
inches.
distancing there.
Yeah.
Okay, and so I had it from like I had it removed. I was not like on anybody, so you're safe. There's no cooties
But
there.
it knocked you out. It took you out of the whole segment. You couldn't handle it.
But I hadn't taken PEDs. I had no PEDs yesterday.
Yeah, and you have no issues today. You haven't been clearing your throat as much.
A little bit during the 7:20 because you were asking me, you're like, you going to need this spray again, or are you going to stop clearing your throat?
Well, whatever substances you have put in your body compared to the last 24 hours, it has done an amazing job.
Look at you.
You are regulated.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Mount up.
Hell yeah.
All right.
Just call me the hammer.
You Mavs fans, I'm doing it. I'm opening it up. Man, there's like 15 or 20 of you. You are freaking crybabies. You are some whiny-ass crybabies. Because yesterday, when we asked the question on how Jason Kidd will be treated at the AAC tomorrow and Sunday for Luka's return, I either think that, number one, you're a little sissy, whiny-ass crybaby. Number two, you never wanted Nico dealt with after he traded away the present and the future Hall of Famer. Number three, and I actually think that one of these two is a legit possibility. Jason Kidd has his social media accounts, his burners, which I've heard J. Kidd does monitor a lot of things that are said somehow, some way. Or number four, and I think this is the most likely, there's some Maverick bots that the organization, and I'm talking 15 of them, 15 Maverick bots, because every crybaby in reaction to the segment we did yesterday that Josh Clark posted had like 93 followers, and the word Discord, that you're starting this Discord, it's a negative Discord that
Discord,
you're starting.
Discord.
Discord kept popping up, and I was like, these are bots. These aren't even real people, because the complaining and the whining and Choppy, I know that you saw some of it.
I saw it.
Over us asking you, don't do that, don't start that, don't create drama for Jason. He's our head coach.
Chris Crocker, leave Brittany alone. It's the leave Brittany alone energy.
After Mark Cuban came out and left no doubt that Jason Kidd was also responsible for trading away Luka Doncic. And just the whining and the crying from 15, I think they're bots. I don't even think they're real people. Mad bots.
Man, so here's some examples. Grown-ass men trying to get another man fired. It's so corny. Like, you've never thought a coach should ever be fired?
Did you want Nico fired? Yes or no?
Another one. You media guys are part of the problem. I heard you all time and time again promote the Discord. There's your Discord one at the AAC. And I'm like, yeah, trading a generational player is going to create some negative discord at the arena.
Right.
That's just the reality of it. And
what do you want J. Kidd to do with this roster? If Jason Kidd is partially responsible for the roster, because he was fine with trading away the player that brought you back the injured one.
Yeah.
So he signed off. He was fine with it.
He did.
Now, let me make one little excuse for Jason. Possible excuse.
He's got outs. So he has to be honest with us, though.
It's the out that you brought up and other people have mentioned where he's like, yeah, he may have been okay with trading him, but he wasn't okay with the return.
Yeah, and that's possible. And you know what? I've said before, there's no such thing as, to me, untradeable. Like, I could trade anybody. You want to trade?
Bobby's not going to agree with this, and I'm not going to disagree with Bobby saying I don't care what the return was. You don't trade him.
Look, I wouldn't have traded him either. I'm just saying, like, to me, in general, my philosophy is like, if you want to trade for Patrick Mahomes and you're going to give me 10 first-round draft picks, I might say yes. I might not, but we can have a conversation.
Yeah.
The thing with this is, if he said, I am open to moving on from Luka because blah, 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 that's not saying go trade him for Anthony Davis and a first-round pick.
Right.
That's not him saying that. So there's his out. I can't think of any other outs. I think that's the only one.
Yeah.
Other than I didn't know at all. That's the only other one that he can have.
Yeah.
Man, one of these accounts that you just read from, I was just scrolling through. This might be a kid burner. It might be. Yesterday, firing off the tweet after somebody said fire Jason Kidd. So you want to fire one of the best player developmental coaches in the NBA over a trade that happened a year ago? No one's holding you hostage. You can easily root for Luka and the Lakers, but I'd rather have Kidd develop Flag, who's actually on the roster. So it's like, I don't know that anybody's ever, like, in fact, Jason Kidd early on was destroyed for the fact that he held developmental players back and, like, mentally abused them.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much that's the reputation of just like, oh, yeah, he's the best developmental coach in the NBA.
Was the fan text like these 15, 20 bots?
No.
They're angry at Jason, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make...
There was like one person on there who was like, let it go. Like, y'all stalk your exes or whatever. So one person created 15 accounts.
And look, there's going to be... You've got a city of 8.5 million people. You're going to have some that are like, just move on, man.
I think they were accusing... A couple of people who said corny. I think it was over Bobby's chant suggestion. And where we were saying...
It was yours.
Yeah, we agree. That is
how do you know it wasn't your chant suggestion?
I saw one person say... that's a good point. I did say... one person said... they used the perfect word, but chanting fire, J Kid, it was too nice. You know what I mean?
Nice.
It was
Very nice.
That wasn't the word that they used. But I was like, are they going to chant her fire, Jason, fire, Kid, fire, Kid? I'm asking if they're going to do it. I'm not saying that they should do it. We're asking, are they going to do it like they did Nico? And that's what led to Nico being fired.
And if they are going to do it, when?
Well, Friday's the first opportunity, and then you got Luka right there Sunday. And I think what KNC said is probably going to end up being correct, that because Jason parted Dallas and championship here, he's two different stints, and he's been here, that it'll be...
He's a made guy.
It won't be like that.
He's a made guy.
Wild that he has salvaged his reputation in this city. Wild that he, like, forced his way out as a superstar when he was younger, got his way out of here because he didn't like that Jim Jackson and Jamal Mashburn also liked Tony Braxton. And then at the end, like, people seem to forget 2 years after they win the NBA Finals, he's got a deal in place with Dallas. He goes, hey, just kidding, I'm going to the next buy. And he, like, did a DeAndre Jordan and flipped on him. And so that's the 2 times he's left Dallas, he screwed them. And he'll do it a third time.
I'll tell you this. Fans were not happy when they traded for him back in 08, 09.
Really?
They wanted Devin. They loved Devin Harris. They did not want to. And Devin went to the Nets, and Devin played well. Scored a lot of points. Jason Kidd it took a while.
That was always silly though. Jason Kidd was averaging like a triple-double in the
I know. He's always been a tremendous player. But there was a youth and there was a window, and the Mavs like, we're going to capitalize on the rest of Dirk's prime, or the whatever of his prime we have left.
Well, speaking of general managers and moves, it was Chris Mannix that first said that the Mavs, they may have legitimate GM options. He said they're looking at Sam Presti, Brad Stevens to run the team. And Patrick Dumont is aiming high. Also, Tim Connolly, Minnesota president of basketball operations. Bob Myers is the Mavericks' most frequently whispered long shot candidate for the GM role, according to Mark Stein. He's in charge of some sports group, advising all the different franchises under the Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment portfolio. And then you had Chris Haynes, who was reading a text message, and Chris Haynes is connected as well. He said one of these three names would listen. Presti, Stevens, Connolly. Connolly's the one in Minnesota. And I would have to bet a lot of money and imagine that it would be Tim Connolly and not Presti or Stevens.
I think Stevens is the one who has a consistent reputation of like, all right, I'm bored with this, do something different. Like, he left Butler, and then he, like, dropped the coaching angle and wanted to move it in the front office. Like, he is the one who, like, consistently...
Did he get bored with coaching, though?
Yeah, that was the claims that he...
How long did he do it on the Celtics sidelines?
He was
the
head coach for, like, 3 years or something? Because it was a big surprise when he ended up bailing. When he left Butler, everybody's like, you just signed a contract. And it was like, yeah, I'm a little bored.
I think if Brad Stevens leaves Boston and he wants to leave this year, he's going to go take Carolina. That's my guess. I think the Carolina job.
Oh my gosh, he coached for Boston way longer than I remembered. Brad Stevens.
How
1,
long?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
What?
Yeah.
How old is he?
He's got to be what, 50? Something like that. He is.
He looks like he's 36.
He's 49.
He's 49.
So when he got hired by the Celtics to be their head coach, he was 36.
All right, that was 8 years in.
He was at Butler for 6-7 years, wasn't he?
God, can you imagine if they got so impressed?
He was the head coach at Butler for 6 years. He was the head coach of the Celtics for 8, and he's been an executive with the Celtics for 5.
I think Presti relishes in the idea that he's doing what he's doing and in tiny markets. I don't think he. I think he gets some kind of a sick fetish over doing it in the smallest of cities because he's done it in the smallest of cities.
All right, so that's the GM update. Now we have Cooper Flagg talking about doing all the losing as he was on McAfee, and Choppy says this is something we don't talk about enough with superstar rookies.
100%, yeah. I mean, obviously it's been tough. Like you said, through high school, college. I mean, I only lost 4 games last year, so there's been times of the season where it's been, really mentally taxing on me. Just not having the success that I would have hoped for, and obviously we've had a lot of injuries and a lot of unfortunate things happen throughout the year, but it's obviously not been ideal. And I mean, I've had growth along the way, and I've had to get better and learn on the fly. But definitely not the start I would have looked for. But I think hopefully eventually I'll be able to look back on it and know that I was able to learn a lot from it.
We talk about the speed of the game changing when you're a player going from college to pro. It's about the speed of the game, the talent of the opponent. Pressure to live up to a paycheck, yada yada. We never talk about the emotional toll of losing, of going to a perennial loser, of the number one quarterback pick going from undefeated at Indiana, never losing, to coming to the Raiders, who are going to lose 14 games. Or in the case of Cooper Flagg, going from hardly ever losing in high school to hardly ever losing at Duke, and not going to a loser, but going to the most toxic franchise in the NBA at the moment.
Oh,
that's got to be taxing.
I know they've written stories on it. I really genuinely wish I could have witnessed the first discussion they had as a family when they found out Dallas got the pick. I'm just like, what are we walking into over here? Because they've said, yeah, we weren't totally sure. They weren't really on our radar, so then we didn't really know what to think. But
still, Kyrie and AD?
Yeah, but I know the reputation, though, they had to know. They seem like such a aware family of like the trajectory that I think they had to have taken notice of, like, okay, this might be really toxic we're walking into, though.
Yeah, his mom is aware. She'll be on social media all the time.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, but she tweets like some of the J Kidd supporters do at times. Stop chanting this when they're at the free throw line. Be quiet. Sorry, be quiet.
877-881-1053. In order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, we'll crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Part 2 of the Eagles drama piece that hit yesterday, and the Stephen A. Smith, Jerry Jones question that I can't totally dismiss. The audio we saved for the Red Zone, your football fix, is next.
After we get you over to Underdog Fantasy Promo.
And Frankel, if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-417-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is your football fix every day on your official home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Crosstalk with the Kansas City Masterpiece at 9:40. So Stephen A. Smith went at Jerry Jones yesterday, even though Jerry gave him the same mommy-daddy analogy with Micah Parsons last year to Stephen A. Smith's face. He didn't say anything last year, but yesterday, after Jerry at the owners' meetings brought it up with what agents do, mommy, daddy, he's making a parent analogy. It's crystal clear. Stephen A. Smith basically saying, hey, black fans, black people are not going to take it the same way when you use the term daddy or suggest ownership. I'm the one in charge. That I thought was silly, and Stephen A., he says he's going to call Jerry. Well, you were sitting down face-to-face last year. You didn't say nothing. So I think Stephen A. is 0 for 1 there. I'm not going to say he's 1 for 2 after playing this next clip, but I will admit it made me think about it. And I'm like, is he right? I'm not immediately just dismissing it. I think Bobby's going to quickly shut it down. But in talking about the George Pickens negotiations that are not happening with the same guy that Jerry couldn't remember his name last year or pretended like he didn't know his existence, I thought Stephen A. raised an interesting question.
I know he's a good man, but my point is you can't say stuff like that. You can't come across like that because it's bad. You in your 80s, you from the South, you using verbiage like that. You know how folks are going to take it. And just because you're the billionaire owner of the Dallas Cowboys don't mean that you can't receive some heat for the stuff that comes out of your mouth. You can't talk like that. You cannot do that. Having said all of that, you still, at the end of the day, if you're not going to negotiate with David Mulugheta, it also prompts another question. If you don't have a problem with agents, why does it appear as if David Mulugheta is the only agent that you're really, really not that interested in talking to? I haven't heard of any other players who've had a problem with their representation having a conversation with the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. If I'm wrong there, I apologize, but I haven't heard about it. We've heard about it with Micah Parsons. Now we're hearing about it with George Pickens. Two dudes represented by the same guy. Jerry Jones has some explaining to do in that regard. But when I talk to him, especially when I see him, that's a conversation that we're going to have.
So what Stephen A. is suggesting is that because David Mulugheta is black, that Jerry Jones may have more difficulty or a problem dealing with him with these two high-profile negotiations. Now,
is David the only black agent in the NFL?
CeeDee Lamb's agent is African-American.
Tory Dandy.
Yeah.
They've gotten a lot of deals done with him. In the past, they've done deals with Derek Gilmore. Back in the day, they had Chaffee Fields, did a lot of deals when he was with Wasserman. So, I mean, they've worked with other agents. The reason they don't like doing deals with David Mulugheta is because they don't beat David. And so they have been frustrated having to negotiate across from him. He doesn't lose very much. And that's the same reason they don't like negotiating with Todd France. It's the same thing. They lose when they go up against him.
Who are David Mulugheta's other highest profile clients?
Oh, gosh. I mean, right off the top of the head, he's had Jalen Ramsey. I mean, I can find it for you right now. Just give me 1 second.
And the reason I asked that, and Stephen A., by the way, so now you've put yourself on the hook for two things. and don't make it just some behind-the-scenes phone call. You are saying that Jerry Jones is using racially charged language and analogies with his whole running back and forth to mommy and daddy, which to me is silly. I'm not black, though, and I do acknowledge a different perspective that I can't identify with based upon experience. You're also suggesting that Jerry Jones has and y'all correct me if I'm wrong on this, I'm just putting it out there, I'm being blunt, let's not dance around it. You're also suggesting that Jerry Jones has some type of unique issue with David Mulugheta versus his other negotiations. And based upon the tenor of your segment yesterday that I listened to on First Take, I believe you're trying to say it's because David Mulugheta is black. Does anyone disagree with my interpretation?
No.
You need to call Jerry on that, or next time you do your interview, sit down in Frisco. Let's see how you bring up both of these topics.
Jerry Jones, watch your mouth.
I don't like... I do think and Stephen A. I don't think race baits nearly as much as some people do. There are a lot of people in the media that do. I don't believe. I think Stephen A. tries to keep it as real as possible, and he is not afraid to call out people in his own race that he thinks are race baiting.
Yeah,
I think
he hates LeBron James and he's fought with Kevin Durant. Michael Wilbon has always been, pretty just journalistically ethical, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Stephen A. is fine. I don't consider him to be a race baiting shock jock. He may be a shock jock in other ways, but not when it comes to race. I think he's off base here. I don't think. I mean, you could if you want to say that Jerry.
But, why have we not even had a phone call? Why have they not had a negotiation
whatsoever? They had to have a phone call with him on PJ Locke. So he's PJ Locke's agent. So, I mean, they've negotiated and gotten a deal done with him this offseason. It was a smaller deal, but, I mean, they've dealt with him.
Unless that's what the hell? David's assistant that deals with those guys. And
he's the only one on that contract. So there are a few different clients he has that he's got multiple names on a contract.
Yeah.
So, for instance, J.C. Horn, it's David and, two other guys.
Yeah.
PJ, he's the only one. Generally, the guys that he gets from Texas, David's a Texas grad. So a lot of the guys that he gets from Texas, those are his guys.
And the reason I asked about his other highest were you finished?
Yeah, I mean, I was just basically, if he were to say that he doesn't like dealing with David because he loses to him, I buy that. He doesn't like dealing with he loses to him.
Right.
I mean, I also think it's dangerous, and I think we're just way too easy just to throw, race into the conversation and calling not even throw race, calling someone or insinuating there's a racial bias. I think our threshold for doing that has gone so far downhill.
1,000,000,000% agree.
We need to have a little bit higher of a threshold on whether we're going to call somebody, racial bias or prejudice or ethnic or whatever, right? We call people Nazis, we call people misogynists. I just think we need to have a higher threshold on what actually is that.
So he represents 70 players right now, and he's got another dozen that are coming in from the draft. His biggest clients, Micah, obviously, Kyle Pitts, J.C. Horn, Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, Jordan Love, Derek Stingley, C.J. Stroud, Derwin James, Jalen Ramsey.
All right, so I was trying to think of the other players in their absolute peaks who had the major, huge public drama like the Cowboys have with them. Watson in Houston, Jalen Ramsey. So it's happened in those other places as well.
Yeah, obviously Watson's is very unique. In terms of just that wasn't just we're having difficulty with the organization. That got completely sideways.
Right.
Ramsey has generally wanted to just find the next thing. Where's the next payday? Where's the next one that I can do like this? But he's also there's some guys on his rolls who are also super stable, want to stay home guy. Budda Baker is one of his guys. Malik Hooker has been here and been willing to just come back and do different things. And so he does work for the client. I know that, if somebody wants to work something out to stay in a certain area or do something else, he's going to do that. But if they also say, go get me the most money, if you're Jalen Ramsey and you say that, or you're Deshaun Watson and you say that, or Micah Parsons, he's going to get it. He's Derek Stingley, J.C. Horn. He back-to-back just catapulted the corner market last offseason with those negotiations.
Do you think that Jerry feels the same way towards Todd France?
So
who beat them down with the Dak deal that still no quarterback has gone near?
The
Dak deal is not aging poorly in terms of Dak's play. The Dak deal is aging poorly in terms of getting leapfrogged.
Yes, that has not happened.
Yeah, that sucks.
You don't want to. Everybody's going to set the market. It's bad when you correct the market, and they may have done that at quarterback. So they are 10 years ago. There was a player who had asked the Cowboys internally, "Hey, who would you? Do you have a recommendation for me on an agent? Because I'm gonna look for a new one." Just internally asked the Cowboys, and somebody within the organization had told this player, "Don't care who it is, just you can pick anybody but Todd France." And so they're not like you can't, but it's like our recommendation is we would rather not deal with Todd France. And so I mean, they have historically not wanted to do deals with him. It's also important to remember one of the biggest standoffs they've had, and it wasn't so much with the player himself, but one of the biggest standoffs they've had in the last decade of a will they, won't they, was Earl Thomas. And David was Earl's guy.
Oh.
So, I mean, they've had history going back to these negotiations that were a little like, hey, what's going to happen here with him for 10 years now?
Chiefs are signing Kyer Elam. He's still only 24 years old.
Oh, God.
Nice kid. I want him to succeed.
Incredibly nice kid. One of the most difficult backgrounds you've ever read. Like, I mean, it's something like he had something like 10 uncles and 8 of them have been murdered or something. It's ridiculous.
Oh.
It's a ridiculous backstory. Really nice guy. You understand why Buffalo talked about him the way they did when they traded him.
Yep.
They're like, it's just not going to work out, but God, there's nobody we wished it would work out for more than him.
All right, let's finish up this Jalen Hurts piece that dropped from Jeremy Fowler, ESPN.com. Some of the headlining points: push back on changes that would diversify the offensive scheme, wanted to avoid playing under center, reluctant to let it rip at times, particularly against zone coverage, poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice, diverts from the game plan, and changes play calls to an excessive degree. They also talk about the AJ relationship, how they were super close. Then it got bad, and it did seem towards the end of the season that it got better, and Hurts was making a little bit more of an effort. And Brandon Graham was talking about this a lot. So it sounded like they kind of ended things on a better note, but you wanted to get into my boy, Big Dom.
Your guy, and first off, the other thing is, they've got this tense relationship, him and A.J. Brown, and as they always point out, though, it's really weird because that's the godfather to his kid, Jalen Hurts, which is really awkward. But there is some stuff in here about, and we kind of sensed this because Jalen Hurts took some shots that didn't feel so veiled at Brandon Graham because he didn't like the way Brandon Graham would comment on things that were going on in the locker room while he was sitting out. So there was some tension there. Well, it says here that there have been efforts by key figures in the building over the last 2 seasons to get Hurts to open up. They find him a little difficult to connect with people at times. A league source
you can see it on the sideline. He doesn't open his lips don't even open.
A league source confirmed that Brandon Graham and Chief Security Officer Dom DeSandro visited Hurts during the team's bye week in 2024 to emphasize that the quarterback needed to do a better job of connecting with his teammates and coaches, a meeting both Hurts and Graham denied at the time when Fox Sports first reported it. Among the relationships that needed work was between Hurts and Sirianni, who both struggled to get on the same page the season before. So that's the bye week in 24. You know what happened in 2024?
They won the title.
They won the Super Bowl because Big Dom drove his big ass over there and said, hey,
in that white Suburban,
I need you to, in that like Escalade that he drives with his, he really
doesn't
does.
That look like just such a big Dom mobile?
It really does.
He does look like he's like the
Sopranos.
Yeah, or like when he wears those glasses and those tracksuits, he looks like he would sing the hooks on like Bad Boy Records, like R&B songs in the 90s. But he's, this is it. He was the key. They tried to tell you. You didn't want to listen. Nobody wanted to listen. I mean, you listened. You wanted to take a picture with him.
Yeah.
But this shows that he is the key. So my biggest question is, how do we get Big Dom here in Dallas, you know?
All right, so there it is. My biggest takeaways, Jalen Hurts. I think he I'm not trying to say scared like in a really, really insulting way. He doesn't want to make certain throws. He doesn't want to expose himself because of a fear that he has turning his back to the defense and dissecting the defense. And he doesn't want to expand offensively because of those limitations.
Yeah, and I don't think it's necessarily like what if I miss? It feels very much more, by this report, more like, I'm not doing that. You're going to put me in a bad position? I don't think so. No, I am going to determine what it feels very, I'll say this thing dropping tells me he's done after this year.
Oh!
Like, I don't think you can put this out and have him be the quarterback for the next 10 years there. So to me, this is the like first shot fired of the spin when they let him go.
Does this make you feel a lot better about the NFC East?
I mean, it's still going to come down to talent. It's still going to come down to talent, but it does. I mean, if there's turmoil in a place, especially in a place where they need one guy, everything hinges on one guy to be able to put them entirely in their place. Yeah, I mean, a little bit, I guess.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece on the home of the Rangers next.
After we save you some money with...
It's here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. And I got a little birdie in my ear with some news for Kevin Hagelin.
Oh!
After Corey tells you what's coming up.
Right out of the gate, Rangers-Royals, should we be concerned with Nathan Eovaldi? I say no. And yes. And I'll explain why.
Why are you spoiling the segment?
That's it.
I said no and yes.
Oh.
And I'll explain why, Bobby.
Decision.
We also have Robert Tiffin joining us today at 1, and then Michael Collodi from the FC Dallas goaltending area.
Man, y'all have been crushing it with the guests lately.
There's a promotion happening that I'm told Kevin Hagelin will be thrilled about.
Okay, tell me.
It's not Alec. The Pirates are...
Damn, dude.
The Pirates are promoting... Pirates. You should be able to fill in the blank.
Connor Griffin.
Yep.
They're giving them all the money too, right? I'm sorry, I thought you meant a promotion like a giveaway or something like that. I misunderstood.
Yeah, like what are the Bulls promoting, for instance?
All right.
Friday night?
Huh? No, like I think I was talking about like Jerry Krause.
Oh, gotcha.
All right, so they're going to give him all the money and move him to the big leagues.
I don't know about the money and all that. Alec just sent it.
Love it. That dude's going to be a stud.
Man,
like all the other players that they gave teams have given a lot of money to, and that before they ever played a game, and
maybe it will work out different this time. They're going to ride Paul Skeens and him into the ground and continue not to pay anybody.
Oh,
listen, if that owner had a half a brain, and I'm not sure he does, he would say, Paul, there's 10 years and $500 million. Say no to it. And then you can go to your fans and say, hey, we tried.
Yeah.
We tried to give him $500 million, and he said, no, what do you want from me? Because he doesn't spend.
There's no way he would spend that much money, right? Connor Griffin's going to get like $110 million?
You have the generational pitcher of generational pitchers. And he's going to get hurt. He's going to miss a year and a half. He's going to miss a year and a half because of an arm injury at some point.
Livy's net worth is $6 to $10 million. So
6 to 10?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
I would have guessed it was more.
Who's the highest paid player in the history of the Pirates?
Andy Van Slyke.
Like on a single contract.
Jason Bay.
Brian Reynolds.
Oh. God.
How did your kids' meet work out with the sign that you made?
Oh, yeah.
He got a hold of the signs. He got a hold of it. He put it in the trash.
How?
So the kids had it.
He put it in the trash. He didn't rip it up.
The kids had them at their pep rally or whatever. And he said, oh, can I see this? Can I see my sign?
Oh.
And he took it, and he apparently threw it in the trash.
What was the sign?
It said, chop, chop, hurdle.
Yeah.
And then it said, let's go, Julian, or something like that. You know, just very, and all these kids had these signs. Meltdown. Melt down.
Did he win?
No, he tripped over the last hurdle.
Because he wanted to touch it.
He forgot. He didn't have the sign to tell him to hurdle, so he tripped on it.
And chopped. I think he had to be tired because his front foot hit the hurdle, not the back. So he hit it on the way up. So
he wasn't locked in.
But it was 4 guys. It was him and 3 others, obviously, and they were all like neck and neck. And he hits the front. He wants to finish in 4th.
Dang.
Between me and you.
So didn't get a ribbon, huh?
Put him in a bad mood before.
Yeah, he was all bummed. He was like, man, I sold.
Does that mean I sold out?
I sold. No, the kids say I sold, or you're selling. Dad, you're selling.
Meaning?
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't really know.
I don't know that they know what it means exactly either.
It's a 6-7 situation.
One of those, yeah.
Aiden looks like he knows.
Payton? What's it mean?
You know what it means, Aiden? Sold? What does it mean? Come in here and yell it.
I sold.
Is it like Aiden. Giving? It's giving.
You
like
lost it.
What is
screwed
it?
Up.
You messed up. You screwed up. No, you messed up. I don't understand. Why would selling?
You have something that's a guarantee and you sell it, you sold it.
Okay. All right, I get it. So you sold you had the golden goose and you sold it.
I want to make fun of all that stuff and all these sayings, but
we said Shaw. The hell is that mean?
I never said that.
I've never heard that.
Oh, well, you didn't watch
Shaw?
Can you use it in a response or a sentence?
Yeah, say something surprising to me, or say something fun or good or whatever. Say something.
Hey, Choppy.
Yeah.
Italian food's not good.
Shaw.
I'm just kidding.
Was that 90210?
Yeah, Steve Ian Ziering. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I thought it was Wayne's World.
Steve Sanders.
That's where I got
the gal who was 35 on that show, but was part of their friend group?
All of them.
Andrea.
Yes.
Andrea. Yeah.
Andrea
glasses.
A little older. She looked like she was in her
Yeah.
mid-40s. 3 kids, divorced.
So what are you specifically thinking of that you said growing up that you're like, oh yeah, I can't talk because that was stupid that we said that?
Smooth move, X-lax.
Smooth move, X. That's right. Yeah.
I feel like that almost became like an ironic bit when people would say it, though.
I don't know if irony, it definitely was there. I don't know if it ran as wild then.
As if, talk to the hands.
Oh, as if.
Talk to the hand.
All that in a bag of chips.
What about not?
Psych.
Not.
Yeah.
Psych.
Probably psych.
This shirt is
Psych-alike.
not black.
No, you could have been
that's
like,
not how you do
good
it.
race.
That's not how you do
Not.
it.
Take a chill pill. That's kind of obvious. Booyah.
Dope.
The girls were giving us
Still
hell
say
the other
that.
day because they were like, "You guys used to say the bomb." Like they
Fat.
thought that was hilarious that we would say the bomb.
Fat with a PH.
Bomb.com.
I was
Tight,
covering
slamming.
Plano girls volleyball, and one of the girls
Say it
goes,
again?
Plano girls volleyball when we were at the newspaper, and one of the girls goes, "That's the bomb.com," and I went and looked up the bomb.com. It was actually how to build a bomb, and I was like, "Oh no!" So we stopped using that.
That's what
phrase.
Oppenheimer used.
That is not.
You guys haven't wanted to go and do the little social media thing of how you were in the 90s? Is
Dad, what were you like in the
yeah.
90s? Those trend, yeah. That's been
You
everywhere.
wanted to do one?
No. I'm a guy.
Yeah. Although you could have, we could go pull some of those news clippings that we had previously.
Oh,
Like your
Buffalo
little league,
banner.
like your little league, like dominance with your being named to the All-Star team.
In addition to the tennis state title?
yeah, man.
He didn't like the tennis state title news clipping we pulled because his coach was like, Sean doesn't hit as hard as Brooks, so we have to reverse the gender roles of a typical doubles team.
I remember that. Yeah, no. Remember when we were out at the Dallas Open?
Yeah.
The guy who runs it said that he'd set you up for an event if you want to play against somebody.
He would do it?
Yeah, he said he'd set you up out there, and
Okay.
he was like, if he wants to come
You
out
and
here and play,
Isner.
maybe
Make
you
it
and
happen.
Isner could team up against somebody.
Yeah, Isner was not as impressed with your title when he found out it was doubles.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, mixed doubles.
All Isner can do is hit a hard serve. Because he's 6'10".
He's Joel Zamaya.
He's a one note. He's a, what do we call Jay-Z? He's a
system rapper.
All right, that
System
doesn't
test.
apply.
He's a water boy.
One note. Now if I was 6'10", I could hit a hard serve too. And then what else? Just hit it low to him.
Man, I'll tell you, watching him and
Make him bend.
McEnroe, him and McEnroe on the same team, the variance of how hard you hit to your partner. That's high. That was high variance right there between those two.
Did McEnroe still use the old wooden racket out there?
It might as well. I mean, that ball did not go very fast.
My favorite part of the news clip we found was when they were down in the set, and Brooke told Sean, "You better do something because I'm not going to another set."
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Wow.
And that tells you what happened.
You locked in.
I locked in.
Yeah.
Okay.
The challenge.
My
Did you guys
big,
get along?
yeah.
Not as long.
Not as much as I wanted.
Oh, so you were trying to say what's up, and she's
Yeah.
like, let's keep it professional.
Yeah, she was like, talk to the hand.
Where is she now?
Let's keep it amateur.
She still live in Cambridge?
I think she's in the next town over.
Oh, okay.
She never
then
left?
You won in the end.
Man, that's see, we grew up in the same place.
Hometown
nobody
famous.
that I know left. They're all in the same small little town with the one gas station and the one restaurant that everybody goes
Frank's
to.
Chicken House.
No, not Frank's. That's Manville.
How many people lived in your town? And what do you think it is now? Like mine was 10,000.
So we had
that's not
I had
so
how many? I had 100.
Pretty bad.
I had 116 kids in the graduating class.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
my.
121 in my graduating.
And you
class.
were 116.
And I was 116. So we were we were
That's
what's
serious.
considered Class A, so smallest.
Yeah.
And now they're the biggest class. They're class. It's 4 up there, so it'd be 6 here. So basically, we live in like growing up in Allen 40 years ago, and then Allen now.
So am I
We won the
guessing?
freaking state championship in basketball. I have no idea how this year.
Am I
This year
guessing correctly? Well, you didn't have a coach that was spying on them in the shower.
That's true.
Am I guessing correctly that you're trying to flex that we got out of our small town at the? With keeping in mind, there's plenty of people listening right now who's growing up and staying in their small
It's
town.
just that it happens in both the places we grew up. Everyone stayed. It's not a bad thing.
I
they
just
stayed.
can't imagine staying. Like even when I lived
was
there
born in a
in
small
high school or
town.
going back after college, I'm like, there's 2 places to go out.
Yeah.
And there's like the same. It drove me crazy then. So I can't imagine 20 years of it.
It'd be great the day before Thanksgiving on Tinder.
Oh, on Tinder.
Just set your Tinder to half a mile radius and just.
When's the last time you looked that gal
Go
up?
through the whole town, and you're done.
Yeah.
Last time?
Yeah. She married?
Probably
and all
when he
that
was
good stuff?
single and not married.
Yeah.
No, I just
Maybe 2 years ago, whenever I was inducted into the local Hall of
but you
Fame.
didn't freaking go.
Nice, dude.
I know.
I was sad about that.
I did a video.
Okay.
So how good was, like you said, there were
That's
only two
flex.
spots. How good was Great Slates? Was that like the place?
That was our indoor horse betting.
Oh, yeah, the OTB.
OTB.
Yeah.
It's also where you hosted Ladies' Night on Thursdays in 2006.
You know,
according to the Star Democrat. It's right here.
Oh,
Hey.
man.
This is 10 p.m. Saturday in the Biz Monday. Ladies' Night with Sean Sharif.
How did you
Thursday.
introduce Ladies' Night? Like, whenever you got up there, how did you introduce?
Do the voice, too.
Yeah, do the voice.
Well, which DJ?
Where are we with the hose?
The country. I was Sean the Sheriff on the country station. I had to be like Jake Springer on 106.3 The Heat. I had 107.1 The Oldies. I could have done in the oldies or the sports station, ESPN Radio AM 1240.
Can you give us a taste of those different voices?
No.
You were pretty adept to the oldies, though, weren't you? Because like that's all your dad.
Oh,
played.
I love oldies.
Yeah.
I love the oldies. All the oldies music. Yes.
Mark, part of
I
that.
actually feel like that's going to be a good drop for sometime.
You know what? Screw you guys.
You love that crosstalk.
We are back tomorrow morning. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on 10. Yeehaw! Yeah. There you go. There's my country. Sean the Sheriff on the Fan.
is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, the show of the people. 877-881-1053. And you know what? And remember, Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. 877-881-1053. How the heck are you guys out there in radio land doing? 877-881-1053. In case you missed it the first time, you can hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. But right now, I turn it over to, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. How the heck are y'all doing today?
Kevin, every day we come in here and nobody knows how to use, Alec, this TV. It's stuck on court TV. Actually, I think while you were out, Kevin, wasn't it the bosses came in here and tried fiddling with it and they just were like, we don't know.
I tried to.
I thought it was to see if Fred popped up.
I am constantly amazed at the level of attractive people that end up in these courts, and also the level of it's two
Are
separate.
you insinuating it's not totally 100% real?
No, I'm not. I'm just shocked that so many attractive people exist.
I've got a theory about that. Is because attractive people thought they could get away with it. And then, well, you couldn't. It's kind of like we talk about this if you're trying to court somebody. I'm going to say court a lady. Mm-hmm. You can have the exact same behavior, and it's creepy if you're ugly, and it's romantic if you're really good looking. Mm-hmm.
Or if you're a woman, you can just walk up and grab another woman, and it's okay.
You're fine. Like Jess told me some story, I don't know, from like college, and she thought it was creepy because some guy put a nice note on her windshield wipers on her car, and I was like, so you thought he was ugly? Mm-hmm. She's like, what do you mean? And I go, if it's some hot guy who did that, you'd be like, oh, this is the most romantic thing in the world.
You know how women are.
Yeah, PJ, this time I'm with you.
Yeah, PJ's right about that one. Or if they have like an accent. If they have like an English accent, there's he couldn't be creepy, and you're like, he's the first one I'd assume was the murderer.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how many points do you move up via accent? 1.5, 2?
10, yeah.
10 feels like
you could be a 1.
Okay.
And go straight to 10 because of the accent.
Okay.
Like it changes everything.
We'll solve this, governor.
Yeah. And because that's at that point, you might be like, you know what? Maybe we don't have to have a face-to-face relationship. This could just be a phoner.
Okay. Man.
Oh, you have to pay for that.
I don't think we do that. Do we still do that?
We pay anyway.
All right. So by the way,
at some point you end up paying.
That's right.
People like to ask how scheduled or scripted is this show. The general ideas are scheduled and scripted. Did I know any of that was going to happen? No. Mm-hmm. Did Alec? No. Did Corey? I don't think so, but I'm not 100%.
I saw this lady come out to Cutler's Court, and now this guy brought out what I presume is that dog, for the size of the dog, that thing is huge. Not the dog is too. That's what I'm saying. So when I saw that
dog in him.
Look at you see it. Good God. So yeah, Kevin, no, I didn't have a clue until I showed up.
Okay.
And saw this.
Okay.
The dog looks so relaxed. Yeah, he's so calm.
Oh, I thought you meant one of the defendants or whatever. I was like, they're going to lose. But the dog, okay, I got it. And you know what? I actually learned that this is how things really are, especially when people break up. I cannot tell you how many weird scenarios when I worked at Blockbuster of people who were like, oh, yeah, well, we're getting a divorce. And I was like, well, that person's on your account and they have, 10 movies they just took and didn't bring back. So, yeah, can I start my own account? Yeah, once you take care of this.
But that's on them.
Okay, but that's not what the Blockbuster bylaws said. I almost said the laws. And
There's
I was
no bylaws.
Oh, yes, there is.
So hold on, I can't get a divorce.
Clearly, I violated.
And start a new account. That's their account.
No, you can, but don't let me know there's another account. That's the thing. Like if you come in with a fake ID and you say, "Hey, my name's Jim Henson."
Okay.
All right. Am I going to be suspicious? Sure.
Probably, yeah.
But I'm not going to look up your other fake name accounts unless you're like, it used to be under Jim Jones.
Yeah.
And then if I looked that up and it was like, do not rent to this person, then I'm not going to rent to you, Muppet Man.
Okay.
This is Jim Henson. He came up with the Muppets.
Yes.
He was such a nice man.
Was he?
I don't know the answer to
Go
that.
watch that Saturday Night Live movie where for the first episode ever of Saturday Night Live, and Jim Henson was just constantly like, all right, guys, I'm ready. And they were like, whatever, Jim, you're Muppets.
All right, so I promise we have sports too. And remember, we're going to be out at Globe Life Field tomorrow for the Texas Rangers home opener. The Rangers are off today, but this is how you knew it was going poorly yesterday. Give me cut number 1. Did you know that this person was still in the major leagues?
Breaking pitch here is hit deep into right field. McCutcheon to his left. It's off the track and off the wall. Alonso has scored. Beavers has scored. Cowser stops at third. It's a 2-run double for Leody Taveras. He has given Baltimore a 4-0 lead, and he is sticking it to his old mates.
Much like the Blockbuster scenario.
With Beavers on base.
Did you know that did you definitively know that Leody Taveras was still in Major League Baseball?
Yes.
And is that a great sign that your day is going poorly if he's getting clutch hits?
It was when I saw him get a ball in the outfield is when I knew definitively that he was still in the league.
Okay.
And I'll be honest, there was a moment that I was like, is that him? And then they said Taveras, and I went, yep, that's definitely him. So, yeah, that was the moment that I realized it, Kevin. And, yeah, he's that guy that you had high expectations for, and then he fell off the map. And now he's getting clutch hits against us. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, so
in a series they lost.
Exactly.
So don't forget about that. Rangers won 2 series in a row, y'all.
And by the way, this is historic the way they've started the season. They lost yesterday. That's true. But this was only the second time in Rangers history, so going back to 72, the club has won back-to-back road series to open a season. They also did so in 1992. Don't ask how that season turned out. The point is, it's very rare that they start on the road and get back-to-back series wins. So good job for this Texas Rangers team. And look, if you continually stack up series wins, your record's going to be awesome. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but it's going to be really good.
Well, 162 because there's 4-game series and 2-game series out there. I see what you're saying there.
But they're on pace for 108 and 54.
Would be really, really good. Like exceptional.
That would break the team record by 12 wins.
I don't want to act like that's not a big deal. I don't think they're going to keep that pace up. I think there's going to be some trying times ahead. But right now, coming home from this start is nice. And having, Skip is feeling like the team's in a good place mentally. And that's kind of one of the big deals that we've had. They went on the road, Kevin, and created things together.
Right.
The lasso thing, we were talking about that before the show this morning. Andrew McCutcheon was like, we didn't do anything. They told me they didn't do anything last year. And I'm like, we got to celebrate stuff. You got to have reasons to be excited. Do y'all remember Claw and Antlers?
Yes.
Do you remember how much fun? Like, we could not wait for somebody.
Then you drop the antlers.
Could not wait for somebody to drop that on people, and we loved it. And so, and the players could not wait to also look back at their teammates and be like, "I just got a double, baby. What's up?" So that those things, like, that's what they're coming back with. So, Rangers fans, when y'all show up out there, when you're out there for the home opener tomorrow, where we're going to be there, we'll be there from 10 to 2, getting ready for this thing. Get ready to do some lasso stuff. Get ready for some of this stuff because it's going to be a lot of. You need to have as much fun with the team as they're having on the field.
Absolutely. I do agree with that. Now, let's go to cut number 4. It was an interesting ending to the game that, it looked like the Rangers were going to lose either way, but this is how the game finished up.
Oh, Basayo's going to challenge.
Yep. Well, why not?
We have not seen a challenge end a game yet. ABS powered by T-Mobile. Basayo for the win. Yes! The first ever ABS challenge to end a game here at Oriole Park.
Kevin?
But they said we were going to win.
I take you to CBS Sports, who said in their bold predictions,
which I thought was stupid at the time,
said that the Rangers would have the first ever, they would make history with the first ever walk-off ABS win. And it went it went the other way.
It is still pretty astonishing that they were involved in it. So, yes, I know Forgiveness Friday is tomorrow, Preemptively, please forgive me, CBS Sports. I thought your prediction was stupid, but it was actually astonishingly closer than I would have guessed.
That accuracy.
So the Rangers lose 8-3. Basayo makes the call to ABS. It's a strike. Game over. Rangers lose. I had another question, though, and I started to dive into this a little bit more. Should we be concerned at all by the start of Nathan Eovaldi? Because he's 0-2 with an 11.42 ERA and a whip of 2.19. So he is getting a lot of people on base, and unfortunately a lot of those people are coming home to score. Also in 2 starts, only 8 2/3. And so I thought, it's early in the season, don't want to judge too hard, and I decided to go look up his previous starts, and that's where I got worried. Because he usually starts the season strong. In 2024 and 2025, he was outstanding to start the year. In 2023, his first year with the Rangers, he was solid enough in his first 2 starts. This is by far his worst start with the Rangers, and then I looked a little further, and this is easily his worst start since first 2 starts since at least 2019.
Okay,
and that season he was not good. He had an ERA of 5.99. He's been awesome, but he is also 36, which always makes you wonder, at some point, you're not going to be unstoppable anymore. But, it made me nervous that it had been 7 years since he had been this bad to start the season. And now he could easily turn it around really quickly. We talked about Kyle Gibson, who had a terrible opening day years ago and then was unfrickin' believable on his way to being an all-star. But are you worried at all about this?
Yes. I'm not panicking, though.
Sure.
Because it's Nathan Eovaldi, and I feel like he's one of these guys where he'll figure out the adjustment at some point. But one of the things, Kevin, that you can look to is who's missing. Your pitching coach, Mike Maddox, who was very good at situational stuff, and what's always been kind of the key with him, too, he's very good at game plan.
Yeah.
And maybe the idea that Nathan Eovaldi doesn't have that guy to bounce ideas off of and say, hey, should we do this? Should we do that? He's a little more on his own. Because one thing when we were talking with Jordan Montgomery about Teagues, what did he say the most? He was like, well, he's not going to be this, but he's going to help make sure I get my mechanics right. Well, Mike Maddox wasn't a big mechanics guy. He was a game plan guy. And I wonder if that's one little thing right now that, hey, maybe we wouldn't have gone up top with that pitch, or maybe we would have gone with this one instead, just pitching philosophy in general. Hopefully that's what it is right now. But I am not in panic mode. I'm just a little, I'm like, oh, dude. Plus, in the 2 games that they've lost on the road, they were wearing blue jerseys instead of gray, and that's kind of like they wore gray for 4 straight wins.
Okay.
And Eovaldi's like, I want blue because he loves blue. And guess what? Here we are with these 2 losses. But, Kevin, let me ask you this. If you looked at your pitching rotation right now and Jack Leiter and Mackenzie Gore kind of took on those roles, and Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi were in more secondary roles to those guys, do you feel pretty good about that rotation?
I think you'll be really good, but this is where I fall into the trap of wanting to be greedy and be like, no, I want the upswing from my young pitchers and still...
At the same time?
Yeah, and I realize that's not reasonable, but I'll tell you this. Evan Grant came to my mental rescue. He pointed out that in Valdi's first 3 seasons, he'd only had 4 outings in which the opponents just kept the innings going.
Which they did.
With a bunch of 2-out hits. All right. And then.
And 2 strike stuff, too, yeah.
Yes. And then he'd only had 2 instances of back-to-back starts with at least 5 runs allowed.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, okay, so this is a rare occurrence. But then he dropped this part. That came in his final 2 starts of the 2023 regular season when he returned from the injured list. And then he went on to have what will surely feel like the most iconic pitching run in Rangers history. And I don't care how long Rangers baseball lasts, it will be one of forever. And so that made me feel a little bit more upbeat.
I do need to go look at the history of this, but he hasn't thrown as many fastballs. I'm looking right now, Kevin. He's thrown 23 four-seamers. And the majority of his pitches have been 62 split fingers. And I want to look and see, because we talk about fastball command all the time, and if you're doing that well, and he looks like, Kevin, I'm just looking at these 23 pitches kind of all over the place with his fastball.
Okay.
So maybe harnessing that a little bit, bringing that back in. The split finger's still doing some nasty stuff, but maybe bringing that. If you look at this right now, everything's kind of all over the map.
Yeah, it's kind of the pitching spray chart.
You really want, your pitching spray chart. You really want to have some hot spots in certain areas that his hot spots are just everywhere. So give him some more time.
Okay.
I'm not panicking. I am concerned, but I'm not panicking.
Now, I know we had a weird start to the show, as we frequently do, but this is not true from the 214. So Kevin discriminates against Muppets. We're disappointed. Sincerely, Kermit, Fozzie, Miss Piggy, and Gonzo. Not true. Not true whatsoever. In fact, we tried to get Miss Piggy to do an interview on our show, called again and again. Every time we called, her manager said that she had a frog in her throat.
Good God.
It's 10 in the morning.
It's because
kids are out of school tomorrow.
But not today. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Wow.
Sorry, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
877-881-1053. Just text in wow.
That's like
to let Kevin know how you feel.
Because you couldn't. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have terrible sports or pop culture opinions, or do they make aggressive Muppet jokes at 10 in the morning?
Give her some of that Vicks.
Let us know. We'll do it. Yeah, something like that. We'll do it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This one through the middle towards Fernandez. He's in round the back. Bruno Fernandez here with a little back heel. It's a chance for Portugal.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for my buddy's an idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have
my buddy's an idiot. He couldn't stop laughing at his own joke the whole break. The whole break!
It was people's reaction, including definitely one of our superiors who popped in and said, never stop being you, including your stupid jokes. So that was fun. I was also really proud of the Rhino Shield riveting offer.
No.
Okay. Well, does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or does he make irresponsible jokes in the 10 o'clock hour? Let us know, 877-881-1053. Believe it or not, I want to start with soccer, although we will have Michael Collodi on the show later, about 1:30. Looking forward to that from FC Dallas. Both the United States and Italy men's soccer. Do you remember a time when, like, Italy was a boss at soccer?
Mm-hmm.
They just lost to Bosnia to miss out on the World Cup for the third straight time.
Yeah, that's
what
really,
happened?
That's really tough on them, too, because over there, like, you're surrounded by the best soccer in the world.
Yes.
You have been part of the best soccer in the world for the longest time,
yep.
And now you can't produce a team good enough for it. So, yeah, now this is a bit of a surprise for me that they're in this bad of a rut. But if you have any, like, Italian friends that are, like, really Italian, this is fun. This is good times for you.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, we're in the World Cup, but our team is not looking so good. The United States lost the other day to Portugal 2-0 at Mercedes-Benz Stadium. That concluded their March international window. It was the 8th straight loss for the U.S. against European competition. And remember, before that, they lost to Belgium, and that was 5-2. So, man, they have not just been losing. They have been getting thrashed in these lead-ups to the World Cup. And I think I saw power rankings that had them at 23 or 24 out of the 48-team field for the World Cup. So, classic Cowboys right in the frickin' middle.
Are you concerned, though? No, you're not.
I am.
Here's why. You shouldn't be.
Oh, okay.
We're in this sucker no matter what.
That's true, but wouldn't you like us to do something in America?
Or I would like to sandbag everybody. Let them think that we're not that good. Get all the information I can off of them, and then attack.
I would love it.
Yes.
If that's what was happening.
Just bombing them from 40 feet out, dude. Boom!
I don't think...
Do we have the talent?
I don't think so.
Every time we ask anybody in the know what's wrong with our soccer, what do we get as an answer?
The best athletes don't go into soccer.
That and the politics of the USMNT.
Yeah.
It's just really bad. So I don't know how to fix that, Kevin. I don't know who needs to be in charge for us. Do we need Nick Saban to roll in there and be like, let me run this sucker?
Man, that is an interesting question. Yeah.
Give him the power.
Okay. We'll look into something. We got to do something.
I just want to fix it, Kevin.
From the 972, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks you can have a walk-off win in the top of the ninth. Yeah. You should tell your buddy. You could say it friendly if you want, but that is an idiot opinion.
Is that what happened last night, though? Or yesterday? That was a walk-off ABS win?
Yeah, it is. It's not.
It's weird.
A walk-off win is just how the game ended.
It's just how the game ended.
Yeah.
So we still don't have the first ever walk-off win via ABS.
Oh. Or theoretically, wouldn't you argue then that every win is a walk-off? Mm-hmm. Because some team that won the game walks off
away
the
from
field?
the game, yeah. Yes, I would.
But yes, I would not constitute that as a walk-off win, no matter how people set it up. All right. Couple more. Oh, we can go to the fan text too, but I have a few more My Buddies and Idiots that I would like to throw out as well. Brandon Clark. Brandon Clark was arrested in Arkansas on reckless driving and controlled substance allegations. We talk about this all the time. Maybe he won't get the most attention with the Grizzlies for violating the law, but I've just never understood. And if you found yourself in the situation, maybe you can explain it better to me, or maybe you're not like in your right mind in that moment, is if you know you have things in the car that could be problematic when combined with a traffic violation in particular, why would you not be like just the stickler to the letter of the law? Like if it's a 40, there's no way you're driving more than 40, and on and on and on. Like you don't make that right turn on red when it says no right turns on red. Like why would you not just be following the letter of the law?
Well, Kevin, you can still follow the letter of the law and have a tail light out.
Oh.
And get pulled over for that.
Oh, that's a good question. How aware?
Or the wheel falls off your car.
That, I do think that would be cause for concern.
Yeah.
How do you think most people are like aware of their light situation?
No.
And how often do you check it?
Well,
until something like this would happen.
So I'm going to refer to Wendell here. Wendell is my grandfather, and he's a great man. Recently got his giant red Husky toolbox that has every tool on the planet in it. Every tool you could think of. And he would tell me, every time you go out to your car, open the hood and check the battery. Open the hood and just make sure everything's good. All your fluids are taken care of. Look at all your tires. Walk around your vehicle. Walk around and look at your headlight. Every time he would get in and out of his truck, he would look at every single thing, and then he'd turn it off. And then that's what every day, according to Wendell, Kevin.
Do you follow that?
Hell no.
Oh my gosh. Wow, I did not. Okay.
But I do know, like I'll do it like once a month. I'll probably do an inspection of everything around my vehicle, making sure that everything's square. And also, take advantage of your tire rotations. Those are important.
That I definitely agree with. That will help you with fuel efficiency as well at a time where Lord knows we could all use it. From the 214.
What's going on with the fuel?
Gas is getting more expensive. I know not technically by the day, but it keeps jumping up incrementally. I want a ruling from y'all on this one.
Have a reason for that, or?
Yes, it is the ongoing military skirmish in Iran, or the war, if you want to call it that. So I attempt to piss off no people. That is directly attributed to the gas prices going up. Now, whether that lasts or not, don't know. From the 214, I feel like that was nonpartisan enough.
You're a hero. First the Miss Piggy joke, and now that. You can't get that anywhere else, people.
Yeah, I hope not. From the 214, my buddy's an idiot because I learned that he thinks Puka doesn't deserve or will get more money than JSN got. So I want to turn over to y'all for a ruling on this. Does Puka deserve more money than Jackson Smith and Jigba, and will he get more money than Jackson Smith and Jigba? Now, by the way, in the news came out that he is in like a holistic rehab, but that decision yeah, exactly. But that decision should not impact his ability to be at all the OTAs per his agent.
Yeah. Yes, based on the way the dude plays, he deserves it.
Okay.
They didn't win the Super Bowl, so then you're like, oh, does that change? No, it shouldn't. The idea, though, is that next man up, right, is usually how this goes. Quarterback, next guy gets the bigger contract. It just keeps stacking up. The distance between what Jackson Smith and Jigba just got and everybody else is alarming to me.
Yeah.
Because Kevin Florio was like, the market went to 40. And we were kind of like, hold on, that's not right. The market went to 40. It did, because Jackson Smith and Jigba got over 40. So that's just the way that goes. He is in the category, though, that I would pay that kind of money to. But this is a little bit of a, hey, dude, what are you doing out there? It doesn't look good, and agents have to fight with people that pay because of it.
Alec, same question for you, because I really am curious how this is going to play out. Does Puka deserve more money, and will he get more money than JSN?
There's an easy answer there. Yes, he will get more. I think he will because it's just it's the premium position in football. It's just like any other skill position. If you are due and you have any resemblance of being one of the best at your position, you're going to get your money. It's just a matter of fact. Whether he deserves, it's tough. I kind of see them on a similar plane in terms of playmaking ability. JSN, a lot more available,
right?
It feels. So I would say I feel like I can rely on him more just because he's going to be on the field more. But Puka does do some ridiculous things that I'm just not prepared for him to do because he's not a 4.3 40 kind of guy. He's not 6'6", but he is so gritty. He is so tough.
Effective
so
is the word
efficient
I think
and
of.
effective. He's so good. So, yeah, I'd say he deserves it. Sure.
From the 817, my buddy's an idiot for still being a Duke fan, right, Hagee? Aw. I mean, you're right. And this is...
Why?
This has been because of the Elite
Hold
Eight
on.
happening.
Does that person change their fandom every time a team
Good question.
Team loses?
I do not change my fandom.
How are we supposed to do this?
I am just sad. From the, I'm impressed by some of these people's car maintenance. From the 945, at least once a week, when I pull into a convenience store, I back into the front of the store so I can look at my lights in the rear view mirror and see the reflection in the windows of the store. That's smart. I wish I would do that.
Somebody said, don't cops just give a warning for a taillight? That is a reason to pull you over.
Yes, exactly.
And from there, with cause, they can ask lots more questions.
Exactly.
That can lead them to other things, which, Kevin, when you have something in your car or if you've been drinking, they're like, first we got him for the taillight, and then we said, after we noticed that he was slurring his words, we asked him if he could politely step out of the car. That's kind of how that progression happened. So, first things first. Yes, drive the right speed limit, drive appropriately within the lines, make sure your car looks a way that wouldn't have them saying, we got to pull this guy over.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on...
Or gal. I don't want to leave out
Thank you.
The women.
I appreciate your inclusivity.
Because they also drive recklessly.
I mean, yes. Look, I have always said, I think the real key... to the real key. I shouldn't have said that. One of the parts of true equality is when you can call somebody out. You're like, oh, are you saying they're a jerk because of whatever? And you're like, no, they're a jerk because they're a jerk. And you're like, okay.
There you go.
I appreciate that.
Facts is facts.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where it was only a matter of time. Took Connor Griffin 5 games, and he is in Major League Baseball. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
2-2. And he got him on a fastball in the inside corner. Half a dozen strikeouts for Schlittler, and he's retired the last dozen that he's faced. One down here in the 6th.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. I'm going to give you a variety of updates. The Pirates and Connor Griffin are apparently deep into contract negotiations to give him the extension before he's even played in Major League Baseball, although he just got promoted to the big club, and that's about to imminently happen. Did you see what he did in the minors?
No.
He played 5 whole games in the minors. In those games...
In the majors is my Twitter account.
That's true. He's hoping to be you. He had 7 hits and 5 walks in 5 games, which gave him a robust average of .438, an on-base percentage of .571, and an OPS of 1.196. And they were like, oh, okay.
What was his slug, though?
So sure. His slug, only .625.
What
Gotta work on that.
What about his hard hit
I do not
percentage?
have access to that on MILB.
Square? Like how often do you square up the ball?
I mean... Do you care about those numbers
care.
If your OPS is at 1?
If I'm doing a contract, no. If I'm trying to make a contract, don't care at all. But if I'm trying to figure out what's going on with the player, those things, I'm probably going to be looking at it going, hey, what is going on here?
Yeah.
Why are you not squaring up the ball? So those things are important obviously for managers. I am fascinated by this because I'm very fascinated with the future of young players in this league,
right?
And their contracts, because this isn't normal to have this many, Kevin.
Yeah.
This and I'm trying to figure out, is the league trying to pull one over on these young players, or is this young players just saying, no, I want to take advantage of my early contract now?
I mean, it could be both, but I would argue this is one of the win-win scenarios in sports where you're essentially telling the player, we think you're going to be badass. We would like a bit of a discount for putting all our faith and belief in you right now.
Yeah.
So the idea is 8-year deal, probably between 111 and 130 million.
And the incentive for the player is, I'm getting paid a lot of money now.
Exactly. So if something catastrophic happened, like hopefully that does not happen, but if something catastrophic were to happen, then at least you'd have this giant bit of money to fall back on. Plus, if Connor Griffin just got promoted to the big leagues and he's getting this deal now, that means he'll be a free agent when he's 27.
Which is good for him.
You're damn right.
He hasn't even entered his prime yet.
Right.
And he still has an opportunity to get another contract. So I'm kind of curious. How's it a win for them too? Because they get a discount.
Oh, a win for the Pirates? Yeah. So let's just run this exercise really quick. And by the way, the 111 is what Corbin Carroll got, and the 130 is what Roman Anthony got. So that's kind of what they're angling at.
Skeens doesn't have a contract, or he does?
No, he does not, because
arbitration keeps paying him fat.
And he's not even to arbitration yet. But think about that. So let's say Connor Griffin is as good as Paul Skeens, right? So your first 3 years, you make $2 million. First year in arbitration, you make, $18 million. Something crazy like that. Maybe we'll scale it down to 15. All right, so that's $17 million. Next year, you get $28 million, and the next year, you get like 40. So all of a sudden, you've made $75 million, give or take. Sorry, I was kind of bouncing around with some of those numbers. So it's closer to 85. There we go. So $85 million. And then you have 2 more years for Connor Griffin at about a total of $30 million, which for him is theoretically an underpay by like $50 million, right? So that's a benefit for the Pirates. But on the flip side, what if he doesn't go the awesome track? What if he struggles? What if he gets hurt? Now all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe we didn't make as much money as we wanted on this, but we got a little bit lower salary. And for Connor Griffin, you have that, hey, I got a fallback of $100 million plus.
And Skeen's just waiting for his $500 million.
Well, and I think Paul Skeens sees that, it would have to be something like that, right? Because Paul Skeens immediately came into Major League Baseball. He didn't have to wait around. And so he started checking off those years of service. And then guess what? He was freaking awesome immediately. So, if the Pirates came to him with like a 10-year, $500 million deal or whatever, maybe he would sign it.
Yeah.
But maybe he looks at the Ohtani number and the Soto number and he's like, okay.
Need to learn how to hit.
Yeah. Soto doesn't play defense and he got all the money. All right, let's go from that to let's stick with the Pirates. Paul Skeens. Whoo! Dropped that ERA a lot. Not as much as Kyle Gibson, but still. He had one earned run given up in 5 innings. Dropped his ERA from 67.5 to 9.53.
It's good.
It is. Still could be better.
Yeah.
Let's go from that to the Marlins. Sandy Alcantara through the first complete game of the MLB season. He took that time to call out the fans.
What?
After the fact, which I love. The announced crowd for Wednesday's game was 6,605 people.
Oh, you guys are a bunch of chumps. Where are y'all?
And he said in the on-field interview, the fans are not here, but we still love them.
And then he went out and helped his bullpen, gave him a day off.
He did.
That's impressive. It's pretty amazing, Kevin, that you just said we're how many games into the season? 5-6 games into the season. Nobody's thrown a complete game, which early in the season you don't really necessarily need anybody to, but...
And the guy who did it in front of 6,600 people.
Yeah, and so there was less pressure.
That was the announced crowd, so probably, 3,500 people?
806, so why won't Langford sign an extension? Is he really that much better than these guys getting paid? I don't think has that conversation happened between him and the Rangers?
Oh, I believe that conversation has happened. And here's the other issue. You go back to the people that we were talking about. This is all before they did anything on the Major League Baseball level. And Wyatt Langford can point back and be like, hey, I had a 4-WAR season and a 5-WAR season-ish. And I've already proven
and he never had a day in minors, did he?
Yeah, he had a little bit, but not that much.
When the season started, I can't remember. I forgot.
Well,
I guess
because he kicked around after the draft in fall league, and if you want to count,
okay, gotcha,
all that kind of stuff.
Okay, gotcha.
And so I think that's the difference. He's already played in Major League Baseball, but hell, we're gonna have CY on the show tomorrow. We can ask him. I believe those discussions have taken place. I don't know how much he'll want to tip his hand on that. But
I think the best way to do that, obviously, is just kind of lead with the, hey, is this a new thing in the league
absolutely.
that you're seeing, and is it an approach the Rangers are interested in?
I think you were spot on about that. Let's talk about the dangerously named Cam Schlittler. He had another awesome start for the Yankees. 6 1/3 against Seattle, gave up 2 hits, struck out 7. 58 of his 79 pitches were strikes. He's now retired 16 straight batters to continue his scoreless start to the season. We talked about the historic pace the Yankees pitchers were on to start, and Cam Schlittler is another person that you can add on to the list that's doing tremendous to start off the season.
I think that he might not give up a run all year.
I'll take the over, but that feels like
it's risky.
It feels like a coward's bet by me. So for the that's the safe one. For the Red Sox, they've started the year 1-5. It is the first time they've started off so poorly since 2019. That year, they missed the postseason. And then let's go to Bryce Harper. The Phillies still won 6-5 in 10 innings, but there was a call against him where he got a tag down on a pickoff, and they overruled it because they said he pushed the runner's hand off the base.
Which I almost saw somebody do that to was it Wyatt when he slid into third? Maybe Josh Young. I was like, hey, you can't push the dude off the base. And the umpires should be aware of that.
Yeah.
You should absolutely be aware of it. But you're trying to call him a cheater.
No.
He's one of those guys that's always trying to cut a corner.
No, I thought it was interesting because I don't feel like we really hear that call. Mm-hmm. And so that was fascinating. Now let's go to the person who's having the no good, very bad week of them all. CB Buckner. So CB Buckner got a lot of notoriety for that game in which he had 6 of his pitches overturned by ABS, including back-to-back strike 3 calls. Well, in the next game, he had more calls overturned by the ABS. And then there was a foul tip that hit him in the face mask.
Oh, no. Is he okay?
He's going to be okay, but he had to leave the game after taking the foul ball off the face mask.
Probably for the best of the game.
I mean, it feels like he's having the worst week. I wonder if a pitcher was like, I hope you're okay, but maybe look for work while you're out.
Because you think that he's done, huh?
Are they going to have like a massive umpire layoff? Because they look at these totals and they're like, dude, you are not good.
It is the first quarter.
It's a good point.
So I don't. Maybe
it happens.
Maybe so. And I wonder how much this is affecting like these guys' overall feeling about this, because they've probably done this for so long. They're like, I know how to do this, and now the game is telling them, no, you don't.
Yeah.
You actually don't. You've just been holding your own court for so long.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a segment I hope you guys get into. Are there any future Hall of Famers on the current Cowboys roster? And if so, who? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've been talking about doing this segment for a couple of days, and since tomorrow we'll be out at Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers home opener, feels like it good night. Probably won't come up tomorrow, and I don't know if Corey will be on the show tomorrow because I thought that was the knife that you almost dropped into your leg. Corey has a giant murder knife in here.
It's not a murder. It's not. This is used to cut bread. It's a bread knife.
Are you eating bread?
We don't have a knife that is like a regular avocado cutting knife. And so I had to use the bread cutting knife, and I had to carry it all the way down the hallway because I forgot my avocado. And so, yeah, Kevin, I did not drop the knife in my lap. Come on, dude. What do you think I am?
Because it looked like the way you reacted, I was like, oh, no. I hope Corey doesn't stab himself.
No, I did. Alec did tell me, hey, I think there's just some spoons and forks outside on the counter. And I went out there, found a spoon. Do you think I want that spoon to land on this carpet with Choppy and all these guys walking around? Come on.
Okay.
You know what kind of things could be on that floor?
Now, let's talk about the Cowboys, and I'm really interested to see where people go with this. The Cowboys, it always feels like they've got talent, you know? They've got plenty of offensive talent. But is there anybody on this team right now that you're like, I think that player is going to go to the Hall of Fame? And I'm not saying if they retired today. I'm saying, are there any players on the roster right now that you think someday I believe that player will be in the Hall of Fame? Because I had a few different ideas, but I think I'm struggling to come up with one right now that I feel like really confident is going to go to the Hall of Fame. And so that's why I would love y'all's input. The people listening around the world, 877-881-1053, Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch or the YouTube, where they're at, and see if there's any consensus where you're like, oh, okay, maybe I just missed that. Because like you knew Zach Martin was going to be a Hall of Famer. If Micah was still on this team, I think I would feel pretty confident that he is going to be a Hall of Famer, but they're not. So I've kind of come up with nobody.
All right, let's reestablish a couple things here. Quarterbacks, it does matter playoff and Super Bowl success.
Correct.
Well, getting to Super Bowl at least in most respects.
And so that feels like the most straight line trip right there. But even then, Dak doesn't have like a super strong resume for the Hall of Fame. Now,
right.
Keep in mind, this has nothing to do with whether or not a quarterback is good. Like, that is a big deal. But if you look at the metrics that they usually judge the Hall of Fame by, is like, what categories did you lead in? Well, he was the passing touchdown leader in 2023, and that's it.
Yeah.
How many All-Pros did you have? He was second in All-Pro for 2023, which is also the year second in MVP. Okay, well, there's that. And he was the Offensive Rookie of the Year. That's not a whole lot for a Hall of Fame case. Now,
and the numbers just won't do it.
For sure.
It just you'd have to have a 6,500-yard passing season and break touchdown record. Like, you just have to break records.
Now, he has the easiest case to streamline, because I could see a scenario then where you're like, what if I told you that Dak wins the MVP this year and then they win the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, you were MVP, second for MVP, you won a Super Bowl. Like, then I can wrap my head around it. So I think he has the clearest path in terms of what would need to happen. Now, I know making that happen would be difficult, but
the reason I really wanted to bring quarterback up, though, is to establish that doesn't necessarily bode the same for receivers, right?
Correct. That for whatever reason, and I wonder if that's going to change, because you brought up something earlier in the week. I think it was on air, but if it was off air, let me explain, is you kind of asked, will winning become a separation point? Because for whatever reason, it seemed like winning is only a prerequisite for quarterbacks. But I wonder, in this pass-heavy offense or offensive era of the NFL, if you're like, oh yeah, Jamar Chase was really good and he got to 3 Super Bowls, or like whatever the case might be, versus
Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb might set records that still don't signify they are Hall. I mean, think about this. Calvin Johnson we had to ask that question. Is he a Hall of Famer?
Right.
We had to argue that. And I was like, I watched the dude play. He was a Hall of Famer.
Right.
That's what I felt was and Mike used to say that a lot about baseball players. I played against that guy and felt like he was a Hall of Famer whenever I played against him. And with receivers, the 3 best receivers of this era might set new boundaries for what receivers can do. And we still might be like, yeah, but it wasn't good enough because did they win?
Yeah.
Well, the Hall of Fame receivers, Jackson Smith and Jigba, he won a Super Bowl.
And I wonder, that hasn't been the case in the past, but would you get to a point where Jackson Smith and Jigba, let's say he has, 85% of the numbers that Jefferson or Chase has, but then he also has 3 Super Bowl championships. That feels like that's going to tip the scale for sure. Or if they won back-to-back and he was Super Bowl MVP, that kind of feels like that could tip the scale. That hasn't been the case historically, but I think you're on to something.
And when it comes to the voters, too, I know they're in charge of watching everything, right?
Yep.
The best moments they get to see of players like Gronk or some of the other best players are in the playoffs, though. Well, he did this and this. He added these stats to it. He's the best he's the best Super Bowl tight end of all time. All those things. So I think that definitely has a factor in it. When it comes, somebody said Quinnen Williams. And I look at Quinnen Williams and I think he's a very good player. And then I say, is he one of the best of this generation at that position? I'm like, well, Aaron Donald's in this generation still, and I consider him the best at that specific spot. And so at the moment, I think Quinnen Williams is a very good player, but I don't know what launches him into that. I think Tyler Smith is the closest thing I can come to on this team.
All right. And so I want to loop back around to Tyler Smith because I put down 5 names that I was like, I guess these are the ones that I would think would be most likely. And it was CD, Dak, Tyler Smith, Quinnen Williams, and Brandon Aubrey. And you're going to hear us bring up All-Pro, not to annoy, but that is a huge part of Hall of Fame voting. It was before, it seems to continue to be. And Quinnen Williams was first-team All-Pro in 2022. And then that's it. So don't worry about the Pro Bowl thing. That does not appear to be particularly relevant for Hall of Fame voters anymore. But that's another one that regardless of the team's success, because Quinnen Williams is 28. If Quinnen Williams had the next 2 years, he was All-Pro, specifically first-team All-Pro, well, then I can start to construct a hell of an argument, and he's going to be primed for the All-Decade team, and that is a huge part of Hall of Fame voting as well. If I can be like, well, he made first-team All-Pro 3 times in a decade, that would help out his case a ton.
The number varies by position, Kevin, but an average Pro Football Hall of Famer has 4 to 6 first-team All-Pros in their career. That's average.
I guess that's why it's the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. So like that number right there, that's interesting to know that the average is not just 1. You were in the 4 to 6 range at least.
Yeah.
To be considered a Hall of Famer.
So that's a great example from the 806. CD, Quinnen, and Brandon Aubrey have the best chance if they continue that trajectory. Tyler Smith, honorable mention. Dak needs a Super Bowl. Now, you brought up Tyler Smith. Why Tyler Smith?
He's the best player on the team right now.
Okay.
And so that's the reason I say the closest thing. Now, obviously, like you said, Zach Martin walked into the league and was like, I'm here, good luck.
Yeah.
Tyler Smith's had a different progression all along the way. He plays a position that I don't think gets enough love in regards to it, so that's going to be kind of tough. I think defensive tackle's tough, too, when it comes to Quinnen Williams. Being like, okay, so what were you good at? You didn't have a bunch of sacks, so what were you good at? And you're like, well, I helped stop the run a lot, and I provided pressure. And so those things, and when it comes to offensive linemen, it is really kind of like, What are the stats that signify that? And I can't really tell you his stats. I just watch his play, and I'm like, he looks like an all-pro kind of guy, and he should have enough all-pros by the end of his career that he gets that case for the Hall of Fame. But Tyron Smith and Zach Martin, it seemed like they just owned that for a period of time.
And can I tell you something?
Tyron Smith didn't do enough.
I do not think
unfortunate.
He is a slam dunk lock for the Hall of Fame at all.
I said that a long time ago, and people lost their minds, and I was like, I think injury is going to be a problem for him establishing that longevity without the team success.
And he could make the Hall of Fame. It's just with Martin, that's like a slam dunk no-brainer. From the 978, George Pickens is the most likely Hall of Famer on this squad. How's that for controversial? And so hey, I like it.
Is that what we're trying to do, is just establish controversy here? Because
But I think I see the logic, right? Because George Pickens will turn 26. He's only entering his age 25 season.
Yeah.
Man, okay.
In March, he turned 25.
That's crazy. So he just was second team All-Pro as a 24-year-old.
Mm-hmm.
And so that you could at
this
least...
Is his first 1,000-yard receiving season.
So maybe this is the start of...
It was the second.
Whether it's with the Cowboys or whoever else, what if this was the start of George Pickens' dominance?
Like they unlocked him.
Yeah, when it comes to that. But then here's the tricky part: is CeeDee Lamb is about 2 years older than George Pickens. He's already been second team All-Pro twice and first team All-Pro. Now, we already discussed the idea of like, will it be up to winning? And if that's the case, well, I feel bad for CeeDee Lamb and maybe George Pickens if he's still on this team, because unfortunately the Cowboys do not have a good track record of winning recently. And then for Brandon Aubrey. Brandon Aubrey is awesome at football. He has been in the NFL for 3 years. In those 3 years, he's been a Pro Bowler all 3 years, but again, that does not seem to carry as much weight. And then he's been All-Pro all 3 years. First team All-Pro once, second team All-Pro twice. If he played any other position, he would rocket to the top of my list as an easy, no-brainer, likely Hall of Famer. But for whatever reason, well, I think we know the reason. He's also 31, and kickers and punters, they struggle, man. They struggle to get into the Hall of Fame, so you have to be just unfreaking real for a long period of time, which he could.
And do you have to have unreal moments,
too? I mean, Adam Vinatieri. I mean, what people like, maybe you know his stats, maybe you don't, but I bet you know him from kicking all those game-winning Super Bowl field goals.
Which goes to the ridiculous claim that I always have about, are you famous? And that is a reality when it comes to that, those specific moments right there. Somebody said, Tyler, why no love for Booker? And then somebody said, Tyler Booker's on Zach Martin's level path. It's too early for me to say that.
But I hope you're right.
The dude was fantastic. But for me, personally, it's just a little, I want to see productivity over multiple years now, and I think we're going to get it. Up the middle, I feel very strong right now, but yeah, that's where I am. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb as a combo would be really fun, but Kevin, look at this. Is Torrey Holt in?
Is he not?
Isaac is in, I believe, and Torrey Holt is not.
So you think having both of them would impact the ability of perhaps one, if not both, to get in? That makes sense.
Yeah.
From the 641, wherever that is, winning the Super Bowl is a dumb way to decide QBs and Hall of Fame. It's the ultimate team, blah, 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 blah. All right.
I get it.
Oh, they said several great quarterbacks have never won a Super Bowl. Tell me the list of great quarterbacks who have never been to the Super Bowl, because you will notice we did say winning a Super Bowl, but when we've done this study before,
Fran Tarkenton,
it's getting to the Super Bowl. Fran Tarkenton has been to multiple Super Bowls.
Steve DeBerg.
The Bleacher Report list took Tannehill over Steve DeBerg, so I had to cross them off the list. My point is, getting to the Super Bowl seems to be the key. And I would love to know people's list of all-time great quarterbacks that didn't get to the Super Bowl. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I think that list is way smaller than people think.
You need to make a chart.
Okay.
You've done the study. You just need to now make the. You know what? Chat can do it for you. So just tell chat hey, here's all those quarterbacks, or just take a picture of your papers, and then you can just implement them into Gemini.
True.
And everything will be good there. Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl.
See, and I hate that argument. I like that texter. They texting quite a bit, but I if it's a sarcastic one, I hate that argument because people twist the argument. We didn't say winning a Super Bowl puts you in the Hall of Fame. If you are on a Hall of Fame track and you're a quarterback, that's what gets it over the edge. Because there are plenty of quarterbacks who won the Super Bowl who have no business ever even sniffing the Hall of Fame unless they buy a ticket to go see it.
Eli Manning is a weird one, isn't he?
Yeah, because I do not think there's any stretch of the imagination that Eli Manning should be in the Hall of Fame, yet I think he'll continue to be a finalist, and I think he's going to get in, and I hate that. Eli Manning is one that kind of breaks the parameters, and I really, really hate that.
Kevin, I got an idea. Caleb Downs will be a Cowboys Hall of Famer.
Okay.
Mansour Delane.
Yeah.
Will be a Cowboys Hall of Fame. Sonny Styles.
Right.
So whoever the future Ohio State player that we take is going to be a future Hall of Famer. How about that?
Okay.
Does that make you feel better, or do you feel like this team just lacks talent?
I believe if you get Caleb Downs, I would be willing to listen to that question or to that discussion. From the 903, Dak Prescott is great. He'll never see a Super Bowl. I mean, I don't think you can realistically argue at this point that Dak Prescott is great. He's good, but I don't think you can argue that. From the 972, they said Romo, Rivers, Moon, Lamar, and Josh Allen. Romo's not great. Rivers is not great. Warren Moon is a great example of an outlier in this. And I think they took a lot of his CFL stuff into consideration. But these people are right. He never won anything either. And then Lamar and Josh Allen, they're both 28, 29, and they're still in the league. So, we'll see. Because right now, if, let's say, Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen retired right now, are they great quarterbacks? I don't think so. They're great right now, and they're on the trajectory to be great when all is said and done. But if they both retired right now, Josh Allen would be like, hey, I won an MVP and made it to some AFC championship games. Great.
Lamar Jackson, I won 2 MVPs and made it to
AFC championship game. They're both clearly on the track to be great, but what they do in terms of the playoffs and stuff, I feel like will define if they're great or not.
They win one, they're done. It's it.
Yeah,
both of those guys.
Oh yeah.
Well, they win one and they're in the Hall of Fame.
No, and that's the thing that's
Dak
different.
never wins an MVP, but he wins a Super Bowl.
I think he's got a better shot because it's going to carry more weight that the Cowboys won the Super Bowl. Just like I think it's going to carry more weight if the Bills win the Super Bowl. Just because the Bills have never won the Super Bowl, whereas the Cowboys, obviously they're a study in, hey, you just didn't quite make it. That's the thing. Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen already have the rest of the Hall of Fame resume. And in fact, Lamar Jackson is one of only 8 players ever to win multiple MVPs. Every single one of the rest of them is in the Hall of Fame.
They all have Super Bowls?
Exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You guys did get into that segment, and I really like it. Thank you very much. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
Got the question of the day plus a 20,000 calorie bunny next on The Fan.
Oh.
Take us with you.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind you, hopefully make your day even better. Today, the G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting live from the Rally House in Arlington off of Curtis Mathis Way, 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington. 4 lucky customers will win a $100 Rally House gift card, and you can stock up on all of your gear.
I need to swing through today and get a new Rangers shirt for tomorrow. Get a new, maybe a Rangers polo or something like that.
Do you need me to redo the commercial?
I absolutely.
And I can say
go ahead and do all
every
of them.
team.
Do it.
That, let's see, Rangers, Cowboys, Stars, Mavericks, don't forget about SMU, Texas A&M, Texas Tech, Texas, maybe Dallas Baptist, Rally House.
Baylor.
That commercial's really
UNC.
catchy. It just feels like they timed it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Right now,
they had the great song, and then they were like, oh, crap, we got to get everybody in there.
Or somebody gave them notes, Alec, and they're like, hey, you forgot these 3 schools. And they're like, oh, crap.
Just throw them in there.
Yeah. All right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do?
Sorry, Alec.
Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. Mm-hmm. And that does...
I need to be quiet. Man, that's my favorite part.
That does include Rally House in Arlington, in the Arlington Highlands. That is like right down the street from where I stay. That's my home location, if you will.
Let me ask you a question. Maybe this is something for our legal department.
Oh.
You work for this station, but if you went to Rally House and purchased something, does that not make you a customer, I don't know what, customer, and therefore potentially eligible to win a gift card?
You know what? I could go scoop up one of my friends and send them in there with my credit card.
Good point. Well, you might not have said that part out loud.
Yeah, I blew
but
that
I got
plan.
you.
But
Can I send one of my children in? Oh, no, that's direct family.
Yeah. You have to go make a friend. That doesn't work for here.
I want to walk up and be like, hey, little kid, come help me out real quick.
At no point in that scenario did I say it had to be a kid.
I literally said I'd have to send one of my children in, so obviously the next possible person was kid. Stop looking at me.
We got the Butler slide, didn't we?
Aiden already had this weird thing while you were out. Never mind.
Oh, Aiden judges us so hard.
He does. Trust me. I hear most of it that you don't hear. I love that location for one. I stopped by on the way to the All-Star game when it was here in the Metroplex because I was like, I need to get some of this merch because everybody's going to ransack the official team store at the All-Star game. So I stopped by there. They had everything. They have everything you can ask for. They have every team in the state of Texas. It feels like it's awesome. Guys, we got the question of the day plus the 20,000 calorie bunny.
Oh,
we'll get to that here in just a little bit. But we go to the National Day calendar, and it's a wonderful holiday. It's a holiday that we should all celebrate. It is National Burrito Day. One of the greatest inventions in the history of mankind because it is so versatile. You can put pretty much anything you want inside of a burrito, and it makes sense.
I don't know if this could be a follow-up or future question of the day. What's the best food invention? And I don't mean a food that was created. I mean like a combination based off of existing foods.
Mike's dump cake.
That's a good answer.
Amazing, dude.
Just not his pies.
By the way, take a look. Yeah, they look like they can
He's
cover
listening
up.
right now. He texted. He goes, "You could send me in. I don't work with you."
That's a good point. Mike's pies are great. If you lose a manhole cover, you can just stick one of those on there.
He's never going to make you
I was
going
gonna
to
say,
again.
that's fine. We were gonna maybe have Mike on the show tomorrow. Now I don't know. I don't know.
You're welcome.
Thanks to you guys.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Mike. I love you.
Yeah, I think I ruined that for you. I'll go ahead and take ownership of that one. But the question is going to be, I'll leave it. I'll give you a few different options. Where is the best burrito, and what is the best burrito combination? 877-881-1053, because I know where I'm going after the show. I'm going to Freebirds.
I've always been super duper partial to Freebirds, and obviously I have a simplistic burrito that you'll make fun of. But if you give me that combination of the steak, the mixed cheese, obviously the Spanish rice, some barbecue sauce, and some queso, you got yourself a meal right there. You got yourself more than a meal. It's delicious.
I agree. I mean, it sounds great, and I don't hate on simplicity of burritos because they're so customizable.
Yeah.
Put whatever you want inside of a burrito. I'm not going to judge you.
Sure.
La Victoria off of Haskell. 12-inch super at La Victoria, Old East Dallas area. Hot grilled heavy with picadillo. It's really, really good. That'll be at the top of my list for the best burrito. There's so many good places for good burritos here in the DFW area, though. Like, there's so many good places, and I'm sure everybody has one. They walk in, that's their shop. Real quick, Alec. When we were in Surprise, Kevin went to Tokyo Joe's with Eric one night.
Ooh,
the next night,
son of a gun.
Showed back up, and the lady goes, "Oh, hey, how's it going? I know your order." And Kevin was so impressed that she already knew his order, which had to have been steak and rice only. Like, how hard of an order is it to remember? But Kevin was just
there was
like, "Oh my gosh."
teriyaki sauce on that too. But yeah. That's true. And I was just trying to compliment that gal. And then we got back in the truck and everyone made fun of me. They're like, "Oh yeah, good for her. She remembered 3 things." And I just was trying to give her a compliment, and they just assed all over that.
So that goes definitely in the vein of Kevin's burrito order is probably what, steak and cheese?
Well, I did just go over it, but yes.
Yeah.
Good job, Corey.
You weren't listening. You were talking to
I
Mike.
was looking up burritos.
Oh, okay.
Bad. I hope somebody mentions the breakfast burrito because that's going to get lost in the shuffle. I think that's probably my favorite, if we're being honest, because it is such a great way to start the day to get everything you need. You get the meat-based protein, you get the eggs, you get the cheese. You can add some hot sauce to give yourself a little bit of spice, a little bit of zing in the morning, to wake up the taste buds.
Some hash browns in there? Go ahead and throw some hash browns in there, dude.
Oh, yeah. Are the hash browns the rice of the breakfast burrito?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because carbs, 100%, but they're also good filler content. They take up space. They just add a little bit of volume. And I will say, people don't respect this enough. The Chick-fil-A breakfast burrito, you go for the chicken biscuit.
I don't think I've ever had that.
Try the breakfast burrito because you can get any kind of their chicken that you want in there. So I get the spicy filet. They just chop it up and put it in there. Yeah, it's amazing.
I did not know they had one.
Yeah. Yes, they do, and it's amazing.
The hash brown scramble burrito is one of them.
Yes. It's so good.
This just changed the game.
Next time you go, try it. Get one on the way to the studio sometime. It will start your day off in the best possible manner.
Whataburger calls theirs a taquito. Does that count?
Yes.
Is that just a smaller version of it?
Breakfast burrito is an amazing option, yes.
It's wrapped up in a tortilla, so I count it. And I like that because theirs are on the simple side. They're not doing too much. I'll get the bacon one, so it's just bacon, eggs, cheese. Absolutely. I'm happy. It does not take a lot to satisfy me with a burrito.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't got to be super complex.
100% you eat a burrito today?
Yes. Oh, it's a guarantee. I'm going to do unholy things to a burrito.
Oh, yeah. I made the decision. When I saw it was National Burrito Day, I made the decision we are not having pizza on tonight. Usually Thursday night's pizza night in the Majors household.
Okay.
And Sauce Bros has become a very quick pizza option for us. We really like that a lot. But I immediately decided we are having burritos whether the kids like it or not.
Okay.
I like it. Yeah. Man of the house. From the 214, the breakfast burrito is their favorite. From, let's see, I had a good one here from the 214. Fuel City's burritos are the best breakfast burritos, by the way. And then...
What else do they have at Fuel City?
Zebra!
They used to have a zebra.
They got that zebra.
Mm-hmm.
And from the 972, the best burritos are always in old gas stations converted to a Mexican food spot.
Yes.
And that is
we
so
have one
true.
of those by our house, yeah.
That is so true. Whenever I used to go visit friends down in Huntsville that went to Sam Houston, there was always this one spot that was just north of Sam Houston's campus, maybe like 15 minutes north off the highway that I would stop at and get their tacos. I can't remember the name name of the place. It's a little mom and pop shop. It's amazing. And there's one by TCC's Southeast campus that is awesome too. It's a gas station, but it's halfway a Mexican restaurant. It is awesome. Everything's fresh made. Oh, it was so good. That was the go-to spot in high school. What I will not be consuming, guys, is the giant chocolate bunny from Costco. It is a 10-pound Easter chocolate bunny that has 22,650 calories. And it costs $140.
Good night. $140?
$140 10-pound chocolate bunny. So whenever you order it online, you get a little bit of a discount. It looks like you can get it as cheap as $112, but when you see it in store, it's closer to $140. They have named him Pete the Bunny on its packaging, and people on social media are going crazy. It is made from a mixture of milk, white, and dark chocolate, and it is marketed as a holiday centerpiece as much as a sweet treat. So they're expecting a lot of people to get this and kind of display it and maybe hopefully share it. And they even recommend on their website that you break it apart with a hammer because it is so dense and it's so compact.
You might break your teeth, bro.
You might break your teeth trying to bite off an ear. Mike Tyson style. So they're like, hey, just go in the garage, go into that toolbox that you haven't touched in 15 years, find a hammer because it's so dense.
I went on to Amazon, Kevin, and I found an assorted chocolate candy variety pack. So it's got Hershey and Milk Duds, all those kind of things. Kit Kats. We love Kit Kats here on the KNC Masterpiece.
And what they do
for
is
$63.
Brilliant. Well, and Kit Kat, they put a little faux ear in the etching on the chocolate, and they're like, it's Easter.
Genius.
Saving money.
That just feels like a better deal than, hey, buy this thing that you have to hammer apart and then eat.
But 10 pounds of bulk candy can be bought for $63, or you can spend $140 on one candy rabbit that you're never going to finish.
Yeah, that feels like a challenge.
Take that, Pete.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Which NFL prospects are being overrated and underrated? Next, right here on The Fan.
Texas State 30-yard line off play action. Levitt dodges an oncoming rusher, throws downfield to a wide-open receiver, Tyson, and Tyson dives forward into the end zone for a spectacular touchdown of 30 yards.
KSC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and lip it.
So, Daniel Jeremiah, guest of the show, thanks to Alec.
Nice work, bub.
Has updated his top 50 NFL draft prospects. Now, if y'all have other ones you want to throw out, I'm glad to hear it. But I had a few I wanted to ask if you think they're underrated or overrated.
I always find this to be interesting. Why split it into that? Because a lot of times their boards don't match their draft, their mock drafts. Right. And I find that interesting when they're like, well, my board is the players I feel.
Yeah.
Like, I feel they deserve this order.
Yeah.
This is the stack, if you will. And then your mock draft is, I've heard some things, some of these guys are probably going these places. And this makes sense for these players to go there because these are team needs.
Right. So these are the underrated ones that I noticed, and I was like, I think they're underrated. Caleb Downs at number 9. I think Caleb Downs is underrated at number 9. Not where they'll go in the draft, but like where they should rank.
Yeah, he could be 2.
Wise.
I mean, are we legitimately thinking that Fernando Mendoza is a better player than Caleb Downs?
I'm sure some, but I bet there's plenty who don't.
It's position value. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that changes things. Caleb Downs might be that much better, though. And that's like, when we look at these players, that's where you feel. So at 9, I think that is underrated.
Jordan Tyson is 21. I argue, Mr. Medford, that is underrated. Jordan Tyson at 21.
I'd say that's underrated, too. He was one of those that I spent an extended amount of time watching, even though I don't think this team is going to have a need to reach for him, but he's a really good player, man. Like, when I watch him on tape, there's a lot of things that stand out about him. He doesn't have necessarily one exact skill set that stands out to me. He kind of does everything you ask him to. And he's an Allen, Texas native, so I'm always rooting for our DFW guys. But, yeah, he's really, really good, man. The only thing that concerns me is injuries with him. But I just go back to that Texas Tech game. He injured both of his hamstrings in the game and still played the entire game. He is a dog. Focus drops and stuff like that, yeah, it can all be corrected. But he can play every receiver spot on the field, so that alone should bump him up a few spots.
So I'm going to pair that with an overrated. Omar Cooper Jr., number 18. So that's Omar Cooper Jr. ahead of Jordan Tyson. I say overrated on that one.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's vastly.
I might take him over Jordan Tyson.
Ooh,
yeah,
okay.
I might take him over Tyson. I like Omar Cooper Jr. a lot. Just the skill set that he has, the power and strength that he plays with. There's a lot of things that I really do like about him. It's interesting because Brazel is 6'5", had a really good pro day, and nobody's like, he's the next Randy Moss. You know, like, nobody's throwing this out. And there's not a lot of these dudes that I think are giant built guys in this, but he's a really good slot receiver that could be an outside threat because you can move that guy outside and then do some screens off of that. So I think it's a little overrated. Yeah. But he's a really good player.
Underrated. Hakeem Mesidor at 23.
I think it's underrated, and that's why I'd take him at 20, especially with the position specifically. But I understand the surgeries and all those things. Everything on his medical's checked out, though. And go watch the film, trust the tape. It tells you exactly what you need to know. That dude can play.
And then perhaps the spiciest, I'm going to stick with this, and I know people think I'm dead wrong. Overrated, Arvell Reese at 5. I'm going to stick with this. I know he has all the prototypical size, athleticism to be an unbelievable pass rusher. He's just not good at pass rushing.
He's got some things he needs to clean up for sure, but he's working with our guy, Coach Jordan, here in Dallas lately, and some of those videos that I've been seeing of him working on some stuff, he's got the bend, and that's the thing. In his pro day, people were like, this dude can't bend at all. When I watched the tape, I saw him bend in game. That's all I care about. If he's doing it in game, then sure. The whole thing about traits versus actual production is a very fair argument. It's just, I watch him and I get a little more excited about what he could be than some of these past guys that you've seen. They're like, oh, but the traits are there.
Yeah.
There's been some awful reaches in the past few years when it comes to edge rushers specifically, just because he's got a monstrous frame, he's athletic, he runs fast, but yeah, he needs some more upper body strength if he wants to be a true edge rusher. If he wants to have those numbers that jump off the page, there's some people that really want him to be a stand-up linebacker still, which I would be okay with. But I think he can do it all. I do. He has to show it, but I think he can. Big emphasis on the word think.
I think you're in the majority, too.
Lou Riddick hates you.
I get it.
You like him.
I do. And he was like, anybody who, I'm paraphrasing.
I have it right here.
Okay,
you
yeah.
This is Louis Riddick regarding, if you were in Columbus today, in person, watching Arvell Reese work out and didn't come away thinking that this is a premium level athlete with unlimited upside, you should quit talking about athletes forever. Don't even bother watching his tape, actually playing the game in pads. You're never going to get it ever.
I get why he would encourage people to not look at him playing the game in pads where he does not have production. But I do like Louis Riddick.
I don't think enough.
But I did see that tweet and I was like, ooh, that feels directed at me.
I don't think I've done enough on Arvell Reese to be that hot on it either way yet.
Okay.
I need to do it because my mind was he's not going to be there for the Cowboys. And a lot of times I do that where I'm just like, he's not going to be there. Don't even worry about watching him. I need to.
That is fair. I mean, I think you should. All right, for the Cowboys, we have now found out, per multiple reports, that the Ravens will be the Cowboys' opponent in Rio. Have we started our conversations with the bosses about sending us to Brazil? I don't think we have.
That's on.
We should. Oh,
that's on you, bro.
That's his job. Okay, great.
Yeah, you should politic for this.
This is Brazil. How would you feel? Would you be proud if they said, you made a compelling argument, Alec, we'll send Corey and Kevin? And would you feel proud that you helped make that happen, or be like, what the crap, dude?
A little bit of both, because that's a big commitment, not just financially, but scheduling. So I'd be like, hey, that's pretty cool. And then I'd be like, status quo, producers don't have fun. So,
we're going to try to fix that. The Jags have a new home for 2027. They're going to play their games in Orlando.
Oh, that was London.
I know. Well, I say play their games in Orlando. I'm sure that year they'll be like, hey, we added a third game in England. So whatever. But they're going to play their games in Orlando as they are doing renovations to their stadium.
Kevin, I know this is football nuggets, but this has been announced.
Oh.
You know who's throwing out the home opener tomorrow?
I don't. G-Dub?
Gold medal winning Team USA goalie, Jake Ottinger.
Oh, yes!
We need to see if we can get Otter on tomorrow.
Yeah.
That would be sick.
I'd be like, hey, are you nervous? Also, what's up with your...
Dude, why do you keep letting the goals
What's up
in?
with your blocker side goals you've been giving up?
He's like, I've been focusing on this first pitch.
What if
that's what he told you? He was like, I've been so nervous about this first pitch that I haven't even practiced hockey lately. I've just been practicing throwing a baseball.
Would you want Jake Ottinger on tomorrow if they said we can't ask any hockey questions?
I would have to learn a lot more about Jake Ottinger off ice.
What if they said you also can't ask any questions about his personal life? You can only ask first pitch, and first pitch adjacent.
I could do
questions.
it. I actually could do it. I definitely think I could I could do a 5-minute interview about first pitches.
Okay, all right. The Bears have said that they're looking for a late spring, early summer window to make their decision. So obviously we're approaching that rapidly. I still can't envision them, maybe Arlington Heights, but moving to Indiana, no. And the divisive Monday Night Football doubleheader is no more. They said going forward, there's even discussions at the league meetings of having Monday Night Football games start at the same time. And they said no more Monday Night Football doubleheaders.
They should have just started the game at 4.
That would be neat.
And then roll into the second game that way. But I think the only smart decision now, Tuesday Night Football.
I mean, look, that's clearly Wednesday, Thursday. We're getting it this year. If there's not going to be double Monday Night Football, make it a Tuesday.
Exactly. What's the problem?
People would be, the betting community would be stoked about that.
I would love it, dude.
All right, I'll see what I can do.
Give me a Tuesday night game. I dare you, NFL. You don't have the balls to do it.
Wow.
Send that to them.
We're the Kansas Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go back to the Rangers, and I've got preposterous paces and numbers early in the MLB season. Next, right here on The Fan.
K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go back to the Texas Rangers. And also, if you like, I have a variety of numbers that have defined the early part of the season and maybe more importantly, paces for Texas Rangers players.
Let's do it.
All right. So let's start with this. First 6 games, you got an off day tomorrow, home opener. We'll be out there broadcasting 10 to 2. 10 is also when the gates will open, so it should be a happening out there. What have you thought about these first 2 series? Have you been particularly encouraged?
Mackenzie Gore looks good. Jack Leiter looks like he has the potential to be an ace. By
the way, Mackenzie Gore, as you predicted, will in fact get the start tomorrow.
Well, Kevin.
I admitted that was going to be tough for me. Especially when they put Lats in the game. Yeah, I do know Corey's.
Yes, we predicted that based on kind of the way the rotation laid out. I'm very curious how they're going to get Rocker an opportunity. Right now, do you think that Sunday might be a good day to throw Rocker to kind of reset the roster? Because he hasn't thrown since early.
He's just been doing the bullpens.
Yeah,
and
he hasn't
like
thrown at all. So this is
maybe Saturday.
Saturday? Wouldn't that be a lighter day?
I wonder if they would flip that. I don't know.
I wonder.
Here's a question for Skip.
Here's the way that I kind of, and Skip, Kevin, evidently really loves you not knowing. He doesn't. I don't want the opponent to know. He loves this.
Well, like with Gore, they were like, "Oh, we'll figure it out when we get back to Texas."
Okay. I'm also interested in watching Leiter's next one, but maybe that's they're looking at these two going, "This is great. This is the future of our pitching staff." Our current pitching staff consists of 2, all-timers, but at the same time, the future of it is Jack Leiter and Mackenzie Gore. Let's let the home crowd see that immediately, and maybe Rocker's involved in that part of the conversation too. But so far, I've thought that Leiter looks good. I'm very confident in what we heard before the season about him. Changeup looks nasty. That cutter that he added to it now gives him another direction to go with that pitch. So it's really nice things to see from him. And then Gore, fun stuff from him as well. So I like that. The bats seem to have some life, and
they do.
Do you remember when we talked? Was it Brandon Carr or was it a former player that they called third down the money down? And,
yeah.
And there was some incentive in it, but it was Leon Lett. He was like, everybody wanted to hear their name on third down. That was the incentive, to hear your name on third down, that you got the sack, that you were that guy. You got to celebrate. You got to be happy for the next series because of that moment. And right now it feels like with the new Lasso thing that everybody's looking forward to being the guy that gets to do it. Maybe not Wyatt Langford, because Wyatt Langford's just like, oh yeah, his little circle above my head.
He does not seem to have the most interest in the world in outside nonsense that's not about hunting.
But I think that so far I'm seeing a Corey Seager I recognize. And I'm seeing a Jake Berger I wanted to see. Unfortunately, he broke his hitting streak yesterday. But then I look at the rest of the group. I needed Josh Young to have a couple of hits yesterday, personally, and he needed it too. Did you see how much relief he had on his face when he had that single that went to the right side?
Yes,
it just
I have no doubt.
Yeah, he was just like, finally. So yeah, there's some. I'm seeing some good things. I'm seeing a team that I think can be a winner this year.
And early on, against the fastball, which obviously is going to be the most prevalent pitch, .453 slugging percentage. Last year against fastballs, woeful. .389 slugging percentage. That was third worst in the league. And you know what? Like, you already see the four-seam fastball 32% of the time in Major League Baseball. So what happened last year against the Rangers? They started getting a higher concentration of fastballs, kind of the opposite of the Pedro Serrano, because the scouting report was they can't hit it. And if they do hit it, they're not going to smash it.
Yeah.
And so that's been a really encouraging thing to start.
Seems like we have a smash burger out there right now.
Yes.
And that's a good thing.
Indeed we do.
I like this from the 785. McCutchen brings that Austin Hedges fire back to the dugout.
I like that. And plus, the other thing is, what a bonus is also he's going to be more frequently contributing to the team on the field.
So he brings a, and you're saying as opposed to Hedges.
Yes. We all love Austin Hedges. That's fair, though.
But I think you're right, and I was going to add that. Like, he brings that kind of vibe, and you need a vibe in your clubhouse. You absolutely have to have a vibe. But the guy can't be the vibe and also not produce.
Right.
He's got to be able to, and he's producing.
Because otherwise, you don't want to hear that vibe. Really, shut the hell up.
Yes, exactly.
All right.
If you were to rate the vibes,
stop it.
You would be a rater.
Man, I'm really sad that it took me so long to figure that out. So, another really encouraging thing. What do you think the OPS was for our top four hitters last year? Our best four hitters.
OPS 691.
Whoa. That was close. 697.
Okay.
Which is horrible. Especially for your top four. Horrible.
And I'm still learning OPS, so that's pretty. That was pretty good for me.
I think that was good for anybody.
Thank you.
I think that would be good for Chris Young. Well, maybe
we'll ask him tomorrow.
Maybe he should know the exact number. I don't know. But this year, top four, 847.
It's early.
And that's
early.
That's true. But think about it. When you talk about it's early, also Wyatt is struggling early in the season. And so to be 150 points up on last year, despite like your young phenom struggling, I think that is super duper encouraging.
972. Kevin Pillar really must have been onto something. I don't think we disagree.
We talked about that.
When we heard Kevin Pillar say that, we were like, we get it.
Did you say his name right, though?
Kevin Pillar.
There you go.
I'm from Texas.
Oh, okay.
Pillar.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Pillar.
No. Good enough.
Okay.
But yeah,
maybe, I mean, we talked about it before. We were like, you can see in the dugout, there's just not that connection amongst them. And I thought that was weird from a team that was mostly still made up of a World Series champion.
Yes.
That they just were like, I guess they all, once they got the championship, they all said, well, we all scatter and go our separate ways. But this group does feel like a team right now.
Now, I've got some numbers from across Major League Baseball to try and astonish you, and then we'll get to the Rangers' paces, and you're going to love the one for Jack Leiter. Paul Skeens, going back to that very first game, he allowed 5 runs in the first inning of the season and didn't even get 3 outs. I realize O'Neal Cruz played a part in that. 5 runs. Do you know last year he gave up 3 runs in the first inning?
No.
Total. So in the first start of the season, he gave up more first inning runs than he did in all of his starts last year, total.
Dang, dude.
That is crazy. Now, is Mike Trout back? Last year, played in 44 series for the Angels, never reached base more than 10 times in any series. First series of the year for the Angels, reached base 13 times.
Nice.
So
he is back.
It's the
for the next
start.
2 weeks.
You know,
maybe
it is tough for me to argue against that sentiment. Right now, he does have an OPS above 1, but it could be a countdown scenario. Now,
no. That being said, though, we've seen him fill up the stat box before.
That's what he does,
and he still has that ability. It's just the health. Like that's really it.
Yes.
His hands aren't gone.
Yes.
When you lose your hands in baseball, that's usually when you should go ahead and say it's been a good run. But his hands aren't gone, and he still has power.
Right now, the Colorado Rockies are 2-4. I feel like there's a decent chance they will not get above 500 all year. I'm going to start that again. A more than decent chance. Thus, I present to you perhaps the craziest stat
this is wild.
Of the day.
Alec, listen to this one.
Alec?
If you listen to nothing else for the rest of the show today, listen to this stat.
The The Colorado Rockies have not been above 500 in 1,097 days. That goes all the way back to April 1st of 2023, where they were 2-1. That is the last time they have been above 500. You know what the record was that year? 59-103.
Is that good?
No, it's not. And so you could just go ahead and extrapolate out another 360 days if we're not going to make it. So we might do this again next year, and you're like, oh, we're up to 1,460 days. And the best shot Colorado's got is when they win one to start the season, and they're 1-0. This is the last time they were above 500. They were 2-1. That was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Now,
that's amazing.
It is amazing and sad. All right, let's talk about pace. Jake Berger, he's on pace for 54 home runs and 162 RBIs. So even though you talked about the hitless streak coming to an end, still incredible. Corey Seager.
Sure. Yeah.
Corey Seager is on pace to hit 318 with an OPS of 1.156. Now you might be like, that's fun. I could see it happening. All right, so we need to up the game. Gotcha. Brandon Nimmo is on pace for an incredible 243 hits.
I'll take it.
Did you know that would be 19 short of the record?
For hits for a season?
Yes.
Michael Young?
Ichiro.
Oh, sorry,
yeah,
for the
that would
Rangers.
be a record for the Rangers. Ichiro had 262 hits in 2004. So even though Brandon Nimmo is off to this incredible start, that if it stood up, we'd be like, oh my goodness, it's the best. 19 away from the Major League record. Kind of like Tyler Alexander. He had one save before this year. Right now, he's on pace for 54 saves. Also not a record. The record is held by Francisco Rodriguez, who had 62 in 2008. And I want you to think about this for a second. That number of saves is higher than the number of wins that the Colorado Rockies had in the last season they had a winning record. Just think about that for a second. Now for Jack Leiter.
Okay. Now I can get this is something I can sink my teeth into.
Now, obviously, I have not manipulated any numbers, but at this point in the season, it's really fun. Jack Leiter is on pace to go 32-0 with an ERA of 3. He's also on pace.
That's pretty high.
I mean, hey, that means our offense is rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
And we get a decision every single time, so we clearly put the runs on the board early. But here's the part that's amazing to me. So Jack Leiter, 32-0 with a 3 ERA. He's also on pace for 256 strikeouts.
That would be pretty good.
It would be pretty good. That would be just short of the modern MLB record. And when I say just short, he would be 127 strikeouts behind Nolan Ryan, who had 383 strikeouts in 1973. Now, if you go back to the 1800s,
was that the year that the dude sawed off the leg of a table and was like, brought it out, and the umpire was like, you can't use that.
What's
and he was
the
like,
difference?
I can't hit him with a bat.
Yeah.
What's it going to matter?
What's the difference? So, I mean, the old record belongs to like Barnstorm McGee in 1894.
Rube Waddell.
Yeah, like those numbers are ridiculous. There are people who had like 500 strikeouts in a season. But the modern record held by Nolan Ryan, 383. Jack Leiter after one start, on pace for 256, which would clearly be incredible.
You think he'll do it?
And another step in the right direction. I would take the under on that. But if Jack Leiter had 200 strikeouts this year, wouldn't you be like, okay, that's tremendous?
Yes. No, it would be, dude, that's the step right there. That means he pitched enough games to do that, and he pitched enough innings to do that as well. If he had 200 strikeouts this year, which I think he can, he has the best stuff on this team. He really does. Right now, specifically. If Eovaldi, comes back into form completely, then he's still that guy. DeGrom still has nasty stuff too.
Sure.
But Leiter's stuff right now is sick.
Last year, he had 148. And so another thing is not only, like you said, would he pitch more innings, hopefully the walks would be
down.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you don't want him throwing 140 pitches a game.
Yeah, and you're not going to get that many innings at that rate. So
would he win a Cy Young if he went 32-0 with a 3 ERA?
Yes, he would. And that would be a big FU to all the people that said pitcher wins don't matter. There's going to be, all right, I'm telling you.
The Rangers have 36 wins this year. 32 of them were when Jack Leiter pitched.
I would love to see this happen. I realize, it's not going to happen. But I would love to see Tarek Skubal be 7-9 with a 1.8 ERA against Jack Leiter, who's 32-0 with a 3.0 ERA. Because, man, the next level analytics people are going to be so mad when Jack Leiter wins.
The pitcher wins. You're just like, he was really good.
I'd be like, dude, it's 32 wins.
Every time he went to the mound, the team was like, we're going to win today.
People would be so freaking mad. And it's astonishing how many people are like, yeah, that ERA, though. Just like you said.
It's a 3.
It's a 3! That's a great ERA.
Eovaldi might have a 3.5 this year, Kevin. Because last year was insane, right?
Yeah.
He might be that kind of guy by the end of the year. And we're going to go, was it good enough? Well, I mean, it wasn't the year before, and you got to be like, yeah, but him and DeGrom, what they did the year before, as Evan Grant was pointing out, kind of historic.
Yeah.
To do that. Can't expect that all the time. Yeah. Although Kevin's like, no, I want our young players and our old players to all have ones.
I realize the flaw in that hope. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We'll kick it off with NFL Draft Overreaction or Reality. Plus, we'll be giving away a 4-pack of tickets for Rangers Mariners on Monday. Let's get it going next.
presented by the On Time Experts.
2nd and 10. It's time. He will not escape. Akeem Mesidor with an edge rush and a sack.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Did he say androgynous
That's
sack?
what I thought, too. I thought he said with an androgynous sack, and then I started thinking about Goldust's character. Well, I wish I wouldn't have said it like that. Then I started thinking about Goldust because, like, the character was always set up a certain way, but they were like, no, he's androgynous. And people are like, the hell does that mean?
Do you know what it means?
Yeah, he's like... can kind of, I feel like it was ahead of its time of like kind of like Pat, right? Like a not
a biological term referring to the production of only male offspring or relating to androgens.
That is
you can't have the word in the definition.
That is not the way they use it on wrestling TV, but I should probably not take a lot of my cues from wrestling TV. So
something that only tends to have male offspring.
Oh, that is not the way they used it. All right. NFL draft overreaction, since we started with that. Overreaction or reality, it worries you that Akeem Mesidor will already be 25 by the time of the draft. To put that in perspective, he is 3 years and 4 months older than Reuben Bain.
So he's already too old to play?
I mean, he could play.
Doesn't it feel like 25 is right there where you, like Pickens is 25? So what I'm trying to figure out is the experience that you get in those first 4 years from being 21 to 25 is what helps you be a professional.
And I'm worried by the time he figures it out, that's when
he'll start to decline.
Yeah.
What if he's already there though? Like what if he's already physically? He's at 25 years old. Mentally, Jason Taylor had him prepared for it all, and he'll be out there.
That's why you get to decide.
I understand what you're saying here. It is a little concerning. But as far as having somebody that I think can step in and play right now, no, I'm not concerned about it. Overreaction.
Okay. Alec, overreaction or reality, it worries you that Akeem Mesidor will already be 25 by the time of the draft.
Overreaction, I really don't care. If anything, that means he's a seasoned vet already. He should know the game. Just put him in. No, what worried me...
It would bother Mike. I know. He would always be like, is he like 28 already?
Yeah, and it is crazy to see, Arvell Reese is 20. You know, when you compare that, it's like, that's kind of wild. If anything, I'm just credit to some of these kids that are going to come into the league and play excellent football before they can legally drink. You know, good for them. It's not a knock on Akeem Mesidor. I was more worried about the medicals about his feet and the previous surgeries that he had, which it seems like he's fine. So that one worry that I had is gone. I'm worried for his bank account in the future. He might not get a third long-term contract because of it. But, other than that, I think he's going to play good football. I don't really care.
I think that is the thing. If you're first-round picks need to be 10-year players for your team, then yes, you should have a concern here because at 35, that would be old.
Okay.
Sorry, old 35-year-olds.
For that game, not as a human. All right.
I don't know.
This one could get a little tricky. Overreaction or reality? You would do this deal. Cowboys trade pick number 20 and next year's first, and maybe this year's third too, for pick number 6. So I know Broadus has thrown out the idea, or they've discussed this on G-Bag, is you can get up to 6 and get 38 back for 12 and 20, give or take. I think you should ask for a 5th, but either way. In my scenario, you're still staying up with the double high picks. So instead of 6 and 38, you have picked 6 and 12, though obviously it will cost you.
Is 6 high enough to get Styles?
That is kind of what I was projecting.
I think so.
Okay. If 6 gets you Styles, and then you can walk away from that with Jermod McCoy or Delane or Downs, those are the other 3 that I'm thinking here.
I think that's the right way to think.
Those 2 are cornerstones of your defense for the next 7 years. And that goes into the thinking of, would we draft a guy like this next year with that first pick?
Right.
So I would probably do this.
Okay.
I still have 2 first-round picks, right?
You do.
And so I'm getting 2 players in the top 15.
Yep.
Or the top 12. Which
sure,
is,
on the Cowboys board, the top 3.
Yeah, we got our top 3 guys.
Yeah.
Actually, we got our number 1 and number 2 players.
Right.
So, yes, I would make and I have to get this year's third?
Probably. Hey, I'll start. I'll use the Corey tactic. I'll start with 20 and next year's first. But, projecting those
I'd like
next
to keep
year
that third
picks,
if possible. Because I got to figure out, I got to try and work a way to get another player. But, again, man, I think I was watching another couple guys yesterday that I was very excited about. So that third round's very important to me right now.
Sure.
I'd like to keep it, Kevin.
Okay. So did you just change your own mind?
I'll give you the 2 first for this to move up to 6.
But if it's a third, no go.
We'll discuss.
Okay, man.
I really want to keep this third. Really
okay.
bad.
Well, Alec, we will go to you and then back to Corey. I think you would do this deal, overreaction or reality. Cowboys trade pick 20 and next year's first and maybe the third as well for pick 6.
Call me Les Snead. Reality. F them picks. If I know that I'm getting, like Corey just said, 2 cornerstones of my defense added in this draft within, 30 minutes of each other in the draft this year, I'm doing it. I don't care about that third round pick as much because in my mind, if you're not getting Styles, I hope that's the pick there. If you are making that trade, then you're probably getting David Bailey.
I was going to ask you if that would be acceptable.
Which that would be more than acceptable, especially the more I listen to Bobby talk about him and his expectations for him on the morning show. He said today, he was like, what if a reasonable expectation for him is he is a perennial double-digit sack guy? I am more than okay with taking him, moving up and taking him at 6. And then I get a Caleb Downs or I get one of the coveted corners at that spot. I just transformed the floor of my defense within 30 minutes. So, yes, I'm doing it.
All right. So, Corey, we go back to you. Styles or Bailey and Downs or McCoy or Delane.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay.
I got to figure out now. I got to figure a way out to get back up in the draft, and the Cowboys aren't expecting any comp picks next year.
Yeah, and I was going to say even if they were, they would be similar to this.
Look, I have 98 fifth-round picks in this draft, Kevin.
You do.
I want to try and use all of them here.
All right, let me look into that and see if I can at least move you up into the 4th or something like that. I'll get back to you on that. All right, overreaction or reality?
That fits in the value chart?
Yes. And see, that's the thing. That's where I would start with the discussion of pick 20 in next year's first. But next year's first, especially for the Cowboys, is really complicated. And so I could see how the other team would be like, hey, I need a little bit more certainty. You're asking me to drop from 6 to 20.
Yeah.
I need something now. All right. Since Alec brought it up, Les Snead, the GM for the Rams, has said, hey, I would have said yes to the Browns' proposal of trading picks for up to 5 years, which of course he would. And he goes, I would have liked to hear the reasons for and against it. Overreaction or reality? The proposal was withdrawn, but the NFL should have let teams trade draft picks up to 5 years.
It seemed like Steven was against this. When I was reading some quotes, he was like, look, we know what we know what our plan is for the draft picks next year. But thinking out 5 years in advance is a little tough. And I'm always like, hold on, don't you always tell us you have a 5-year plan built? But I understand how it can get a little complicated, convoluted, but that's why you hire somebody to keep track of that for that. That's their job. So that they can be like, hey, this is what the markets are saying. Polymarket has told us that there might be lead in some dino nuggets. Weird.
Oh, no!
Dude, I'm going to think that was an April Fool's joke. That's what I'm going to think.
Okay.
I'm hoping. But that's 5 years. I love the idea because I love the opportunity to be able to say, hey, we can trade this many out to make this thing happen right now. But I understand how they can look at it and say it gets too complicated.
Alec, overreaction or reality? The NFL should have just let teams trade picks up to 5 years in advance if they wanted.
Reality.
I'm with you. I kind of feel like you're going to say that either way.
Yeah, honestly, like even thinking from the league perspective, they want this product to be the dominant conversation on all media platforms 365. How do you do that? By allowing teams to cause more unnecessary chaos underneath the CBA, and it is totally legal and totally allowed. It would get people questioning. It would get people doing mock trades every single day of the offseason to try to poach every other team's star player and get them onto their team. Myles Garrett would have been traded 50 million times by now,
right?
In people's little mock simulators and whatnot. So, yeah, in that way, I feel like it's natural selection, too. If you make a dumb trade and you give up 4 first-round picks for somebody and it doesn't work, you're not going to be good, and you're going to pay the price for it. You're going to get your GM fired. You're probably going to get your coach fired. There's going to be a natural process of teams getting weeded out that don't deserve to be making those decisions anyways. So I feel like the return on investment is going to work for the NFL, whether it lands a really good player in a small market on a big market team and it works and they win, or if a really bad team makes a dumb move for a good player and it doesn't work.
By the way, Corey, if you traded all 3 of your 5th-round picks, you could theoretically get a mid-4th. But if you traded all 3 of your 5th-round picks and your 4th-round pick, you could theoretically get a mid-3rd-round pick.
Kevin, according to today.com, Dino chicken nuggets sold at Walmart can be contaminated with lead, health officials warn.
Which begs the question that I know is not helpful. How much lead is too much?
And how much lead is too much for you to say the flavor of Dino nuggets is still worth it?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
We all love Dino nuggets.
I don't know why, but when they're in dinosaur shape, they taste better. They do. They do.
Everybody knows.
Overreaction or reality? For the draft, not nuggets.
Oh, okay, because that was from the 214 overreaction or reality. We need to get to the bottom of this lead and Dino nuggets story.
Do. That's
we just
a
got
fact.
It for you. Bam.
That is a fact. Overreaction or reality? The Raiders might start Kirk Cousins a couple games before
overreaction.
They put Mendoza in. Okay.
You presented this to me this morning.
Correct.
And I didn't really have a strong take on it yet. I just didn't have a good vibe for it. Why are you drafting a dude number 1 overall if you can't play, though? You think he can't play. You don't draft him number 1 overall if you think he can't play.
Do you think Kirk Cousins went to a spot where they said there's no chance in hell you could ever start?
I think Kirk Cousins will go wherever the money is at this point, and he could have the potential chance to do it. But I think they want him there more because of the opportunity to allow him to usher in this guy, help show him the ropes and stuff like that. But I just don't know how. And I think they want a good backup quarterback. They want somebody that is an experienced dude. I think no. I don't think he's going to be playing games before Fernando Mendoza.
All right, Alec, we throw it to you. Strong take right there. Overreaction or reality? Kirk Cousins could start a couple of games before Mendoza gets put in.
Reality. I think he will.
Oh.
It was a topic of conversation around the combine. A lot of people were getting that vibe that they wanted a bridge quarterback for Mendoza. They didn't want to rush him in, especially with a first-year head coach that is still installing, still trying to figure out what his group of guys looks like and everything. And we know they spent a ton of money in the offseason, but that team is still kind of a mess. So At least get your feet underneath you before you send out the number 1 overall pick and say, figure it out. I think they want to say, hey, you've done enough homework. You know what to do. Go out there. You've seen it in action. You've watched it in action. Instead of just telling him week 1, hey, buddy, figure it out. I think they're going to. I think it might even just be 1 game. It could be so bad from Kirk Cousins that they're like, okay, that was all we needed to see.
It could be that Kirk Cousins puts them in a good position to have a number 1 draft pick the next year. And so they're like, all right, we've lost enough games that we're going to be in position. Fernando, go out there and play a little bit so we can go get you the receiver you deserve.
You guys want to do one more?
Sure.
Okay. Joseph Hoyt put out his latest mock draft with the Dallas Morning News.
You've never been a fan of his, right?
I like Joseph Hoyt. What?
I didn't know.
No, I like Joseph
How you feel
Hoyt.
about him?
Yes, I like Joseph Hoyt. I didn't know. Stop. I didn't know how many times you were going to make me repeat that.
One time you did tell him to his face that he was the hero we all deserve from the press conference.
Exactly, and he was. Overreaction or reality? I know there are some complications with this. Assuming they don't make a trade, Ruben Bain and Avion Terrell is a satisfactory first round for the Cowboys.
I don't love Terrell that much. I like him. I don't love him. I would love to walk away from this draft with Ruben Bain right now.
Right.
At this moment.
I get it.
There's you could always find something out about a player.
Sure.
But yes, at the moment, I'd love to walk away with Bain. So if I got Terrell because of it, I'd be like, it's still kind of a weird thing. Dude, Bain was expected. Mickey was here going, hey, is he top 3? And we were all in consensus, yes.
Yeah.
And now we're trying to figure out if he's a top 10 guy. So, yes, I would like to walk away. If I was able to get Bain, I'd be happy. Terrell, I'd be like, dadgum. But I'd still try and figure out something else there.
Alec, overreaction
He's a good player, though.
Or reality, assuming there are no trades, walking away with Ruben Bain and Avion Terrell is a satisfactory first round for the Cowboys.
Reality, because I think Ruben Bain is going to get overthinked by teams just because of the arm length conversation, which is still dumb to me. Again, he is the ultimate example of trust the tape when you watch him play. He is a game wrecker. Avion Terrell, I think I like him more than some people do.
By some people, do you mean Corey?
Maybe just a little bit. Maybe just a little bit. Not that Corey hates him.
Nope. No, not at all.
I don't know what I see. There's just something about him. There's poise. There's control. The ball tracking is excellent. I just feel like the things that he's good at now, today, are going to translate very well to the pro level. So I think it's going to be a smoother transition for him than some of these other guys. Not to say like Mansour Delane, but some of these other corners that could be projected around his pick range, I think he's going to translate a little bit smoother. And Corey, just to shoot down your theory about Joseph Hoyt, I found this from a couple weeks ago.
I think it was Joseph Hoyt.
Oh, there you go.
I really like his stuff.
Okay, all right, there you go. Nice.
Yes.
What stuff?
I think you may have put 2 different pieces of audio together there just to make Kevin look good.
I'm not gonna lie, I got nervous for a second when you go. I found this piece of audio and
Kevin
I thought,
was like, "What did I say?"
Yeah, that doesn't
likes his
always
stuff.
work out great. All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you guys very, very much.
I appreciate you, man.
All right,
Alec, now you say it.
I appreciate both of you.
Wow.
Well, I guess my next question is, do you appreciate our listeners?
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 9.
Hold on, what?
Why can't you just say now?
I was
Why
confused.
Did that throw
It's always
you
gotta be 10.
Why? No, it doesn't. It could be caller 9.
You said so 9.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Now. 9.
God. Will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Mariners on Monday at Globe Life Field. These tickets are courtesy of TexasRangers.com. You can buy tickets there, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 9, whether Corey likes it or not.
Threw me off, dude.
I know.
I was so used to the rhythm.
That's what we're here to
and
do.
the rhyme.
All right, so call in, no matter what Corey thinks. In the meantime... My next question is, because I saw this and it was kind of astonishing to me. Have you ever skipped a sporting event, maybe a bunch of them, on TV or streaming because it was too expensive? So I started thinking about what you told us a couple months back about needing to get Peacock to watch football and everything.
Do I need Peacock anymore right now? Can I just cancel it for a few months until...
Yeah, for sure. Unless you want to watch Ted, which I think you should.
Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting about that.
So I thought about that and just the idea of added expenses at a time when, obviously, as the term would indicate, it's unexpected. And then I was reading a poll that said 72% of sports fans think major sporting events should be required to air on free broadcast television.
Yes.
I believe that's not even the case this weekend with Final Four.
And that's what Jerry said he always wanted.
Yeah.
Now, they're not doing that.
No, we've moved away from that.
But he said, I don't think there's going to be... Well, I think he did limit it to the Super Bowl, right? He was like,
Yes.
okay, listen, the Super Bowl will always be free.
I don't know if I
agree with either.
I don't, yeah, I'm with you on that. And so I get that. And I was like, I understand people think that. But the more and more, whether it's just cable or now streaming services, they picked up sports rights. But this was the next part that I found pretty surprising. According to the poll, nearly 60% of sports fans have not watched a sporting event because it was too expensive. And that used to be the thing. It was too expensive to like maybe go to some of the games. And I get that with all the expenses of if you do concessions or parking or whatever. But the idea of not watching some of these things because it was too expensive and the fact that it's at 60%. So that means there's more sports fans than not that have skipped watching a sporting event because it was too expensive. So I kind of wanted to get your take on that because that number is astonishingly high to me. And is that problematic for the leagues, or are they going to be like, it is, but this bet of money will cushion my fall?
The bet of money always cushions the fall. And you're right when it comes to fans. I think a lot of fans in most instances, if you have to pay anything, it's too expensive.
That's
why you
true.
just said,
yeah.
Was it 70% want
72,
free?
Yeah.
Mike texted and said WrestleFest was too expensive.
Yeah, hey, that really broke you down, Mike. I bet you figured out a way to get it done.
You borrow your account.
Yeah, man. And you know what? You know what else I learned about that? When people learn that it's not on the same streaming service it was before, that is a nightmare scenario for them.
Right
unless
at the last
someone's
second.
there to help them out.
Right at the last second. This is I didn't watch a playoff game that was on Peacock.
Okay.
2 years ago, I believe. Because I was like, I'm not doing that. I'll just have to miss this one, was what I said. But I think there have been boxing things that I was like, ooh, I would love to pay-per-view that. And then I saw the price and I was like, $150? No. Unless you get a bunch of people together for something like that.
For sure.
The Rangers on Victory Plus this year, I saw their bit was $120 for like by April 6th or something.
And so it's interesting if you think about it from the perspective of 6 months of baseball for $120, $20 a month. That feels like a really good deal on the surface. But when for so many years you've gotten it for quote unquote free, but even I dispute that terminology. But you know,
you may have been paying $2 for it.
But like you didn't pay that much, then people are like, well, this is a ripoff. And it's hard to break away from that line of thinking.
Yeah, no, and especially when you're like, well, but I have to have YouTube TV and I have to have Netflix and I have to have. Then you add all that up, and now it's $600 or something like that.
Right.
What did we do? It was $1,500 to watch all of the NFL games last year if you wanted to watch every one.
Okay, and just to kind of hammer home on that, for the NFL, you would need Amazon, Peacock, Netflix, ESPN Plus. Even if you cancel those services at the right time, you're still talking about $600 to $750 for Major League Baseball. Now you get exclusive games on ESPN, TBS, and FS1. With the NHL, there's a lot of stuff on Max. We've seen that. So just for those three sports, you would theoretically need ESPN Plus, Netflix, Peacock, Amazon, HBO Max, and maybe Fox One, I think is their streaming.
And so you asked the question, I don't think that they've thought one moment about selling those rights to these groups, these streaming groups, considering the fan and how much they have to pay. I don't think that they've thought 1 second about it, Kevin. The owner groups, whoever it is that's making the decisions, Roger Goodell, Rob Manfred. Rob Manfred, he's just like,
yeah.
Actually, I still don't think he hates the game as much as you think. I think he's done some good things.
It's all part of it.
Ready baseball?
Yeah. Well, he had to make up for it because he's like this stupid piece of metal.
But yeah, I think that you asked the question of, do they think this or that pile of money? They love the pile of money. And that's the first thing and only thing that they're thinking about. And when it comes to us fans, we're just the byproduct. How much do they really care about the product?
Yeah.
They'll care just enough for us to be able to use this cash.
Yeah. And from the 2-4, they said they were missing a lot of Rangers games because they didn't want to pay the $15 to upgrade their DirecTV package. Like, I literally stayed with DirecTV for some of the sporting things, especially on our local regional sports network stuff. And then also, if they can tell you're really going to cancel, DirecTV will cut you some deals. So I'm just saying.
In the 858, I'd rather spend $750 at a sports bar with my boys watching these games.
Okay.
So hold on. I'm probably going to spend
that's
that
for the year?
If I go every night that week, I might spend that.
Okay.
Because I'll probably end up picking up somebody's tab. And don't forget about shots, because shots are good, Kevin.
Okay.
And then, the Uber home, because I can't drive home after the shots. So I got to think about that. Yeah, $750, that's a one-night event right there.
Okay.
Potentially.
All right. So you really need to be staying at home.
I need to stay
and watching these games is what I learned right there. And I wonder if or when you'll get to the point where it starts to shift in the wrong direction. Like, the amount of money you get as your base payment for all this stuff is great, but you've lost X amount of revenue from ticket sales, merchandise, everything like that. Clearly, they're still in the super positive space right now. But I wonder if you'll lose some fans because of that, and it'll eventually swing the other way.
I think the other side of it, Kevin, is most of the owners, let's say NFL specifically, all right? Because I don't know about baseball. I don't know about basketball. That stadium's full every time.
Right.
Jerry's looking at that stadium going,
doesn't seem like it's hurting us.
Does not matter what we put the price at.
Yeah.
They keep filling this thing up.
Yeah.
So I think they kind of think the same thing when it comes to their TV rights. Doesn't matter what price y'all put it at, they'll keep watching.
Yeah, no, you might be right about that. It's hard to argue with any of the media strategies that the NFL has had.
You know what, though? You know where you can get those the Rangers games and the Cowboys games absolutely free?
Free, you say?
Absolutely free. Right here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers and home of the Cowboys.
Including tomorrow's opener, though we would love for you to come party with us at Globe Life Field in Arlington.
Hall of Fame announcer Eric
That's
Nadel.
true.
Jeez.
You know what? Speaking of Arlington, did you know today the G-Bag Nation will be broadcasting live from Rally House from 2 to 7. It's the Rally House off of Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington. So in addition to seeing G-Bag, 4 customers are going to win $100 Rally House gift cards. So go see the G-Bag Nation today. Couple of other quick basketball notes for you. Bill Self is going to return as the Kansas basketball coach for next season. And then did you see the Boston Celtics scored 53 points in the first quarter yesterday?
Nice.
It was a team
efficiency.
It is. They ended up winning 147-129 over the Heat. The 53 points in the first quarter, the most in Boston Celtics history, and behind the 55 points that Golden State scored against Portland 3 years ago for the most in any first quarter in NBA history.
I hear Joe Mazzulla used Jason Kidd's line right after the game. He was like, "Can we move on?" They were like, "Hey, what about this 53 points you scored?" He was like, "Can we move on? When are we going to move on from tonight's game?"
He is just a fascinating dude. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and a special guest.
Robert Tiffin joins us next to talk some stars next on The Fan.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors, as well as our Stars insider and burgeoning entrepreneur. It is Robert Tiffin. Good afternoon, sir.
Anytime you're burgeoning, it's a very good afternoon. Good to talk to you guys.
I'm with you on that. Now, I want to let you know, and we'll talk about your new enterprises and whatnot. This first question has not been approved by Corey Majors. In fact, I'm quite certain he would prefer I didn't ask it.
Can I ask the first question instead?
But did you ever think you would be involved in a job where you're having to figure out playoff probabilities, likelihood of home ice advantage, and did the fans have a Nazi salute?
It's never boring, I guess. That's what you can say about the world we're living in. And, professional sports tend to reflect the world we live in a lot of ways. So it's never boring. That's one thing you can say for it.
I appreciate your
Corey,
answer.
that wasn't so bad.
Because he's a pro. Robert Tiffin is a pro.
You had to know we were going to ask about that, though, right?
Well, it's a story, right? It's a story. I think American Airlines Center said they're looking into it and investigating it, and they have, stated that obviously a lot of different types of offensive gestures and things like that are not allowable when you buy a ticket to go to games. There's kind of it is a contract. If you read the fine print on your ticket, not that anyone has physical tickets nowadays, but somewhere in that Ticketmaster or StubHub or whatever, jargon, there is stuff in there that gives them the ability to kick you out for a lot of different reasons. So certainly it sounds like they're looking into all that. But yeah, it's obviously disappointing is not strong enough a word for it, but it's interesting. Like I said, never boring.
What kind of first pitch do you think Otter can throw out tomorrow? Is he throwing a heater in there? Does he have an assortment of pitches that he can toss?
This is interesting because I actually talked to him, I think it was last season, about how goalies use their gloves and how fewer goalies in the NHL nowadays are really truly catching pucks the way you would with a baseball glove, and they more tend to use the glove as kind of a blocker, just to knock the pucks down, then cover them or collect them into their body. So we'll see what his baseball skills look like with his throwing hand. We already know with his glove, he's pretty good at catching pucks, actually, but I personally, I think he's got to go out there and throw a knuckleball. You really just got to keep everyone on their toes, right?
Ooh. Hey, in that same conversation, did you ask him if it's fair to be concerned about the number of blocker side goals he's been giving up as of late?
Let's see. I've talked to him a couple times this year, and overall, he's been pretty. Look, all professional sports, you need to be confident. If you're going to be an athlete, once your confidence starts getting shaken, everything else is going to shake. He went to the Olympics, didn't get in a game there, didn't play in the Olympics, but he's always said that his goal is to be the best goalie in the world. And certainly he's, you look around the league, there are 20-plus teams that would happily switch their goalie with Jake Ottinger, no questions asked. But it's also very true that he has not had his best season so far, and he hasn't even really been able to put together like the Stars is a team, right? It's been up and down at times, but on balance, they've been, top 2, top 3 team in the entire league all year. Jake Ottinger has not been able to do that as a goalie. He hasn't been a top 2 or top 3 goalie in the year at really any point. He's had games here and there. He had a couple of great games against Colorado this year, and we might see him in another couple days here. Maybe he'll have another great one against Colorado, but it's no secret that he's not looked at his best this year, and that's one thing down the stretch. Sure, you want to see guys get healthy. You want to see them start scoring a little bit more, but you'd like to see that Jake Ottinger show up at least once or twice just to remind you that, yep, that guy who can turn it on, who can win you a playoff game no matter who the opponent is. It would be good for everyone to see that goalie, and I think I would include Ottinger in that category as well. It'd be good for him to get a game like that under his belt.
Safe to assume, though, that you still believe that goalie is there.
Yes, And the reason I believe it is because we have seen it this year. It's the same reason I still believe the Stars are going to be a really good team in the playoffs, is because we've seen them put together enough consistent runs that aren't just, the power play got hot for a few games like it was early in the year, or, they played some weak teams or whatever. They put together a quarter of the season. They were basically the best team in the league and playing like it, whether you look at underlying numbers or shots share or defense or all of it. They were really doing it. Now, they didn't need Jake Ottinger to be stealing games every night, but he was good. But just not quite great, outstanding, world-beating. And that's the thing that I still believe he has in him. And again, goaltending is all. What do any of us really know about how goaltenders work, right? I mean, you talk about throwing out a first pitch. I mean, pitchers are always weather a start. We saw it with Nate Eovaldi the other day for the Rangers, right? Yeah. Like, sometimes he's going to look like the best pitcher in the world, but he's not going to look like it, 35 starts a year, right? There's going to be those times where he doesn't quite have his fastball. And, goalies are the same way. But overall, I still very much do trust Jake Ottinger. It'd just be a little easier to trust him if he could remind us what he's got.
Robert Tiffin, great Stars analysis, but also great Rangers analysis to add in, Kevin.
Ooh, you're right. And so I want to ask about that analogy. Do you think that's where the lack of the cup comes in for Ottinger specifically? Because at least with Eovaldi, people will always lean back on, but when it matters the most, I've seen him be the best, while there are still some difference of opinions on that with Ottinger.
Yeah, and what I've been telling people when they say, are you worried about this season, or his numbers are way down, and his time's been close to kind of an average goalie this year, which again, save percentages are down across the league for a couple of different reasons, both the way they're tracking shots and counting shots or not counting shots this year. That's changed too, but he's not been great. But I do think that for him, and certainly Pete DeBoer would be in this category, he has a couple years in the playoffs where he has not stepped up when they've really needed him. He wasn't the only one. I think 2 years ago, especially, the power play disappeared. This last year against Edmonton, the whole team kind of sank. I mean, they won one game against Edmonton, and then they got kind of a gentleman's sweep the next four Edmonton took, and they were the better team in all of those four, I would say Edmonton was. So neither of those series were totally on Ottinger, but the measure of a great goalie is not just can he be good enough to win you a game, but can he win you the game himself? And that's what he hasn't done for two series in a row against Edmonton. So for me, when people ask, are you concerned about him? I say, he really can't disprove any of the things that Pete DeBoer or others might have thought about him until you get back to a point like that, until you get back to the playoffs. It's a tough burden as a goalie, because it means you could have the best season in the world. And then we saw it with Connor Hellebuyck last year, who Ottinger will be facing tonight. You can be the best goalie in the world like Hellebuyck was, and then if you're choking the playoffs, people will say that. But vice versa for Ottinger. He hasn't had his best regular season, but if he turns it on in the playoffs, no one will care.
Since that 6-3 loss to the Mammoth, you had the good game over I'll say great game over the Avalanche, winning on their ice, and then it's been a lot of what's going on here? People keep asking me, and I just keep saying, man, they need to be healthy. They need some guys back. How much of what you've seen on the ice can be fixed just by some of these forwards getting healthy and being back out there?
It's a big part of it. They need it. Goldson said this morning that, they're missing. I mean, you look at it, if you count Tyler Seguin, as you certainly should, they're missing 6 forwards right now. I mean, that's 2 lines. And Rope Hintz, Tyler Seguin, Sam Steele, I mean, those are all players that have played top-line minutes. That's a great forward line right there if you count those 3 players. Then you throw in Radek Faksa, Michael Bunting, who they got at the trade deadline, and he hasn't quite been able to mesh, and now he's hurt. Tyler Myers is banged up right now, too. Both of their trade deadline acquisitions are hurt. They're rolling 2 fourth lines. They've got a lot of AHL guys up. Cameron Hughes played his first NHL game in 5 years in Boston, which is a great story for him. He's a great guy. He's leading the AHL in assists right now down in Cedar Park, but the fact that he's playing his first NHL game in 5 years kind of tells you how banged up the Stars are. So health is a big part of it. They also, it's not like they're fighting for their playoff lives. They've clinched already. It's really just about home ice between them and Minnesota at this point. So there is a little bit of that, I guess I'd say, malaise going on too. But you don't want to keep this slide going in the playoffs. You gotta get some life. I think they need to win 2 or 3 at least.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Is so then when is the time where you say, okay, we gotta turn this thing back up just a notch before these playoffs?
Yeah, for me, I look at that Minnesota game. So they play Winnipeg, Colorado, and Calgary. They have a 5-game homestand. They start tonight. They play Winnipeg, Colorado, and Calgary. I think they need to win 2 of those 3 games. If you win 2 of those 3 games before you even have that matchup against Minnesota, a potential 4-point game when it comes to home ice, then you can just breathe easier. You have more separation. There won't be any risk. Minnesota has 8 games left. Dallas only has 7. But if you win 2 of these next 3, or, it's the NHL, so if you get 4 points out of 6, I guess we could say, you make your life a whole lot easier. Even if Minnesota comes into town and, beats you 5-0 or something, they still have breathing room and easily control their own destiny. But if you don't do that, then it's tricky. And then all of a sudden Minnesota comes in and they could potentially be catching you and maybe get home ice, get all this momentum down the stretch. The Stars have been kind of the big brother in that relationship for a long, long time, as recently as 2023 when they bounced Minnesota in the first round of the playoffs. We all remember the Matt Dumba hit on Joe Pavelski, but Rope Hintz was a big factor in the power play and kind of getting Dallas past them. So for me, you got to win 2 of these next 3 so that Minnesota game doesn't mean too much. Because if we get 4 games from now and Minnesota has a chance to really, really start to build a huge amount of confidence going into a playoff matchup, that's not a great place for Dallas to be.
Does the advantage in regulation wins make you feel any better? Like, I think you laid out a really good plan to make sure you get home ice. Do you feel any more comfortable with the pretty big advantage in regulation wins for a tiebreak?
Yeah, it's basically like an extra point, right? So it really means that I think right now they're 6 points up on Minnesota. So effectively they're 7 points up because they have the tiebreaker. So that's the good news if you're Dallas, is that you could, only get 10. What do they have? 7 games left. You can only get 10 of 14 points. That's fine, because really Minnesota actually needs to get 7 points to pass you up. So that's a big factor. It's good. Credit to the Stars. That really hot run they went on for a quarter of the season really banked them a lot of wins and a lot of points. But the problem is they're so thin, especially at forward right now. I mean, they're going to go, guys, tonight they're going 11 forwards and 7 defensemen. And Golitzin said really bluntly this morning, it's because he just hasn't really liked what they've been doing as a team for a while now. So he's mixing it up pretty heavily. They're only going to have 3 lines and then 2 other forwards they'll rotate in. They'll have Kyle Capobianco coming in to play his old team. He hasn't played in over a month. They're really shaking some things up. So yes, they have a cushion. They have a lot that they can feel comfortable about. But if you're a coach like Golitzin, you got to find some life right now, and he's definitely looking for some other levers to pull.
And I feel like Duchesne was right to the point after Tuesday's game, and he was like, oh, yeah, this was the worst game of the road trip.
And it was. There's really no question to me that it was. There were moments in the other games, but even their other 2 losses on that trip on Long Island and in Philly were 1-goal games. Even the New Jersey game right before that trip, it was terrible. They had a lot of mistakes, but they nearly came back, and then they lost. I think New Jersey got an empty netter to win 6-4. But in Boston, they were the worst team outside of the second period when Dallas got some life and drew level at 2-2. Boston was the better team for most of that game, and Dallas just didn't look like they could hang. And that should be concerning, and I think Duchesne was right on, that they didn't look good, and that's not good when you've not been looking good for a while. Then you get to the last game in a road trip, and then you look as bad as you ever have. That's not a great sign.
Now, in sports or in life, we can always take things for granted, and I have to admit, it wasn't until I saw the Jim Nill extension in cooperation with, hey, Toronto was going to try to get him, that I was like, holy moly.
Yeah, there was some whispers, and Jim Nill kind of said the other day without I wouldn't even say said without saying. He kind of did say that whispers were starting to get loud and that phones were blowing up. I think he said Tom Ghilardi's phone, he was getting inundated with calls. So they figured, you know what, let's just iron this out so it's not a distraction and the focus can be back on the team, which is a very Jim Nill way of talking about what's surely a multi-million-dollar contract extension is, oh yeah, we just didn't want this to be, distract from the hockey we have to play. So we figured we'd check this box and get it taken care of. I mean, no one except Nill and Ghilardi probably knows exactly what that process looked like, but to hear him tell it the other day, it sure sounds like it was just a formality and they just didn't want to just something they'd been meaning to get around to and just had been busy. And then they happened to be at the Olympics and they talked a little bit more about it then. So Nill was pretty blunt. He said he's hoping to retire to spend the rest of his career, finish his career with Dallas. And certainly look at his track record. The Stars you have to feel good about that, especially as a Stars fan. I mean, I think you could argue he's been maybe the best GM. I mean, Bob Gainey, obviously what he did bring in a cup, there's no comparison to that. But you look at the 13 years under Jim Nill, there's a lot to like there. And now we know he's got 2 more.
Now we're talking with Robert Tippin right here on 105.3 The Fan. We always talk about how you can get the best info from starsthoughts.com. But can you also now tell us about your newest endeavor, the algorithmically incorrect hockey? I thought I was going to get it on the first try. I did not.
I always tell people if you can get it in 2 tries, then you're doing all right. That's usually what it takes me. So if you want to trigger people, you can call it AI hockey for short.
Yeah.
That's always fun too. But algorithmically incorrect hockey, it's basically just a passion project. I started with my buddy Sean Shapiro, who also was a longtime Dallas Stars writer. Now he lives up in Detroit. Still covers the Stars a little bit here and there, but the hockey world more broadly, and even works for elite prospects too. Our goal is just, hey, why not do a podcast where we both get to talk about stories that we think are worth telling, hear from people that are worth hearing from, that isn't tethered to, this has to be breaking news or right on the news cycle, or how does this affect the Maple Leafs, or what are the Yankees or the Lakers doing, right? What if we just told stories that we thought were cool? So it's just going to be a once-a-week video podcast we're doing. You can watch it at Stars Thoughts. You can watch it on YouTube. It's just a podcast. We had a couple of great guests yesterday talking about Elliot Friedman was on from Sportsnet. He was talking about we talked about Jim Nill a little bit, who he knows pretty well. Lou Lamoriello, a very old school former GM in the league, and some great stories about what it's like kind of being that insider type of person and what it's like from Elliot's perspective. Negotiating those relationships, whether he even likes to be known as an insider, what that life is kind of like. And then we had an agent on too, Ian Greengross, who's an agent for both NFL players and coaches, and then some NHL coaches as well. So hearing from an agent about how he works for his clients, what those negotiations sound like, we thought it was cool. It's not necessarily, apropos to the biggest story on ESPN.com or anything right now, but we think it's great stuff that's worth hearing about and stories worth telling, and we really have a good time doing it. So you can check that out. We're doing it once a week on Wednesday afternoons live, but it'll live there for a long time, much like all the great work that you guys do here too.
Awesome. Look at that. Thanks for the compliment, but also looking forward. I think those kind of things, those kind of interviews are awesome.
For sure.
Yeah, those are the best, man.
And Robert, thank you very much. I'm disappointed we couldn't get you in the morning, but I'm glad that you were able to come on the show.
Yeah, I guess this is brunch or lunch at Tiffin's or something like
almost
that.
Dinner time. Yeah, almost dinner time now. So here we go.
Almost dinner time. Okay.
Wow.
10 o'clock is almost. We are in the South. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. My grandma would agree with you. Yeah, it's supper time right about now.
All right. Well, there you go. I guess we better hustle then. Thank you very much, good sir.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Robert Tiffin, starsthoughts.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey, we got some pieces of business we need to take care of.
I need to give... No?
No.
Okay.
I was going to say, coming up next,
okay.
We need to hear from Will Clark. Also, did we help facilitate a life-changing moment? And then we will talk to FC Dallas keeper Michael Collodi. All of that next right here on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making
With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
There's a ball hit high and deep out into right field. McCutchen going back to his right. He turns to look, and it's gone. Into the first row of seats up above that wall in right center field for Beavers, his first home run of the season, and that gives Baltimore an 8-2 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. They would win that game 8-3. The Rangers are off today, but did still win their first 2 series. And remember, tomorrow we will be at Globe Life Field doing our show. The gates open at 10 if you want to start your tailgating extravaganza with the game set for 3:05, all of which you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. And then you can see G-Bag Nation today if you want to get prepped for everything. They will be at Rally House in Arlington off of Curtis Mathis Way. Now, we're going to talk with Michael Collodi in just a few minutes, but Corey, you showed a bunch of enthusiasm in the last segment, not only for the answers and retorts of Mr. Tiffin, but also for something else.
Alec, don't you love when your team wins and you get a coupon for it? 50% off Papa John's Pizza is back, according to the Rangers.
Oh,
with a
Rangers
twist.
7?
Rangers 7 pizza deal is now Rangers 6-7. What does that mean? 50% off on your Papa John's the day after the Rangers score at least 6 runs.
Kind of feels like they don't believe in this team.
I was laughing a little bit. Adrian yesterday was showing me a video from the Sandlot event out at the stadium, and a shot of her talking with Chris Arnold and Darren Oliver. What an awesome combo. And Chris Arnold and Adrian are teaching Darren Oliver what 6-7 was. And still, nobody really knows, but there you go. Rangers 6-7 is now. So do you input Rangers 6-7? That's what I don't know. Don't you? You just put in code Rangers 6-7? How's that work?
We'll have to look into
Somebody
that.
give me a hashtag here, y'all.
Okay, we will look into that. And then also in other baseball news, Trevor Bauer has signed with the Long Island Ducks of the Atlanta League. He'll make his return to the U.S. and pitch opening night for them on April 21st. Now, here is the hook. He will be mic'd up for all his games and practices, creating content for both the team and his social media outlets. Now, let's stick with baseball and go to Will Clark.
Okay.
Let's go to cut number 11. This is Will Clark talking with Eric Burns about the ABS system.
You cannot take the human element out of the game. Can't do it. What are you going to do? You're going to put a robot up to hit next? You know?
No,
I'm going to be there with a joystick running the robot? Come on, man.
I don't want a robot to hit. I don't want a robot to pitch. I want a robot to call balls and strikes, though. Because...
You know what? That's you. That's you.
I just want to right.
That's you. Because you, wanted it right all the time. You wanted everybody to be absolutely perfect. And I'm telling you right now, when I played, if you didn't get along with the umpire behind home plate, you better swing, because that would be that far outside. Ooh, they'd ring you up, okay? So don't give me that. Don't give me that. I want it right all the time. I want it right all the time. You. Man up. Hey, guess what? If you didn't miss the fastball or the breaking ball 2 pitches earlier, you wouldn't have got to that point.
Hey, all of us can't run into Angel Hernandez in the hotel bar and buy him some beers to get calls the next day, man. Angel Hernandez wasn't going to take the beer I buy him. He took yours, though. Holy you played the system better than everybody else.
Surely the most shocking segment in MLB Network history. No, I'm just kidding. That wasn't on. That would have been hugely problematic.
Dude, my favorite part of that whole thing, though,
he
was
believes
the moment
everything he
where
said.
He was like, and you get the just. Will Clark says what he feels, and we've known that for a long time.
Does he ever?
He's one of my favorite guests we've ever been able to have on the show. He's always electric, and that's how he feels about the ABS system right now.
Yeah, I was about to say we should get him for the show tomorrow, but we should
let him calm down. Just
we should do a pre-record with him, and then we'll bring it to air. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, FC Dallas keeps keeper, and I'm going to say our buddy, Michael Colodi, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. How are y'all doing?
Man, we're doing fantastic. Thank you very much for jumping on with us today. And I know we talked with you quite a bit last year, and I know you had started plenty of matches for FC Dallas, including in the playoffs. But what kind of, if any, internal pressure did you feel when the club officially moved on from Paz and they said, "You're our guy"?
I think there's obviously there's some pressure coming from it, but I mean, it's kind of what I signed up to do and where I want to be. So couldn't be happier that the club has backed me and that we're moving forward like this.
I think it was last week against Houston, after the match, your coach jumps up into the stands and starts celebrating with the fans. What kind of juice does that give you guys?
We love it, and Eric, he brings the energy all the time, even not just in front of the fans, but on training or in the locker room and every day. So that's just part of who he is. He loves to bring the energy, have the intensity here, and so we're gonna work super hard just like he does, and then we're gonna celebrate super hard as well.
And that connection with that group of people too, you hear it from those guys all the time throughout the game. Whether you're good or bad, you're always connected to those fans in some way. That just adds to it, I guess, right?
100%. Fans are the only reason we get to do this is because everyone comes out to see us play, and to try to give them a show and celebrate with them when things go the right way.
Now, I was watching an interview with you and your dad. I believe y'all were on Channel 8, and I got to know, how good of a goalie were you when you were 5 or 6 years old?
I can't even remember back then. I've been told I was all right. I think it worked out all right in the end, so.
Did your dad really help coach you, or do we need to investigate that?
No, he did actually. When we were getting into it, he played college ball a little bit, and he was, I think, backup or third string goalie. He played fullback, but he knew kind of what he was doing back there for the most part. So, kind of just went in the backyard and got some basic stuff down, and just kept learning as we go.
Now, this is a purely hypothetical situation, and I need you to keep that in mind. Let's say you went to an indoor soccer facility for your nephew's birthday, and you got out on the field, and perhaps the game became a little bit more competitive than anticipated. And while you were going up for a header, somebody kind of nudged you, and they smashed your head into the crossbar.
This absolutely happened to Kevin.
I said it was a hypothetical.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do to just put a hat on and move about your day and not cause a scene at your nephew's birthday party, right?
I feel like that's probably the best way to go about it. You don't want to ruin everyone's good time.
Now, on the other hand, my co-host did yell at the 7-year-old that pushed him into that pole.
That was not a 7-year-old that pushed me. I want to make that clear, Michael. It was an adult who pushed me. I had a pretty gnarly scar on my head for 2 weeks, but it went away. So obviously you're doing this at an infinitely higher level. Do you have any kind of impressive or scary soccer scars?
Oh, I've got one from last year, right above my right eye. That's when the headband came out. That was to cover that up. I had a pretty big gash from a training incident.
Gotta be aware.
Nothing bad from, but just a big cut.
You gotta be aware where the poles are, Kevin.
Yeah,
That's a very important part of this game.
I was really dazed. I asked my wife if she saw it, and she goes, "No," but I heard the thud, and yeah, it was a whole thing. Anyways, let's keep the focus on you guys. I know we need to talk more about FC Dallas, but I did have a question since we're just a few months away from the World Cup. I've heard some of your thoughts over the years about it. Fair to say that you have a dream of representing the USA someday in the national stage, and do you think that's achievable?
Absolutely, that's the dream, and it's not really my decision of whether it's achievable. So my kind of game plan is just to go out and take the chances I can, and obviously I would love to be able to represent our country in international games and a World Cup. That's the dream that everyone wants to be able to do, but trying to really just kind of focus on what I'm able to control, and that's just playing well and winning games here in Dallas.
When from your perspective, how terrifying is it to see the duo that you guys have up front? Whenever you're a goalie and you got Farrington, you got Musa coming at you that way. Is that for most other opponents out there? Is that a kind of a terrifying sight?
I would think so. we're up against them in training every day as well, and they're really good, man.
Now, you're going to come up on the World Cup break, obviously, for all of June, most of July. And the way y'all's schedule is stacked, I know you have a whole lot of road matches on the other side. So how important is it, not to say that not every match is important, but how important is it to keep stacking up points and hopefully stacking up 3 points like y'all were able to do against Houston?
We've had a lot of talks of we want to use our home field advantage and take care of business as much as we can in front of our home fans and get all the points we can there, because it is difficult when you're traveling, especially going to be traveling that much. Not to make any excuses, we're still going to go out and take as many points as we can there, but it's definitely the home ones are the ones you have to take.
Now, since you've been on the show quite a bit now, we've asked you a bunch of questions. Do you have any questions for us?
I like this.
You weren't prepared for that, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Look at that.
Well, at first I was just going to ask if he fought the 7-year-old or not, or if he just said his size. But
I want to make this clear. It was an adult, Michael, that pushed me into the post. And if it was a 7-year-old, obviously I would lie about it. So you'll never know one way or another.
We'll get video footage for you, Michael. I promise.
Okay, I'll be looking for that.
All right, thank you very much. Good sir. Best of luck, not only against DC United, but obviously home matches the rest of the month. And we always love talking with you.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure.
There you go. Michael Collodi right here on 105.3 The Fan. He really means that, I think.
I think so, too. Kevin, before we boogie, though, tell us what's happened. I think this is a really cool story that I really appreciate a lot.
All right. So I was talking with, I think he's okay with me sharing the story. I was talking with Paul Worth. Whoops. From Worth Collecting, and he told me just an unbelievable story for somebody who had all these Japanese Pokemon cards. And he went into the shop, Worth Collecting in Waxahachie, who's been a great supporter of Peace-a-thon. Love him so much for that. Even though
a friend of ours, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And he just sent me a text and said, thank you. And it's one of those things, Alec, where we weren't in the midst of a conversation. I have no idea what this is in regards to. And he said somebody who's in the military and had served in Japan brought in some Japanese Pokemon to the shop. And then so first of all, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And then the next part of the story is, unfortunately, that individual, his wife had passed away, and funerals, if you don't know, can be crazy expensive. And it was like $10,000 for the funeral. And he thought, hey, maybe these Japanese cards would be worth $1,000 or $2,000, something like that. And they comped it out, and they were like, all right, we can offer you $21,000. And he said the guy just started to cry. And he was like, thank you so much. This will cover all of the funeral and other expenses. And it sucks that that's the situation. But how amazing is it that this person's life had led them to Japan, where they were like, hey, I'll buy some Japanese Pokemon cards from the Pokemon station in Tokyo, and then carry them with, and then at, I can only assume, one of the lowest points in his life, cards come around and are going to cover all of that funeral plus. And I just thought that was a super cool story.
I appreciate you sharing that one today, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's go out to Arlington and chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Rally House. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the Rangers home opener. Choppy has his Final Four degenerate plays and our final Busch ticket giveaway in the Expressway, along with Worst Take at 9 a.m. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
Hey, everybody out there, if you're kind of thinking, okay, I want to look good for the summertime, you know what? I just want to feel good. I want to feel strong. I want to get back into the weight room and get rid of some of these extra pounds, but also want to feel like I'm putting on muscle at the same time. Do it with Men's T Clinic. Trust my team for men's health to get you on your way to the weight and muscle mass that you're just going to leave you feeling healthy, confident, and strong. You're going to get hormone levels that are optimized. At Men's T Clinic, they have proven programs that work in tandem with hormone therapy to elevate your results. You're going to peel away unhealthy body fat, put on muscle mass, and you're not going to compromise that feeling of being strong. And that's really what you want the entire time. You want to look good, feel good, play good. All those things go hand in hand with Men's T Clinic, and it's a small step for big gains right now. Walk in, meet an expert. They're a dedicated local provider. You're going to leave with initial data that's going to give you your T levels and all the next steps on what you should do. And from there, you'll have a big picture look, all the relevant hormone levels, biomarkers, body composition, and even more. And then an individualized plan of attack on how you can be in the best shape of your life. Men's T Clinic, all you need to feel your best under one roof. Call 972-GO-MEN'S T today or visit mensteclinic.com.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get the books at Western One Sports. Pistons host the T-Wolves, and I think defense will be on display just like their last meeting. They played last week, and the final was 109-87. Cade Cunningham's absence for Detroit has forced them to be even better defensively, and they have, ranking number 4 in the NBA since his injury. In that same span, Minnesota is the number 1 rated defense. They had been missing Anthony Edwards for the past 2 weeks. He's questionable to play tonight. Whether or not he plays, I like the under. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. Carter takes just off the plate. And the count is 2-2. Lots of kids here today. The Easter break going on in Baltimore schools. We've got a challenge on that last call, and the pitch is a strike, and the ball game is over. I believe that's the first time we've seen a game end on an ABS challenge, but in an 8-3 ball game, didn't make a real big difference.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Eric Nadel might not have felt as though that was a historic moment. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, let's take you out to Arlington and Rally House to chat with the fellas from the G-Bang Nation. Gentlemen, how was it today?
We're rallying, man. Doing awesome. And locked for 5 hours of sports. How the heck are you?
Man, I'm doing well. I heard that you guys will have not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 gift cards that are given away by Rally House for $100 during your show today.
Yeah, we have Tolos already coming out and getting entered to win. We also have Tolo bucket hats, trucker hats, and T-shirts to give away. So we'll be here over the next 5 hours. And, of course, Rally House is the home of, what do they have, every team in town?
Yes.
All the gear.
You name
We're currently surrounded by Texas Rangers gear. Whatever you want for opening day tomorrow.
Okay, that's exactly what I was going to ask you about, because I feel like most years, new hat's essential. New hat's kind of a key thing.
Ooh, yeah.
You go find the new updated one that you want to throw on, get a new lid. What is your home opener you have to get? Shirt, whatever it is. What are you looking for? A polo, a button-up?
One of these Tommy Bahama Texas Rangers button-ups, a little roomy, perfectly breathable material.
For a hot day,
cruising through anywhere between 85 and 98 degrees. There, you're very comfortable. I like this designer gear that they got.
Yeah, Dawson, good eye on the Tommy Bahama, but it happens to be in my age bracket.
I'm joining you.
Yeah,
I'm getting there.
Yeah. That's good.
So what are you saying? Like, you got to be 60 plus? You're
Okay. Yeah, Tommy Bahamas.
Well, darn it.
We're all like
I was considering
Jimmy Buffett guys, We all kind of like, we wear that. We think we're like cool,
But the polo game is super strong, Corey. I might have to snag one. And they got some sales going on.
Let me tell you what, Corey. They've got a Jackie Robinson Texas Ranger baseball hat that I'm going to buy for Lucius.
Ooh. Does it have the 10, like the 10 plate right in the top of it too still?
No, it doesn't have the 10 plate. Right. It's got the number 42 in the bill.
Gotcha.
Like he wrote it in magic marker kind of a thing. And then it's got the Jackie Robinson logo on the right side of the hat. So, I'm going to grab one of these for Lucius.
What do you guys think about purchasing a former player's jersey? Because we got a lot of for sale for Diggs, Parsons.
I'm going to get a Pollard one.
There's a Pollard up there. We had a lot of ex-Cowboys that are no longer with the team, but you could probably get a great deal on them.
I think about this for a second. I love Mike Napoli. I think a Napoli jersey could go. I think it depends on what kind of impact that player had on on the culture of everything regarding that team.
Does it depend on how they left?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. At some point, I think it becomes an incredible retro statement. If you can bring something back that, 25, 30 years later, even a role player, it's cool. Like he's got the, Bitpo Garoga jersey or something.
The Bitpo Garoga jersey.
Yeah, there you go.
In the old 1975 Atlanta Braves.
Yes.
Yes, Biff Poparoga would be an outstanding get. Gene Garber would be good, too, in that era.
But I think, right now, a Trayvon Diggs jersey would just make the statement that you probably don't know he's not on the team.
Or you like people that frequent stripper areas.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. It was a TV poll, right?
No, it was a TV poll guy.
Fishing pole. He meant striper, not stripper.
Yes. Okay, so weird, unrelated sports question for you guys.
Why are we doing this, Aggie?
Are we fishing?
No. When do you fill up your gas tank?
What?
Do you have a hard and fast rule of I never let it go below a quarter of a tank? Is it just whenever you notice the light comes on? When do you get more gas?
When the countdown goes to double dashes.
The double dash.
Yeah, at some point under 40 miles.
Double dashes for me is somewhere under like 19 miles.
Okay.
Now it's a challenge.
Yeah.
Now it's a challenge. Can I carry this thing to 2 miles?
He makes it a game.
Yeah.
I do.
Like, can I make doing the math?
It's this racing background. It's like in my ears, I'm going, man,
Yeah.
I think I need to splash and go. Splash and
I
go.
can milk this last gallon. We can do this.
I start weaving it.
I would like that if you did that at
neutral downhill.
Behind trucks.
Yeah.
Drive.
Gosh.
Man, I got stuck on one of my Great American Road trips in eastern to central Oregon. We saw the last gas station.
Oh, no.
And then it was something like 350 miles, and we only had 280 miles on the readout worth. So I was coasting it,
feathering,
and doing like 45 miles an hour down country highways.
Nobody gets any air conditioning. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I was calling my brother because my brother's a policeman in the state of Oregon, and I was like, dude, do you have any guys that might be out here that could maybe bring me some gas? It was pretty wild, but we ended up making it.
I had about 3 bars left yesterday, Kevin, and I was like, okay, I got to go out to the stadium on Friday. I'm probably not going to fill up again before that. I better do it right now.
So you prep ahead of time.
Yeah, based on kind of what's on the schedule.
Ahead.
Yeah,
that's smart. That's smart. It's usually the light, Hagee. Like when the gas light turns on, all right, I know I probably need to fill up.
I feel like that thing might be wrong.
Yes.
One time it let you down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Brought us happen anytime soon though, but I just like to throw it out there.
I was envisioning you at a discount tire, and they're like, "You need new tires," and he goes, "Not yet." And you just jump into the car and speed away.
Yeah, I get on the phone to my guy over there at Discount Tire, and I'm telling my guy, I say, "Listen, I need 4 new skins now. Bolt 4 new skins on this thing. We need to go." Yeah.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today, and where can they find you?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking.
Nice.
We are at Rally House in Arlington, right off of 20. And we do have Nick Harris Star Telegram coming up at 4:20. We'll get the latest intel with the draft 3 weeks away from Nick.
Okay, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, you can see us tomorrow, Globe Live Field for the Texas Rangers home opener. We'll be on there live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together, we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on.
Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Sports Station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are at one of our favorite broadcast locations in all of DFW, Rally House in Arlington here. Come on by, get geared up for whatever you need gear for in the world of sports. They got all your colleges and obviously a ton of Texas Rangers stuff with opening day tomorrow. Already saw Steve Buechele come in, actually, getting geared up for opening day. Old Steve, he said say hi to Broadus for me.
Oh, did he really? Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
So what's up to Steve?
I missed him. I hope he's listening.
What's up to all
Steve,
Rangers fans
hey.
and Rangers players? Probably enjoying this day off, the perfect weather. And if you're thinking we need to get a little bit more geared up, then we're in the place to be, Rally House Arlington here, or any of the Rally House locations around DFW.
Yeah, I got one in my backyard over there in North Dallas.
That's right. That's right.
Good store.
I'm eyeballing the World Cup gear.
Yeah.
You know, that's right around the corner now.
I'm with you on this one, Dawson. I'm looking for World Cup gear. That's around the corner, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they got the USA stuff, the Mexico stuff, some Brazil and Argentina stuff. Of course, your Cowboys and Mavs. And they got a nice LSU section back there for you, Brian. I assume you've already been eyeballing that. But, yeah, whatever sports stuff you need, we are in the place to be. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, the Super Bowl champion with you. Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:40. You do have one, Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup back home. Master Control 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless like it's nothing. Wolchuk is here. Chiefs fighting some sort of a headache. I think he's coming in hot a little bit later on in the show. He's going to join us in progress. But hopefully Chiefs starting to feel better. And you do have Ross Lebinsky, remote engineering, along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks to the Rally House staff for having us out here. Okay, we're already having ourselves a time. And salute to Jason for having a Grubhub food delivery waiting for us here.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you, brother.
We're at the Rally House. He had some dogs delivered from the Dog House, which is
awesome.
like a gourmet bratwurst type of spot. So thanks to Jason for taking care of. Always love
Dog House I'd like to be in.
Yeah, the Dawson's description of they're dolled up.
Oh yeah,
dolled up.
Gosh,
Yeah,
dolled up.
They got some sort of mayonnaise-based dressing probably on there.
No, you were kind of excited about how dolled up they were.
Well, you read Hawaiian roll bun, and you start your eyes start
pretzel, the pretzel Hawaiian roll. That's they've done a tremendous job.
They have done a tremendous job.
So join us if you want a bratwurst or some of your favorite teams' gear. There is 3 weeks to go until the NFL draft.
I can't believe that.
So
really
weird.
When you said that, I'm like thinking
my stomach dropped.
Yeah.
Is the hay in the barn?
No, it's never in the barn. I feel like this is always the time of year I start stressing, and I find a way to get like 50 more guys in between now and next 3 weeks from now.
Somewhere there's Puka Nacua like lurking that I'm not going to get to. No, listen, it's been a cool journey. We will have the absolute best draft coverage of anybody, and maybe in the United States.
I agree, and I also agree that it really bites when you miss on a player like Puka.
It does bite, man.
Yeah.
What are you rubbing it in for?
I believe you missed Puka, dude.
No, I did.
It was a joke.
What is wrong with you?
I bet that gal.
No. It's like, I see.
Not to make fun of domestic violence.
Well, not at all, man. We're just
seemed like he was on a pretty bad run.
He had to go to rehab.
His agent said he's in there. He's been there for a while, and he's going to stay for a while longer.
What kind of rehab is it where you don't go bite people? What rehab is that? Is that Overeaters Anonymous?
Suarez rehab?
I don't know. I don't know if it's biting people rehab or what kind of rehab.
Is that an anger management thing?
I think it's got to be due.
Sounds like it's all related.
Yeah, liquor and maybe what other drugs he was taking. I don't know.
I mean, he seemed super cool there for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Like this Puka Nacua guy, his post-game interviews were always pretty fun, and then the wheels just totally came to crap off at some point around mid-season this year.
Went a little wild.
Yeah.
He started hanging out with the streamers, which, hey, build your brand, man. But maybe he started to get mixed up in some bad stuff. I don't know.
You'd still love him on your team, right? Biting people and all that.
He's a fantastic player. I can't really condone the
You've done it yourself. Don't lie.
Some of the racist and anti-Semitic stuff he said. But
my apologies.
It's alleged.
Multi-pronged.
It's alleged, right?
My apologies. Today's Passover today, right?
Yeah, Passover has begun. And we got Good Friday tomorrow.
And we do.
Easter Sunday coming up. I'll have an Easter Sunday-inspired top 10.
Are you? Are we going to determine that those hollow Easter bunny things are no good? The chocolate ones?
We'll see where it ranks. I've got the top 10
You need
sales.
to go with you need to find the solid bunny. Or better yet, a Reese's bunny.
Yes.
Maybe a Whopper's bunny.
And by the way, if you're telling me to eat that marshmallow kind of thing, you could fire that right into the
shove
sun,
that
too.
peep where the sun does.
It took Remy one carton of Peeps to figure it out. I was like, "Are you sure you want these?" Yeah, Peeps.
Here's
I'm
a
like,
dude
okay.
playing hurt.
Here he is, Eric
he's got
Chiafalo sauntering in.
He's got the sunglasses on. Those sunglasses are not coming off all day. I can see that.
The light is
pretty sweet-looking sunglasses.
My man just got some toughness about a migraine.
Yeah.
Not me today.
Yeah.
Nope, not happening.
This is a feat of strength show.
You really
for
just
Chief. Welcome into the broadcaster. How you feeling?
Truth be told, I heard Hawaiian pretzel buns and bratwurst. I had to slide over.
The word went down before we went on air. Dawson goes, "All right, hey, everybody can have one, but leave a couple for Chief."
Yeah. We don't know when he's going to be here. We want to make sure
Dawson
we got bratwurst.
Dawson's like, leave a couple for Chief. Now, everybody can have one, but leave a couple for Chief.
Dude, migraine. Haven't had one since probably 9th grade.
What?
No. I don't know what happened, dude.
It starts meat you eat, bro.
It started with vision impairment.
Oh, no.
Where it's like things are, I'm like, I can't, my peripherals are messed up. And I knew, like, that was the sign back in the day.
Yeah.
Here in about 30 minutes, you're about to get clubbed with it. So it was like 10 o'clock this morning, I get the vision stuff going. And then by 10:30, 10:45,
down.
Bang, migraine, just brutal,
It might have been
Not
sunny you were
today.
doing.
So now you're in like the post-visual
crippling headache phase.
Yes.
Where at any point it's like a 11 out of 10.
Super sharp.
Oh, dude.
You can't sneeze. You can't cough. Like any jolt, like sends a shock wave through your brain.
You won't be right till tomorrow morning.
No, you got to sleep. And I couldn't get to sleep. And if I drank NyQuil, I'd still be sleeping.
Yeah.
So I was like, so my wife gave me like some type of little oily head massage thing, and that's why I kind of had to stroll in a little bit late. But it helped. I mean, it's definitely reduced the situation.
Oily head massage thing sounds good.
Well, this was the North Star head.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Was it a meaty tip?
It was unfortunately not. Even though I feel like that would probably help too.
Couldn't hurt.
Definitely couldn't hurt.
Couldn't hurt.
Yeah.
Fortunately, didn't. Doc wasn't playing those games today, but maybe tonight.
Still going to pop the Zen, though? Or whatever.
Actually, the little Zenny pop.
It'll help.
Kind of helped a little bit.
There you go. I like it.
It might be you take too many of those.
I was completely nicotine free all morning.
That might be the problem. That might be it.
I think it might be the THC not being in the system anymore.
I was going to ask about that if your medicinal schedule had been altered in any way. Maybe.
What dish did you just say?
Maybe post-spring training.
Oh, no.
There's been a cleansing of the system.
What did you just say?
Spell it out. I was digging in my backpack, and I just realized I'd already pulled the laptop out. I was about to say, wow, I forgot my laptop. I'm all over the place. But
you're
we're here.
You could pass a test for a commercial driver's license right now?
100%
Is that what
I
you're
could.
thinking?
Yeah, I don't know if cleaning that up has backfired.
Should Tiger collect your urine?
I think it could.
I'd pee right now.
For Tiger.
Okay, who's got a mock draft in him? ESPN had 4 of their draft gurus team up on this thing. You got Mel Kiper, Field Yates, Matt Miller, and Jordan Reed.
Jordan Reed's kind of a rising star in this draft.
He absolutely is.
Guy's got some good opinions.
I would be stunned by this draft considering what Shoddy just said about the nickel and how much they need linebacker.
Oh, they took McCoy.
But Field Yates comes in here, and he doesn't hesitate to select Reuben Bain at 12.
Ooh, okay.
And then at 20, he comes back with Zion Young, the edge from Missouri.
Let's go. So I love Zion Young.
You go double edge.
You've been on that guy.
I'm a Zion guy.
You're a
double-edged
Zion
sword.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like I'm alone on that island, though.
You are kind of on that island.
No one else has really wanted to jump on the Zion Young train with me, but hey, if he ends up being good, I'm going to claim him. If he stinks, I'm just going to pretend that I never said
Didn't he have a 9-sack year this year?
He was very productive.
He's a productive
I think he's
player.
a good, well-rounded edge. Like, he's not an elite pass rusher, but I think he's good enough. And I love his first step. The thing is, he just needs to add a little bit more pass rush moves to his repertoire. He needs to, that Batman belt we were talking about yesterday. He needs a couple more moves there.
What's Field Yates doing then? What's Field Yates doing here? This is a big 3 weeks before the draft, and you're throwing that one out? That seems kind of weird.
Like double up on the edge?
No. The fact he threw that player's name, very reminiscent of Mel Kiper throwing out the Tyler Smith one. All of a sudden he does a mock draft, and you're like, what?
What's size?
Is he talking to somebody?
Zion Young's got that, and I do think he's multiple. I think he can play a lot of different spots
stand
for him.
up,
Whether it's that wide 9 that Jerry was talking about, the 4-eye, your traditional 5-tech on a 3-4.
There's just 6 guys that could play it better than him, I think.
Oh, come on. Not true, Brian. Not true. I will fight you for my man Zion's.
No. And I'm with you, but how many guys you got ahead of him?
Ahead of him, including Arvell Reese, I've got 5 ahead of him. I actually
Did I say 6?
You did say 6.
I mean, he's just kind of awkward with the way that he moves.
Sir.
I think you're the same boat as me.
He just doesn't move like an NFL star player.
Yeah.
I think, and I don't know how often guys that are little awkward movers actually make it to stardom. But I don't want to use a first-round pick on one of those guys.
Oh, come on.
He's an awkward mover.
He's awkward.
He's different.
He's got a little bit of a Euro step kind of thing going on for him.
Yeah.
I like the way he moves. I think he moves nice.
Well,
he's got some nice moves.
Him or Lawrence from UCF?
I got Malachi Lawrence ahead of him.
Yeah, okay. I thought so.
Yeah.
I think my bigger concern would just be, though, you still don't have the nickel player that Shoddy just talked about, and you don't have your middle linebacker situation taken care of, and you'd be doubling down at edge.
I was going to ask about the green dot guy. That's it. I hate being old.
Green dot guy.
That was it.
We were talking about that.
I was
Jordan
driving
Brooks.
over, and I'm thinking, who could I call? I know I got to make a call, and I couldn't remember what.
Yes.
I was going to find out about if the green dot guy needed to be a safety or could it be, or is it the linebacker, or could it be a safety? Let me get on that right now.
All right, yes, we're definitely.
Sorry about that. I should
more
have got
detail
that done.
on that as we continue to try to figure out what Christian Parker's looking for. Like I said, though, it's a 3-round mock draft, so I do have one more pick for you from the brain of Field Yates. Arkansas corner Julian Neal at 92. Have you guys watched this dude?
Yeah.
His numbers suggest it's a smart pick for the Cowboys because he's pretty good in zone and he tackled well, played good run defense. This Julian Neal guy at 92. You'd give that the thumbs up, Wolchuk?
6'2", 203. I think there's going to be other corners there I like more than Julian Neal, but he's super competitive and he plays with a chippiness. So
Arkansas lad, huh?
He breaks on the football well. He can play tight and man or zone. So you talk about that flexibility that they're looking for. I do like that. 10 PBUs this past year. He's a guy that was a converted wide receiver from high school. But, I mean, I got a lot of friends that went to Arkansas, and just to get a feel, like, what do you guys think of Julian Neal? They're like, did you realize how historically bad the Arkansas defense was? But just from my perspective, he was the one saving grace on the defense. He was like the good or the bad, the diamond in the rough, if you will. So Julian Neal at 92, I'd be okay with it. There's probably other corners I might prefer, though.
All righty. You watched him, Brian?
Yeah, I did, and I'm sorry I'm late to the party here right now with my Julian Neal thoughts. I was hoping we'll joke going a little longer there.
Well, I don't think he's a nickel guy. I think that's a true boundary corner. I don't think he's a guy that's going to kick inside and play the slot.
I just want to make sure I got the right, because I got him and Everett from Georgia, kind of like in the same.
I think Everett's probably a little better.
I think Everett is a little bit better here. Let me get to my Neal. I'm right there after McCoy. Here we are with Neal. That's Devin Moore from Florida. I'm sorry, Dawson.
You're good. We're live at Rally House in Arlington listening to continuing coverage of Brian sorting through his notes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got a lot of notes. This kid, he's a transfer from Fresno State. He has the size and the length that clubs are looking for. That's the 6'2", the 208. The short area quickness, the burst. When he sees it, he attacks it. I think he's got some springiness to his game. When you watch him play, there's a little bit of some bounce, a lateral movement, the feel for how to play around the receiver, kind of stay in phase when running with the receiver. He can get his head around. A lot of these corners you watch and the ball goes down the field, they don't turn and find the ball. This kid does a really good job of doing that. I watched LSU, Memphis, and Texas. I got something in my teeth. Sorry about that. But the thing about it is he dropped some interceptions. I saw him, like the ball skills and stuff. For getting his head around, he could have had a lot more plays that he could have made.
That's where you get the PBUs, not the INTs.
Right. But I love the fact of the way how aggressive he does play. I need to go back and look, because the last line I had in my thing was his true speed. I need to look up
what did he run?
The combine numbers. I got that in my bag too. Gosh, if I could just be prepared to do a show, I'd be really good.
But he's physical.
Today.
Like Eric, you would appreciate the fact that he'll come up and tackle. He'll make plays around the line of scrimmage, but he is a gambler. I mean, he's one of these guys, you run a double move on him, he might go ahead and bite and get beat over the top.
All righty. As Brian said, we're going to have the best draft coverage here for you. We are 3 weeks away, and we're excited about it. Stars going through a late season reset once again. No biggie. Happens all the time. Stars just need to get healthy, right? And they have a couple of weeks to get things sorted out before they get the playoffs started. And as we've seen really for this entire run, they can play quite well on the road. So Stars will open play tonight. They are 8 points behind Colorado, 6 points ahead of Minnesota. They are hosting Winnipeg this evening. And then the Avs are going to be in town Saturday at 2 o'clock. So a little early afternoon matinee hockey.
Let's play your game, boys.
You.
All right, find it again. You need to find the game, boys. We need to get back on our skates, and we need to be able to take it to the opposition. Right now, they're letting the opposition take it to us. No. You need to go out there and play your best right now, all right? Starts tonight. Get back on off the schneid here, and let's get some dubs.
I like it, Bully. I like the Bully Melrose there.
Let's do that.
449 for your guy Neal running for Arkansas there. 449.
Not bad for him.
Yeah. 6'2", 208. I'd say it's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Live from Rally House in Arlington off 20. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We got the champ on the other side, Wolchuk, and then your top 10. Where are you taking us?
All right, what are the top 10 most desired Easter candies of 2026? Give me yours, because I'm going to be partying through you. That's next in the nation.
Take us with you wherever wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Join us at Rally House today from 2 to 6 at 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington. With a home opener pre-party. With the G-Bag Nation broadcasting live. 4 $100 Rally House gift cards will be given away. See you there.
Feel stronger than you've ever been with Men's T Clinic. Melt visceral fat. Get your energy levels back and become the version of yourself you've always wanted to be with a complete program catered to your body. Call 972-GO-MEN'S-T today or visit mensteclinic.com. That's mensteclinic.com.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon. Visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Tired of overpriced energy drinks? Ditch the can. Meet Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Whip is made with clean caffeine and great tasting flavors. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just pop it in and go. Whip is the best way to stay focused without chugging another expensive energy drink. So next time you need energy, try Whip. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com.
Attention everyone, this is for anyone who owns a car in the Metroplex. If your car has been hit by hail over the last 2 years, call Dent Society. 214-919-2237, 214-919-2237. We will repair your car at no cost. Deductible, no problem. We offer deductible assistance. We will handle the insurance company from front to back. No headache. We will provide you a rental car while we work on your car, even if you do not have rental coverage. Visit us on Instagram at The Dent Society and check out our work.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars that Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Make your Easter unforgettable with a premium rib roast from Wild Fork. Score incredible savings on holiday centerpieces at any of our 9 DFW locations. Or visit wildforkfoods.com for delivery options. High-quality meat where frozen is fresh at incredible value. Celebrate Easter with Wild Fork.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Rally House in Arlington. Seeing a lot of Tolo faces in here, both familiar and new. So thank you for swinging by.
We got some championship football players here hanging out.
Starting left tackle at Alcorn here.
Tell me about it, man.
Two-time champions in the SWAC. I think in 2020 and 21. 2018 and 2019.
Man.
Long-time Tolo here from South Grand Prairie.
That's awesome, man.
You look like you still got it. The lateral quickness is there.
I shook hands with him. It went around mine twice. And I have decent-sized hands.
We got my guy Vince right here who actually planted the G-Bag Nation flag Sunday Night Football in Pittsburgh one night. Okay, that's pretty cool right there.
Go.
That's probably 7 or 8 years or so ago. And we look forward to seeing everybody that can make it on by today. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day, Champton Wolchuk's Top 10 segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius has your champ.
Hey, you said SWAC, and I immediately thought about Coach Eddie Robinson Jr.
Yes, sir.
Not related to Eddie Robinson, but Eddie Robinson Jr. We told Deion Sanders, he ain't SWAC.
He ain't SWAC.
He ain't SWAC.
Came across the field and shook his hand and told him that.
Sure did, bro.
Midfield SWAC off. It was unbelievable.
SWAC off. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. Stick around for 5:30. I got some John Blaze for you. I got some hot ones. Our winner and champ right here, going for day 2 today, is Texas Rangers insider Jared Sandler. I feel like he should have more of a title than insider because he does a little bit of everything out there, bro.
He does a lot.
Yeah, man. Jared Sandler talking with the G-Bag Nation in the post game yesterday, and Eric being Eric and Sandler being Sandler, I guess.
How heavy is that sledgehammer, that Nimmo sledge?
Yeah, 8 pounds, but man, there's I think with the weight distribution towards the tip, that's a pretty meaty tip, and it's a unique tool. But hey, whatever works for him. But it was I love getting my hands around his sledgehammer, and that sounded awful. And hey, like I said, whatever.
Yeah. You're on fire.
Yeah.
Keep rolling. You're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Smart ass.
Well done, Jared. Well done.
Yeah. Stick around 5:30 and see the challengers. Back to you, Dawson.
Thank you, sir. Lucius has your champ and the challengers every afternoon, 5:30, right before we get to LA Live. We are live right now at Rally House in Arlington. Great place to come by, get your Rangers gear, your Dallas Stars gear, Cowboys, Argentina, Brazil,
World Cup
TCU, Tarleton. What do you want? They got it. Here's the Wooly Bully with the top 10 to 220.
All right, let's do this. Top 10 most popular Easter basket candies. We've got Easter coming up on Sunday. We also do have Passover going on to those who participate. I will be doing a Seder at the house on Saturday.
There you go.
Now, I'm going through something right now, boys.
Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah.
That I haven't
brisket it up today?
Yeah, my mom's actually doing the brisket. I purchased it. Mom said, let me take care of it.
Right.
So she's making it. I'll be cooking some stuff up with her Saturday morning.
Who in the family does the matzo ball soup?
My mom. She's the only one
does anybody help Mom? What are we doing over there?
We kind of have it. My father-in-law's doing some stuff.
Okay.
My wife is going to make some schnitzel, chicken schnitzels.
There you go.
I'm going to be handling the potatoes and some of the vegetable sides. We got the green beans that we're going to be doing.
So you're doing the latkes?
We're not going to do any latkes. We do that. I made those.
Oh,
for
so
Hanukkah.
Latkes a different holiday, right?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Now
with the applesauce,
my mother-in-law,
really
though,
good.
She's like she kind of loves to do the latkes. That's like her thing. Yeah. But my grandmother was a tremendous soup maker. Like she was she
matzo
really
ball
much
soup
else.
is fire.
And so she passed that down to my mom. So my mom she gets offended if anybody else wants to make the matzo ball soup. But it's good stuff.
It is good.
But I went to the Brian and I have been trading off like days. We're going to the dentist here. So I got a couple fillings.
I went today.
You did?
I got two teeth, 2 new ones, and they're trying to put a third one in the top.
Okay, so for the first time, I had to get some fillings.
I was trying to
never
draw
had to
my
do it
face
before. Right side of my mouth has been numb.
Can't
for the
feel
last
it, huh?
4 hours. So, like, anytime I try to drink out of this Yeti, it's just like blooping out. It's just drooping. I walked in, it looked like I peed my pants.
It was like the time when we were in Richardson and he was all liquored up doing the show, and it was just stuff was spilling all over.
Blooping out, I think, is the term he used.
Yeah.
Very descriptive.
It's like blah.
Yeah, no, it made sense. Yeah, that's how I describe it too.
It's not good. It's not good at all. You did mention the World Cup, and they do have some FIFA World Cup 26 gear, and that's going to be here before we know it.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the prices for the final in New Jersey? We're looking at the top ticket price.
Very Super Bowl like?
$11,000.
Okay.
$11,000 as of Wednesday. The previous price, and this thing's just going up. When the draw was announced in December, it was just under $8,700.
Yeah.
So now it's at $11,000. You've got the cheapest ticket that I'm seeing here is over $4,000 to get into the final. So
that's very Super Bowl like.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about, because you're talking to a guy here who used to sell Super Bowl tickets, so get-in price is somewhere right around $3,500.
Okay.
Super Bowl.
So for a World Cup final, like, that's not crazy.
That's not crazy.
Not for a
final.
pay for that, but
yeah, I think that's kind of reasonable.
What's expected?
$4,000 to get in to watch World Cup final right now.
11.
Oh, the get in is 11.
The over 4,000 just to get in.
Okay. All right, let's go around the room here real quick. You're a single guy, no family, and you're a soccer fan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you're paying $11,000 to go watch the USA play in a final, aren't you?
Oh, if the U.S. is in a final, absolutely yes. Yeah, I'm just.
If you're a single guy,
USA's in the final.
Yeah. Okay, you're John Machota, because Machota will pick up and go to Cameron Indoor Arena, he'll go to Duke, or he'll pick up and go to these sporting events. If you're a single guy, you'd go do that. You'd pay money to go watch USA play.
Yeah,
in that, wouldn't you?
I was thinking maybe $3,000 or $4,000 for just any team in the final. Because obviously you're going to get.
I think that's a once in a lifetime experience to go to those things.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not an all-time boring final.
Yeah.
Like, that would be disappointing.
That's the risk you take.
But you'd pay the 11. I used the caveat. You'd pay $11,000 if the U.S. was in it.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah. With America being in there,
that'd be a bit. I mean,
you'd figure out a way to do it.
What's more likely, the Cowboys playing the Super Bowl or the USA's in the World Cup final?
Cowboys.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Go ahead and dump that part.
Yeah.
All right.
Dawson has spoken. I kind of on the fence.
Yeah, you're not sure. Right now, the way that we're going.
But then again, the road through, like, having to play Ghana or one of these other countries that just
Turkey, Australia,
embarrass us when we play soccer.
469 said they've seen resale tickets for $1 million. That is wild. Absolutely crazy. Anybody that has that to blow on it, woo, that's nuts.
I'd get a suite for $1 million. I'd get a suite.
Just go ahead and split it up with some of your dearest and closest friends.
If you're doing business. Say you're doing business and you get 15 tickets and you're doing business with people and these people are putting in $2, $3, $4 million in your pocket a year, spend $1 million to take some people to the World Cup, wouldn't you?
Can we throw that on the
That's how big deals are made.
Yeah, I mean, Super Bowl in Vegas, I'd get a suite there. If you're putting $2, $3 million in my pocket, what's a couple $100,000 to me? $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 to me. If you're putting that much money in my pocket.
Yeah,
I'd do it.
Better
for
be
you.
eting more than just chicken tendies up in there, though, huh? That thing better be stocked.
Oh no!
Yes,
if you're gonna get a World Cup suite, yeah, you're going big time food up there. You're going to the Wagyu sliders and yeah.
The carving station in there.
Probably want 3 or 4 girls too, don't you? Like, you're probably giving 12 of the tickets to guys you're trying to close business with. You're saving a handful of the tickets for the entertainment. Yeah, if you got to speak the billionaire's language.
Yeah, it's
certain things money can't buy.
Yeah, it's either that or you could do the golf trip. But I would rather do the suite at the World Cup, and bring people in that way. I think that'd be fun.
Oh, it'd be sick.
That'd be amazing. All right, let's get into the most popular Easter candy now. What you guys got planned?
Dawson was trying to get us in trouble, is what he was trying to do.
He was doing a damn good job.
He was, and he knows that Michelle listens to the broadcast.
See that butt down there? Is that real?
Yeah. Well, I can't see. There's a couple of people down the way.
Maybe you guys don't like to close deals.
I think you're onto something with that. Personally, you got to speak the billionaire language, and clearly, look at Tiger. That guy, you think he's going to want to come?
We could just get some gals from the old Waffle House.
Guess what happens when you do a deal with Dawson?
Yeah.
You're getting some ladies.
Thank you.
Honey, come home. All right.
You're going to put up numbers that year.
That's right.
You're going to make partners.
That is right.
Hey, honey, I'm going to a game. Dawson's got it organized. Okay, I'm just letting you know. All right. If I come back smelling like a hooker, that's Dawson.
Whoa.
Okay.
Brian knows how to pick them. Those dudes are going to be hot. All right.
Brian's not invited. I'll tell you that much right now.
I'm not invited. I don't blame you, man. I wouldn't invite me either.
You're not invited.
I will say this, though. When I went and visited Wolchuk, we did the Baby Dolls gig before the draft.
Yeah.
There were girls asking me questions about the players. The players that, like, who.
Ball knowers, bro.
Girls standing there with no clothes on going, hey, I'm from California.
A lot of
think
talent.
the Rams are. I'm like, look at the one girl like, I'm like, well, yeah, you're a Rams. Oh, yeah, some are Rams
Do you know
fans.
Sean McVay?
Yeah, I'm just like, they were asking questions, like draft questions.
Legit questions?
Legit draft questions while we were standing there.
Yeah. It was
awesome.
quite a time.
I mean, there are dudes that walk up to me and like go, oh, well, who are the Cowboys going to take? These girls were asking like in-depth, like, we don't have a first-round pick, so in the third round, what do you think?
They were just doing their jobs well, man.
Yeah.
They knew what you guys were going to take to.
They knew the clientele.
They knew the clientele.
Yeah.
And so they looked up a couple of names and some buzzwords.
It was the Puka draft.
That's Brian's equivalent of dirty talk right there.
100%.
Pillow talk, yeah.
Trust me, he wasn't standing up. Number 10 on the most popular.
How did you lose that gig?
I got married.
Yeah,
and had
that's
kids.
right.
And the wife was, I mean, she didn't love when we were dating and I was doing that. But I think they also, I think Rick's Cabaret bought, the ownership group of Rick's
Out of
bought
Houston,
Baby Dolls.
yeah.
And so it ended up changing. I don't know.
I
that they
stopped doing
spent
it in
money
like
anymore.
2014 or 15.
Did you do it like 5 years?
Abby was 3 or 4. Yeah, we did it for like 5 years. Jeff and I used to do Monday Night Football and stuff. But Abby was listening to the fan and hearing the Baby Dolls commercials, so she was asking to go to Baby Dolls.
Yeah,
you know,
She thought it was toys.
Yeah. She thought Daddy was going to play with Baby Dolls.
The Barbie Museum. Can we go?
Yeah.
So that was a
If it's cheap, he
deal breaker
takes
for
his
me.
kids to Bass Pro Shop and lets them look at the fish. And
That's what I do.
Cabela's. Yeah.
Oh, look, it's the aquarium. Look at the fish.
Damn right.
Bro, you can kill 60 minutes easy in there.
All right, you guys let me know what you think about this. This is the most popular, most sold Easter candy for the Easter baskets of 2026. Number 10, we've got the M&M Pastel Easter candies.
Yeah.
Those are nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially
Anything M&M
Peanut.
bars is good.
So
peanut.
it's the same M&Ms. They're just the colors are that's all it is.
Lavender.
Okay. 9
Why
is
are you
the
discriminating over there, bro?
Oh, I'm not. I'm
He's just coming from a place of not knowing.
uneducated, Brian.
Yeah.
I'm just a caveman.
He's eating his latkes over there while we're gorging
Larry
on
Lotka over here.
candy out of
having
a
my matzo
basket.
ball soup and my brisket.
I tell you what,
Yeah.
man, it's done right.
9 is the Reese's peanut butter cream egg.
Yes.
Okay.
You lost Dawson. You lost
Seems like
Dawson.
that should be top 3.
Okay.
Oh, you're in?
Would
Yeah.
be
Oh, yeah.
no go here.
That's not sour cream.
No, that's peanut butter cream.
That's icing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dawson, you don't know how many meals you've had with sour cream in them.
Reese's is actually dominating this. Number 8
sure.
is the Russell Stover solid candy.
I like that.
Now,
Yeah.
is that the hollow? Or
No,
is
that's
that
a solid bunny.
Russell's is some high-end candy.
That's an expensive
quality
one.
bunny
That's
right there.
Yeah, it comes in a nice box. That's nice.
It's like romantic.
Yeah, it's a romantic candy.
If you're going,
Right,
if you're
yeah.
going Valentine's.
Okay.
Yeah.
7 is the Reese's peanut butter bunny. So you're getting a giant bunny with the Reese's peanut butter.
Probably should be number 1.
You guys always start with the ear, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, but see, we were talking
Yeah, see, I'm
cheap.
getting a thumbs up from Jesse over there.
the
Appreciate
hollow,
that.
the hollow one. I'm punting that into the sun.
Oh, you ripped the head off. You're going.
Yeah, but this is the
Oh,
Reese's
headless
one.
bunny
So this
over
is
here.
peanut butter.
I know, but I'm saying that hollow one out.
Not here for it.
Out.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Gronk
ripping the
spiked
head
that
off like
thing.
it's a
Yeah, out.
crawfish.
Yeah, I don't know why they do the
What?
hollows because there's room for so much on the inside.
So much flavor
Yeah,
should
what are
be
we
in
doing?
there.
6 is the Oreo chocolate sandwich cookies Easter egg. That's a mouthful.
I've never had one.
I'm not
of
even.
those.
Yeah.
Sounds fantastic.
I'm unfamiliar with the Oreo game here, but that sounds
This
delightful.
might be rookie year with one of those.
Sounds like a fudge dipped Oreo. That's what that is.
Yeah, and those fudge dips are damn good.
Yeah.
5 is the Hershey Eats Easter candy.
Okay. Is it shaped like anything special?
Chocolate Hershey. Doesn't tell me any shapes here. And I'm not looking at any. I can't see them. But I do like the shape of them. Lind Gold Bunny at number 4. Lind's, that's pricey.
Yeah,
the Lind
it's good
chocolate.
chocolate.
Like Jeremy Lin.
No, it's Lindt. Lind.
Lind. Okay.
Lind Gold Bunny.
Lind
I've seen
Sanity.
them sponsored on a race car before. Okay. Go ahead.
3 is the M&M's Easter Bunny cane.
Oh, yeah. It's just, yeah, absolutely.
Just a cane?
Yeah.
Okay.
But It's M&M's, just like in a little cane container.
Yeah. It's fun.
Just changing the presentation. And you can sort of just drink it down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Your kids under 4 years old will instantly dump them all over the floor.
Shouldn't have minded that, but you can drink it.
Yeah, it's like frowned upon, but you could if you want to. And maybe in your own private.
Can I ask a quick question?
Idaho.
Is there a price limit on how much you're spending on the Easter basket?
Yeah, you tell me.
Yeah.
It sounds like you could go a couple of $100 if you really want to.
What's the
right?
cheapest yet not your super cheap way to get away with that?
I would think under $20 per kid.
Okay.
But once they're older, if you wanted to get them some earrings or something, you got a teenage daughter, I might go there this weekend.
I just wondered if there was a way that you just say, I'm not spending that.
I mean, I bet there are. Listening to some of these, it
sounds very high end. We're doing here. It doesn't sound like your normal Easter
It's
basket.
definitely come a long way since we were kids when it was jelly beans and a couple Hershey's Kisses.
Boom! That thing was probably you picked that up on the way out at the 7-Eleven if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm. Number 2 on the most popular Easter candy for your Easter baskets, the Palmer Double Crisp Little Crispy Bunny.
Yeah. I like the crisp.
It sounds good.
I do like the crisp.
A little good
sounds Twixy.
Crunch bar.
Yeah, it's got that little crunch to it.
Give me that.
Number 1, though, and this did get texted in and you crushed it, the Reese's Pieces Easter Candy Gift Bag.
Yeah. Okay.
So this might just be its own entire bag that you can just get away with delicious
Reese's Pieces are awesome.
A home run. Thank you, Wolchuk. Top 10 in the books here on a Rangers day off Thursday. We got a full 5 hours for you. Day baseball tomorrow, pregame at 2:30 for home opening day. We are live at Rally House in Arlington, the best place to swing by. It's right off of 20, easy to get to, and get geared up for whatever sports team you want to support the most right now. We got a college football darty coming up, Chief.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. College football darty, ladies and gentlemen, in the house that presents the best college football attire in all of America.
Amen.
I have 2 of the most lethal receivers in the country residing in the great state of Texas, plus the most insane coaching tactic of all time. Have you guys seen this?
Nope.
I'm going to send it to you next in the nation.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the Rangers home opener. Choppy has his Final 4 degenerate plays and our final Busch ticket giveaway in the Expressway, along with Worst Take at 9 a.m. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
The average car payment in America is now nearly $800 a month, and many auto loans stretch longer than 6 years. That means millions of drivers are paying for vehicles long after they're ready for something new. Most people don't actually have a car problem, they have a loan problem. That's why more drivers are calling D&M Leasing, the nation's leader in automotive leasing. Call 817 or 972-35-LEASE or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Thanks, Dax. Maybe leave the singing to the pros.
Hey, I can't help it. I love these windows.
Well, it's easy to sing about savings. Get 10 double-pane single-hung windows for just $59.50.
And 0 down and 0% financing with approved credit.
Exactly.
So call Best Buy Windows and Siding today at 469 Windows. That's Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Close enough, buddy.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Join us at Rally House today from 2 to 6 at 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington. With a home opener pre-party. The G-Bag Nation broadcasting live. 4 $100 Rally House gift cards will be given away. See you there.
Hey, Mama, stop endlessly scrolling to find a caregiver. My trick to saving time and my sanity is SitterCity.com. They've helped busy parents find the perfect sitter for over 20 years, matching you with caregivers who actually fit your needs. I love that all caregivers undergo ID verification and background checks with real parent reviews, so you know they can handle your sassy toddler. Plus, you can always talk to a real-life human if you need help. For a smarter, simpler way to find trustworthy care, visit SitterCity.com today.
Follow here, Tolos, and like you, my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention, and that's when I reached out to CertaPro Painters and CertaPro.com. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And here's the deal. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life. Your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit KordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis.
Frontier is joining Verizon. New Frontier and Verizon customers can get 6 months of 100% fiber internet on us up to 1 gig by bundling Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber. Plus, get 2 new mobile lines for $50 per month on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store to switch. $25 per line after $60 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months in times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Eligible new Frontier Fiber plan required. Availability varies. Additional terms apply.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. Ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions
Financial
required.
Group is not a law firm. Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300. 800-881-4300.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable, invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the-night-before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Rally House in Arlington. And coming up at 3 o'clock, we'll have Wolchuk's Daily Football Fix. What do you want? Rangers gear, World Cup gear, Stars, Mavericks, Cowboys, your favorite college team, FC Dallas. It's all waiting for you. And this is a nice little shopping center. So you just make it a little afternoon. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo's college football Darty. Here's the Chief.
The surprise Darty on April 2nd, college football style. Lots to get to right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke. I want them now to say our name again.
Well, I don't get the brain man cold.
All right, we're going to start with the appetizer before we get to the meal. Sent you guys the entree there in your DMs here for what is perhaps the most insane spring practice football drill I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And it's maybe not quite to the level, or maybe it is, of the spring break beach Oklahoma drills that we see get done between college drunkards, co-ed style. I mean, it's just ridiculous, the videos you see at a spring break beach with college kids and a football. But this one here is insane. Now, I first want to bring up to you that I saw today, CBS Sports, and they have the top 10 most lethal receivers in college football for 2026. We all know who number one is. His
Jeremiah
name, of
Smith.
course,
Jeremiah
is
Smith. Yeah.
Jeremiah Smith. Mm-hmm. Ohio State. A lot of people think he'd be the number one pick in the draft last year, this year. But Ohio State gets one more year with Jeremiah Smith to tear it up. So, of course, I mean, he scored 29 touchdowns. And in his career, he's an absolute, just created in a lab kind of receiver. He, of course, is the best in the country. At 2, you get the freshman sensation,
Malachi Toney,
who was only 17 years old last year for Miami. Malachi Toney.
Damn, that's good for him, man. I thought maybe he'd be Cam Coleman. But Malachi Toney is deserving.
We're going to get to Cam the Man because we have 2 of the most lethal receivers in all of college football being in the state of Texas. But yeah, Malachi Toney, now that Darian Mintz is coming from Duke to play quarterback, he's taking over the number 10 jersey. Malachi Toney's going to number 1, saying, I'm him. I'm that guy. So we'll see year 2 of Malachi Toney there with the Hurricanes. But at number 3, the third most lethal receiver in all of college football is one of the big portal gets for the Longhorns. That is Cam Coleman. Okay, so Cam Coleman is, I mean, he was the top transfer pass catcher, and he got quite the payday, and now him and Arch Manning look to develop a Peyton and Marvin type of relationship.
I love that.
Is that what we're doing here?
They're both having really good conversations with Shoddy during the pro day there in Austin.
Yeah, you might as well go out there and get to know those
Start
fellas.
schmoozing, why not?
He was the number 2 receiver and number 5 overall prospect in the 2024 class. Finished with 93 catches, over 1,300 yards, and 13 touchdowns across 23 games played at Auburn. And he was dealing with garbage quarterback play, right? I mean, at least inconsistent at best. So Cam Coleman, third most lethal receiver in all of college football. And then you get a couple other guys, but once you get to number 6, College Station's own Mario Craver.
Okay.
And this dude was a baller last year. And they had a handful of guys, right? I mean, Casey Concepcion.
Right. Craver's got the size.
Likely first-round pick for him. But, yeah, Craver, he was at Mississippi State, transferred, averaged almost 16 yards per catch last season, had almost 1,000 yards on 59 catches, and he is going to be the number 1 option now. That is going to be the situation for him, and we will look forward to watching him. He was really good last year, and now he gets to kind of take over as being the guy.
Marcel Reed's coming back.
Yeah, Marcel Reed being back there for sure. Hopefully he can get a little bit more consistent with some of the...
It was not a great end of the season.
No,
Marcel Reed. The last 2 games, I mean, for him and a lot of the Aggies on that team, it was a struggle.
Yeah.
Sal being one.
And then you do have the guy who was a sensation his freshman year at Alabama, Ryan Williams, who's now changed his name. It's Ryan Coleman Williams. He's going hyphenated last name. He's welcoming in his mom's maiden name or whatever to be a part of his deal. So he's trying to change up the vibes because he hasn't quite met the expectations that he set for himself early in that freshman year.
There was some worry in Tuscaloosa that he was going to transfer, but he ended up staying there. Did our North Texas Mean Green, transfer to OK State, Wyatt Young, make this?
Oh, yes, he absolutely did. Walchuk.
Let's go.
Yes, he did. He comes in.
I'm still claiming him. He's still North Texas Mean Green.
Yeah, Wyatt Young comes in at number 7.
Wow.
Number 7, the Oklahoma State Mean Green. I'm getting shirts made for that. It's going to be Oklahoma State, but it's going to be Mean Green. Okay, I think we should rep that during the college football season.
We love you forever, Coach Morris.
So the big clip of the week, and I'm surprised you guys hadn't seen this on Twitter because I
just watched it, and the violence that guys going after his knees carrying the ball.
This is a what not to do.
Why this is a if I was in a coaching meeting the next day or we're watching this tape, I would go, Coach, why are we doing this? I would.
Well, he answered that question. The head coach answered it. So the video I sent you guys, and if we had somebody that was full-time in the G-Bag Nation coordinating and throwing up the video, we would have that right now for you.
We'd have it on screen.
Hopefully, Aiden
we would have it on
that guy soon.
Aiden will be that guy. I
Might
believe
as well
in him.
just listen to on the Odyssey app, but I hear you.
Odyssey app's amazing.
Yeah.
But it's southeastern Missouri State, and they have their spring practice, and the video that's gone viral is basically it is a drill I've never seen done before. The entire
it's a
team,
suicide drill.
It is kind of a suicide drill.
Yeah.
You're putting the ball in a running back's hands or a receiver's hands, and then they're at like the 10-yard line going into the goal line. Their objective is to score a touchdown.
Beat 3.
But you have 3 guys that are all sort of flanked out around the goal line, and when the whistle blows, running back runs straight, and those 3 guys just converge on him. He's got no blockers.
Blockers.
This is a certified suicide mission. That's exactly what this is.
It is.
This is insane. And these receiver and these safeties and linebackers,
They're
whatever,
going for the kid's knees.
They are clobbering this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the coaches are jumping around like it's a good play and a good hit, and I'm like going.
This is the most dangerous football drill I've seen in real football.
I've never seen a football drill more useless than that one you just showed me.
And they are going helmet to knee. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
You got a guy diving.
You have
at
a
this guy's
running
lower
back.
half.
You're like, I wonder, like, if I was in the meet and we're watching, let's watch the 3-on-1 drill. Let's not watch the 3-on-1 drill. We're gonna watch
some triple Oklahoma coach get in here and check
watch
this
some
out.
Kid get his knee blown
You're
out.
fired.
What are
You're
we
fired.
doing?
You're fired.
Whatever coach came up with this drill, he needs to be fired.
Absolutely.
Seriously,
He probably is by now.
Todd Matuquiz, or whatever, however you say it.
Yeah,
he
Todd's
says
without a job.
He says today is what I call an identity scrimmage.
Yeah, okay.
He says we got 50 new players.
Ari Timpkin's helping him with the coaching over there. Identity.
Identity scrimmage. We have 50 new players. We have 5 new coaches. They just got here, and we need to understand who we are as a program.
Yeah.
When you wear our jersey, you put on our helmet, there's a standard, and about what that standard looks like.
Yeah.
Completely stupid.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Lucius, I sent this. Did you get a chance to see this, Lucius? Is this as insane as anything you've ever seen?
I'm just not getting a shot to look at this. Hold on and see here.
Yeah, get a glimpse of that warlock.
Yeah, we're not doing this, Coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not doing this, brother. Sorry about
Lucius,
that.
you were a ball carrier back in the day.
I need a blocker.
Yeah, 3 dudes going after your knee, your own teammates.
Yeah, we can't have this.
Man. Can't have that.
Does it look like it's small college stuff? Where is this?
Yeah, this is Southeastern Missouri.
Southeastern Missouri.
So,
yeah. They're not even getting paid.
Ryan Flanoy go to Southeastern Missouri? Is that
a Jerry Rice situation?
No, he's
that
with City
sounds
Valley.
right, actually, yeah. Let me double check, but that does sound like he might have gone.
Lucius, you're going to love this this coach's ally, okay? I would like to welcome in Coach Jason Brown of Last Chance U fame. Oh. We all know this guy. He is the only person on the internet that absolutely loved it, okay? Everybody else, former players and everybody, they're all talking crap about it, but he goes, great coach and still coaches the right way at SEMO. This is football when full speed equals 0 injury. Go half P-word speed and wear helmet condoms and get hurt. That's how Jason Brown feels about this particular drill.
Is Jason Brown out of work? Is he out of work, Coach?
You only get hurt if you don't go full speed.
That he is.
You only get hurt if you don't absolutely obliterate each other.
Is he the guy that coaches with a drink in his hand?
Yes. He's on the whiteboard spilling whiskey
Yeah.
and just yelling at the clouds about Mina Kimes and whatnot and quarters coverage.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
I needed that. A college football dirty here, spring football edition in the G-Bag Nation.
Not
we
for
are
long
live
at Southeast Missouri. We're going to have enough players.
At Rally House in Arlington. Come get geared up for opening day here, Rally House in Arlington, or the Rally House nearest you. We're coming back with Hour 2. Wolchuk, Little Football Fix time.
The Cowboys' best draft fit, and this team is open for business. That's next in the nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105 through The Fan. We are live at Rally House in Arlington, right off of 20. Great place to come hang out and enjoy some local sports content. Get some local sports gear. Yeah, baby. The official team shop, Rally House here, Arlington, off 20. It's time now for Wolchuk's daily football fix. Here he is, Zachary.
Let's get that fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Well, say it ain't so, Andrew Berry, general manager of the Cleveland Browns, when asked today by reporters, quote, I don't know that we'll be picking at 6 in the NFL draft.
Here we go.
Captain Trade Down, shout out to you, El Jefe, lives. As the Browns want out of pick 6, they're looking to back it up. And maybe, just maybe, could the Cowboys be a team that says, you know what, screw this, we're going up for Sonny Styles, we're going up for Mansour Delane, we're going up for Caleb Downs or David Baylor, whoever player they deem necessary. Maybe we got a dance partner, boys, if that's what they want to do.
I think that's exciting. Your pick at 12, your pick at 20 could easily be underwhelming. Let's just package them and move up.
And I love the idea that we started on the stack. You get back 39. Maybe the Cowboys also have to kick in one of their 5s because I think they're 60 points short if they go straight by. But you got 3 fifth-round picks. I'll kick in a 5 plus 12 and 20 to get 6 and get back 39. Sounds fine to me.
Bobby was trying to get somewhere this morning. I think he was trying to get
Kansas City, right?
At 9. He was looking at Kansas City is what he was looking at.
I think it was who was it? Eric Edholm on NFL.com.
He had win-win trades for every team. Now
I like this one if the Chiefs are down.
Yeah. Now I think that this was 20. I think it was the Cowboys pick 20.
I think they go 9 to 12, and then you go from 20 to 29.
29.
Yeah. So it was the Cowboys give up 20. 5th round pick 152, 7th round pick 218. So you're giving up your first 5 and 7. You're getting back 29, so you're moving down 9 spots, but you're adding pick 74 in the 3rd round. So now you're going to have 2 3s. You're dropping 9 spots. You still have that first. You're essentially moving up 4 spots in the 5th round, and you're adding an extra 5.
Oh, so this didn't have anything to do with picks 9 and 12?
No.
Okay.
No, well, this was 20 and 29.
This is still totally fine for me. I mean, I would love to be able to go from 20 to 29.
I love the trade back idea at 20. Now, that makes, to me, I think Jacob Rodriguez is very much in play even at 20 for the Cowboys from some of the things that I've heard.
But definitely at 29.
But definitely at 29, that's a home run. And also, honestly, that might even open the door for an Anthony Hill. Texas possibly there.
Okay, guys. Pick me a player at 20. Pick me a player at 20. Wolchuk.
Mm-hmm.
You got one? Got one in mind? You're going to take Rodriguez, right?
Yeah.
Pick me a player at 29.
That's not Rodriguez?
Yeah.
Colton Hood.
Dawson, of the 2 players he just gave you, Rodriguez or Colton Hood, have you seen Colton Hood by any chance?
Yeah.
Which one would you take?
Rodriguez. I'll bet on him overcoming the arms because he's got everything else.
Okay. I was trying to think there if the player, if you're going to trade away from a guy, you guys are committed to taking Rodriguez.
I am. And honestly,
I just wanted to see how committed you were.
Yeah, I would take him. Now I'm worried that he's not even going to be there.
But see, then what I'm also asking is, it sounds like you wouldn't trade away from Rodriguez.
I am nervous that Carolina at 19 is showing interest in him. Dan Morgan was there in Lubbock, was hands-on with his workout. He's a former linebacker.
Yeah.
They did just add
Devin Lloyd,
but they need another linebacker. So I think Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, is the player that they would like. They wanted Jatavian Sanders from Texas to work out. Unfortunately, he has not been able to stay healthy. They took him in the 2nd round, Denton Ryan's own. I think if Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, is there at 19, if I were to mock a player to Carolina, they seem to have heavy interest in him. But I know I was talking with Jonah Tolles, our buddy who might be showing up here today, does excellent draft work. He told me, hey, watch out for Carolina. That's a sneaky team that might pluck Rodriguez at 19.
Don't you think that with the new coaching staff wanting long-armed linebackers, like we can want Rodriguez, but the Cowboys might be totally out on him?
I believe that they're not. I worried about that, but
Really?
I've gotten so much positive word from last week and just how glowing the Cowboys were around Jacob Rodriguez. They seemed enamored by him that I think they're very interested. Now, 20 could be too rich for them. I don't think it is. I didn't want to oversell myself on this possibility because you guys know I love the player, and typically the Cowboys don't even take players that I love like that. Cooper Beebe is the exception to that rule. But I do think that there is love for Jacob Rodriguez amongst that room in Frisco. But we'll see. I mean, in a trade down to 29.
Should be love for him for anybody who knows ball.
Yeah,
right?
I agree, man. He's just a hell of a football player. Just really, really good. Now, what was the player that The Athletic? This was Nick Baumgartner, Scott Docterman. I know Dane Brugler's a part of this. They rated every player that's a perfect fit for each team. They actually said Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Texas Tech, perfect fit for the Buffalo Bills. Who's the player for the Cowboys? It's Mansour Delane, the cornerback from LSU. Best man-to-man coverage defender in the draft. Delane was a true diamond in LSU's rough last season. A controlled, explosive athlete who is hard to stack and harder to fool. Delane broke up 7 passes, forced 11 more incompletions last season to emerge as the SEC's most productive on-ball corner. Also, committed 0 penalties, gave up 0 touchdowns.
Man, could you keep that streak alive?
Forever.
Forever?
You just never give up any touchdowns, and you never commit a penalty.
You never get the ticky-tack, what is it, like the holding call or whatever,
just a little
where it's like the
jersey tug.
Automatic first down.
You don't want that. Gosh, that's... Yeah, I think that he can keep the... Which one's more likely? The no touchdowns or the penalties? If you had to bet on a streak to continue. The touchdowns?
I'd probably go... No, I mean, you're in the NFL. You're going to get scored on.
Yeah. Probably both are going to... You may even game one.
Not him.
They could both go to
I think in the first quarter, one of those two things are happening.
I like that.
There's a lot of Mansour Delane content going on right now, isn't there? I think Warren Sharp's outfit, Sharp Football, they did a mock draft, having the Cowboys trade up to 6 to take Delane.
Mm-hmm.
Would you have signed Kobe Durant if you were planning on trading up for Mansour Delane?
I think so.
Isn't Delane an outside guy? Durant's an outside guy.
Yeah,
White's an
I think they're
outside guy.
viewing Durant as a
if we're
slot
looking
player.
They're looking at Durant as more of a slot player.
I think. I mean, at least Todd Archer throughout, unless they get that guy.
But when Shoddy was asked about,
we haven't seen that.
Asked about their needs.
First year he played that, yeah. But
well, I mean,
not in
the
a while.
last, yeah.
When Shoddy's asked about their needs this week, Durant's already in house, and he's still saying nickel player.
Yeah.
You know, they need to bring in a nickel guy to keep Bland on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if we're looking at 12 and 20 or moving up or moving down, it's with that in mind. I don't think they're using more premium resources on outside corners.
Yeah. I mean, I think that the flex is something that's important. You're right. And for Caleb Downs, maybe I think that is a guy that can fit that role. Maybe it's Styles.
But
maybe it would be Sonny Styles.
I'll argue with you though that if you're going to play the guy in the slot, that he needs to be able to line up on the outside, just because of the health. I am not interested in playing with guy off the street in week 6 at corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was brutal.
I'm just, if you're going to give me a guy that's a nickel player, but please give me the ability to line him up on the outside when he's not playing nickel. You know, that's kind of where I'm looking at this position.
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, Kirk Cousins, Kirk O'Chains keeps getting the money, baby.
Hey, by the way, real quick, it's Seattle's situation. You guys know their secondary pretty well, right? The cornerbacks they play with and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. They got Witherspoon, who they got to pay.
Yeah, but with Witherspoon, and I'm asking this, on third down, and I need to check this on tape, when they play nickel, Witherspoon plays the nickel. Manowari doesn't play the nickel the whole game.
No, not the whole game. He had quite a lot of snaps playing in the slot.
But at first and second down, it's Manowari. Third down, it's Witherspoon. So really the hybrid safety in Seattle is not the primary nickel player.
No. They'll kick Witherspoon in for sure. They absolutely will.
Okay, but on third down, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they had Josh Jobe, who also would do some of that stuff.
So it wasn't their hybrid safety was not the primary nickel player.
I also don't think here that's going to be the focus. I think that's where the multiple comes in here. I think that Christian Parker wants to be able, as chess pieces, to be moving guys around, right? So I think
on third down, then what are you going to do? Is it Bland? And they don't want to do Bland, right?
Today, as it stands right now, I think it would be either Reddy Stewart or it'd be Kobe Durant would be competing for that spot. So they do need that guy. And maybe it's Jalen Thompson. Maybe they want Jalen Thompson to do some of that.
See, that's because I was talking to somebody about Seattle, and I was like, well, because I haven't watched a bunch of Seattle on tape or anything like that. But the guy was explaining to me about, well, in nickel, they don't play Nick Manowari as the primary nickel player.
Yeah.
And I think that we're all kind of like thinking that whoever Dallas drafts
is never coming off the field at nickel.
Yeah, is going to be the primary nickel player. And that, I don't know if that's necessarily, everybody thinks that hybrid safety guy is the primary nickel player.
Which, I think it just depends on if they have somebody else they feel can play the role. If they draft Caleb Downs, and Caleb Downs is the best suited for that spot, I don't think Caleb Downs is coming off the field. I think he's playing that nickel spot. I think that's what they do.
If on this team though, if Downs is not playing the primary nickel spot on third down, who is?
I think it's Downs. I think he would be.
You think he would?
And then they're just going to keep Jalen Thompson, Malik Hooker at safety, or PJ Locke. I think Downs would be that guy. Unless it's Avion Terrell, do they draft him? Do they trade back?
This is why I think you need a legitimate nickel player.
Who in certain situations can be that coverage guy.
Yeah. Like, to me, I don't know if I necessarily want my safety, and we always talk about, well, the Seahawks do this. Well, honestly, from what I'm understanding here, the Seahawks don't play their safety as the primary nickel on third down.
Yeah, I think that they would if they
try and look that
they
up.
had the flexibility to not have to do that.
I don't think he did. I think this is right. I think Witherspoon plays the spot.
Yeah, because they had two really good safeties with Julian Love and Kobe Young or Kobe Bryant, excuse me.
Yeah.
And then you also had Reek Woolen who would come in and play outside.
Sure.
They try to get Reek Woolen off the field as much as possible.
Right.
But on nickel is when you would have Reek Woolen come in, and then you would have Witherspoon kick inside. So
I was going to take a look at Seattle tape, because if that's the case, because everybody throws Seattle out as the example of the safety, Nick Manowari, but he's not playing on third down the major role that you're going to need him to play, right?
Yeah. And again, I don't think that this is a 1 year wave the wand fix it. I think they're trying to
I'm not trying to throw the wet blanket on this thing, but if we're talking about drafting a safety, the hybrid player, is the hybrid player going to always be in the slot no matter what down and distance?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and I think that's I doubt it. I doubt that anybody's going to be no matter what that guy.
Can Baltimore do it? Can Cal Hamilton do it?
I don't think he even does. I don't think he even does it every down. I don't think Derwin James does that. I think they do a lot of down near the box, kind of playing like as a rover, extra linebacker type of thing. I think that they do it. The same thing with Eovaldi. Yeah, Eovaldi I think he was over 200 snaps in the slot, but that wasn't always his primary designation. So I think it's kind of, it depends.
I just wonder if we're making
match personnel.
I wonder if we're making too much of the hybrid safety guy as the primary nickel player. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Okay. Kirk Cousins agrees to sign with the Raiders. So this is a bummer. He could have gone to win a Super Bowl in L.A. with the Rams, but instead he decides, I'm going to go and mentor Fernando Mendoza. And he's probably going to start. I think Kirk Cousins will start for the Raiders. They don't want to have to play Fernando Mendoza. They were saying this week at the owners' meetings, hey, you know what? If we can allow him to sit, learn a little bit, that's ideal. So I think it's probably
Kirk was even talking about that himself a couple of days ago, that's one of the trends with young quarterbacks is they want to let them sit. So maybe he was already talking to the Raiders about that. I think Clint Kubiak mentioned that as well, that they'd rather have Mendoza, at least watch for a little bit before they throw him in there, kind of like what the Giants did with Jackson Dart last year.
How much guaranteed money do you think the Raiders gave Kirk?
$8 million.
20.
Dang.
20 million. I mean, has anybody made more money than Kirk Cousins?
No.
Aaron Rodgers.
Well, yeah, there are some guys, but I just saw like this guaranteed money that he's getting now from the Raiders puts him more than what Brady ever made. Like his total earnings.
What's the point of it if you're the Raiders, spending that level of money? I mean, I get getting a veteran.
Yeah, I think it's because they're one of those teams. I know they spent a lot of money in free agency, but they had so little cap money spent.
Had to hit the floor.
That I don't know if they're like still trying to hit the floor or if they're just feeling like, hey, like we have this money. Let's just go ahead and do it. I don't know, but I know that they are not a team that has a ton of money on their books for 26.
And Cousins is such a beta, his body language is so passive. I think it'd probably be good for the rookie's confidence to step in and quickly take over as the alpha of that quarterback room.
Well, it just happened to him with Michael Penix 2 years ago. I mean, I guess he's used to it. He can kind of mentally prepare himself. Shefty on McAfee. Quote, "It's early, but I'm skeptical there will be an extension for George Pickens. He isn't going to sign that franchise tender without there being a long-term deal. I don't see a long-term deal coming into focus until right before the deadline in July," says Shefty.
Okay. Thank you, Wolchuk.
That's the latest there on Pickens.
Let's talk more about that on the other side because we got the C-note coming up, and Calvin Watkins has just penned the top 5 takeaways from the league meetings, including what the Cowboys are signaling regarding George Pickens. We are live at Rally House in Arlington, right off of 20. The best place to get geared up for whatever sports teams in DFW you want to support at one of the Rally House locations nearest you. But we're at the Arlington location. We'll be here till 7 o'clock. Very short show tomorrow, so get the nation while you can. Yeah, home opening day tomorrow with Rangers and Reds. Pregame at 2:30, first pitch 3:05. So we're back with more sports talk here with you live from Rally House in Arlington on The Fan.
But Tolos, I have great news for you, especially to my good people in the 817. The all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. And I spent a few years in the car business, and I got to tell you, what my buddy Ryan Watson is doing, he is the owner, and what he's doing at Alliance Hyundai is second to none. Seriously, from the moment you walk in, you feel the difference. Honest deals, real care, and a team that's truly passionate about taking care of you and your vehicle. You will get the best deals possible on Elantras, Tucsons, the all-new Palisades, whatever you want. They got it, always stocked, ready to drive home that day. And every new Hyundai comes with America's Best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000 miles, limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance for total peace of mind. And how about this? No appointment needed for same-day oil changes. That is an absolute game changer, so you can enjoy the quick turnaround service. You relax in their comfy waiting area with the free Wi-Fi, drinks, snacks, the whole nine. And on April 11th, okay, not this Saturday, but the next, it is the 1-year anniversary for Alliance Hyundai. We're going to have an awesome event from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We're going to have tons of giveaways, Tim McGraw tickets. We're going to have all sorts of gift cards to give away throughout the entire experience. And we're going to have a live DJ. We're going to have a live show. I think we're going to have Will and Fred out there doing some radio, and Local Craft Barbecue is providing the food, all free of charge. So we will see you on April 11th at Alliance Hyundai for the 1-year anniversary. Come see the difference at Alliance Hyundai today, or check them out online at alliancehyundai.net. That's alliancehyundai.net. And Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
If you're looking to buy a home, this is a call out to you to call TexasLending.com for your home purchase. Mortgage rates have fallen. It's a great deal right now with the number of homes that are for sale, and TexasLending.com has a free call, free application, free pre-approval letter. Get a free quote right now at TexasLending.com when you call 972-387-4600. It's TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Follow here, Tolos, and I love CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community, and you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th and you can trust them to get the job done right. That's why I love them, because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, starting with your free estimate. When you choose CertaPro Painters, you're not just hiring a service, you're partnering with trusted local professionals with over 70,000 5-star reviews to make your house feel like a home. Do what I did. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Join us at Rally House today from 2 to 6 at 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington with a home opener pre-party. With the G-Bag Nation broadcasting live. 4 $100 Rally House gift cards will be given away. See you there.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more. And your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at Give Me The VIN, because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Dallas. The Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics. They're right here in Dallas.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club, fixing up the ranch, or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics Dallas now and schedule your consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Dallas? Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty. Or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, if you could drive a cake. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Why the long face? Summer's coming up, and in Texas, that means swimsuit season's hitting by late April. Don't panic because you got Souza Clinics. Real Texans dropping up to 20 pounds a month. It's medically supervised, rapid, safe, natural. No surgery, no pills, no shakes, no side effects. See for yourself. Real people with real results at weightlossfortexas.com. That's weightloss, the number 4, Texas.com. You can Also call 972-479-5187 for your free consultation. Call Soza Clinic today and leave those pounds in the dust.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Amazon Hub Delivery.
Hey, business owners, it's Tiki Barber. Are you looking to earn extra money? Of course you are. When your business partners with Amazon Hub Delivery, you simply drop off packages to Amazon customers in your neighborhood. Get started at amazon.com/hub delivery.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Rally House in Arlington off 20. Come on by, get some gear. You can get entered to win a Rally House gift card. We have Tolo bucket hats, Tolo trucker hats, Tolo T-shirts, and, of course, sports gear for whatever local team you most want to support here at Rally House and their DFW locations. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, we were just talking about the Seahawks and Nick Eovaldi and how much is he in the hybrid nickel spot and how much is he staying on the field in that position there during our top-of-the-hour football fix, Chief, and you had the data on that?
Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing about 48% of his plays were in that slot nickel. So, roughly half of the time that's where he's playing. And they had Witherspoon, their super beast corner. He was playing in the nickel 35% of the time. So, yeah, it's not like 100% of the time Eovaldi's playing in the slot like maybe we sort of imagined. But he's there 50% of the time.
Like in neutral downs, you might run, you might pass. We got Eovaldi here when it's clearly going to be a pass. They're moving away from Eovaldi.
Yeah, I think there's probably
a more coverage-based player.
Probably a down and distance situation, and then maybe a little bit of just personnel. I mean, if you're coming out in 11 or whatever, then you're really spreading it out. Then maybe they don't want him down there. But 50% of the time, that's where he was at. But he's still a safety, so he can. You're going to move guys around a little bit, but just to give you a picture.
And then his home is strong safety when he's not.
Yes.
In that nickel position.
That's your jack of all trades type of player. Like the Caleb Downs, the Dylan Thieneman can do that stuff. Bud Clark from TCU capable of that. Maybe Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I think Wheatley can do. I mean, you got several safeties that have that versatility.
So it's not that the hybrid safety is capable of not coming off the field at that spot. He's just more capable of doing more versatile assignments than historically.
Yes, okay. Yes, that's probably the best way to put it.
All right, it's time for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening here in the G-Bag Nation. 5 things we learned about the Cowboys, the league meetings here. This is from Calvin Watkins in the Morning News. The first one from Calvin is the idea that we could be getting ready for a multi-year experience at franchise tag there with George Pickens and Adam Schefter talking on Pat McAfee's show this afternoon. It is one of the bigger topics of the week around the Cowboys. The way that Stephen Jones answered a question about GP, Calvin said the takeaway is maybe they'll do it next year, and a third year is just 144% increase, which would bring them up to $40 million if you're playing along at home. So we really could just be at the very beginning of this, and then you have to ask yourself, like, what would the David Mulligeta agent response be if you're going to play it that strongly? And as bad as things got last year with Micah Parsons, I have no reason to believe that the Cowboys want to play nice with George Pickens. I mean, they're not talking to him. They're not trying to hammer out this deal. They're basically saying, we got the tag, or what we've offered, you can take it or leave it. That's very strong negotiating tactics that essentially no other team in the league employs, and the Cowboys are right back at it again, up in Mulligeta's face. Is this thing going to get ugly, you guys think? Is there any way you could go smoothly for the next 2 years, George Pickens playing under the tag? I don't think so.
Depends on what you think of as smooth, because I don't imagine that he's going to be around too much. Like, I think you're probably, if I was betting on it, we'll see him week 1 of the season. Like, we won't see him throughout the springtime. I don't imagine you would see him in Oxnard for training camp, and he'll just show up in week 1. Now, if he wanted to put up an even bigger stink, he would wait till like week 8 or whatever, still be able to collect the full allotment that he's due this year and punt on the first 8 games of the season. Or maybe it's week 10, week 8 or week 10, something like that. So I don't know. I wouldn't consider that smooth.
Yeah, that's Wolchuk.
Well, I just wonder, like, if you're George Pickens, and clearly the market is not what you probably thought it was right now. You have the ability to negotiate with any team in the NFL. That hasn't happened to our knowledge. Nobody's really. And the trade compensation also was not even as high as what Jalen Waddle just got. So the league's kind of telling you we still have questions about you, whether it's on or off the field or a combination of the two. So I don't know, is doing a whole holdout and having this type of big stink over the contract, does that benefit him to the rest of the league, the other 31 teams that might be bidding for his services? Like, for him, the best course of action might be to just go ahead and, hey, I'm signing this, I'm showing up to everything, and I'm showing the rest of the league that this reputation that I built in Pittsburgh is false.
That's a good point, because Mulligetta's not dealing with the same level of leverage that he was last year with Micah Parsons.
Right.
At that point, you knew that the Packers were willing to give up the 2 1s and $45 or $47 million. Crazy. That's a different situation. But I also do wonder, and I believe the Cowboys might want the blow up just because of how massive of a story that could be. Are they playing it hard to tempt Mulligetta into doing something crazy that would dominate news headlines for the summer?
It would just be another installment of winning is not the priority.
Yeah,
and that would suck
unless you're talking about winning the ratings war, and that would do it. That would do it. I just hope there isn't too big of a cost to the ability to expand the offense in year 2 with Pickens. Second takeaway here, Calvin Watkins Morning News. Tyler Guyton improvements has been a topic out there at the league meetings, and it's interesting how much of a discussion it became this week and how it got public, because last offseason was all about the new coaching staff trying to build him up, We heard a lot of positivity, especially around the OTAs, that he had taken to the, your rookie year wasn't good, it's time to lock in and be a pro. And then that was the storyline for a lot of training camp and then the season. And at times it was, going okay for Tyler Guyton. Now, I think that lasted about 6 months, but now the coaches are back to where the old coaches were. That, damn, this guy Tyler Guyton, dude, he can't stay healthy and he's not a professional.
Yeah.
The new coaching staff gave him about 6 months before the same sort of stuff. So that's 2 coaching staffs. You haven't even been a member of the Cowboys for 2 calendar years, and 2 coaching staffs are kind of like looking sideways at you, bro. It's not a good look.
No, it's not at all.
Number 3, no comp pick in 2027. This is a good look. This is a good thing. Cowboys are going to have a comp pick for 2027. That's because the Cowboys spend a very solid amount of money. I think it comes around to $52 million in payroll. And the comp pick formula is if you lose more free agents than you sign, then you get compensated. And the Cowboys have been the 3rd best team at acquiring comp picks, but it doesn't really take a rocket science to figure out. You'd probably rather have proven veterans than day 3 draft picks if you're interested in building a solid and deep football team. So no comp picks for 2027 is one of your takeaways. And then number 4 is getting that 3rd round pick that you got for Osa, and a lot of the commentary that happened around that, both Jerry and Steven and Shotty as well, saying he shed tears on the phone talking with Osa. So that was a tough person for them to lose in their locker room, a team leader, an incredible football character, and he did a lot of those football leadership things that you're going to miss. But the cool thing is just how they've been good with 3rd round picks. Osa himself, then Overshone, then Revel. Like, if they hit that kind of talent again, I will definitely be intrigued by that, be excited about that. They've been I would say over the last 3 years, or 4 years, I guess, if you're looking at Osa there, they had to have been one of the hotter 3rd round pick in teams, so hopefully that streak continues.
It's amazing how the 2nd round just gets totally away from them.
Yeah.
And then they dial back in round 3.
But in fairness, the 2nd round is when they've done a lot of gambles on the character and the hurt guys. And now they're trying to pivot away from it. So I can't fault them too much.
All right. Charlie Batch is reporting Aaron Rodgers wants $30 million. Other reports are saying the holdup is not money related, but Charlie's sticking to his guns here, saying this is why Aaron Rodgers still doesn't have a contract. The family is looking for a decision from him before the draft. Mike McCarthy is all over the place talking about Rodgers and Will Howard and drafting another quarterback. But if you're the Steelers and Rodgers wants 30, we might as well just go young, right?
100%. I mean, I think no matter how much money he's trying to make, I'd be willing to just go young here. But especially in that scenario, $30 million. Are you kidding me?
It was 13 last year, and you might have overpaid.
Yeah. And so I guess he's like, okay, I did that for 1 year. I don't really want to take the discount anymore, even though that's not really a discount. That's kind of what you're worth at this point, bro.
Yeah, he is coming up on 43 years old, and it looked a lot of times like last year he was just playing, trying not to get hurt. Texas Tech mega booster Cody Campbell not happy with the conference for moving their Week 3 matchup against Houston to a Friday night. Red Raiders are bummed they won't be able to host recruits that night because the recruits will be playing high school football.
Yeah.
So I'm sure this is a story that's near and dear to your Texas Tech heart that you married into, Wolchuk. But the Big 12 commish, Brett Yormark, clapping back, saying Campbell doesn't run the Big 12. He added, all of our schools are treated equally during the TV scheduling process, and this game fits within our scheduling parameters. I'm thankful our TV partners provide us with these opportunities. They also said that these Friday night games get 64% better ratings. So, I mean, that recruiting must be worth something for a Friday night hosting opportunity if you're willing to punt on a 64% better TV rating. But, I guess Tech did not play in a Friday night game last year, so it's kind of what the conference is doing. Cody clapping back is saying apparently Brett didn't get the memo that everything runs through Lubbock. Maybe we should bring the tortillas back. Cody on Twitter.
As they should.
Isn't this great?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's good drama. So the Big 12 gets rid of UT that's trying to run the conference or was running the conference for the last 2 decades. Now Tech has stepped right into that position of trying to swing a big stick for preferential treatment. I think that's being a bad partner, Tech. I'm sorry, but I didn't think it was cool when UT did it, and I don't think it's cool when you did it.
Yeah, but now, if you're the Big 12, that is your big squad right now.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like it's going to go away.
Yeah.
So,
if you're the Big 12, you have to consider we might be a year away from Tech leaving as well.
Yeah, right. And you can't.
Yeah.
That is, you don't want to play that game.
No.
Well, the other element of it is they've got to play at Oregon State the week before this. So they're like, not only are you having us play a Friday night game, which cuts into Texas high school football, and you're having 2 prominent Texas colleges, Tech and Houston, play, but now we've got to come back home on a long travel on a short week and play this game.
That is a brutal flight.
I get it. I get why Tech's pissed off about this, but at the same time, that's not the only Friday night game I think that they schedule in college football. But I do think 2 teams in the state of Texas, you shouldn't be playing on a Friday night. Texas high school football
they're not
sacred.
taking Frontier.
It's still about 3.5 hours. 4 hours.
It's a little bit easier from Lubbock
flight
to Corvallis, right? That's not.
I don't know.
Terrible.
Lubbock to Corvallis, you're right. Probably.
I was just thinking,
maybe 3.
If we were Florida State and having to play a game in Corvallis, then I would be a little bit like. But Joey will have these guys ready to play. I know it's the booster man. This booster guy's got a little Mark Cuban vibe to him. Remember how Cuban used to be early? Young guy, $1 billion, throwing it around.
Big money, shooting from the hip.
Shooting from the hip guy. I like his style. I like his demeanor. I like how he's helped Texas Tech.
You like the cut of his jib?
Like the cut of the jib, yeah.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on
Boston's
105
got
through
Tech
the
flying
Fan.
Frontier.
It is a brutal flight,
they're
but
going to sit on the runway for a long time.
Isn't this
maybe not even leave
in this day and age? Isn't a trip to Corvallis just about a buy anyway?
Oh, they are long from the days.
The worst.
They're long from the days of Mike Riley,
and Matt Moore, and Jacquizz Rogers.
Yeah, they are long from that.
We got the broadcast all the way till 7:00 tonight. Rally House in Arlington is the location. If you want to come by and pick up some team gear, you're going to love it. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next, though, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's kick around some of this NFL draft stuff. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we get you set for the Rangers home opener. Choppy has his Final Four degenerate plays and our final Busch ticket giveaway in the Expressway, along with Worst Take at 9 a.m. It's a Friday morning on The Fan.
Join us at Rally House today from 2 to 6 at 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington with a home opener pre-party. The G-Bag Nation broadcasting live. 4 $100 Rally House gift cards will be given away. See you there.
Frontier is joining Verizon. New Frontier and Verizon customers can get 6 months of 100% fiber internet on us up to 1 gig by bundling Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber. Plus, get 2 new mobile lines for $50 per month on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store to switch. $25 per line after $60 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Eligible new Frontier Fiber plan required. Availability varies. Additional terms apply.
Hey, Texas. This is Ryan Watson, owner of Alliance Hyundai. We have over 600 vehicles in stock like the all-new 2025 Hyundai Elantra. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain, limited warranty, and owner assurance. Visit us at AllianceHyundai.net today.
No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ownwell.com/terms. Estimate based on your neighborhood average and individual results may vary.
When I saw how high my property tax bill was, I was shocked. We couldn't afford this. But I discovered Ownwell. Ownwell reduced my property taxes and saved me over $1,000.
Your property taxes aren't set in stone. They can be protested, and they can be reduced. But instead of filing protests yourself and very possibly losing your appeal, Ownwell does it all for you. And we give you the best chance to win and save big. Ownwell has reduced property taxes for hundreds of thousands of Texans and put money back in their pocket, and you can be one of them. And unlike other companies that take half of whatever you save, Ownwell charges just 25%. And that's only if you save.
Now I don't worry about my property taxes. Ownwell reduces it every year.
Don't wait. The deadline to protest is May 15th for most counties. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com. Ownwell.com.
Tired of overpriced energy drinks? Ditch the can. Meet Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Whip is made with clean caffeine and great tasting flavors. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just pop it in and go. Whip is the best way to stay focused without chugging another expensive energy drink. So next time you need energy, try Whip. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Sick of crashing out on sugary energy drinks? There's a better way. Meet Whip Energy Pouches. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just clean caffeine crafted for smooth, lasting energy. Whether you're up early, grinding through the day, or staring down a workout, Whip is energy that moves with you. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize.
Gavin Dawson here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time of year to open your windows, and wait, your windows won't open. They leak, they're cracked, or they need repainting. Again, getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Listen to the Texas Lending Mortgage Show each Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan to get the latest on buying, selling, or refinancing your home. You can also listen to the show on the Odyssey app. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
College basketball finals are here. Catch every buzzer beater at Mexican Bar Company. Fresh margaritas, bold flavors, and the ultimate game day atmosphere. Also celebrate with us for a festive Easter Sunday brunch the whole family will love. Mexican Bar Company, where every game and every gathering is a win. Info and reservations at mexbars.com.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable, invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Rally House in Arlington, the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. And it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate you always playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this as well. And thank you for Rally House for having us out today. It's always fun to get out on the road. Did my man Doggy, did he forget? What's the shave situation with Doggy's beard today?
That looked intentional.
Yeah,
the dot pattern got me. Like it's a goatee, but it's the circles. It's like hair circles.
Yeah, he's somewhere between a rock and roll roadie and a WWE corner man, I think would be how I describe Doggy.
Doggy's he's a great dude.
Yeah.
And I was just, looking at him, I'm thinking, did you get up that today and just kind of think that one out?
This is what I'm gonna do.
This is what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this today. So yeah, I was just kind of wondering. It's always good to see him though.
Always good to see Doggy.
He's
loyal Tolo.
Exactly. Every remote that we ever go to, he seems to show up.
Going to see Metallica in Greece next month.
It's awesome.
He's
going
the one,
to see his family.
Yeah, he tried. Remember,
he's going to clean up out there, isn't he?
Absolutely.
My gosh,
dude, you're going to love him.
The story was that. Remember when Mom came into town, and was it the sister that wanted me to go out with the mom?
Oh, that's right. They were trying
to hook me up with Doggy's mom.
Mm-hmm. Wow, you could have been family with Doggy.
He was just trying to do that too. You could have been calling him son.
He's like, yeah, you want to come out to Greece with me?
Yeah, he was trying to. I know Michelle's listening right now, and she's going, "What is going on here?" But yeah,
you're not going to screw that up.
No, Doggy's family was at the pickleball place. Were trying to set me up with Mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like going, oh, no, I can't do that.
Yeah.
I'm taken. I'm spoken for. I mean, she's a nice lady, but
sure.
I just
sound like a golden opportunity.
Yeah, I would have had to move.
Right.
That's long distance. She's in Greece, right?
But the beaches in Greece.
Talk about Doggy's
but
mom
it's long distance.
You love the Greek wraps.
I do love the Greek wraps.
She looks too much like Doggy, though, doesn't she?
The gyros, the lamb.
Some
what else?
Like.
Let's see what other grease items. Dawson, give me
Mediterranean salad bar.
The chocolate cocks.
Give me Dawson.
I don't know any other Greek food. The falafel.
Oh,
is that a Greek food?
You're on a roll.
Shawarma. Shawarma, maybe. I mean, it's definitely Mediterranean. Yeah, it could qualify.
Seems like they have a lot of salads.
They do.
Cucumbers.
The Greek salad.
Shawarma. Why do I think that's kind of Indian?
my bad.
I don't think.
No, I don't know. I'm
just shooting from the hip here.
I know you are. I know you are.
You could have been step doggy though.
It was just kind of strange. Like she was so nice and polite, and I was just like, "Oh, yeah, hi, nice to meet you, ma'am." And Doggy's like, "Yeah, my mom, you need to take her out." I'm like,
show her a nice time.
She just got off the plane,
She's
man.
a sweet lady.
Shawarma originated in Turkey.
Okay. So India, Turkey, we were all over the
It's all
place.
the same.
We're all over the place, right?
I bet if you got Doggy's mom 4 Mike's Hard Lemonades and a half pack of smokes, you'd have yourself a real nice time. Speak of the devil,
he's bad, baby.
He's probably.
Hey,
listening.
get him on the cam. Hey, Doggy, come say what's up to the YouTubers and whatnot.
Hang on, let's see if we can get Doggy
on camera here with Broadus.
Get on cam.
Yeah.
Here, put it right there. Let's see.
Yeah.
We got now. Tell us what's going on with the beard there, or the facial hair, Doggy.
God rest his soul, Vinny Paul. You know, we used to have a comparison, and we used to call him Bengal stripes on who had the better Bengal stripes, him or me.
Okay.
Because we used to hang out at the basement all the time, man, and party, and man, I missed him so bad, man.
Yeah, I got you, man.
We missed him
Vinny
too.
Paul story.
Vinny Paul
told you it was rock and roll.
Doggy's a rock and roll guy.
Aging like a fine wine, that Doggy.
I wonder if you ever partied with Scooter, Scott Long, our sales guy. Scooter was a big team there with Pantera. Yeah. Okay. Right on.
There we go, baby.
I like it.
Don't catch this man around a fire hydrant. You know what I'm saying?
Not at all.
Is that you're still a reserve over there, Doggy?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
all, yeah.
Right on. Just wanted to make sure you didn't forget it.
FCC violation?
No, you're good.
Not at all.
You're good.
FCC violation.
Just a little steel reserve.
Every day is. Oh, what are you doing, dog? You can't do that. Dawson, what are you doing encouraging people to do stuff?
Hey, I mean, you don't mind it when I'm encouraging you.
I know, but it's me. I could get fired. I don't want to get everybody else fired because of
Doggy's just hydrating, man.
You got a party atmosphere.
We do have a party atmosphere.
Wanted to share the vibes with the audience back home.
Absolutely about that. All right, the party atmosphere. Okay, with this draft, we talked about some things with and what's really interesting so far, and I'm trying to kind of run some things down. And by the way, I'm trying to run down the green dot thing for us too.
Okay.
Remember, there were some questions about could the green dot guy be a linebacker or can it be a safety? You know, we were kind of talking about the Cowboys situation. Still kind of trying to run that down for you right now. I'm also in this mode right now of also trying to run down some more. We're starting to hear some of these things about the players, you know, some of these draft picks. We heard the things about with Bain and stuff like that. We'll just keep a monitor of that. I'm losing. I feel like Wolchek. I feel like I'm losing all my corners here in this draft. I feel like I'm losing. I'm getting too much.
We're losing recipes.
I'm getting too much information about them, and I mean information of okay, is the health and listen, you went on record yesterday. I went on record 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, I think what you initially
and this
heard
is about McCoy
is 100% accurate. And we were wondering, okay, with the workout, could it have changed? I think there's more to it there that is not public yet. That maybe will be post draft. Maybe we start to see Jermont. Maybe it's not just a Dallas thing. Maybe it's a league thing. And there are concerns. Maybe he's not going to be able to start right away. I don't know. But I don't know. I think the Cowboys are we're not taking a gamble here. We got other guys we'd rather mess around with.
So what you're hearing is that he might not be ready for the season.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I think there's a question there of when is he going to be 100% ready to go?
I think there's some questions. I think you're thinking about that from a national end.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Cowboys are onto that too.
Okay.
I think the Cowboys are onto that. So, but we had to make a determination. If we're not taking them at 12, we're not taking them at 20 for the Cowboys.
No, I don't think they'd consider it unless they traded back and they get a second rounder or at 92 like a Savone Revel where he dips into the third.
It's an overreaction.
You think it's a way overreaction?
I do, man. I think the Rebel thing didn't go well.
Yeah, that's fair.
Maybe the Sean Lee thing didn't go well. You drafted him. He was coming off of an ACL, and it was one injury after another. I get it, but it's not like this guy has been constantly injured. It was one injury, and it's been a long time now. By the time you get to the season, it will be 20 months since the injury, 20 and a half months. So that's unfortunate because I think the pool of potential all-pro defensive players is drying up very quickly at 12, and McCoy might be the last guy that can do it for you.
Guys, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm thinking about going up.
I'm with you.
I'm thinking about going up.
Let's do it.
The way this thing, if I go up, I can get the player that I want to get. If I sit there at 12, I'm at the tail end of my window with the number of first-round grades. I surely don't want to reach if I have to at 12. I don't want to do that. I'm all for pushing things in and let's go up. If you could get, and I know Bobby and them were talking about, some of the trades and stuff this morning going up to, I think you got to find a way to convince somebody at 5. I think you got to try and convince Cleveland at 6.
I don't think it'll be hard to convince Cleveland.
No, their GM just opened it up there.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to get out of there
because they want one of these offensive linemen. But
are they if they sit there at 6, do they feel like that they're going to lose Malinois? Is that what you think, like, Wooly? Do you think that they feel like somebody ahead of them is going to take the best one off the board, maybe at Arizona at 3?
Maybe, yeah.
They might be thinking that their best offensive lineman is gone, and they want to go ahead and bail out.
Yeah. So then they can take a Monroe Freeling or whoever it is.
If I'm Dallas, and I don't know, do you have to make this trade on the clock? Do you have to make this trade on the clock, or do you want to make the trade now? That's what you got to determine. We got to determine here is, do we have a deal with Cleveland if our guy's on the board? Or does Cleveland have to be the one that dictates the trade where they say, we'll make the trade with you, Dallas, but if our guy's on the board, we're going to stay here?
My guess it would be that way, because Dallas probably has a couple of guys that they feel good about being there at 6, even today, that they would love to take, that they don't feel very confident that they'll be there at 12.
Right.
But Cleveland might be saying, hey, we do have one offensive lineman that we would want to stick here and take at 6, and we want to know for sure he's off the board before we make that trade.
The better chance for Cleveland is they're going to lose their guy. I think Cleveland's going to lose their guy. Dallas at least has options on defense if they go up.
Right.
Cleveland, if they want to, smart thing for Cleveland is they probably need to bail. Cleveland needs to bail, and Dallas needs to be in there. Listen, go get your best defensive player if you're good. And if it's flipping back 39, I'll work with that.
Yeah, same.
I could absolutely work with 39.
Yeah.
Let me go from 12 to 6. Cool. I'll go pick my defensive player. And I also can grab another really good defensive player at 39, I think, if I had
Absolutely, I'm with you. I don't think there's a huge difference in the player that you're going to get at 20 and the one that you'll get at 39.
We've done mock drafts before on the stack where the 20th player, the 39th player were
very similar.
Very similar.
And
type
sometimes
players.
it's even the same player we're talking about, and they make it to 39.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. We got Nick Harris Star Telegram coming up at 4:20. Little mixed bag coming up next, Wolchuk.
Space Food and the Star's Fatal Flaw. That's next in the Nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. And our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Seems like the Eagles have another problem on their hands, and this time it's quarterback Jalen Hurts. Reports say that Hurts had problems with the offense, would, quote, divert from the game plan to an excessive degree, and had body language issues that the players and coaches would notice. Maybe A.J. Brown isn't all to blame after all. If the Eagles want to have any Super Bowl aspirations, they need to figure this out. And fast. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Ready to kick off the fun? Chumba Casino is your go-to game plan during halftime or overtime. From spinning slots to instant scratch-style cards, it's like running the perfect play, all from home. New players score a free welcome bonus and daily logins with a shot at some serious prizes every time you play. Get in the game and visit ChumbaCasino.com today. Let's Chumba. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Alrighty, Wolchuk, Chiafalo back with you. Let's chat Trajan Wealth. And look, it's one thing to save for retirement. It's another to feel ready for it. Trajan Wealth helped me and Eric build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything clearly. They gave us choices, and they never pushed anything that we didn't need. We're clients now, and we couldn't be happier. So call Trajan Wealth today to learn more. It's absolutely free to set up that consultation. The number to call, 469-890-0098. That's 469-890-0098. I love the Frisco location. You've heard me shout out my guy Steve Shelby there all the time. But if that's not the one closest to you, they're also in Arlington, where we are right now. They're in Fort Worth. They're in McKinney, and they're in Southlake, Eric.
Yeah, that's my spot. Shout out to Trajan Wealth. Get me taken care of at the highest level. Now I, too, have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement is actually a possibility for me. And I would encourage you to check them out at trajanwealth.com. Go ahead and schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they are in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth, they're also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that could be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-890-0098. That's 469-890-0098. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Attention fans, it's season time. I'm talking about hail season. The best thing about this, your monthly rate will not go up. It's considered an act of nature. We will pick up your car. We will drop it back off to you. We will make sure your car is detailed, leaving it 100% clean inside and out, just like new. Check us out on Instagram at The Dent Society. Call 214-919-2237, 214-919-2237. Tell them that your boy Chad Johnson from the NFL sent you. Dent Society.
Hey, Mama, stop endlessly scrolling to find a caregiver. My trick to saving time and my sanity is SitterCity.com. They've helped busy parents find the perfect sitter for over 20 years, matching you with caregivers who actually fit your needs. I love that all caregivers undergo ID verification and background checks with real parent reviews, so you know they can handle your sassy toddler. Plus, you can always talk to a real-life human if you need help. For a smarter, simpler way to find trustworthy care, visit SitterCity.com today.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts starts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Sean and RJ here with Base Power. Don't wait for peak storm season to prepare for it. That's why thousands of Texans are switching to Base Power. With Base Power, you get automatic whole home backup for up to 95% less than a generator.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan and take advantage of the $100 off offer by being a Tolo with Sean and RJ at Base Power.
It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and welcome back. We are live today all afternoon at Rally House in Arlington, a great place to get geared up for opening day tomorrow, right down the road. Rangers hosting the Reds, the pregame at 2:30 right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk more Cowboys football with Nick Harris coming up at 4:20. Nick Harris, Star Telegram, 4:20 here on The Fan. It's time now for a mixed bag, though. Here's Wolchuk.
Let's do it, and we're shaking up the bag. You never know what you're going to get, and it is Dallas Day for the Cowboys. They've got a lot of local players that are at the Star in Frisco right now. I've seen some mentioning on Instagram. I know Malik Muhammad is a local guy from Sauk that was recently in for a visit, but several others. It's really a good time for Dallas to be able to scout and get some in-person visits with those Dallas Day guys that played around the Metroplex. So many stars across the National Football League, starting with Matthew Stafford at Highland Park, JSN, Rockwall, Von Miller, DeSoto. I mean, the list just grows. Every single year we're just pumping out tons of great talent, and it will continue this year as well. All right, I thought maybe this was a butt crack situation.
Oh, really?
It wasn't. It's Shams Charania.
Have you double sourced?
I feel like we can trust Shams.
Yeah, I guess.
So I didn't double source this. So I might need you.
He could have got hacked.
Rapper J. Cole signs with Chinese League Nanjing Monkey Kings.
Oh, wow.
So he's playing Chinese basketball.
He's not going to the Guangdong Tigers. He's going to the... Where's he going? He's
the Monkey Kings.
The Monkey Kings, huh?
Mm-hmm. So he signed a contract to play in the Chinese Basketball Association.
I mean, he does have a basketball, like he plays in that Celebrity All-Star. Like he is one of those rappers that's known for being a pretty good ball player.
Yeah.
And he's tall.
Third time
he's from North Carolina.
Yeah. So he played with the Rwanda Patriots in the Basketball African League in 2021. Then with the Scarborough Shooting Stars in the Canadian Elite Basketball League in 2022.
Yeah, I think he's borderline certified bucket getter, kind of like Master P back in the day. Master P was like this back in the day.
Just a guy like a YMCA just tearing people.
Oh, dude, you cannot stop him in a Y game. He's going to get 40.
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably going to go dominate the Chinese league.
I mean, I want to see.
I think we've had some big Chinese dudes now, though. I think we're getting better at that.
I mean, Dwight Howard was there, and he was everything
Guangdong
for them. Yeah, he was with the Guangdongs. Mm-hmm. And he probably took that mascot a little bit too much.
Seriously?
A little too much to heart.
I understand that, but that can be tough for him. But I'm excited.
I want to see some. Yeah, I want to see some highlights of this.
I mean, this is I think must-watch TV. We also did have former Cowboy Kyer Elam. He is signed with the Kansas City Chiefs, so he found a new home.
Spags.
So they need help, and Kyrie will at least be with them for training camp.
So he set out the whole year then, right?
Well, he got released midway through the year.
Season.
I think one team did pick him up, but then quickly got rid of him.
Dude, Chiefs fans are going to be so excited about him in OTAs.
Oh, they're going to be pumped. Dude, he was the star of OTAs.
PBU every day, pick every other day.
I fell for it. I
did.
did.
To Krusty's Corner Protestant.
Yeah.
I'd lead
just
10
needed
minutes.
a change of scenery.
Mm-hmm. You were like, hell yeah, man, this guy's going to be the real deal. Also, ESPN's expected to change its number 2 NFL game calling team. No more is it going to be Chris Fowler, Orlovsky, and Louis Riddick. The potential new booth could include...
Oh, no.
Surprise, surprise.
It's going to be our guy. It's Pat McAfee.
Not McAfee.
Rich Olclatt.
Jason Kelsey or Kurt Warner, along with a new play-by-play announcer.
Kurt Warner usually does Westwood 1, him and Kevin Harlan on Monday Night Football.
Well, he also does the NFL Network games when they go overseas, and it's him and Rich Eisen doing those NFL Network London games and stuff like that. So
yesterday was the first day it was official that ESPN now owned the NFL Network.
So is that what it is? ESPN owns the NFL Network?
Yeah, the NFL Network is now part of Disney.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sure Jason Kelsey would be good at it. He'd bring some fun to that broadcast, wouldn't he?
I think
he's good in studio, and Kurt Warner is fantastic in terms of breaking the game down in real time.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either of them. And Jason Kelsey brings a lot of energy to the booth as well. I think either one would be. I mean, I thought the other crew was like, man, like, no disrespect to Orlovsky. He's on TV enough. I didn't need him also calling games. I didn't think he was great.
We don't need Chris Fowler losing his voice every other week when he's trying to do double duty with college football and everything else.
Now, I also don't know how much this is going to even be needed since they're not doing the doubleheader Monday night games anymore. So it'll probably just be an every once in a while.
It'll be a holiday situation.
Holidays, do they do the Thanksgiving Eve type game, that type of stuff. But a big congratulations in order to the Allen family. Josh Allen and his wife, Haley Steinfeld, announced the birth of their baby girl today. So he is also a girl dad. Welcome into the club here, Josh. Congratulations to the two of them as they announced special delivery. Our baby girl has arrived. We're feeling incredibly grateful and blessed and savoring these early moments. Thank you so much.
Until I have to change
Love
the
Haley
diaper.
and Josh.
Going to be a talented kid one way or another, huh?
The diapers, that was a quick adjustment.
Got to get my coach to have a talk with my wife here about these diaper changes.
Yeah, that's true, right?
Oh, yeah, he needs Joe Judge to get on
Not
staff.
in season. Not in season. We're not doing the diaper changes.
Come over here, honey. I got a Zoom call set up with
It's a fair
Joe
point.
Judge.
That's a fair point. Fair or foul?
Is there anybody more miserable SOB than Joe Judge?
I don't think so.
Seriously.
Who's more miserable?
There can't be anybody more miserable than that dude.
The grumpiest.
The grumpiest coach in the league.
Judge?
It's got to be Joe. He's at Ole Miss, right?
Yeah. He was in the league, but now he's
all
up
those
there.
dudes that work for Belichick are all miserable SOBs.
Mm-hmm.
Lombardi included.
No, they never got any credit for what they were doing.
Bad role models.
Can you just uplift the spirits of these guys? Just do your job. Do your job. Do your job. No love.
They thought part of the culture was to be a grumpy SOB.
Mm-hmm.
You
days
weren't
off.
doing your job unless you were grumpy.
Day by day.
He learned it from Parcells.
Absolutely.
Grumpy's rolling downhill.
The Lions made a decision. All right, remember they tried to lure their all-pro center Frank Ragnow out of retirement. It worked. He came out of retirement, and he had $3 million that was prorated in a signing bonus that he received. Well, he didn't end up playing, right? The back was bad. So he didn't end up passing a physical.
I think didn't his hamstring, wasn't it totally off the bone?
It was an
or
off the
something?
bone deal, like Tyron Smith.
He came off the couch being like, I'm ready to go, and then the physical revealed that he was not fully put together.
No, he was missing a totally torn off the bone hammy. And now what the Lions have done, and this is not surprising because they've done this before, they went ahead and recouped the prorated signing bonus money from Frank Ragnow. They said, give that back to us, please. You didn't play. We're taking it back. So Jason Kelsey and others
dirty, bro.
They have blasted the Lions for doing this. They think that this is totally unprofessional. Jason Kelsey saying, let me say this first. If a player truly just retires without reason or because they've lost the desire to play, I completely get and acknowledge what teams are doing here.
Did he get hurt doing this?
Yes, he was very banged up and was playing through injuries.
Okay, but
he played through a broken foot, a torn pec, multiple knee injuries, and back issues.
He's the guy that that played with the throat with like
larynx.
he broke his larynx.
Yes, and he played through it. Yeah,
this is like a true football warrior. This is a guy that actually took it to heart, eating the kneecaps.
Okay, so you're making me feel bad here. If
he was eating the
I
cats
was kind
and
of
the dogs.
thinking, if he got hurt, if he got the $3 million and got hurt, then it would be, I think that they owe him the money. But I'm kind of with the club on this one. If you don't play, I'm taking the money.
Wow. This is a guy who has literally put his entire body
I
on the line
compensated
for you.
him. I compensated him what his contract and his agent asked me to do. I compensated him.
With 5 years in mind, and he gave you 2. You already paid for the other 3. I get what you're saying. It is interesting that a lot of teams don't try to recoup the money. But I think if you're the Lions and you've lost so many great players to early retirement, you're like, you can't do a deal with retirement in mind.
Is there a power station next to this Ford Field or something that we don't know
Well, that's
about?
a nothing burger, Brian. You remember what John Lynch said about it last week.
something
They did a thorough investigation.
It's just what happens when you're the best, most dominant road grading center in football.
You're going to get your larynx broken.
You're going to get some ailments. And it's $3 million. I get it if it was like, man, it was $15 million or something pretty substantial. It's $3 million.
Yeah.
Like, what are we really talking about?
Players are looking at you like you're cheap as hell.
Is the PR nightmare worth it? I don't know.
Like I said, I compensated him for having an NFL career. I'm sorry he got so banged up playing for me.
Well, and now you wanted to lure him out of retirement. He tries to do it for you. Unfortunately, he doesn't pass a physical. And now you want to take the money back?
I'm giving him $3 million to take a physical?
I think you're right on the principle of the matter, Brian. I do. But to Chief's point, it's just $3 million, and it's your reputation as a cheapskate, chicken bleep organization.
Yeah, Barry Sanders, Calvin Johnson. They told you to kick rocks because you stink.
Yeah, well, that's fine. If you want to call me cheapskate, I mean, I'm not saying that to you, Dawes.
It's not you personally. You're the Lions in the situation, and you're a cheapskate.
If I'm the general manager of the Lions, I think I owe responsibility to my lady owner to try and make sure that if I'm spending her money, that I'm doing it in a proper way.
Well, and you said you were willing to throw down $1 million for a suite for a World Cup final in the opening segment today. So clearly, you're not a cheapskate. But I think the Lions are.
I think,
brought us to think about getting 3 suites now.
As he should.
I just tell you, I think having a suite at a World Cup match would be a blast.
Let me ask you this, Brian.
Me too.
You get sent to space, which the Artemis II just did. You go into space, and you realize the restroom is not working. We have a flashing light situation. We are now
Apollo
traveling through
13,
space.
we're having to make a makeshift bathroom?
We have an issue with the toilet, and we are Star Command, we have a problem here.
Okay,
and trying
first
to work
of all,
on fixing it.
we're all going to start this off with a 24-hour fast, okay? That's just first right off the rip, okay? In 24 hours, we'll evaluate if we can get this thing fixed, but we got to get this thing fixed before anybody can eat.
Yeah.
Because we're not having floating poop, and we're not going to get all backed up here, so.
Can we poop in a bag and tie it up and let it float around?
And we got just flying poop bags.
I'm just saying,
around?
do we have trash bags or something we could try, tie it up,
It'll get away from you real easily.
I was going to say, if you're not an experienced no gravity pooer, I don't know that's going to go your way on trial one.
Are we in the International Space Station? Are we still doing this?
Yeah, they according to NASA, the Artemis II has taken off.
Well, that's going to the moon.
That's not a space station.
That's
a
not
ship.
the space station. That's
the Kennedy Space Center is where it took off from.
Okay.
Wait, did this actually happen?
No, yeah, this is real. This has happened.
That's what you're talking about.
So,
Kid never saw Space Camp.
Skip class that day?
No, I wouldn't pay.
We're going to the moon because it's hard.
Well, they've got real people in here, Brian. Right? There's 4 people that are in this. They
okay,
didn't just
they're in a
send
capsule.
Thing to go out
this
there.
is a problem.
They can't drop an Artemis II.
Well, luckily it's been fixed. They were able to fix this from at home base, and they went ahead and were able
we're
to correct
problem
this problem.
solvers at NASA.
Wow.
But for a while, they were rocking with no toilet, and we did get the menu, and it looks like they've got delicious food on this flight.
I'll tell you, if they don't have Tang, I'm not going.
There's no Tang, but there is barbecue beef brisket.
I think they had some. I think
Tang's involved on the trip. I think there's some Tang on the trip.
It's a sponsor for the ship.
But you guys ever had the Dawson? You've had the orange drink.
I've had
Tang.
some.
Oh yeah, I had Tang as a kid.
Yeah.
You stir it up.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, it was delicious.
You stir it up.
Yeah, but were y'all actually good at portioning that thing out to avoid a tummy ache?
No.
Because that thing put me down.
Put
Dude,
too much
I was,
powder in there.
I was just overdoing
Got to water
it.
that down. Yeah.
Yeah, you stir up the damn Tang.
You just look at the color of it, bro. You hold the glass up, and it's too much.
Yeah.
If it's way too orange, you just can't drink it.
I thought it looked better the more orange it was.
Yeah, I wanted that thing looking like Sunny D.
Exactly.
Sunny D is a gut bomb.
Sunny D's delicious.
That's
It
a
is.
gut
That's
bomb.
what you were drinking on the golf course that day, probably.
Now, what was I drinking? Yeah.
817 said look up what a wag bag is. That's an easy fix. But fortunately,
Is this a NASA person working with us?
Maybe.
Was our guy Dobbs involved, the quarterback? He's
No,
a NASA guy.
He is. Josh Dobbs, new backup
Josh
in New
Dobbs
England.
might have figured out a way to get the commodes.
But I did think it was
He's flying all over the
impressive.
place too, just like Brandon Cooks.
189 unique food and drink items. They got 10 different types of beverages, 5 different hot sauces, variety of sweet treats, Dawson, so you can go ahead.
What happened
Make sure
to
that sweet tooth.
Dawson? They used to have such bad food on the like.
Yeah.
They had like little bars
like
of
military MREs.
Yeah, but they got to have that, what is that ice cream? The Dippin' Dots?
There you go.
Wasn't that space
Ice
ice
cream of
cream?
the future.
And that works down here, man.
Yeah, it does.
Like, that tastes good on the earth.
Yes.
That stuff is good, dude. So a wag bag, waste alleviation, and gelling bag. Portable sanitary bag used to dispose of human waste in areas without toilets.
Which is great as long as you don't have to worry about zero gravity taking something immediately from your body out into the air.
Exactly.
Yeah, now we
there's
got
going to be
floating-
the
we got
Johnny
floating
Depp
poop particles.
fecal matter.
This is going to be weird.
It's going to be there.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Glad they figured that
We're
out.
caught up here on
Yeah, that
your
would've been
mixed
fun.
bag with a wag bag kicker. All right, we got Nick Harris, Star Telegram, said to join us. We are live at Rally House in Arlington, right off of 20. Come get your sports gear. Get ready for opening day, whatever you need, whether it's a hat, a hoodie, a T-shirt, World Cup gear, all your college stuff. And Nick Harris, Star Telegram, is next with On the Fan.
But first, I have some great news for my people in the 817. The all-new Alliance Hyundai, it is here, ladies and gentlemen, conveniently located right in Fort Worth, I-35 and Golden Triangle. And I spent a few years in the car business, and I got to tell you, my buddy Ryan Watson, he's the owner. What he is doing at Alliance Hyundai is second to none. From the moment you walk in, you feel the difference. Honest deals, real care, and a team that's truly passionate about taking care of you and your vehicle. You will get the best deals possible on Elantras, Tucsons, the all-new Palisades, whatever you want, they got it. Always stocked, ready to drive home that same very day. And every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. We're talking 10 years, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, plus owner's assurance. And check this out. How about no appointment needed for same-day oil changes? They have a highly skilled group of Hyundai certified technicians getting you taken care of at the highest level, so you get the quick turnaround service. You can relax in their comfy waiting area with the free Wi-Fi and the free drinks and snacks, the whole nine. And put it on your calendars right now, April 11th, not this Saturday, but next. We will have a big shebang 1-year anniversary for Alliance Hyundai. We'll be doing a live remote show there that Saturday with Will and Fred, and we'll be doing a ton of giveaways. I got tons of gift cards, big money gift cards too. You need gas right now? Gas cards? I got you for $50 a pop, all free of charge. Tim McGraw tickets and everything else. Everything is free. And local craft barbecue, best in the business, bringing some free barbecue out there as well. So it's going to be a party on April 11th at Alliance Hyundai. Come see the difference today, or check them out online at AllianceHyundai.net. That's AllianceHyundai.net. And remember, at Alliance Hyundai, it's their mission to be your ally in the automotive business.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
From the stockyards to the Star to the Perot Center, across DFW, the #1 property tax firm is North Texas Property Tax. Local experts that attained $1 billion in reductions for our clients last year. More savings and more personal service. We cater to high-end homeowners exclusively in Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, and Denton counties. No reduction, no fees, no risk. Save more, get more with NorthTexasPropertyTax.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
H-E-B is making price cuts across the aisles to help Texans save even more when they shop. From household essentials to daily must-haves, you'll find thousands of low prices are now even lower, with hundreds more price cuts added every week. Just look for the yellow and black price cut tags in-store and online and add up the extra savings every time you check out. Save even more with Price Cut. H-E-B, another reason why here, everything's better.
Looking to add a compact excavator to your fleet? The Hitachi ZX35 from Masco Equipment is in stock and ready to go to work. Right now, get this powerful and versatile mini excavator for as low as $39.9, including a 12-inch bucket, 2-year 2,000-hour factory warranty, and 0% interest for 48 months. But don't wait. This offer ends April 30th, subject to credit approval. Visit ASCOEQ.com to learn more. ASCO Equipment and Hitachi, built to perform, backed by the team you trust.
Join us at Rally House today from 2 to 6 at 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington. With a home opener pre-party. The G-Bag Nation broadcasting live. 4 $100 Rally House gift cards will be given away. See you there.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
You follow here, Tolos, and I am a proud CertaPro Painters customer because they really are the best in the business. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. And you can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you, and now is the time to capitalize. Schedule your free estimate online, CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard helps you sell for more with repairs that attract the right buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
Pros, just because something on the job runs out doesn't mean you have to. Order it on the Lowe's app. My Lowe's Pro Rewards members get free same-day delivery on eligible orders over $25. Get the fasteners, hardware, or tools you need to keep the job moving. Order by 2 p.m. and get eligible in-stock items delivered right to your job site by 8 p.m. Members get more at Lowe's. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Subject to availability. Restrictions and terms at lowes.com/shipping terms. Subject to change.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
When you're trying to get a home equity loan in Texas, you want to work with someone who knows what they're doing. At TexasLending.com, we have some loan officers who've closed dozens of home equity loans per month for over 20 years. Call TexasLending.com. Work with people you can trust, people that know your own backyard, people that can close fast. It's TexasLending.com for your home equity loan. Call us today. We got them.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Amazon Hub Delivery.
Hey, business owners, it's TK
Tiki Barber, are you looking to earn extra money? Of course you are. When your business partners with Amazon Hub Delivery, you simply drop off packages to Amazon customers in your neighborhood. Get started at amazon.com/hub delivery.
Here we go. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live at Rally House in Arlington. It's time for Nick Harris to join us here from the Star-Telegram. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, we're going all the way till 7 o'clock tonight. The Rangers are off tonight, but they're in action tomorrow. Home opener, 2:30 pregame, 3:05 first pitch. Mackenzie Gore on the hill. It's going to be an enchanted afternoon of sports entertainment. And we still have 2.5 hours of sports talk here for you, including Nick Harris, who joins us now. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing good, fellas. How are y'all?
We're doing wonderful. 3 weeks till the draft, and I got to tell you, man, since the Combine, we've probably mentioned your report about the Cowboys and Jermod McCoy about 50 times. And I might be shorting it there because I think it's just fascinating how their options for quality defensive impact players are diminishing at 12. And I just would wonder how you're looking at that now. How are you looking at it with 3 weeks to go? Could the Cowboys take Jermod McCoy, the corner from Tennessee?
Yeah, not something I see still at this point in time. Again, things could change. There's a lot of fluidity between now and 3 weeks from tonight when the draft begins. But as of now, I don't see that scenario playing out. If they do find themselves in the scenario where Mansour Delane, Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, Reuben Bain, David Bailey, they're all off the board. They're there at 12, and they have to make a pick. I think it could be, it very well could be maybe a stretch in some people's mind to go and get a different defender. But nevertheless, I don't think right now it's Jermod McCoy.
And is that more injury or is that play style or scheme fit?
Yeah, I think it's more that injury. You go back to what Jerry Jones, Brian Schottenheimer, even Stephen Jones said at the Combine about how, they're just not in a position to take injury red flags at this point in time. And he certainly fits that bill. And coming off the ACL, sure, he is, returning, and he returned to his pro day last week and put down some good timing. But, nevertheless, bringing on another corner with injury history probably wouldn't be the wisest move for this franchise at this point in time. Maybe if they didn't have such a beat-up room, they would have the flexibility to do that, maybe take a chance here. But I don't think they don't see a position where they're in the position of taking chances.
So when you were referring to that scenario a moment ago about, where would they reach, is that Keldrick Falk? Is that Colton Hood? Is that Thieneman? Who do you think would be the next defensive player group at 12 that they'd be considering?
Yeah, I don't necessarily have that question or that answer to your question for you, but I think a couple of those guys do make sense. You mentioned Colton Hood. I think Akeem Mesidor, the edge rusher out of Miami, would fit that bill as well. Thieneman's an interesting one just because they haven't shown any public interest, at least, into Dylan Thieneman to this point in the process. But no, there's a group of defenders there that I think could make sense. And, also I think they would be working the phone lines too. If they're sitting there at 12, they didn't have an opportunity to trade up. Maybe there's a team or two on the line to trade back.
So sticking with corner, Nick, we were having the conversation about that nickel spot a little bit earlier. Like, is that the do-it-all safety? Everyone's trying to find their next Nick Emenwari. We've talked, and I know you have talked with us about Colton Hood. Is that a guy that you think they'd be interested as a slot? Where are you at with the nickel stuff and what Shoddy had to say during the owners' meetings?
Yeah, it was interesting. We had asked Shoddy, hey, what needs do you feel like still exist on the team other than linebacker? The first position he mentioned was that nickel spot, which is fascinating because they've added Kobe Durant, they've added Jalen Thompson, and sure, those guys can play in the slot. I think it's probably a situation though where they want to find somebody who does play the slot, if that makes sense. And so whether that's an Avion Terrell or Caleb Downs, I think would fit that role. In my opinion, I think Dylan Thieneman would fit that role. There's going to be some options here in the draft. Also on day 2, Keontae Scott, maybe a D'Angelo Pons. Colton Hood's a fascinating one. Could he have some nickel versatility? I think so. I think he's physical enough, certainly, to play that role. I'd be curious to see what that looked like, though.
Nick, if you were a betting man, would you think that they stand and deliver at 12 and 20, or do you think maneuvering one direction or another feels like the thing that's most likely on the table.
Yeah, if I had to bet right now, I think at least one of those picks gets moved around, whether it's moving up from 12, moving back from 12, back from 20. I think you're going to see some movement on night one. This franchise loves to move around on draft night, and they've proven it time and time again over the last 2 decades. Would not surprise me if we run into another scenario of the same.
It's Nick Harris with us here in the Fan. Dude, I mean, we keep seeing now the Cowboys are a team that everyone's mocking up, whether it's 6 to Cleveland, which we've thrown out there, for whatever reason, 3 to Arizona to go get Jeremiah Love's been floated out there. One, I mean, do you think that they'd be that interested in Jeremiah Love? But what do you think about being aggressive and going up to ensure you get, whether it's Downs, or what are the players that you think that you would want to target there in a trade-up scenario?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of trade-up scenarios that make at least some sense, and it's 6 with the Cleveland Browns, with the one that you've mentioned quite a bit, Zach, and then with the Kansas City Chiefs at 9. The front offices between Kansas City and Dallas, have a lot of history together. It would have to be a pretty complex deal to make it work on the trade chart, but I think those 2 front offices have enough familiarity with each other to make that complex situation work. They both have 2 first-round picks. They would basically be able to swap both of their first-round picks, so Dallas would give up 12 and 20. They'd pick up 9 and 29. And then to make the points even, they would also pick up a 4th-round pick in that type of scenario. But the question you'd have to ask yourself is, okay, the only thing Kansas City really gets out of that is moving up from 29 to 20. And what would be the incentive to do that when you're sitting there at pick 9? And so there's going to be some different scenarios that present themselves on draft night. But, if it were the Cowboys and they're moving up to go get somebody, it would have to be one of these premier defenders, whether it's David Bailey, Sonny Styles, Reuben Bain, Caleb Downs, Mansour Delane. It would have to be somebody from that group, in my opinion. And if Bailey somehow slips to 6, I think that's where we start, putting our antennas up to see what type of scenarios could present themselves.
Nick, they're in a situation, though, if they study this draft like you have, I think going up's the only play. I really do. I just, to me, there's just too much between you defensively that teams need, the Cincinnatis, the Miamis, those kinds of teams. I just don't want to walk that minefield right now. I think that the best players are going to be going up, because I feel like if you sit there at 12, you're at the end of your window of maybe your first-round grades. So now, why wait and hope for the best when you can go and make a deal? If that Andrew Berry's telling me I can make a deal in Cleveland, I'm getting him on the phone right now. Let's do this right now. And I'll sit there at 6, and I know I can get my best defensive player.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think what's the one you've thrown out there, Zach, where it's they pick up 6 and 39 and give up 12 and 20.
Right.
Yeah, I think that would be a fascinating
we did that
scenario.
one on the stack about 3-4 weeks ago, and I was at the combine talking to the Cleveland, their radio station stuff, and they were all for it. They're like, yeah, sure, I go, hey, we'll take 6 and 39. You could have 12 and 20. They were totally cool going back in that draft.
Like, Nick, are you with us in the thinking of the player that you're going to probably take at 20 and the one that you'll take at 39? There's really not a big difference in between those two. Yeah. It's probably the same players you're talking about.
Shoot, I think you could extend that to pick 15. I think pick 15 all the way to like pick 45. I think you're going to have touching tags. It's a really good draft for that second tier type of player, and it's a weird position to be in because you're on the edge of that first and second tier with your first pick, and then you're right smack in the middle of that second tier. So they have so much flexibility if how they grade players in this draft is similar to how we've looked at them, at least in the media sphere. But yeah, I'm with you there. I think picking a guy at 20 versus 39, sure, there's going to be a little bit of a discrepancy, but I don't think it's going to be as large as people might assume from just hearing that.
Nick, I'm sorry if I'll rephrase the question in another way here for you, but there's obviously guys that they like more than us. The media scouts, and listen, they're the ones making the pick on the player and stuff like that. Is there a couple of names that you're getting that media scouts don't like as much as maybe a team might?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think Keontae Scott's going to end up going higher in this draft than people realize.
Sure.
That's certainly a name. I think everyone's pretty much come around on the Chris Johnson wave. I'm trying to stick here on defense and think here. Gabe Yakus would not surprise me if he sneaks into the top 40, top 50 maybe. Illinois edge rusher. Malachi Lawrence, I think a lot of people have caught up there. Trying to think of some more names right off the top of my head, but those are a few that immediately jump to mind. Kamari Ramsey out of USC, that wouldn't surprise me if he sneaks into the top 40. Also, Chris Brazzell, the receiver out of Tennessee, if he sneaks into the back end of the first round, don't be surprised.
Nick, can't thank you enough for all your great work. 3 weeks to go until the draft, and have a great weekend, man. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good one.
Nick Harris, Star Telegram here with you. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Rally House in Arlington, and on the other side we have the ultimatum that scared Tiger Woods into European pill rehab. It's coming up next year, the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat about D&M Leasing before we do anything else with you, though, because if you want or need a brand new vehicle, it's one phone call away. Just call D&M and tell them what you want. Any make, any model, foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV. D&M has access to anything and everything, and all you have to do is call them and tell them what you want. Then go back to doing your night. Enjoy the great weather. Maybe you're going to the game tomorrow. D&M will deliver your brand new vehicle to your home or office, wherever you are, and make it so convenient for you. You sign the documents in an app, and just like that, brand new vehicle acquired. The Easy Lease from D&M. It's award-winning, thousands of 5-star reviews online, and it's whatever you want. Foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV. D&M has access to anything and everything. So you're going to see why I love them. I've done over 10 Easy Leases in my life, and once you do an Easy Lease with D&M, you'll agree with me. It's the best way to acquire new vehicles in the Metroplex. Just go to dmautoleasing.com. Salute.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we will be live from Globe Life Field for the Texas Rangers home opener. We've got a stack show. Skip Schumacher, your Rangers manager, at 10:20. The Texas Rangers president of baseball operations, CY, at 12:40. And can we convince Mike Bassick to be on the show? Join the show live from Globe Life Field. Home opener, 10 to 2 right here on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up Saturday night in the big college basketball tournament, highly anticipated game between Michigan and Arizona, and Michigan about a 1 or 1.5 point favorite in the game. I think Arizona's going to win the game. I love Arizona's backcourt, and I think Arizona's guard play will lead it to victory. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Join us at Rally House today from 2 to 6 at 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington. The home opener pre-party. The G-Bag Nation broadcasting live. 4 $100 Rally House gift cards will be given away. See you there.
Frontier is joining Verizon. New Frontier and Verizon customers can get 6 months of 100% fiber internet on us, up to 1 gig by bundling Verizon Mobile and Frontier Fiber. Plus, get 2 new mobile lines for $50 per month on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store to switch. $25 per line after $60 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Eligible new Frontier Fiber plan required. Availability varies. Additional terms apply.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit KordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis.
Fast breakthrough checkout with EECU's new TCU Debit MasterCard. As the Horned Frogs official credit union, EECU helps frogs make their best financial plays and now ups the game. Use EECU's new debit card to round up and support TCU NIL and help win Horned Frog championships. Plus, you can win TCU tickets, merchandise, and enter monthly gift card drawings. Get your card today. Call 888-853-5548 or visit eecu.org/TCU. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership requirements apply. For additional terms and conditions, call 888-853-5548.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. When it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
Sean and RJ here with the greatness of base power. Peak storm season is right around the corner. And for the first time in over a year, base power can install in weeks, not months. Thousands of Texans are switching to base power to get a whole home backup battery that automatically keeps your home running.
For a limited time, get $100 off with the fan while install slots are open at basepowercompany.com/thefan. That's basepowercompany.com/thefan. Take advantage of being a Tolo at Base Power.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
March matchups are down to 4. Trade the tournament with Kalshi. Arizona and Michigan are trading at 34% to cut down the nets. A $100 trade pays out $273 if either one wins it all. Download the Kalshi app. Use code FAN to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
As Pittsburgh prepares to welcome the nation to the unofficial beginning of football season, the city's kickoff celebration will begin with an unforgettable invite-only night of music. The night before takes place Wednesday, April 22nd at the Rivers Casino Event Center, featuring Jason Aldean, John Morgan, and Shane Profit. Visit Odyssey.com/the night before to enter now for your chance to win this national contest. Price includes round-trip airfare, a 2-night hotel stay, and 2 tickets to the show.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We are live at Rally House in Arlington giving out Tolo trucker hats, bucket hats, T-shirts, and getting you entered to win Rally House gift certificates while they last. Just swing on by. We're at the Arlington location right off of here on 20. But, man, if you needed some Rangers gear or gear to support your favorite DFW pro or college team, the Rally House nearest you has everything you could want and more. All righty. So thanks to all the Tolos that have come by, been listening to us over the years, recent Tolos, longtime Tolos. Salute to all you guys for cruising by, and gals. Okay. Daily Mail is reporting Vanessa Trump, Tiger's current girlfriend, gave him an ultimatum: get off the pills or it's over. And apparently that was maybe a deciding factor. She's not happy at all, the source in the Daily Mail says. She's disappointed and a little bit PO'd, if I'm being honest. It's a red flag, and she told him that he's going to get this sorted out and that she's going to require that. He has to get things under control or she's not going to stick around. So it's a potential lose the girlfriend over the drug addiction situation.
Isn't it Donald Jr.'s ex-wife?
Yeah.
That's true.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I was wondering what the name connection was in there. I didn't really recognize her from recent television. I knew she was in the family one way or another.
I think the daughter, she has a daughter, or they have a daughter that's a golfer.
Okay.
Kai, I think is how she says her name.
Yes.
K-A-I. She's kind of
They got like 4 kids, I think, together.
She's kind of like, in a way, an influencer that's a golfer.
Okay.
So she'll go out and play with, like, her granddad.
Okay.
So he'll be playing, and then she's karting with him. And she's doing content while they're playing, but she is a big time golfer.
Okay.
So yeah, that's kind of that's her connection with. So she has to be like feeling pretty cool that her mom's dating Tiger Woods. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
at least
hey,
up until
Mom,
a couple days ago.
Hey mom, you sure you want to be this strict on him? You know about the pills and stuff.
Yeah, he could definitely open up some doors.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But she set a hard line, says the source in the story. Fix this and fix it permanently. She's not like his other girlfriends. She required it, and it was a non-negotiable, and he loves her and wants to be with her. So he's willing to do it. He's willing to try to get clean there for his girlfriend.
Yeah, it's a bigger red flag if she's like, don't worry about it, sugar. Get back out there. Get back out there. Keep doing you, Tiggy.
Yeah, absolutely. He is out as Ryder Cup captain for 2027. He was in the process of deciding if he wanted to do it or not. They wanted an answer by the Masters, which is next week. And so he's now in rehab overseas. So he just let the folks know that he is withdrawing his name from consideration there. Maybe not leadership material. You know, hey coach, got a little back issue, man. What do you think?
Oh, I got you.
Let me slip into my
I got a
Lucy pocket right here.
I got a little store right here.
Hey DeChambeau, what the hell's going on out there? Tiger my back. Well, here, take a couple of these hydrocodone. You'll be fine. Get going.
Maybe Phil Mickelson could be the captain. I saw a short list of candidates. Brant Snedeker.
How about
Steve Stricker.
anybody that could beat the Euros? I'll take that.
Well,
guy.
it's hard to find one of those guys.
Yeah, they've got who's my guy that runs the English side? Every English captain they've had, it seems, in the last 10 years, 15 years, has just been nails. As far as the way they construct their team, I just think I think golf is a game. It's always looked at as like a game of privilege.
Yeah.
And maybe in the U.S. we look at it too much as privilege, where in Europe it's like, hey, my mom and dad, they sacrificed a lot for me to play this game, and they're always, it seems like that they're always, there's something more to their game where they had to go to a lot to be the type of golfer they are.
It's a working man's sport over there. Is that what you're saying?
Like dad was a carpenter, mom was a teacher. Some guy helped me at the range, and that's how I developed. Somebody took me on, and it just seems like to them, and maybe it's everything with team sports. It's a team sport thing with them, and They embrace that, whereas when did the U.S. in the Ryder Cup, and I'm not acting like we watch Ryder Cup all the time and stuff, but when the U.S. went to singles, they were down really bad the first 2 days, right? They went to singles, what happened? USA started playing. They chipped away, and they made it competitive. Whereas a team, they're no good. But let Scotty Scheffler play by himself, he is going to beat anybody on the European side. So the Euros have to do stuff on a team to get a lead to be able, but it's SEC. It just means more. It really does.
Was that a little Rory you had in there? Was that Rory coming out?
Well, no,
right?
But what I was saying was, though, my mom, my dad, they were, I was a young man, and I was, I was trying to do my Irish accent.
Had a nice little Rory there. That was good.
But it does, man. They take so much damn pride in that. Like
they invented it.
Yeah, well,
we're kind of better at it.
Forever before they got the world involved, when it was just when it was just England and Ireland playing together, and now they incorporated, like, when they started getting Spain involved, that's when all of a sudden it turned with Ballesteros and those guys, Garcia.
John Rahm.
Yeah, they take that as personally over there playing golf.
We kind of look at it like it's the World Baseball Classic.
We kind of like take our hat off and shake their hand and say, it was a nice match.
Happy to be here.
It was a nice match. Thank you very much.
Looks like our fans cared a little bit too much the last couple of times.
Oh, we will taunt the hell out of the other team. Yeah, we will. Bethpage Black, you got all those East Coast New York fans. That was a problem for the Euros. That was a big problem.
Well, Scotty Scheffler enters as the plus 500 fave to win his third green jacket, with Rory, the defending champ, right behind him at plus 1,000 next week at the Masters. DeChambeau at plus 1,200 alongside John Rahm. Auberg, Schauffele, both at plus 14 hundo, as the Masters will be underway Thursday, April 9th at Augusta. Pat McAfee announcing for a third straight year his application to host the show has been declined. They want nothing to do with McAfee, but they are going to have some Jason Kelce.
I saw that. Kelce will be involved, huh?
They don't want the full Pat McAfee yelling talk show experience on Amen Corner, but they want to get a little bit more blue collar with Jason Kelce. I think they think Kelce can keep it down here. Maybe just a little bit better. Is he going to be doing like? He's going to be doing like I think interviews with the golfers.
Okay.
Yeah, like sideline report style.
Yeah.
I think is what he's doing. I mean, that's a nice little element they got.
This is where I think Marty Smith is a big player for ESPN.
Yeah, Marty.
I think Marty Smith could talk to anybody and make them feel comfortable.
It's a Marty party, man.
Marty is just like Marty will come up with something that, like, well, hey, I understood at one time when you were a kid, you used to repair your bicycles. And I was, oh, yeah, it was, I mean, he asks questions that make people feel really comfortable, and they kind of open up to him. He's a huge advantage with the golfer, dude.
All righty, this is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a little Masters preview there. Tiger Woods update for you. Of course, the body cam footage and the squad car footage going viral across social media today.
Does anybody look worse when he gets picked up than Tiger Woods?
No. I think,
I mean, he was like, he's just been on a 3-day
those pills were whipping
bender.
his ass.
Yeah.
It looked to me like you might have had some Xanax or Valium along with your hydrocodone.
Kind of mixing and matching.
Yeah. Like, I think if you're a hydrocodone guy, you shouldn't be like it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon and you're passed out like it's 1 in the morning. But that's kind of the energy he was putting off, which makes me wonder if maybe he's got a cocktail going on. Plus, when the officer asked him if you taken any medications, he said, I take a couple.
Couple hundred.
Yeah.
Well, the amount of surgeries he's had.
He's sitting on the curb, and you're looking.
They had him doing the Dante Culpepper roll.
Oh, really?
Celebration?
Like, yeah.
Is that a field sobriety test?
I guess, like, just to see.
Give me the Culpepper.
Yeah, give me the Culpepper, but he was screwing stuff up left and right.
Yeah. Can you
hit the gritty?
Can you gritty?
Can you throw it up to Randy Moss?
Tiger.
He's like, bro, I can barely walk.
Tiger, we need you to do in your fist pumps in the early 2000s.
Yeah, but they're saying his pain's so bad he can barely walk.
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
if he's not.
You can see, like, you can see it. Like, when he's just walking around, he still looks super jacked. Like whatever peptides he's on, they are working.
Yeah,
but you can see the way he walks.
The leg's so hurt that he can't get the leg jacked anymore. He's got like toothpick leg.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's all upper body now, all chest.
It's tough to see our legend like that, but unfortunately, it's
Woodhauler's ass. Is that what you said?
Road well traveled.
I know it well.
And if he could just keep the car from flipping, we wouldn't be any of the wiser.
Yeah,
my man.
Again, why you need the driver.
I'm telling you, he that's very selfish on his part.
All righty, we are live at the G-Bag Nation, and if you're feeling like you need some new sports gear, maybe for opening day tomorrow for your Texas Rangers, they have the best selection here at Rally House. They also got great Cowboys and Mavs and FC Dallas and Dallas Stars, and really whatever you need if it's a local in-state college LSU stuff. They got it all here at Rally House.
My guys, Byron Anderson, be happy. Tarleton State representing representative in the very back. They got a lot of
Nice.
gear in this place. A lot of gear.
All your local stuff at the Rally House nearest you. We got 3 down, 2 to go, and football's finest coming up, Chief.
Yeah, we got your football clips of the day, plus the all-film team for the 2026 draft next year in the nation.
Okay, can we chat about Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though? Because if you're feeling like you need a pick-me-up, maybe you're stuck in low gear, running on empty, Men's T Clinic can get you fixed up properly. You know, our Tolos described the Men's T Clinic experience as life-changing. You check in about 5 minutes, they take a little bit of blood, they tell you what your testosterone numbers are, and then they get it absolutely coursing through your veins, and you'll feel amazing. You'll get performance upgrades, health upgrades, you know, longevity and quality of life. That's what it's all about. And, you know, when your testosterone numbers start to dip, and it's a common issue, you know, by the time we're in our early 30s, our body's just not cranking out the testosterone like it used to, and the consequences, the side effects are profound, and it's not very fun. So you get brain fog and lack of focus, lack of drive, the libido is crashing, you're losing muscle mass, you're gaining visceral fat around your midsection, and you're like, what's going on here? Well, you know, that's age, and that's low testosterone. Men's T Clinic can get it fixed. They've set the industry standard for testosterone replacement therapy, and with their 5 DFW locations, they're ready to help you get in, get out, get back to being you. Very affordable cash options, insurance options as well. You're going to feel great, and you're going to find out why they are they're the ace up my sleeve. They're my secret weapon for having the energy to crush whatever needs crushing at menstclinic.com. Salute.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Free agent quarterback Kirk Cousins has signed with the Las Vegas Raiders. This does not mean that Fernando Mendoza should be sitting week 1 or for any time at all. Kirk Cousins can be a fine backup and great in the room, but when you draft a quarterback first overall, that guy needs to start week 1. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Evan, would you want to pay for your house to be rebuilt every few years?
No.
Then why would you want to pay to have it painted every few years? Don't do that. Put Rhino Shield on those walls.
Man, that is a great point. I hadn't considered it like that. And I also want you to consider something else you might not have thought about before. With Rhino Shield's unique financing options with simple interest loans up to 20 years, you could potentially get your payment below $200 per month. Free estimate by going to rhinoshielddfw.com. Why just paint your house when you can shield your home?
Property taxes keep skyrocketing. So are the blind call center companies trying to get your business. There's one solution. One firm stands alone. North Texas Property Tax. We cater to high-end homeowners, exclusively in Dallas, Tarrant, Collin, and Denton counties. Our team brings over 80 years of experience, and our work produced over $1 billion in reductions for our clients. Last year, no reduction, no fees, no risk. Save more. Get more with NorthTexasPropertyTax.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It's a Thirsty Thursday, proudly being sponsored by our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Rally House in Arlington, a great place to get geared up for Rangers opening day tomorrow, or whatever sports team you most want to support. They got your gear, all that you need and more right here at the Rally House nearest you. But this is the Arlington location today for the next 2 hours, right off at 20. And it's time now for an edition of football's finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We have the 2026 NFL Draft All-Film Team. Let's see how my scout buddies here feel about this list right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
This here comes from our buddy Ben Solak at ESPN. And
youngest looking guy you'll ever see in your life.
Hey, looks like he's 12. 12 years old.
Yep. But I love him. He and Dane Brugler were having dinner, and when Sean and RJ and I went out to dinner one night, and he introduced himself. I'm like, oh, hi, Brian Bros. He goes, oh, Ben Solak. I go, God, you look young in real life. Yeah. He goes, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I don't know, man. He apologized. He
wow.
Goes, I'm just kidding, man. He goes, no, he goes, it's nice to meet you. I appreciate your work and all that. I go, man, you look like a kid. And
yeah.
He goes, nah. He goes, I get that a lot, you know.
Well, he's a good combination of kind of the nerdy side of football and some of the analytic stuff, but then
he's
also
really sharp. I like him a lot. He is a tape watcher.
He is a tape watcher, and so we did this last year for ESPN, the all-film team. This is like a one guy at each position that he feels like, hey, these aren't guys that are like your surefire first-round pick kind of dudes.
There you go.
But these are guys that he feels like he likes maybe more than the consensus, and he's done a nice job with this. I mean, last year he had Tyler Shuck on this list, who in year one with the Saints looked pretty good at quarterback.
No, God, I was wrong about him.
No, you weren't.
Carson Schlesinger, who ended up being...
Right about him.
Yeah, that was no doubter.
That was good film. That UCLA film for a guy that was 228 pounds was like really good film.
All right, I wonder how many guys he's got on this list that I like.
I know. I'm excited to see how you guys...
To get through it. I keep interrupting him.
No, it's all good. It's all good. He also had last year Andrew Makuba was a part of his squad. So, there's just a couple of guys that he had last year that stepped in year one, and they were all pretty solid dudes. And in Schlesinger's case, best at his position. So... he starts at quarterback, and I think, Broadus, you will like this because you have now studied a good chunk of these quarterbacks now over the last week or so.
I have studied 8 of them. 8 of the 12 I'm going to do.
Okay, so he's got LSU quarterback Garrett Nussmeier.
I think there's some promise there. I do. I feel like, though, the fact that coach's son, he can make all the throws. I think he was playing injured there for the Tigers, especially late in the year. They really didn't protect him over all well. I thought the offensive play calling was a little suspect as well. This guy's going to get with the right system. He's smart. He's tough. He's not the most mobile guy. He's not going to run away from you, that kind of thing. But as far as winning football, the kid's very capable of doing that.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's not very big, right? He's 6'2", 208
pounds.
Yeah, so he's not the biggest guy. He was just injured all season, so the film and the numbers not very good.
He's not like the guy at Penn State, the Allard guy.
Yeah, Allard's like the physical prototype. Nussmeier's not that, but the 2024 film, he says, will get your blood pumping a little bit.
It absolutely will.
He says Nussmeier, uber aggressive pocket passer who thinks he can solve any problem or beat any coverage with the perfect throw. It's not that he's consistently launching go balls. He attacks the intermediate windows against all coverages, making earnest post-snap reads and buzzing through his options quickly. His immunity to pressure is at times impressive. He'll climb the pocket and rip a deep backside route with bodies flying around him. Other times it's concerning, he says. He will take some brutal shots. So he likes him a little bit better. I think the overall consensus, he's like the 80th best ranked player in this draft.
I have in the third round.
Yeah, okay, third round. And I think that's about where he has.
80's a third round player.
I would not be surprised if he goes in the second, though, towards the back end.
No, these quarterbacks get propped.
Yep, I wouldn't be surprised.
Chuck went in the second.
His all-film team at the running back position is the other Notre Dame running back, Jadarian Price.
Love him.
It's good film.
Local guy.
So what do we like about this guy? Why is Love so much better than Price?
Well, Price does not pass protect, and he can't catch the football. So he is not the all-around runner. But in terms of just running the football, he's physical, 5'11", 210. He's got tree trunks for legs, runs with power, tremendous contact balance, plays with speed. I mean, he was a guy that averaged over 11 yards a carry. I mean, every time he touched the football, it's like he's getting to the second level. He's got good vision, but the pass blocking was really poor. He had 3 fumbles last year, needs to secure the football, and he just wasn't asked to catch the ball a lot. That all went to Jeremiah Love. So, in terms of as a runner, he's tremendous, but he needs to improve in the other areas of his game.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what he says here. Not a high-impact pass protector or pass catcher, so he needs to find a home as an early down, high-volume, ground-and-pound ball carrier. And he says that, like, the teams that already have a receiving back that they want to protect from 300-plus carries over the course of a season should prioritize Price. He'd be a great running mate for, say, Bucky Irving in Tampa or Tony Pollard in Tennessee. But the dream landing spot is alongside Jahmyr Gibbs in Detroit.
Oh, yeah. He could definitely replace David Montgomery.
You're going to like this one, boys. At wide receiver, we have Wolchuk's drunken scouting report of Alabama wide receiver Jeremy Bernard.
Oh, Jeremy.
And it's not Jeremy. It is Jeremy.
It's Jeremy.
His name is
Clearly
spelled Germie.
I can't take a guy named Jeremy Bernard.
This has to be a one-of-one first name.
I like the fact that Wolchuk did admit he'd had a few Tito's while he was watching the tape.
Some Friday night scouting.
Yeah, it was. I started panicking. I was like, gosh, I got to make sure I get a guy in. And I watched Jeremy Bernard, and my notes are glowing, but there was something about him that was off-putting.
He was using his scouting report as a glass. Like there's just the water, the ring, the wet ring around the middle.
You can get a lot of good work in drinking.
That's Scott McLuhan.
A lot of authors, like
I'll
writers.
tell you what,
yeah.
I tell you, give Scott McLuhan 10 quarterbacks and a case of Dos Equis, my man would have them ranked perfectly for you.
Shoot, yeah.
I got him in the third round, but he might end up being better than that.
Arnold used to lift weights hammered.
Yeah, really?
You blast through, makes you more courageous. You got the carbs just coursing through your veins.
Wow.
You can shrug off the pain a little bit better. You can keep pushing through. You're a little belligerent. And just, bam. When I did morning drive, I'd find myself working out sometimes. You come home, you start drinking at 10 o'clock in the morning. By 2 in the afternoon, you're like, wow. I'm that's really getting away from me.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
Did you look forward to drinking?
Well, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did you?
That last hour of work, you just can't wait to get home.
I mean, seriously,
so my program director, my program director in Portland would bring me a beer in the final hour of the show,
knowing that that needed to kickstart you that way.
Yeah, about 8:30 or so. Yeah, the Coors Lights were flowing.
Well, yeah.
Do you know what Arnold? Do you know what Arnold's drink was? Was he just like hammering vodka?
I don't know. It's a big.
That's pretty.
He's Austrian, isn't he?
Yeah. Probably a thick beer
Gold
type
Schlager.
of dude. Yeah. Hefeweizens.
Yeah.
That is insane, dude. Yeah. So with Jeremy Bernard, he says, this isn't your unbelievable traditional Alabama athlete wide receiver. Solid across the board athletically, but nothing that jumps off the film. But he says he does everything well. Jeremy Bernard, Alabama wide receiver, he says he does everything well. I mean, everything. Bernard will dig out a linebacker to spring a handoff on one play, stretch a safety to open another route on the next play, grind out some tough yak on an RPO on another play, and then cut up a mean route to separate downfield on the next play. So, I mean, he likes him maybe a little bit more than usual, but he could be, what do you think? Is he a wide receiver 3 for a team?
Yeah, maybe a wide receiver 2.
Do you like him in the second round?
I got him in the second round.
As a wide receiver 2?
I do.
Okay.
I mean, it seems to be the trend at a lot of positions. We want guys that can help the run game and the pass game, whether it's offense or defense, and I think Bernard's just about as versatile as it can get.
Have you guys studied tight end for Notre Dame, Eli Raridon?
I have not.
I have not looked at Raridon.
Okay.
I need to put him on the list.
And I'm 180 players into this thing.
Says 6'6", 245.
Notre Dame pumps out some good tight ends.
Yeah.
Says he's got enough long speed and length to be a seam runner at the NFL level, but his primary value will come as a movable blocker with the ceiling of a true hand-in-the-dirt wide tight end should he add another 10 pounds or so. But developmental prospect, early day 3. As opposed to day 2, but because this is a pretty thick tight end class.
Man, it
stretches pretty well.
There's some good ones. There really are.
And really a lot of like 3rd, 4th round guys.
His next all-film team player for the draft is Boise State offensive tackle Cage Casey.
Man,
okay, I almost talked about him yesterday. He's a guard.
He
needs to kick inside.
6'6", 310.
Yeah, I have him in the 4th round is where I've got him.
I do too, as a guard.
As a guard, yeah, I sure do.
Yeah, he says maybe round 3 he would take a guy like that.
He's interesting because he's really athletic, but, man, he doesn't always finish. And that's something that I worry about. Like when you get these guys, these blockers, and they kind of become like one-shot guys, I worry about this guy a little bit for that reason. I don't think his sustain is all that great.
2026 NFL Draft All-Film Team defensive tackle Iowa State Dominique Orange.
Oh, the big citrus.
I love that nickname.
Yes,
dude.
now this is a big boy that's tough to move.
He says so he got down to 322 pounds at the combine, but he says he got up over 400 pounds in high school.
Yeah, he looks it.
He says he had top 10 teams in the country knocking at his door, but when they found out he had gotten to 400 pounds, he lost those.
Yeah, he's big.
So he has clearly slimmed up to a nice trim 322 pounds at the combine, but his ability to cross-face and win the corner on much smaller centers is eye-popping.
Well, I remember one of my notes about this guy. When you watch him play, he is breathing the same air as the center.
Yeah, he plays that 0-10.
Close. I mean, literally, he is face to face with the center that he's playing against. And I mean, he is a nightmare for guys that are lighter than him because they struggle with power because his pad level, the way he attacks blockers, he plays on his feet. You can see him moving up and down the line of scrimmage when it's called for. He uses his hands. He's a much better player when going up the field, though. I think there's some snaps you see him, like some redirects where he struggles a little bit. But, man, I mean, not a lot of production there, but he's pushing the pocket. He's massive. If you're looking for a zero-technique nose, draft Dominique Orange out of Iowa State. That's your guy.
He's an A-plus run stopper. I kind of comped him like a Jonathan Hankins type dude. He's got some quickness, but no pass rush moves.
None at all.
Like, he's got some – for a big man, he can move upfield, but he doesn't have any ability to really rush the passer.
Okay. Well, I mean, teams need a guy like that who can just step right in and first and second down.
Yeah,
eat up blocks.
He's mammoth. He just did.
The Big Citrus is one of the greatest sports nicknames I can remember. How about this one? I've seen this guy float around.
Can I throw a line real quick?
Please.
I had a scout one time was talking about a guy. He goes, "This guy's got excellent speed and quickness despite his mammoth size." That guy used a line in that, and he goes, "Excellent speed and quickness despite his mammoth size."
I like that. Michigan edge rusher Jayshon Barham.
This guy, okay, Wooly, where are you playing this guy?
Can we play this guy as the edge?
Yeah, he
outside
can play
linebacker.
edge. Yeah, he can play edge for you. He can play in. I mean, he is very
he a
versatile.
fit at 192 in the third round?
Yeah, I'd love him at 92. I think that's a perfect place for him. I mean, I think he uses his hands really well. He's got really good strength, and he moves for 6'3", 240. He moves really well. I think he can rush the passer. Speed to power is really impressive with him. You talk about a dude who can be multiple. Him and Rayshon Benny, the defensive tackle that they have.
Yeah, Benny's a guy.
He can play all over the line of scrimmage. Barham can give you linebacker and edge flex. He's if you can't get Jake Golday from Cincinnati, get you Jayshon Barham from Michigan.
This guy transferred from Maryland. He plays with some violence.
That's what he says. He says he's one of the most physical players in this class.
Yeah, it's like you watch him, and like when he makes a tackle, the guy stops, and now he's on the ground. I mean, he's like helmet hits first. That kind of violence when he brings ball carriers down.
34-inch arms.
He can stand up or put his hand down. Wink Martindale moved him around a bunch. I think he did a good job with him.
So if you don't get an edge rusher on day one,
you could take him at 92.
Would Barham be the guy that you would want to go get at 192 and say we have an edge setter and a guy who can get after the quarterback here?
Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with that at all.
I'm intrigued with this guy.
I'm trying to think exactly.
Elite disruptor is what they call him. You know, like his sack numbers aren't great, but TFLs and just
pressures
wreaking havoc. Like, is he clowny in some ways?
I've got Golday. I've got him in the third, and I got this guy in the fourth.
Yeah, I've got Golday in the second and this guy in the third.
Okay, so you're around higher. But Zach's probably right where he has him, and I think he's probably more of a third-round guy. But I lowered both those guys a round down.
Yeah, he says he's kind of like a Frankie Louvu type at the next level.
Frankie Louvu is a damn good player.
No question.
It's an interesting comp.
Some teams think he's an off-ball linebacker. Others think he's an on-ball rush linebacker. But, I mean, you get some versatility going there. I'm intrigued with that guy. You have the linebacker out of Pitt, Kyle Lewis.
Okay, put him at the top of the list of guys that you absolutely want on your team.
Yeah.
You do, but I don't know that he can play linebacker.
No, he's a safety. He's a safety. He's like a strong safety, and you can watch him cover. If you're going to play with Nick Amanawari and play half the snaps of just playing coverage, and then the other half the snaps playing box safety or whatever, and you got another guy that can play the nickel stuff to split it with him, this is your guy. This guy is you can watch his workout, but you watch his pit tape. His pit tape is carrying guys up the field, carrying guys up the seam. You watch him rush, you watch him play down, you watch him tackle, you watch him play in space. This guy, it's a projection, but man, I don't think the learning curve is really small for this guy being like one of those bad A safeties.
Yeah, because I think he's just too small to play linebacker.
I think he is too. But see, he's like, what's our guy? My guy at LSU though, that's the edge. Perkins. Perkins, people say, where do you play Perkins? I'm like, I play him at edge. He's like, he's too small. I'm like, I've seen him play at linebacker, and it's not good. Let him rush the passer. Let him go. Let him just get up the field and rush. He puts tackles in a bad spot. But hopefully they won't mess this Lewis kid up.
Yeah, I mean, in a three safety kind of defense.
Oh, he'd be fantastic.
I like that idea.
He's a tremendous cover guy.
You have the corner, Chris Johnson, that I know you love. He loves him as well.
Wolchuk has been on this one since
I've
day
got him
one.
in the first round. He's my third favorite corner.
And the Arizona safety, Traden Stukes, also on this
list. Stukes, and there's your guy that plays a lot of slot.
That's a slot safety right there.
That's a slot safety right there for sure.
Thank you, Chief. Football's finest in the books.
5 hours.
Live from Rally House here in Arlington off 20. We're going to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free all the way to the top on the other side. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. G-Bag of the Day, 5:30. And a snapshot of everything developing in your world of local and national sports is coming up in just a few minutes here in the nation. I want to chat Frankels with you, though, because, life's unpredictable and you never know when you or a loved one could be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence. If it happens to you, we highly recommend you call the Frankels. They will make sure that you do not settle for less. And unfortunately, settling for less is quite easy to do. When you're the victim of somebody's negligence, if it's an 18-wheeler, a commercial vehicle company, something like that, they're going to get the best possible lawyers on the case to battle to get you to settle for less. You want to fight back with the best possible lawyers you can get. And for for us, for you and me. Those gentlemen are the Frankels. I called them twice over the years in the Dawson household. It's amazing to watch them work on your behalf to secure a full recovery so you can get back to doing what you want to do and need to do. Like if you think about it, the time off the job can be a significant amount of money. Then you look at an ambulance ride and a hospital stay, and maybe you have to change careers. You need career re-education, pain and suffering for decades. It could be 6 or 7 figures. So make the full recovery by calling the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Why choose between getting things done and doing things with the ones you love? With Kroger same-day pickup and delivery, it's easy to shop the same great prices and quality you'd find in store. We'll bring your groceries right to you in our refrigerated trucks so you can spend time on what matters most. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Save $20 on your first Kroger pickup or delivery order of $75 or more. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Join us at Rally House today from 2 to 6 at 309 Curtis Mathis Way in Arlington. With a home opener pre-party. With the G-Bag Nation broadcasting live. 4 $100 Rally House gift cards will be given away. See you there.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Follow here, Tolos, and like you, my home has become my happy place. But I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention, and that's when I reached out to CertaPro Painters and CertaPro.com. You can ask about their spring sales event for 10% off qualifying projects through May 15th. And here's the deal. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. So whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint and a worry-free process. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Ready to celebrate? Hop into Easter festivities with everything you need at Target. First, get ready for your special occasion with 25% off stylish looks. With spring vibes, vibrant colors, and fresh florals, you'll find outfits that match everyone's style. Then, fill up their baskets with endless joy. From select Easter plushies to fun toys they'll love at 20% off. Don't miss out. Make this Easter unforgettable at Target.
H-E-B is making price cuts across the aisles to help Texans save even more when they shop. From household essentials to daily must-haves, you'll find thousands of low prices are now even lower, with hundreds more price cuts added every week. Just look for the yellow and black price cut tags in-store and online, and add up the extra savings every time you check out. Save even more with price cuts. H-E-B, another reason why here, everything's better.
Sick of crashing out on sugary energy drinks? There's a better way. Meet Whip Energy Pouches. No calories, no sugar, no nicotine. Just clean caffeine crafted for smooth, lasting energy. Whether you're up early, grinding through the day, or staring down a workout, Whip is energy energy that moves with you. Find Whip near you in Dallas and Houston at Murphy USA and Quick Trip locations, or visit WIPWhip.com. Whip Energy Pouches, a better way to energize.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Mexican Bar Company.
Enjoy culinary excellence at Knife Steakhouse in Plano, helmed by Michelin star awarded chef John Tazar. Voted the best steakhouse in Dallas, Knife Steakhouse invites you to experience lunch and dinner 7 days a week. Elevate any occasion with exclusive private dining spaces and handcrafted cocktails. Visit knifeplano.com for reservations.
And we're back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and we are live today at Rally House in Arlington, right off of 20. Come get your gear. Get geared up for the Rangers. Nice to meet you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks to all the Tolos who have swung by the broadcast position throughout the day to say hi. And congratulations to those that have won Rally House gift certificates already today. We had a bunch of Tolo gear. I think we're out of the Tolo gear, but won't be too long before we're back out and about. And we can't thank you enough for checking out Rangers home opening day tomorrow. The pregame will start at 2:30 right here on The Fan. Let's take a little snapshot of what's been breaking throughout your broadcast day, though, as we got G-Bag of the Day coming up here in about 5 minutes, then LA Live. Two-time All-Pro corner Stephon Gilmore announcing his retirement from the NFL today. He said, "I have an incredible 13 years in the league. I cannot wait to see what is next." The 35-year-old wrote in a post on Instagram. He was traded to the Cowboys in 2023. And
played well for a year.
He did have a good year. He was with the Vikings in 2024. He did not play last season, and many fans were asking for him to be brought in. I think if you watched the Cowboys games last year and you're Stephon Gilmore and they don't bring you in after that complete dumpster fire, that's a pretty clear sign it's time to hang him up, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I mean, that was as bad as it gets last year with the undrafted free agents and the guys that couldn't make other teams coming in and starting for the Cowboys. That was pretty rough, but he did finish his career with the two-time All-Pros and 32 picks, 149 PBUs, and he was selected to 5 Pro Bowls, so congratulations on a hell of a career there for Stephon Gilmore.
Dawson, I got an answer to our question about the green dot, if I can throw that in right now.
Green dot answer.
Green dot answer.
What was the question?
The question was, can the green dot guy be somebody other than a linebacker?
For Christian Parker.
For Christian Parker, the answer was yes.
All right.
So you might have a safety that could be the green dot guy. But according to somebody over in the organization who would
gives
know,
you options.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be a linebacker. It could be a safety.
It can be Caleb Downs.
It could be Caleb Downs.
Perfect.
If you want to. Yeah.
Let's go.
I mean, at this point, you would probably imagine is it Overshown right now if you had to line up tomorrow?
I think it's one of these safeties.
I think it's Malik Hooker.
Yeah.
Malik Hooker.
Yeah,
okay.
I think that the reason Malik Hooker is still here is they think he's in
really
football
smart.
IQ.
Yeah, football IQ.
And maybe it's Jalen Thompson. Maybe he's the guy that could do it, but yeah, I think those would probably be the favorites.
ESPN Power Rankings updated this morning. They got your Rangers now at 14. Okay, so they're heading the right direction after winning back-to-back series on the road. I think only the second time this century the Rangers have opened the season with a series road victory, that in Philadelphia. Then they took 2 of 3 in Baltimore. Tomorrow afternoon it's the Reds in town. Evan Grant writing, "Is this hot start for real?" And he goes through their developments and concludes that if the Rangers come up with a legit closer, my guess is I have underestimated them. This club feels different from the last 2. Sometimes you don't need long to tell, not even 21 games in the case of the 88 Orioles. He said Pete Stanacek was right. They didn't win 17 in a row on the way to 107 losses. Heck, it made worldwide news when they won just once. But that team famously opened with 22 consecutive losses and then won 8 of 10. So Evan Grant was making the point that it is kind of silly to overreact to, 6 games. But that's a seasoned beat writer. And if he's saying he sees enough to conclude that this Ranger start is for real, I'll take it at this point.
If we were coming out of surprise and we made bold prediction, if one of you would have said, the Rangers will start the season very well, but they'll have 2 losses, and both of them will be with Nathan Eovaldi on the hill. Laugh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
oh, shut up, Broadus. What are you, day drinking again? That kind of thing. But
yeah, that'd be Mardi Gras Day.
That would be Mardi Gras Day. But it's amazing that the 2 losses they've had was with Evo on the hill.
Yeah, and the fact that he gave up home runs, right? Like he gave up 2 the first one and another one yesterday. Like I could kind of get it if it was 2-1 or something. Yeah. And again, the offense fails him, but in the fashion in which they took the L's, and really in game 1, I think he still pitched pretty decently. But
if you had told me it's
shocking,
like Jack Leiter, I was like, okay, I can understand a little bump in the road, Jack Leiter. I can understand that, but Evo, this one's a little like, okay, we'll take all the wins, the good start and stuff, but man, please be okay, Evo.
Speaks to the dominance of this pitching staff. You know, obviously you got what you got from Latz, and you probably can't count on that, but I think you can count on pretty close to what Gore and Leiter.
I think you can count on Latz.
Every time he goes his last 4 starts in spring.
Yeah, it was rough in the spring, but he started like the last 8 games last year. And he was like,
he was good in August and September last year.
Yeah, I was just kind of like thinking, okay, maybe they got something here with old Latz.
Stars looking to get right tonight. They are hosting Winnipeg. Then a big game with the Avs in town on Saturday at 2:00. They are 8 points behind Colorado, 6 points ahead of Minnesota. But that's kind of secondary. Just get healthy and play good hockey. Mavs are at 24 wins. They are off tonight, host Orlando tomorrow. The Pelicans are at 25 wins. They'll host they'll visit the Trailblazers tonight, and they visit the Kings tomorrow. So 2 pretty winnable games for a New Orleans team that's actually playing to win. The Grizzlies are at 25 wins. They will host the Raptors tomorrow. That's a look at your NBA tank watch with the Mavs sitting in the 6th spot currently in the draft lottery. Kirk Cousins signing with the Raiders. He'll be Fernando Mendoza's veteran, 2 of the most really doubted quarterbacks in the league, I think, on different ends of the spectrum. Clint Kubiak, though, coached Cousins for 3 years in Minnesota. So that's a look at what's been happening in your local and national sports scene. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your
Check. 1, 2. What up? This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. My name is L.A. How you doing? How you brother doing?
Good, sir. Good.
Oh, yeah. I've been hearing you guys. You guys are having a ball down there. Having a ball. All right, our winner and champ so far comes from the Texas Rangers and 105 through the Fan. Texas Rangers insider Jared Sandler talking with the G-Bag Nation in the post game. This is the post game after the post game. And Eric hit him in a question.
How heavy is that sledgehammer, that Nimmo sledge?
Yeah, 8 pounds, but man, there's I think with the weight distribution towards the tip, that's a pretty meaty tip, and it's a unique tool. But hey, whatever works for him. But it was I love getting my hands around his sledgehammer, and that sounded awful. And hey, like I said, whatever.
Yeah.
You're on fire.
Yeah.
Keep rolling. You're doing a great job.
Sheesh. My hands around that sledgehammer.
Yeah.
You just couldn't say it with a straight face anymore.
No, he couldn't. Couldn't do it. Became a little performative there for me at the end. That's why I didn't vote for it. But hey, you guys like it. You know?
I think
you guys like a lot of the stuff Sam
I think that
does.
was a vote off. I think that was a vote off.
The Tolos voted for that one.
Tolos have spoken.
They have. In so many ways. Let's go to QVC. You guys familiar with QVC?
Oh, yes. QVC.
Do a little
shopping network. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know those letters.
Yep. Home shopping, little network situations. We got a caller on the line. She's talking about some of the clothes that she bought.
And with the submarine
I wanted to tell you that I got that peasant blouse with the tassels.
Yes.
And I used to wear the tassels on my pasties. Do you know what pasties are?
Okay.
Do you know what pasties are?
Yes. I'm going to do.
Okay, well, I had tassels on my pasties.
Marianne, I just want to say this. You are my emotional support diva. Okay, you have just made my whole entire day. Mary's walked off. She's dead on the couch.
I'm having therapy with Marianne right now.
Marianne is my sister from another mister.
Okay.
I have never, Marianne, you made my year.
You know what tassels are? Hey, hello.
Pasties are too.
Do you know?
Tassels on my pasties.
She's like waiting. Do you know?
These gals are a riot, man. That sounded like a Saturday Night Live bit.
Wow.
Man.
Do you know what pasties are?
Do you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what pasties are?
Yes. Let me. I'm gonna
Okay. Well, I had tassels on my pasties.
That's when you want to strip, but you're in a county that won't let you. So you put the pasties over your boobies.
And then throw the tassels on there.
All right, let's go to the NFL Network right here. You guys familiar with Denver running back J.K. Dobbins?
Yes, sir.
Can you say something about him to the
Just
audience?
wish he would stay healthy. You know, just need him to stay healthy, but talented guy.
He joins the insiders here on the NFL Network after hosting a football camp in Mexico City. Shout out to that man.
Yes.
Listen to this interview here.
I know you're talking about Denver's home. We're going to get back there. But tell us about this camp and what happened in Mexico City and why Mexico City.
Oh, man. So, like, you know, I speak Spanish. You know, I got some Spanish in my family, Spanish people in my family. And I also love to touch, you know, kids of, you know, a different type of upbringing. You know, I love to touch the kids who don't have it as fortunate as others, you know. And so Mexico City was a great opportunity for me because I want to touch the kids. Like, I want to touch them. Like, I want to be able to, and not only in English, but in Spanish.
That's right.
Wow.
Good night,
Wow.
bro.
I want to recraft that message.
Bilingual touching.
The third one, really.
I don't know if you want to put that on your Twitter handle.
Yeah, what did he quadruple down on the?
Just didn't stop.
Goodness gracious!
Really want to
Felt
do
like,
that.
was he doing a bit there? Like,
I don't think so. I think he lost himself.
Yeah, like that's a bet payoff.
Yeah.
Like, I bet you won't go on NFL Network and say this.
yeah, especially in this climate right now.
Yeah.
Good night.
Wow. Maybe he's got so annoyed by people asking him about speaking Spanish all the time. Like, next time they ask me about speaking Spanish, bro, watch what I say.
Just trying to touch him.
Let's see here. How much time I got on this clock? We got a drive-through worker right here. It had a hot mic.
Hell yeah.
I believe this is a manager. She's venting her frustrations about one of the workers to another worker. And my man was just trying to get some McDonald's, bro. And he heard all the gossip.
But I don't know what her problem is right now, but you're not going to come in here and irritate the whole shit. We already backed up. Only thing I asked her to do, just make fries. Because I already know you're going to be on some stupid shit tonight. Just stand over there and make fries, baby. I don't even want to bother you nothing. So I thought me putting you on fries would be an area where nobody's with you and you ain't with us. Then you making fries slow as shit. You going one by one. As soon as I go say something to you, I already know it's going to be a problem.
What?
I'm sorry.
What?
Oh my God, you heard that?
That's some real beef in that joke, cousin.
You heard that?
Oh, her headset got stuck, huh?
Well, and it's not going to beep for you to know that there's a car there because it's on.
Yeah.
So she had no idea someone was there.
It's our fast food insider right there.
That's tough.
Is that how you find out there's a car there? It beeps?
Well, we have and there should be a camera that you can see. But yeah, it gives you, like, let's say you're in the back or something, you got to get something, you're wearing the headset, it sets off a sound for you.
She said old girl was cooking fries one fry at a time.
What? I thought that was great.
One
slow as bleep,
bro. I'll play. Hey, man, go ahead and clock on out for me, girl.
Yeah.
Go ahead and clock on out.
We can find somebody else to do this.
Yesterday was church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Frederick Douglass Haynes. We got a pastor right here. This is not Freddie D. We got a pastor right here that had his intrusive thoughts just take over. Gosh, listen to this, bro.
I'm going to highlight, importantly, his nickname. Anybody remember what his old nickname was? Anybody know what his nickname was? Old Camel Toes. Or Camel Knees. You guys remember old Camel Knees? Because he would always get on his knees and praise.
Whoa.
Old camel toes. I mean, camel knees.
That was his sister, actually, that was camel toes.
Freaking beard.
It's a freaking beard. That was his sister, actually. Holy water backstage.
Oh, boy.
I got to hear him stammer through that again one more time, bro.
I'm going to highlight, importantly, his nickname. Anybody remember remember what his old nickname was? Anybody know what his nickname was? Old Camel Toes or Camel Knees. You guys remember old Camel Knees? Yeah. Because he,
yeah.
I remember the other one too.
I remember old Camel Toes too. Yeah.
Oh, Cam for short.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, man.
I love it. I love these pastors and preachers. They got a calling. They're working on
Tough gig.
Yep, that's it, bro.
We got a champ, Jared Sandler, talking about Brandon Nimmo's sledgehammer he brings out with him to the on-deck circle. We got QVC home shopping call-in.
Old Camel Toes is crazy. There he is, old Camel Toes. I told you.
That's unbelievable.
That's crazy.
You can see him coming from a mile away.
Can't miss it.
Man, especially when he wore the tight pants.
Yeah, Fupa Phil. I mean, Camel Toe. Camel Toe. Excuse me.
Sorry.
We got the NFL Network's J.K. Dobbins interview. McDonald's worker venting to customers accidentally, or the pastor with the intrusive thoughts. I'm going to go with that home shopping call-in. I think those hosts are magnetic. Chief, how about you?
That was pretty strong. Give me the fast food.
Alrighty, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
QVC.
It's 2-1, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I'm going to second that one. I'm going to go with the pasties.
Okay, Brian.
McDonald's.
By a score of 3-2, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the Tossels on my pasties. Do you know what that is?
Do you know what pasties are? Do you know that? Hello? Do you?
Is this thing on? We got LA Live. It's time to go. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup.
All right, man. It's a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Might not have one tomorrow, so let's get into it right after this.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Remember Gavin Newsom, he's the mayor of San Fran, right? So he gets caught his campaign manager's wife, they was like doing blow and all that. It's pretty old. I like Gavin Newsom though. That's up, you know what I mean? It was just campaign man. His whole job was to be like, this guy right here is a hell of a guy. So it was a pretty dirty dog, right? But he got away with it. He's still like Teflon politician. And you know what he did?
What did he do?
Check himself into rehab. That's the move in America. I don't know what it's like in Britain, but in America, it's secret celebrity system. Rehab is base. For regular people, that's like, you got to go there and get better. And but in the media style, like years up, the San Francisco Mayor, Gavin Newsom, base on the rehab. 60 days. I got 60 days. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, every time I think about a celebrity going into rehab, I think about that Dave Chappelle clip right there. Base, leave me alone. I'm getting myself together, and I hope Tiger does get himself together as well as Puka Nacua and anybody else out there that needs some help. Go see some rehab. But yeah, think about base. Dave Chappelle right there. This is LA Live for Thursday, April 2nd, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Y'all don't get my point. Shout out to the ladies out there that listen to this here station. You are appreciated. Even if you're a passenger princess and you didn't pick this station, you are still appreciated.
We love you. We love the passenger princess.
Please don't talk over the content, though. Just look out the window and enjoy the music. Tomorrow's Rangers opening day. And that will be happening during our show, so I'm pretty sure I will not get a chance to give you a feel-good Friday edition of LA Live. So take heed to the weekend warning. And don't end up on DFW Scanner, Dallas, Texas TV, or DFW Mug Shots this weekend. Matter of fact, go look at DFW Mug Shots. The cops need to go ahead and just give these people like a wet washcloth one time before they go ahead and take their pictures, bro. Why are you doing to folks like that? Why are you doing them like that, man? And today, since you guys are out of the studio, I have prepped for Empty the Clip version of LA Live on Ladies Night. Empty the Clip. Quick week, though. And I'm going to do some news bloopers, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Love it.
A few little news bloopers right here. First off, let's start this off by saying R.I.P. to a legendary New York newsman, Ernie Anastas. He transitioned at the age of 82. I seen this when I was out on vacation, waiting that long-ass airport line. He is a 30-time Emmy Award-winning television. 30-time, bro.
That's amazing.
30. Let somebody else have a shot, dog.
Yeah. Gotta name the damn award after him.
Absolutely.
At this point, man. Yeah, 30-time Emmy Award-winning television news anchor and talk show host on the radio at WABC.
Oh, jeez.
Polished broadcaster.
Yeah.
True professional. But I found out about him from a flub he made years ago, because I've been all over these news bloopers ever since they popped up on YouTube back in the day. Ernie Anastas told a Fox 5 meteorologist, keep effing that chicken. Keep effing that chicken during a live on-air flub. I think he meant to say plucking.
Oh.
I think so. But maybe he had a little drink to get loose or something. I don't know. But listen, here we go.
Looking on Fox 5 Sky Guardian, and then check that 7-day to make your weekend plans.
Takes a tough man to make a tender forecast, Nick.
I guess that's me.
Keep f***ing that chicken.
Okay,
All right, when we continue.
We're going to continue here.
Whoa.
He didn't even try and correct himself.
Not even.
Just let it ride.
30-time winner, though.
30.
Yeah, don't draw attention to it. That's how you win the Emmys, you know?
I guess
Just
that's
let it
me.
ride.
Keep f***ing that chicken.
Okay, I'll do
All right, when we continue.
Said, okay, I'll do that.
I'll do that.
You know me.
Legendary broadcaster right there. No longer with us, but they made him apologize.
Just want to say I misspoke during last night's newscast. I apologize for my remarks to anyone who may have been offended.
He misspoke. He was just missing a spoke right there.
Yeah.
Just missing a spoke. But all right, R.I.P. to that fella right there, brother. All right, let's get into some news bloopers. Hit me on the fan text if you don't mind the news bloopers. If you're tired of them, hit me up. Let me know. And send all your hate mail to @GBagNation. Send all your hate mail.
DMs are open.
Yeah, send your hate mail there. All right. CNN reporter got an unsuspected answer from a kid while interviewing him about the NASA, what is it,
Yes.
Artemis? What is that?
Yeah, I think it was Artemis.
Artemis 2? Artemis. Because I know a girl named Archimedes. It's kind of spelled like that a little bit. But
Okay.
I don't see an R in there, and I got my readers on. Let me see. No, I do see an R right there.
Artemis,
Okay.
profession?
Profession?
Profession for Artemis.
I don't know what she does every day.
That's a unique name.
Yeah, it is. I think it's her grandmother's name.
Did you have a guess?
Lucius has met a lot of fun people.
Very fun.
Been here for a long time, brothers.
Yeah.
Been here for a long time. Check out this kid right here.
Why do you want to be here? Why do you love space? Why do you love being a part of history?
We're going back to the frickin' moon, that's why.
Pretty quick and poignant right there.
Kid sketchy.
A part of history.
We're going back to the frickin' moon, that's why.
People in the comments say this kid's going to be disappointed when we probably didn't go the first time.
Yeah, we're going back. The freaking moon.
It almost sounded like he was going to go full F-bomb on there.
Yeah.
Like it was a furrican moon.
Yeah.
Derek Collins going to end up coaching the kid and telling him, like, hey, you didn't know. We didn't
So
go to
you
the
know,
moon
this was the first time we landed in the moon.
I'm pulling you out of the game now, too, kid.
Yeah. He's going to put that hand on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Tell you about the moon, kid.
Let's talk about this curveball real quick.
Did you see that photo that they posted? I don't know if it's real or not, but it showed like the Earth in its curvature.
No, I didn't.
I don't know if that's real, and I don't know what's real on the internet anymore. But yeah, check that out. They said they posted a photo for all the flat earthers out there, and it shows the Earth's curvature, and it's got some curves.
It's a busty Earth.
Yeah. Let's go to NBC KY3 News in the Ozarks for a quick weather report. Weather report.
Let me start.
Wait a minute.
Whoa, what are we doing there?
Let me start. So golly.
Would rather you not.
Let me start. I was going to say show and then start.
Yeah.
That's a YouTube moment. All righty then. A few showers. Golly.
Wow. Gonna need a few.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's tough to come out of the blocks like that.
Let me shart. I mean, whoa.
Shart.
Let me shart a shart.
Sure, even on the correction.
Golly geez, let me just stop.
Oh, man. Luke doesn't know what's every night.
Don't read the text, Lucius. They'll ruin your day.
Huh? What?
Don't read the text.
Oh, I'm reading it. Pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
But not too bad.
All right.
Yeah, I'm mad at that. Like I said, hate mail goes to @GBagNation. Don't send that to me, bro. Send it to me. CBS 58 News, Milwaukee. This is just a crazy story. I'm not sure, Eric, if you picked up on this at all. I might have forgot, but this is definitely up your alley.
Dane County woman faces fines after being arrested for allegedly defecating in a city park. Staunton police are calling her a serial defecator.
Serial defecator.
And it's another woman. It's always the women that are the serial defecators. It's not a dude.
Defecator, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah. This is the third one I've heard of, and they're all ladies.
They are the prototype at this point. They get mad and they feel like that is the thing to do.
They get mad and they
out of
defecate.
anger, man.
Yeah, there was one like 3 or 4 years ago. Remember that gal that did it on the
car?
On the lady's car.
It's disgusting.
Yes, dude.
It was so
in broad daylight,
yeah,
dude.
Just went.
The mysteries of the woman have never been so mysterious.
Yeah,
you know,
you get something like that, and then you
Strange
get the
lady.
ones that like to find the trail somewhere and then drop a deuce in the park somewhere that people are frequenting.
Yeah, like
you know,
it's a
the
mystery.
Katy Trail. They
gal.
try to just sneaky, just like mad poopers. It's crazy.
In Colorado, you had the lawn pooper.
That's right.
And it was those ring cameras that picked her up.
Picked it up.
Otherwise, she'd still be out and about defecating on lawns.
Pooing in someone else's bush.
Ridiculous.
Now, I do think in some ways we should have empathy if you have an emergency on your hands, like Brian did.
Yeah.
You know, there are some people out there that
I had
they
an
gotta
emergency. I had an emergency.
Yeah, he defecated.
See, that's different, man. Like, you were filled with shame that day. You didn't go home feeling proud. You went home just utterly disgusted.